The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 1709 to Chapter 1783. That's right. The warriors from the two realms guessed correctly. The spirit stone vein that was revealed after the collapse was indeed taken away by the dog, and there was nothing left. As a matter of fact, Xianxia was definitely related to the sudden rise of the light and the appearance of the mineral vein. It was because the large-mouthed beast had accidentally broken through the spirit vein's barrier while it was being chased. That was why the light had soared into the sky. This was fate. Then there was a problem. The vein was triggered by Xianxia chasing the big-mouthed beast. Was it wrong to take away all the spirit stones inside? Damn it. How can there be no spirit stones? The powerhouses from the two realms stood in the air. Their expressions were very interesting. According to past practice, as long as there was a natural phenomenon, there would definitely be a vein. In fact, this was indeed the case, but there was only an empty vein left. After confirming that there were no spirit stones, the rough middle-aged man said angrily, "Let's go, let's go." Whoosh! Whoosh! Tens of thousands of Imperial Soul Realm warriors flew away. The Imperial Soul Realm did not stop them. They hesitated in the empty vein for a while and left dejectedly. The two realms were fighting for the vein, but there was nothing in the end, so naturally they would not fight. In this way, Xianxia not only obtained a large number of spirit stones, but also resolved a battle and saved countless lives. It could be said that his merit was boundless, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. On a bare mountain peak, Goshen covered his face and laughed like a dog. Because he did not wear a wig, his head looked particularly shiny. Laughing so happily, he must have gained a lot. Although the mining process was not described in detail, in fact, a large vein was dug and billions of first-grade spirit stones were obtained, as well as a spirit stone's mother. Speaking of spirit stone's mothers, they had to talk about mystical stones and Tao stone's mothers. Before Xianxia left the upper realm, he brought both kinds of materials that could be bred on the ship, mainly because he was worried that they would be stolen in the sect. Dog's hit system. After laughing, Xianxia raised his head and chest and said, "Do you think it's worth it or not?" The system was silent. Just now, for a magically modified wig, he crazily bombarded the big-mouthed beast. It had complained before, but in the end, he unexpectedly obtained a vein. Sure enough, the professional was slapped in the face, but never surpassed. Tisk, it's just luck. I don't believe the host can find another vein. Thank you. Xianxia was instantly excited. With the poison healer in action, they might be able to find another one. Although he had placed all his disciples on the battleship and started the era of space travel, he still had to develop the sect and make them stronger. Therefore, the more martial arts resources he had, the better. What is this little guy? Xianxia stretched out his left hand. There was a caterpillar in his palm. This was the big-mouthed beast that had fled in a panic. Due to the shock, its body had shrunk to the size of a peanut. At this moment, the little guy was shivering. It was mainly because he had eaten Goshen's wig. He was traumatized by the bombardment. Xianxia picked it up and said, "You should have spiritual intelligence and can understand human language. I'll count to 3 to introduce yourself, otherwise, I'm the guardian beast." Without waiting for him to finish, the little fellow took the initiative to confess. His awareness was quite high. Yes. Protect the spirit vein. Oh? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Could it be that this was the reason why he was able to find the mineral vein so easily? However, such a cowardly fellow actually knew how to protect the spirit vein. This was simply nonsense. The guardian beast said, "My other duty is to eat spirit stones." Xianxia rolled his eyes, and said, "In my opinion, you are only responsible for eating, not protecting." As if hit the nail on the head, the little guy was speechless. Xianxia asked, "Can you find the spirit vein?" No, seeing that the human's eyes had suddenly become incomparably cold, the guardian beast hurriedly said, "Yes, I can find it." Very good. Xianxia put him back into his palm, used his index finger to tease him, and said, "Relax your mind and sign a contract with me." Huh? The little guy was dumbfounded. Don't waste time. All right. The guardian beast was really scared. It immediately relaxed its mind and established a contract with him. At this point, Xianxia's beast library had another member. Although it was destined to be a bystander in the future and not even have a camera, the main point was that it could be used now. F***CK. The system said, "Am I going to be slapped in the face again?" Heaven-defying good luck would not come repeatedly. Now that he had a guardian spirit beast that could search for spirit veins, it would be much easier. For 30 years, the professional poison healer had never been surpassed. Are there any spirit stone veins nearby? I don't think so. If there is, then there is. If there isn't, then there isn't. Why does it seem so? The little guy said weakly, only within 100 feet of me can I detect the aura of the spirit vein. Xianxia picked it up again, and said, then what do I need you for? The area of the independent battlefield was definitely not small, and the spirit stone vein was located deep underground. It could only be seen within 100 feet, so it was completely useless. Master. The guardian beast said, the stronger I am, the greater the range of my prying. How do you become stronger? Eat spirit stones. I haven't found the ore yet, so I have to raise you first? Yes. Bye-bye. Xianxia flicked his finger, and the little guy immediately flew out. Night. In a cave in the wilderness. After rows of flowers ate the prepared food, she looked at Xianxia, who was thinking about something, with a sweet smile on her face. In the sect of all times, she would turn into a virtuous wife who handled internal affairs. Now that she was in the outside world, there were no higher-ups or disciples, so she naturally enjoyed this kind of two-person world. Especially. Her husband's brain was so bright. Shua. After thinking for a while, Xianxia took out a spirit stone and said, eat. During the day, he had walked hundreds of thousands of miles around the battlefield and confirmed that this place was extremely vast, but he did not find any spirit stone veins at all. He still had to go to the soul mastery realm and did not have time to search thoroughly, so he could only pin his hopes on the guardian beast that could become stronger by eating spirit stones. Thank you, Master. The little guy did not stand on ceremony. Its body expanded slightly and opened its mouth to swallow the spirit stone. It felt like it did not even chew. Finished eating? Finished eating. The expression on Xianxia's face was wonderful. Even if he was using cheats, it would take time to absorb spirit stones. This guy finished it in one bite. It was a bit too exaggerated, this was normal. Special beasts naturally had special abilities. Has your strength increased? No. Clang. The immortal sword was unsheathed and placed under its mouth. The little guy stammered, Moss. Master, one spirit stone can't bring me too much energy. Then how much do you need? At least 100,000. Bam. The little guy hit the stone wall and then slid down. Xianxia roared, your appetite is so big, eat shit. If he wanted to make the guardian beast stronger, 1 or 10 was definitely not enough. He had to increase his appetite. Sigh. After thinking for a night, Xianxia still took out a few hundred spirit stones and said, hurry up and eat them to make me stronger. The two of them had already established a contractual relationship, so this guy would definitely not lie to him. In order to find more spirit veins as soon as possible, he had to take a gamble. Munch, munch. The guardian beast opened its mouth and swallowed without hesitation. Xianxia watched with pain in his flesh, teeth, and nerve endings. However, another problem had appeared. Although the guardian beast ate spirit stones quickly, it could only eat 10,000 a day. If it continued to eat, it would not absorb any energy. F***CK. Xianxia picked it up and roared, why didn't you say so earlier? Husband. Rows of Flowers said, since it can only eat 10,000 a day, why don't you bring it to the space-time secret realm? Xianxia said happily, that's right. That's strange. Why is it a vein that has been dug out? At the Imperial Celestial Realm's stronghold, the martial artists who had been to the spirit vein were still discussing, their faces full of doubts. In the main hall, Elder Lin and the other top experts were also discussing. In my opinion, a man with a buzz cut guessed, it's very likely that the man and woman who broke into the stronghold dug it out. Elder Lin shook his head and said, no one can enter the mine when the flowing light phenomenon is present. Besides, even if they have a way to enter, how can such a large vein be dug out in a day or two? Makes sense. Everyone agreed. In fact, Xianxia could enter the mine because of the guardian spirit beast. Humans could not enter, but it could. As for digging, there were naturally professional mining machines. By the way, Elder Lin said, have you confirmed the identity of that man and woman? Yes. A powerhouse said, these two are not martial artists of the Imperial Celestial Realm. They sneaked in from outside, fought with Gong Baiyu and the others, and then forced their way into the independent plane. No wonder. Elder Lin said in relief, I've never seen them before. That woman is from the Spirit Mastery race. Oh? Elder Lin was surprised. A powerhouse analyzed, in that case, they should be using the entrance of the Imperial Celestial Realm to return to the Spirit Mastery realm. He guessed right. Sigh. Elder Lin sighed and said, I was going to wait for them to walk into the trap, but it seems that's impossible. To go to and from the Imperial Celestial Realm, one had to pass through the stronghold. Since that guy broke in, he would definitely go back, so they planned to wait for him. But now? Since that woman was from the Spirit Mastery race, she had probably returned through another vortex. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound of collision came from outside, and it shook the hall to the point it creaked. What's going on? Elder Lin and the others' faces changed. Elder Lin. At this moment, a hurried shout came from outside, someone broke in. Boom! Before the voice fell, another loud collision sound came. The main hall and the ground shook as if it would collapse at any time. Whoosh, whoosh, Elder Lin and the others flew out quickly. However, just as they stabilized their bodies, the defensive barrier above the stronghold instantly shattered into nothingness. Swish, a stream of light shot over and merged into the pitch-black vortex before Elder Lin and the others had a chance to react. Then, a voice sounded, sorry to disturb you. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's that guy. Elder Lin barely managed to keep up with the speed of the car. When he saw the man and woman who were still discussing just now, he almost vomited blood on the spot. It was just a moment ago that he was still wondering whether they would return to the stronghold after heading to the soul-tampering realm, but in the end, he had been slapped in the face. Damn it! You think this is your home? You come and go as you please. In the dark vortex of the Imperial Celestial Realm, Xianxia rushed out of the battlefield with rows of flowers in his arms. He easily bypassed the fortress and flew all the way to the sky. He needed to return to the Eternal Ship as he did not have the spacetime secret realm with him. Hold on tight. Xianxia said, I'm going to speed up. If it was difficult to get in, it would definitely be difficult to get out. Rows of flowers reached out and hugged him. Her face was pressed against his chest, and she could clearly feel his heart beating faster. Boom! At this time, Xianxia had already collided with the plane barrier. The flickering light was like a burning flame, and the warriors in the entire plane could clearly see it. That guy, Gong Baiyu said, is he leaving? He was a little disappointed. After all, it was not easy to meet a powerful sword cultivator. Whoosh! After the friction and collision, Xianxia passed through the space barrier and disappeared from the sight of the warriors in the Imperial Celestial Realm. The ripples in the sky also began to return to normal. After the news reached the stronghold of the independent battlefield, Elder Lin said helplessly, the Imperial Celestial Realm is completely disgraced. I thought they were going to the Soul Mastery Realm. Now it seems that they are just passing by and taking a stroll around the independent battlefield. That guy who claimed to be from the Tang of the East could intimidate Hong Tianyo and the others. His strength is not to be underestimated. Since he has left, let him go. He said this as if he could stop Xianxia. On the Eternal Ship, Xianxia was back. The first thing he did was to enter the spacetime secret realm and take out a large number of spiritual stones. Eat as much as you can. Yes, master. The little guy did not hold back and began to eat crazily using the time acceleration. According to its estimation, 100,000 first-grade spiritual stones could increase its strength. With the space-time secret realm's acceleration, it would not take long for it to finish eating. Keep eating. Xianxia continued to take out spiritual stones. He planned to cultivate the guardian spiritual beast at all costs just to earn more resources. Since it was a gamble, then he would gamble big. Gulp, gulp. In the space-time secret realm, the guardian spiritual beast ate one spiritual stone at a time and was very happy. However, only 2 or 3 days had passed in the outside world, and its physique and perception had significantly improved. Not enough. Keep eating. Xianxia would often come in and throw out even more spirit stones before he left. The disciples of the sect of all times occasionally came in to cultivate. Seeing the caterpillar-like little guy opening its mouth several times bigger than its body to eat resources, they were so envious that they almost cried. 10 days later. Because of the time limit, the guardian spiritual beast was forcibly sent out. The effect of the high-grade space-time secret realm is a 100-fold acceleration. This guy has experienced 1,000 days inside. It eats 10,000 spiritual stones a day. 1,000 days is. Xianxia clutched his chest and said with heartache, "My 100 million spiritual stones." "Master." The guardian spiritual beast said, "Do you still want to eat?" Xianxia's mouth twitched. Eat, continue. He was not in a hurry to return to the independent battlefield. He planned to wait for the cooldown to reset and continue to feed the guardian spiritual beast. 1 month. 2 months, as long as the cooldown of the space-time secret realm was over, the guardian spiritual beast would go in to eat. It ate for a whole year and consumed 100 million spiritual stones, 100 years of consumption, and finished in a year. How terrifying. F***ck. Xianxia roared, "Why haven't you changed?" After eating so many first-grade spiritual stones, the guardian spiritual beast still looked like a caterpillar. This made him feel like he had been cheated. "Master," the little guy said, "if I revert to my original form, this ship won't be able to accommodate me." Oh, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He then adjusted his collar and said, "Let's go to the independent battlefield." Wait a minute. After the cabin door opened, he stopped and shouted, "Renshan, follow me." Yes. Renshan ran over. All right. The system said, the independent battlefield is finished. One could search for spiritual veins, and the other had the koi attribute. This was definitely a golden pair. They definitely would not give the mine and the martial artists of the 2 realms any chance of survival. Let's go. Xianxia picked up the rows of flowers and flew towards the imperial celestial world. As for Renshan, he was enveloped by his own attribute and hung behind like a kite. Because the speed of the car was too fast and the fluctuations were too big, he had already begun to roll his eyes and foam at the mouth. Zone. Patriarch. Slow down, pft. Independent battlefield. Because there were no mines in this year, the martial artists of the 2 realms were resting and developing peacefully. Especially on the side of the imperial celestial world. They gradually forgot about Xianxia's forceful entry and exit. Boom. In the night, a loud explosion came from the quiet stronghold. Elder Lin and the others were awakened and flew out in their pajamas. When they saw Xianxia carrying the rows of flowers and attacking the defensive barrier, they all turned into roaring emperors. Why is he here again? His own home. Of course, he could come and go as he pleased. The experts of the imperial celestial world had just forgotten about the embarrassing incident a year ago. Who would have thought that Xianxia would come again? He really treated this place as his home. Fine, he could take charge, they were powerless to stop him and could only accept it. But, big brother, why are you always hugging a woman? Needless to say, Gosheng had been hugging the rows of flowers for several times. If they didn't know him well, they might have thought that he was deliberately taking advantage of her. Sorry to disturb you. After breaking the formation and flying out of the stronghold, Xianxia's voice came. In fact, he was also helpless. If the imperial celestial world cooperated and didn't set up all kinds of barriers in the stronghold, why would he bother to break in? Disturb your ass. Elder Lin, who was rather well-mannered, couldn't help but curse. Breaking into the stronghold consecutively was simply slapping his own face again and again, trampling on the face of the imperial celestial world. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. What are you waiting for? Elder Lin turned around and shouted, set up the formation again. Elder Lin, what should we do if that kid breaks in again? An expert said with an ugly expression. Repairing the stronghold's formation didn't cost resources, but it would definitely take manpower and time. Who could bear to go back and forth? Elder Lin thought for a while and said, then don't set it up first. The stronghold's formation system was used to guard against the attacks of the spirit mastery race. Now, because of Xianxia, they had to give up on it. It was really a sin. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar was heard. Because the stronghold didn't have a defensive barrier, Elder Lin and the others heard it clearly. What's going on? A demon beast appeared? Let's go and take a look. The experts of the Imperial Celestial World quickly flew out of the stronghold. When they came to the area where the sound came from, they were all stunned in midair, and their eyes gradually widened. In their field of vision, there was a huge demon beast standing in the open space. Because its body was in sections, it looked like a large caterpillar. Other than its body, there was only one mouth on its face. Those who liked it would find it cute, and those who didn't would find it ugly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heaven and earth attributes visible to the naked eye gathered in front of the big guy, as if it was breathing clouds and exhaling. Elder Lin was experienced and knowledgeable. He exclaimed, Guardian Spirit Beast. Oh my god! Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. There were not many monster beasts in the independent battlefield. Most of the monster beasts that came from the two realms were almost completely slaughtered. The Guardian Spirit Beast was one of the breeds. Because it was timid by nature and liked to burrow underground, it was not taken seriously by the martial artists and was able to survive. Now, this one had grown too big. Roar! The 1,000-foot-tall Guardian Spirit Beast roared out once more. Sound waves visible to the naked eye rippled outwards. Although it wouldn't cause any harm to the martial artist, it still interfered with the nature of the world around it, forcing them to surge forth like billowing clouds. More attributes condensed, creating a huge scene. Elder Lin and the others were dumbfounded. They only knew about Guardian Spirit Beasts and their daily habits. Now that they had encountered such a big one, they had no idea how to understand it. Wait a minute, Elder Lin was stunned. Only then did he shift his gaze to the left side of the Guardian Spirit Beast, to Xianxia, who was looking up at him. It's him. Hi. Realizing that someone was looking at him, Goshen turned around with a harmless smile on his face. Elder Lin came back to his senses and angrily rushed to his sea of consciousness, almost rushing out of his Baihui acupoint. Master. At this moment, the Guardian Spirit Beast lowered its head and said, This is my original body. Are you still satisfied? Elder Lin, who was thinking about how to capture this person, froze when he heard this. Master, this big guy was his contract beast. It was not uncommon for a martial artist to sign a contract with a monster beast and live and die together in the Imperial Celestial World. However, signing a contract with a timid Guardian Spirit Beast. Was his brain kicked by a donkey? It was undeniable that after eating so many spirit stones, the Guardian Spirit Beast's original body was very big and very visually shocking. However, this kind of monster beast actually had no combat power. Even the roar just now gave people the feeling that it was just a piece of trash. Crazy. Elder Lin thought to himself, that kid must be crazy. There were countless monster beasts in the world, but he had to sign a contract with a cowardly Guardian Spirit Beast. This was really sick. Whether you are satisfied or not depends on whether you can find the spirit vein. Xianxia said. Master. The Guardian Spirit Beast said seriously, I just mobilized the heaven and earth attribute and integrated it into the depths of the ground. It is enough to spread over a range of 10,000 miles. As long as there is a spirit vein, I will definitely, at this point, it said happily, found it. So fast? Xianxia was stunned. Master, please follow me. As the Guardian Spirit Beast spoke, it twisted its body and drilled into the ground. Go. Jun Changxiao picked up rows of flowers and used the power of the true spirit to envelop Renshan, who was vomiting. Without hesitation, he jumped into the tunnel that had just been dug. Chase! Elder Lin hurriedly rushed over. However, just as he reached the area where Jun Changxiao disappeared, the hole had already healed itself. Damn it! That guy ran away again. Elder Lin was enraged. Jun Changxiao and the guardian spirit beast were talking through telepathy, so he and the experts of the Imperial Celestial World did not know that he was not running away, but looking for the spirit vein. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Wild laughter could be heard coming from a certain underground mine. The camera panned down. Jun Changxiao had one hand on the wall and the other on his stomach. His whole face was distorted with laughter. Why was he laughing? Because the area he was in was an undiscovered spirit vein. The soil was inlaid with bright spirit stones. Even if he just smelled it with his nose, he would feel. Oh my god, it was so fragrant. Wah! Renshan vomited. It was not easy to get a camera, and it was finally useful. But after coming down from Eternal, he was hung like a kite. That experience was like riding a roller coaster. Collect. Collect all of them. After calming down, Jun Changxiao took out the mining machine. Ka ka ka. One by one, mechanical miners climbed out of the big box and skillfully dug out the spirit stones. They then transported them back safely. The spirit vein was not big. It was dug clean in half an hour. It was a pity. There were only spirit stones, nothing else. Jun Changxiao put the mining machine into the space ring and smiled. I got my money back. This vein was much smaller than the previous one, but there were still nearly 200 million ores stored in it. I made the right bet. Master. At this time, the shrunken guardian spirit beast said, I feel the aura of the spirit vein again. Let's go. Jun Changxiao regarded money as dirt and spirit stones as treasures. So, since he could easily find the spirit vein, he would naturally dig it without restraint. Pft. Pft. Deep underground, the guardian spirit beast was like a drill, digging frantically in the direction of the aura. Jun Changxiao followed closely behind with a twisted smile on his face. Above. The martial artists of the two worlds were completely unaware. They were either cultivating as usual or quietly waiting for the natural phenomenon. Sigh. It would probably be difficult to see a stream of light shooting into the sky in the future. Half a month later. Jun Changxiao stood in the newly dug hole and said happily, this spirit vein is really not small, it actually contains so many spirit stones. Rows of flowers. Recorded the number of spirit stones in her book. How many are there? Including the ones just mined, it's just over 100 billion. Jun Changxiao was in a hurry to calculate, so rows of flowers was responsible for the statistics. The system said, it's already in the hundreds of billions, this is crazy. Only so little? Jun Changxiao was a little dissatisfied. Rows of Flowers said, Husband, are you planning to dig out all the spirit veins in the independent plane? Of course. Jun Changxiao straightened his back and said, this kind of public plane does not belong to the Imperial Heaven Realm nor the Imperial Soul Realm. I have the ability to mine it, so naturally I will take it all away. Patriarch. Suddenly, Renshan's voice came from the depths of the mine. There's a big stone door here. In the past half a month, Renshan had been following the Patriarch to mine the spirit vein. Unfortunately, as the official koi of the sect of all times, because of the existence of the guardian spirit beast, he did not do anything. In fact, Jun Changxiao brought him along as an extra layer of insurance. Now that the contract beast could be solved, there was naturally no need for him. However, a koi was a koi. The spirit vein was dug clean, and in the end, a stone door was found. Did you pee again? Jun Changxiao vaguely remembered that he had discovered a large mineral vein near the green grassland because he had urinated and defecated everywhere. No. Renshan's expression was very serious. In fact, he did plan to pee. But when he came here and was about to take off his pants, the layer of mud fell off by itself. He was so shocked that he held back his pee. The mud fell off because of the mining of the spirit vein, but coincidentally, Renshan was right next to it. This was really a koi, this was really invincible. Jun Changxiao patted him and said, the world is so big, go out and walk, don't stay in the sect all day. With such heaven-defying luck, squatting in the sect was a waste of talent. The camera turned to the big stone door because of the mud falling off. The overall color was dark, which meant that it had been buried for a long time. There were also carvings on the surface and it looked very ordinary. Jun Changxiao did not think it was ordinary. In his opinion, since it was hidden in an independent battlefield, it might be a cave left behind by an expert. Creak. He put his hand on the stone door, and then, it opened. So simple? Jun Changxiao walked in, but he always maintained absolute vigilance. After all, who knew if there were any traps? Just as he walked in, Jun Changxiao stopped, and his expression stiffened. In his field of vision, a huge spirit stone appeared, with thin threads wrapped around the surface, giving the impression of a spider's nest. The system said, this is the spirit stone ancestor, several generations older than the spirit stone mother. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Jun Changxiao immediately covered his face and laughed. A spirit stone mother could nurture countless descendants, then an even higher spirit stone ancestor, wouldn't that mean? I'm rich. Patriarch? Are you okay? Ren Shan waved his hand in front of his eyes. Jun Changxiao, who was laughing wildly, suddenly came back to his senses. He realized that he was still standing in front of the stone door. Everything that had happened just now was just his imagination. The system could read his thoughts and mocked, do you think you're a koi? Any random entry is a fortuitous opportunity? And you call yourself the ancestor of spirit stones? Bah. After being ridiculed by the system, Jun Changxiao's expression was very interesting. However, he quickly calmed down and said, step back. I will open this door. Ren Shan hastily dodged. Who? Jun Changxiao took a deep breath and channeled his strength into his fist. Clearly, he intended to force his way out. Creak. At this moment, the large stone door opened. Jun Changxiao was stunned. He subconsciously pinched his face and felt the pain. After confirming that it wasn't an illusion or a dream, he asked in confusion, why did it open by itself? The stone door looks ordinary, but it should be made of extraordinary materials. Perhaps it has gained sentience over the years, and in order to avoid being destroyed by the host, it decisively chose to admit defeat. The system analyzed. Jun Changxiao said, the stone has sentience? Nonsense. Who? Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in from inside. Jun Changxiao showed the maturity that a patriarch should have. He immediately formed a defensive enchantment in front of him to block the possible poisonous aura. Rows of flowers and Ren Shan were also protected. Unfortunately, the wind that blew was a little old, but there was no danger. Let's go. Jun Changxiao said, go in. From the beginning to the end, he didn't remove the enchantment. It could be seen that he was very strong, but he was overly cautious. Step. Jun Changxiao stepped in with one foot. The surroundings flickered quickly, illuminating everything. This was a stone room of a decent size. Not only was there no ancestor of spirit stones, but there was also no side door or side room. It was like a deserted house. No way. Jun Changxiao collapsed and said, there's nothing? Rows of flowers said, maybe there's a secret room hidden in it. That's right. Jun Changxiao became spirited and said, look carefully, there may be a big discovery. After that, he began to stroll in the stone room. Buzz. When he walked to the central area, a strange pattern suddenly appeared on the floor under his feet. The whole space began to distort and fold, and he was instantly in the vast universe. Illusion? Jun Changxiao was very calm. He had experienced similar situations before, so he naturally wouldn't make a fuss. Huh? At this time, Jun Changxiao found that there was only one plane shining in the universe where he was. There were no stars or meteorites around. It was clean as if someone had swept it with a broom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, there was the sound of wind breaking in his ears. Jun Changxiao subconsciously looked back and saw that in the distance, the starry sky was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, streams of light flew out, emitting an extremely gloomy aura. These streams of light flew past him and even passed through his body. It could be seen that he was indeed in an illusion. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large number of streams of light flew out and then hovered near the bright plane, surrounding it. When the light dissipated, Xianxia's eyes widened because it turned out to be thousands of huge battleships. They were all of the same color, pitch black, and had all kinds of eerie and strange patterns on the surface. Damn! So many? Xianxia, who had 11 battleships, already felt that he was very awesome. However, compared to this black mass of at least 10,000 battleships, he was just like a child. They want to invade? Just as Golu was muttering to himself, a stream of light flew out of the resplendent dimension and stood in front of the many battleships. It was a middle-aged man in battle armor, with an imposing appearance and extraordinary might. This person, super strong, Xianxia only took a glance and couldn't help but be in awe. In the upper realm, Gu Tianxing had never given him such a feeling when he slashed the Star Spirit Realm battleships. Gu Xianyuan. A gloomy voice came from the main battleship. Do you really plan to fight against the Sky Demonic Emperor who rules the universe with your own strength? This is my home. The middle-aged man raised his hand, took out a sharp sword with full special effects, and said, I won't allow you to humiliate me. Humph, the gloomy voice sounded again. It's nothing more than a first-class plane. For it, you don't hesitate to offend the Sky Demonic Emperor and destroy your tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Is it worth it? You devils who invade and occupy other people's worlds for a living naturally don't understand the importance of home to humans. Gu Xianyuan said. He. Strange laughter came. Xianxia also liked to laugh like this, but compared to the other party, whether it was the tone or the atmosphere, he was absolutely like a dog. You humans have too many feelings. That's why you're restrained everywhere and can't pry into the higher mysteries of heaven. You don't even have the qualifications to touch the path of immortality. Gu Xianyuan said, it's because we have feelings that we're called humans. But you cold-blooded and heartless people are only fit to be devils even if you step into the path of immortality. Xianxia, who had entered the illusion, was like a bystander, watching the man named Gu Xianyuan face off against tens of thousands of battleships. Seriously. He admired him. These invading battleships were very strong from the strange aura they exuded. A person facing them fearlessly, just this courage alone was worthy of praise. However, who was the Sky Devil Emperor? What was the road to immortality that he was talking about? A higher level than the divine secret realm, or was it just a path? In this short conversation, Xianxia had a lot of questions. One thing he was sure of was that this should have happened in the past. Someone had deliberately left an illusion in the stone room so that people could witness the history that had happened. Humph. A gloomy voice came from the main battleship again, interrupting Goxing's thoughts. As long as you are strong, it doesn't matter if you are human or demon. Gu Xianyuan said, your so-called strength is nothing more than endless slaughter and plunder. How many planes have been destroyed, how many creatures have turned into ghosts? I firmly believe that sooner or later, a powerhouse of our human race will rise against the tide and eradicate all of you evildoers who bring calamity to the world. We will return peace to the universe and even change the structure of the upper universe and usher in a new era. Our human race. Standing in the vast universe, we will be undefeated and indestructible. The last sentence was sonorous and powerful. Lord Xianxia was deeply affected and shaken by this. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he was a human. There was no doubt about this, so when he heard Gu Xianyuan's words, his heart could not calm down for a long time. Humph. Humans just like to talk fast. Today, I will let you understand that being undefeated and indestructible requires strength, otherwise everything is empty talk. Generals, listen to my order. Destroy the Xianyuan realm. Yes. In an instant, the bottom cabins of tens of thousands of battleships opened, and countless warriors with strange auras flew out. There were so many of them that they were like bats flying out of a cave. The scene was terrifying. What caught Xianxia's attention the most were the few extremely ugly leaders in front of him. They were wearing excellent equipment and were clearly not human. One look and one could tell that they were up to no good. They are all stronger than the host, the system said. Not only was he strong, but he was also much stronger. If this was not an illusion but real, Xianxia would have been scared away by the terrifying aura. As expected, the upper universe is filled with experts. Xianxia did not feel inferior. Instead, his eyes were shining. Putting aside the development of the sect, he was also a person who wanted to be strong. Naturally, he wanted to pursue a higher realm and control more power. Intruders. Right at this moment, Gu Xianyuan drew his sword and said with a cold and fierce gaze, "Die." When the last word was spoken, terrifying sword energy swept through the universe and tore the void apart. The scene was unprecedentedly shocking. Puchi! Puchi! Wherever the sword light passed, blood and flesh splattered. That's terrifying. Xianxia was dumbfounded. With so many people charging at him, not only was this middle-aged man not afraid, he even burst forth with an even stronger sword intent. Just what level had he reached? Especially, that sword, it looked even stronger than the ultimate immortal sword. Ever since he had the system store, Xianxia had always been far ahead in terms of equipment. He had even circled the earth several times. Many battles that he could win were either because of magical modifications or because of unstoppable attacks. Today, he was inferior to him. There was no other way. The other party's level was too high. It was understandable that his equipment was strong. Boom! Boom! The sword energy tore through the enemy group and flew up, directly cutting the battleships in half and triggering a series of explosions. Oh my god! Xianxia's eyes widened. Gu Tianqing's axe was already powerful enough. This man's sword directly swept away a bunch of them. The scene was hard to describe, especially. The level of these pitch-black battleships was obviously higher than the Star Spirit world. Kill! Kill! Deafening roars echoed in the universe. All kinds of lights flickered and illuminated the dark starry sky. Xianxia watched in shock. A battle of this level had already exceeded his imagination. After an unknown amount of time, the battle finally ended. The battleships gathered outside the plane turned into nothingness. Corpses floated in the starry sky. Blood gathered together as if turning into a sea of blood. Xianxia was silent. In his field of vision, the middle-aged man was covered in blood. His hair was disheveled and he stood with a sword in his hand. Although his face was pale, the will of a powerhouse couldn't be concealed. I'll only say the word strong once. Pfft! Gu Xianyuan spat out blood. Although he destroyed all the tens of thousands of battleships, he was inevitably seriously injured. Man! 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 Xianxia gave him a thumbs up and gave him the most respectful look. Swish! At this moment, the scene in front of him changed. Gosheng left the universe illusion and was in the wild. There were mountains, trees, and water around him. The scenery was pleasant. Plop! The sound of someone falling could be heard. Xianxia looked and found that Gu Xianyuan, who was fighting just now, had fallen on the grass. There were still bloodstains on his body, and his face was still very pale. He felt like he was going to die at any time. Master, a young child shouted with tears in her eyes. Gu Xianyuan raised his hand with difficulty and put it on her head. He smiled and said, "Are they all gone?" "Yes." The child said, "They're all gone. You should go too." "Master, I won't leave you. This sword that was tempered by the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon has accompanied me for 10,000 years. Today, I will pass it to you. Remember. This sword can only be used by the destined person. When you grow up, don't draw the sword easily, or you will suffer a backlash." Gu Xianyuan threw the sword over and waved his sleeve to send the child into the void. Wah! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Among those invaders, there was no lack of powerful strength. It was already not easy for him to survive until now. My Xianyuan realm is a first-class plane in the upper universe. The heaven and earth attribute is rare in the world. Now that all the creatures have been safely transferred, how can we leave this place to the demonic emperor? Gu Xianyuan tried to get up, put his hands together, and muttered. Gradually, his body began to disintegrate, turning into fireflies and drifting with the wind. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Wherever the fluorescent light passed, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes were absorbed. The trees and flowers lost their vitality and constantly flowed into the ground. Soon, the entire plain turned into a wasteland. Xianxia's eyes widened, because the wasteland he saw at this moment was exactly the same as the independent battlefield. He understood. The so-called independent battlefield was actually the Xianyuan realm. I have used 30,000 years of cultivation to seal the heaven and earth attributes. If the destined person finds the eye of the formation and inherits the plane's origin, he will be the master of the Xianyuan realm. Gu Xuanyuan's voice floated in the wasteland, but the more he spoke, the weaker he became, indicating that his time was up. Swish. At this point, the illusion completely disappeared. Xianxia suddenly turned around and found that he was still standing in the stone room. A few steps in front of him, there were complicated lines flashing on the ground. In the center of the room, there was a crystal floating with flowing light, emitting a rich heaven and earth attribute. This is, the system exclaimed, the plane's origin. Xianxia squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands. Calm down, don't get excited, he thought so in his heart, but his mouth gradually widened, and an extremely exaggerated smile appeared. He brought Rinshan to the independent battlefield in the hope of forming a golden partner with the guardian spirit beast, so that it would be more convenient to excavate the spirit veins. In fact, his wish came true. In half a month, the first-level spirit stones alone had exceeded 100 billion. If the system had not been upgraded to the upper realm version, the bound space ring's capacity would have been infinitely expanded, and a normal ring would not be able to hold it. Very cool. Super cool. What Xianxia did not expect was that just after the ore vein was excavated, Rinshan accidentally found a big stone door. At first, he imagined that there were materials higher than the spirit stones inside, but he was severely beaten by the system. Now, there were indeed no resources higher than the spirit stones, but there was a plane's origin waiting for him to inherit. Happiness came too quickly, and it caught him off guard. If not for the presence of rows of flowers, Xianxia would have run to Rinshan and kissed him hard to express his joy and gratitude. Bringing him to the battlefield was more valuable than bringing the guardian spirit beast. The system entered the play dead mode, because it had previously said, "Do you think you are a koi? Just going in as an opportunity, this." Not only was it an opportunity, but it was also a great opportunity. In half a month, although Xianxia had dug a lot of spirit veins with the help of the guardian spirit beast, it was definitely a time-consuming and laborious work to dig all of them. Now, as long as it inherited the plane's origin, it would be the master of the plane. Dig a fart, dig a hair. As long as its mind moved, it would all come over. Thinking of this, Xianxia got up, calmed down his excited mood, and like the silly son of a landlord, he opened his mouth and said, "Thank you." Fortunately, the system did not have a physical body, or else its face would be swollen to planet Vegeta. Husband, rows of flowers looked at the crystal surrounded by flowing light and said, "Is this thing the plane's origin?" Although she had never seen it, she had heard of it. What's more, the heaven and earth attributes that spread out from the crystal were hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. Origin. The heart of the plane, the source of attributes. Whether it was the spirit veins or the spirit mother, they were all born from this thing. Isn't it the ancestor? I'm not wrong. The system became even more silent. Not bad. Junchang smiled and said, "This is the plane's origin. I didn't expect to find it so easily. It's a little hard to believe." Rows of flowers sighed. "Patriarch, madam." Rinshan rubbed his hands and grinned, "This is all thanks to this disciple. Should I be given a special class merit?" Xianxia usually did not put on the airs of a patriarch in a sect. He would even joke with the disciples occasionally, so he did not have any scruples when the occasion was not serious. To put it bluntly, this was the atmosphere of a happy family. "Here." Xianxia said, "Of course." He had helped him find a first-class plane that contained endless spirit veins. Not only would he be rewarded with special class merits, but he would also have to note that it was an SSS grade. Hee hee. Rinshan grinned. "You guys get out of the way." Xianxia said, "I'm here to inherit the plane source." Rows of flowers said, "The source is different from the attributes of heaven and earth. There may be danger in inheriting it." Husband, you have to think carefully. The crystal in front of him was not bad, but it was not easy to get it. I've thought about it. Xianxia said with a firm gaze, this thing must be inherited. Previously in the illusion, Gu Xianyuan had said that the fated person could inherit the plane source. Since he was here, he must be the fated person. Swoosh! He released his spiritual senses and integrated them into the crystal. Boom! Suddenly, Xianxia's sea of consciousness seemed to explode. He took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize his body. A look of pain appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. The system laughed and said, not fated. Because he had been slapped in the face before, he finally seized the opportunity to laugh at him. Damn it. Xianxia said gloomily, I've already come in. How can I not be fated? Wait, Ren Shan was the one who discovered the large stone door. Perhaps it was fate. Shan. Xianxia said kindly, use your spiritual senses to communicate with this crystal. If they were fated, he had no objections to his disciple inheriting it. After all, he should keep the goodies within the family. Yes. Ren Shan began to release his spiritual senses. However, as soon as he touched the crystal, there was a bang and his entire body was directly bounced out and slammed into the wall. Shan! Xianxia exclaimed. Ren Shan stood up from the ground in a sorry state and said, Patriarch. I'm fine. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Plop. Suddenly, Ren Shan's eyelids rolled up and he collapsed to the ground like mud. He had completely fainted. Xianxia was speechless. Rose of Flowers was speechless. The crystal had a protective mechanism. Anyone who touched it with spiritual senses would suffer a backlash. Xianxia was strong, so he could only feel pain. Ren Shan, on the other hand, was not strong enough, so he fainted immediately. Fortunately, it was not a big problem to just faint. What should I do? After confirming that there was nothing wrong with his disciple, Xianxia held his chin and pondered. The system said, someone was thinking too much just now. Now, he can only look but not touch. I'm afraid he will be anxious to death. Get lost. Xianxia scolded. Got it. It can be stored in the space ring. I can't even touch it with my spiritual senses. How are you going to store it? Xianxia was silent. The system said, this plain origin is left by Gu Xianyuan to the fated person. Since the host can't do it, we can only wait for someone else to inherit it. I can't accept this. Xianxia roared in his heart. At this moment, Rose of Flowers picked up a small branch from somewhere above and walked toward the crystal, saying, let me try. Xianxia said in shock, don't mess around, Pa. The small branch reached over and touched the flowing light. It was as if a bubble had been punctured, revealing the original appearance of the crystal. This, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Rose of Flowers said, without the flowing light, husband should be able to inherit it, right? Let me try. Xianxia released his spiritual senses again and carefully approached it. As expected, there was no obstruction. Xianxia immediately controlled his spiritual senses to pounce over. Swoosh! After touching the plane origin, his soul was instantly brought into a space that was even more illusory than an illusion. Fated person. You're finally here. Before Goshen could come back to his senses, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. It's him, Gu Xianyuan. Sure enough, when Xianxia turned around, he saw the mighty man who destroyed tens of thousands of battleships and killed hundreds of thousands of enemies in the void in front of him. He blurted out, Senior, you're still alive? This is formed by a trace of my remnant consciousness. I see. Xianxia was enlightened. Gu Xianyuan said, you can enter the stone chamber and trigger the playback array I left behind, which proves that you're the fated person. You can take the Xianyuan realm's origin. Thank you, Senior. Xianxia cupped his hands and said. However, Gu Xianyuan said with a solemn gaze, if you inherit the plane origin, you have to take on a responsibility and destroy the celestial demonic emperor. The celestial demonic emperor lives by killing and plundering. Thousands of planes and living beings have been persecuted. Since you're a human and have inherited the Xianyuan realm, you should eliminate evil for the common people. I'm afraid I can't beat him. Jun Changxiao also wanted to eliminate evil for the common people, but from what he saw in the illusion, any martial artist with a little status could kill him. It's fine. Gu Xianyuan said, if you can't beat him, you can become stronger. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Gu Xianyuan continued, the Xianyuan realm is a first-class plane with extremely rich heaven and earth attributes. Before I disintegrate, I condensed it into a grain of sand. You can carry it with you or use it as a cultivation ground. Sooner or later, you will be strong enough to fight against the celestial demonic emperor. A grain of sand, he didn't feel it at all. You don't agree? I agree. He had to get the plane origin, so since he had to take on the responsibility, then so be it. Anyway, he had done many things to save the world, so he was familiar with it. Swish, suddenly, a light flickered in front of him, and a blood-stained armor appeared out of thin air. This is the armor that has accompanied me for tens of thousands of years. It was forged with the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon. Its quality is extraordinary. Today, I'll give it to you to protect yourself, Gu Xianyuan said. Jun Changxiao said weakly, Senior, why didn't you leave that sword here too? I originally planned to give it to my disciple along with the armor, but my lifespan was almost up and I was in a hurry to send her out, so. Gu Xianyuan said, I forgot. Plop, Jun Changxiao fell to the ground. It seemed that the armor wasn't deliberately left behind. Remember. Gu Xianyuan said with a solemn expression, this armor is stained with the blood of the celestial demonic and has been corroded for tens of thousands of years. Unless it's a matter of life and death, you must not force yourself to wear it. Otherwise, you will lose your mind and your soul will be destroyed. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Jun Changxiao gently held up the blood-stained armor and said solemnly, our human race, standing in the vast universe, must be indestructible. Good. Very good. Gu Xianyuan laughed loudly, and his remnant thoughts gradually faded. Tens of thousands of years ago, the top expert who killed the elite fleet of the celestial demonic emperor by himself had completely turned into ashes today. As for whether the fated person he had been waiting for could fulfill his last wish, how would he know? Senior. Jun Changxiao lowered his head, looked at the armor, and said, I have inherited the plane origin today. I have also inherited your will today. Playing was playing, messing around was messing around. Don't take Brother Go's seriousness as a joke. Because, just as Gu Xianyuan said, our human race, standing in the vast universe, must be indestructible. Jun Changxiao had told countless lies and done indecent things in his life, but this time, he was unusually serious because he was also a human. That was all. Celestial Demon Emperor. Just you wait. Ah. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao screamed miserably. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely gloomy attribute suddenly erupted from his body and was madly attacking his knowledge sea. Although Xiaohua and Little Xie immediately responded, the attribute was so fierce that it instantly broke through their layers of defense. The whole process happened in a short time, but the pain it brought was very intense. Plop. Jun Changxiao half knelt on the ground, his face abnormally ferocious. Quick. The system hurriedly said, throw away the armor. It turned out that the attribute that suddenly erupted like a virus came from the armor that was stained with celestial demon blood. Gu Xianyuan said that unless it was a matter of life and death, he should not wear it, but he forgot to remind him not to have any physical contact with it. It was rare for Brother Go to be serious, but he had to pick up the armor. This was really the most fatal way to seek death. The terrifying gloomy attribute was like a hot knife through butter. Even if Xiaohua and Little Xia resisted with all their might, it was useless. Ah, a scream resounded in the stone room. When other protagonists encountered a little setback, the readers would think that the protagonists were abusing the protagonists. My readers were already overjoyed at this point, even beating drums and setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Husband, what's wrong? Seeing Jun Changxiao's painful expression, Rose of Flowers' eyes were filled with worry. Quick, leave, Jun Changxiao spoke with difficulty, his eyes gradually turning red. His symptoms were very similar to Yi Xingqian's. The armor was stained with celestial demon blood and had been eroded by it for tens of thousands of years, so it was very toxic. So, whether he lost his mind or did something crazy, it was understandable. Could it be that this was the only way to get rid of his single life? Sigh. It was hopeless. Let's go. Rose of Flowers made a prompt decision. At this moment, she was very assertive. If it were anyone else, they would have been at a loss and would have been at a loss. Patriarch, Xianxia originally planned to stay, but he listened to his wife and quickly turned to leave. Inside the stone room, Xianxia was the only one left. What would he do if the fire burned him? Ah! The blood-curdling screams rose and fell one after another, as if they were being played in high pitch. Xianxia's facial muscles gradually hardened as his attributes crazily pounded his mind. Clearly, he had entered the state of activating his stone statue race bloodline. Of course. This was not something that Guoxing had initiated. Instead, it was the eerie attribute released by the heavenly demon blood that resonated with his bloodline. Thus, it was temporarily activated when he gradually lost his mind. To be exact, it was more like a form of self-protection. Hoo-hoo. After the gargoyle race's bloodline was activated, the energy gathered in the sea of consciousness, madly resisting the dark attribute that was trying to take control of the situation. Both sides moved their troops and fought to their heart's content. Ouch! Xianxia's pain intensified as the two attributes fought against each other. The pitch of his screams changed from high notes to low notes, and from low notes to coloratura. The change in tempo and the strength of his singing made people gasp in amazement. Don't say it. It was quite pleasant to hear. Perhaps after experiencing this ordeal, he would be able to change his tone. A moment later, Xianxia's entire body turned into a stone statue. However, due to the invasion of the external attributes, his entire body was burning hot and his skin had turned blood red. This situation was not similar to Xianxia, who had lost his mind. This was even worse than him. We're in trouble. The system said, we have to call Xianxia in as soon as possible. No need. Xianxia clenched his fists and roared in his heart, I can handle it myself. The conversation between the two was thought-provoking. Who? The stone statue race bloodline in Xianxia's body was fully activated, and reinforcements rushed in from all directions. They wore armor and helmets and rushed straight to the battlefield to fight against the invading gloomy attribute. At this moment, no one could help Guoxing. If he wanted to resolve the current crisis, he could only rely on himself. It's over. The system said, the host is going crazy again. Wait, why did I say again? The reason was very simple. Along the way from the lower realm, Xianxia had gone crazy many times, especially after obtaining the stone statue race in the dimensional battlefield. As long as he used it, he would immediately go berserk. Hoo-hoo. The two attributes went back and forth, fighting fiercely in his body. Perhaps the system's mouth worked again. The originally very serious situation suddenly changed, and the gloomy attribute began to weaken, and the painful symptoms were greatly alleviated. Xianxia stood up, and his ferocious face relaxed. As for the stone statue race bloodline and the gloomy attribute in his body, perhaps because of friendship and affection, they began to gradually merge. What's going on? Xianxia was a little confused. The system said, the two are resonating and merging. To be precise, the stone statue race bloodline is devouring this external attribute, blood. That's right. What merged into Guoxing's body was not the attribute, but the remaining heavenly demon blood on the armor, so little fire and little Xia were helpless, and the stone statue race bloodline suddenly activated itself. Devour? Xianxia's eyes lit up. The system complained, the Xianyuan realm turned into a grain of sand and can enter and leave at will. It's already very tricky. I didn't expect the stone statue race bloodline to have the ability to devour. Xianxia could not be bothered with it, and he looked inside his body. At first, the stone statue race bloodline's merging speed was not fast, but as it continued to devour, it seemed to become more familiar, and its speed also increased. So comfortable. The merging of the stone statue race bloodline and heavenly demon blood brought Jun Changxiao great pleasure, so he closed his eyes and quietly savored it, a bright smile on his face. Just now, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, but now, he was full of satisfaction. Many readers quietly opened shopping apps and began to cancel their unshipped gongs and firecrackers. Madam, the patriarch is not singing anymore. Outside the stone room, Rinshan said anxiously. Jun Changxiao's screams just now were sometimes high and sometimes low, and it was a little scary, but at least it proved that he was still alive. Now that there was no sound, could it be? No. Rinshan said with a serious look, I have to go in and take a look. Rose of Flowers said, my husband's body has obviously been invaded by some kind of element. Once he can't control his thoughts, I'm afraid he will go crazy. If you go in, you will be courting death. Rinshan broke down, then what should we do? Wait. Rose of Flowers said so, but she was actually panicking, and she secretly prayed for Jun Changxiao, hoping that he could turn the danger into safety. Whoosh whoosh. At this time a gloomy aura blew out from the stone room. Rose of Flowers and Rinshan hurriedly retreated, and they could not help but feel a chill on their backs. Step. A foot stepped out of the stone room. The two subconsciously looked up and saw Jun Changxiao in blood-red armor, walking out with his head down, surrounded by an extremely gloomy aura. If the stone door was compared to hell, he was now a demon coming out. Gulp. Rinshan swallowed and said with a trembling voice, Patriarch. Rose of Flowers frowned. At this moment, she could not help but think that her husband had not stabilized his mind and sea of consciousness, and he had completely lost his mind. Swish. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao looked up. His eyebrows and eyes were blood-red, and his face was full of gloomy coldness, as if he was a heartless, cold-blooded and ruthless person. Rinshan and the Patriarch only looked at each other, and they were frightened by the gloomy aura and kept retreating. He's possessed. Hua Meigui's mind was in a mess. At this time, she did not know what to do. Swish. At this time, Jun Changxiao slowly raised his finger to Rinshan, and the gloomy expression on his face was suddenly replaced by a smirk. Am I handsome? The heavenly demon blood that surged into Jun Changxiao's body was all swallowed by the stone statue bloodline. It couldn't be said that. It could be considered as helping each other. Since it had fused, it naturally wouldn't cause any harm, so Gosheng was fine. He even put on the armor. Before Gu Xianyuan left, he had warned him that if his spirit in heaven knew about this, he wouldn't know what he would think. Damn it, this guy was cheating. Whoosh, the moment he put it on, a blood-red luster appeared. After it disappeared, Jun Changxiao's eyebrows and eyes turned red. Power, energy, flesh and blood. He said in shock, they've all improved greatly. This is because after completely fusing with the Incense blood, the stone statue bloodline upgraded to 2.0. What the hell is 2.0? Needless to say, when Jun Changxiao carefully sensed, he found that there were two different kinds of energy in the flowing blood. Among them, the stone statue bloodline was the dominant one. Although his skin didn't look like a stone statue, it was still as hard as iron. Awesome. He stretched his back lazily and a smile appeared on his face. Wait, there was still the plain origin. Jun Changxiao walked to the crystal and placed one hand on it, saying, from now on, I am your master. Swish, the crystal instantly shrank and landed in his palm. In fact, when his soul entered and encountered Gu Xianyuan, who was formed by a trace of remnant thoughts, the origin and him had already merged into one. Congratulations. Gosheng had become the master of the plane. He still remembered that Shi Jingxian was still the child of the plane. Now, compared to her, she was a generation inferior. After taking away the origin, Jun Changxiao strode out of the stone room, but because he was wearing the armor, he looked like a demon returning from hell. Oh my god. Rinshan patted his chest and said, you scared me to death. After confirming that the patriarch hadn't lost his mind and asked if he was handsome, he immediately relaxed. Rose of Flowers also heaved a sigh of relief and asked, did you get the origin? Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded. Rose of Flowers smiled and said, this trip is quite fruitful, 100 billion spirit stones. Plain origin. Bloodstained armor. Any one of these 3 items could be considered a great opportunity. In the end, all of them were taken by Gosheng. It was as if all the good things were taken by a dog. Let's go. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Together with him, rows of flowers, Ren Shan, and the guardian spirit beast, they instantly disappeared and appeared in midair above the battlefield. Amazing! Ren Shan widened his eyes. Just a moment ago, they were still in the depths of the mine, but the patriarch came out with a snap of his fingers. With a single thought, he could travel 10,000 miles in an instant, and with a single movement, he could control everything. He was the master of the plane. In fact, as long as a martial artist's realm was still within the range of the Heavenly Tao Order's control, it would take less than 0.01 seconds for him to die. Jun Changxiao stood in the sky with his right hand by his ear. He closed his eyes and listened to everything in the world. He said, I can hear the sound of rocks and sand. They seem to be saying that I'm handsome. The system broke down. This guy can only be serious for 3 seconds at most. Jun Changxiao could not only listen to everything, but he could also see the mineral veins hidden underground. As long as he wanted it, he could keep it in his space ring with a wave of his hand. Of course. He would not go and take it again. Because it had already lost its meaning. Senior Gu. Jun Changxiao said, this isn't just your home. From today onward, it's also my home. Not only will I inherit your will, but I'll also return this plane to prosperity and even become a transcendent existence that stands above everyone else. The upper realm. It was just a relay station. It was the same for the few planes he had encountered during his interstellar travel. People could not live without a home. Just like how he could not live without a female reader. Since he had obtained the Xianyuan domain today, he would settle down here. Luffy, who had always wanted to be the man of One Piece, had only become a regular after obtaining the Golden Mary. Gosheng, who was forced to dominate the universe, had his own dock and his own aircraft carrier today, Eternal Ship. Li Qingyang was seriously designing a sketch, and the wall behind him was filled with all kinds of designs. As the official head of internal affairs and civil engineer of the sect of all times, his wild imagination and majestic designs were not put into action. Of course. There was also Paige, who slept all day. Because there was no soil, because there was no land to cultivate, she spent her days in a daze. They were waiting for Yan Zhong to go off topic and compete in the universe, so that he could return to the sect. Kill. Kill. On the independent battlefield, the sound of killing shook the sky. In an area suspected to have a spirit vein, thousands of martial artists from both worlds were killing each other. Their lives dissipated with the explosion of energy. For martial arts resources, it was normal to kill each other. Xiao. Just as the 2 realms cultivators were fighting to the death, Jun Changxiao appeared in the sky. In an instant, an aura that could not be disobeyed appeared around him. Nearly 10,000 people were bound, and it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Martial arts are precious, but the value of life is even higher. Jun Changxiao said, you don't have to kill each other for the spirit vein anymore. His voice sounded calm, but the martial artists who were bound were horrified, because a powerful force that could not be disobeyed pressed down on them, and then, Xiao. 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 In an instant, the martial artists from both worlds who gathered nearby all disappeared into thin air. When they came back to their senses, they were either in the Imperial Soul Realm or the Imperial Celestial Realm. They looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? Aren't we on the independent battlefield? The martial artists from both worlds did not know that Jun Changxiao sent them all home as the realm master of the Xianyuan realm. At the independent battlefield, the Imperial Celestial Realm's stronghold. Elder Lin and the others stood in front of the main hall, feeling the vast aura, and their eyes were filled with shock. The reason? Jun Changxiao was hanging in the sky. The Imperial Celestial Realm had dealt with Gosheng several times, so they knew a little about him. But now that they met again, his appearance and aura were completely different, as if he was the supreme ruler. Here. As the master, Jun Changxiao was a god. You guys. Gosheng waved his hand and said, go back. Xiao. 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 Elder Lin and the others were sent back to the Imperial Celestial Realm with a horrified mentality. As for the stronghold built on the battlefield, it was instantly erased and restored to its previous barren state. Buzz. At the same time, the dark vortex in the Imperial Celestial Realm that connected to the battlefield began to spin, until it became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. It's gone. The entrance to the battlefield is gone. The vortex had existed for a long time, and it had always existed regardless of rain or shine. Now they were sent back first, and then watched it slowly disappear. The sudden changes made Elder Lin and the others unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The experts of the Imperial Soul Realm were also sent out, and the stronghold of the Imperial Soul Realm was also erased. However, Xianxia temporarily kept the dark vortex connecting the two worlds, because after settling the sect, he still had to take rows of flowers to the Imperial Soul Realm to reunite with her family. Xiao. In the starry sky area where Eternal was docked, an inconspicuous grain of sand suddenly trembled, and then Xianxia and the others appeared out of thin air. Damn. Goxing said in surprise, it's really a grain of sand. The system said, the host has picked up a treasure. In the future, when you encounter danger outside, you can totally hide in it. Xianxia shook his head and said, it's boring to hide such a big plane. After the transformation, it will be restored to its original state, and it will stand proudly in the universe's starry sky as a legend passed down through the ages. Xianyuan Realm. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all time stood in the yellow sand. Their expressions were wonderful. Xianxia had brought Rinshan to the battlefield. They did not know what they had experienced, so they were stunned when they were suddenly brought in. How is it? Goxing smiled. Our home is not bad, right? Everyone was still in a daze. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma said, although the heaven and earth attributes here are very rich, we can't absorb them at all. Clap, Xianxia snapped his fingers. In an instant, the heaven and earth attributes that were originally very resistant to martial artists became docile. We can absorb them now. Su Xiaoma said excitedly, such strong attributes must be stronger than absorbing the Dao Stone. Dao Stone? Xianxia said disdainfully, it's already history. Indeed. Just the heaven and earth attributes that filled the Xianyuan realm were enough to kill the Dao Stone in the upper realm. This was all thanks to Gu Xianyuan. Before he died, he hid all the vitality of all living things underground and did something to the origin so that the heaven and earth attributes that were released could not be absorbed by outsiders. The once glorious plain had become a barren land. This was actually a kind of regression. However, because all living things had left, the vitality of all living things was preserved underground. Instead, it continued to operate normally for countless years and even continued to evolve. The most typical example was the wild growth of spirit veins. The upper realm also had mineral veins, but most of the heaven and earth attributes released by the origin had been snatched away by martial artists. Then, it was overexploited. After a long time, it could not keep up with the pace. Qingyang. Xianxia waved his hand and pointed at the vast wilderness. Such a big place, you can build it however you want. Li Qingyang was so excited that his fingers were trembling. In addition to practicing martial arts, he often studied all kinds of building blueprints. Today, it finally came in handy. Page, Xianxia said again, there's so much soil, you can eat as much as you want. Roar. Page let out an excited roar. Although the Xianyuan realm looked like a wasteland, its soil contained the attributes of heaven and earth, so it would definitely taste delicious. The more it ate, the stronger it became. At the same time, it could reclaim wasteland for construction. It was killing two birds with one stone. Patriarch. Li Qingyang asked, are we going to build a sect here? There's no need for such trouble. Xianxia said, I'll go back to the upper realm and move Mount Ironbone here. The sect of all times was already built well, so there was no need to rebuild it. Of course. Xianxia had spared no expense in returning to the upper realm mainly because he had something more important to do, and that was to send all the martial artists from the Falling Star continent into the upper realm. The Xianyuan realm was extremely vast. With 100,000 sects living here, it seemed a bit lonely and cold. The falling star continent. He held an extremely high position in Xianxia's heart. Therefore, now that there was a plane, the first thing he wanted to do was to bring all the living beings here. Of course, there were also people in the upper realm that Goshen cared about, such as Jinren Tongu, Masato Katano, and the other rogue cultivators. Naturally, he would ask them if they were willing to move. That's great. After learning about the patriarch's idea, Su Xiaoma cheered excitedly. Although his fiancée Xia Shuiyun had joined the Sect of all times and was by his side, her parents were still in Ironbone Town. If he could bring them over, as children, he could also show his filial piety. Li Qingyang and the others also had relatives in the Falling Star continent, so they agreed with the patriarch's idea. However, only Xiao Ziji was in low spirits. The Xiao family in Liang City was still surviving in the cracks, and their lives were getting worse day by day. However, to him, they were no longer family. There was also Murong Xian. Since fulfilling the 3-year promise, the two of them had not interacted with each other. Thinking about it carefully, Xiao Ziji really had no relatives or friends in the Falling Star continent. No wonder he was in low spirits. What's on your mind? Jun Changxiao asked. Nothing. Xiao Ziji said, nothing. Jun Changxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, Qingyang and little Mo already have their other halves. Even Xingchen is no longer the Xingchen of the past. You have to work harder. Coincidentally, Elder Wei walked over and heard the patriarch's words. His expression suddenly became interesting. Did I hear it wrong? Someone with the patriarch's EQ was giving his disciple a lesson on relationships? Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao said, what's the matter? Patriarch, although the attributes here are rich, it's all wilderness. Do we need to transform it? We need it very much. Beautiful mountains and clear waters were naturally better than yellow sand. It was necessary to transform the ecological environment of the Xianyuan realm. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao said, I'll leave this matter to the medical hall. If conditions permit, you can plant herbs and plants. Elder Wei's mouth twitched. It would definitely be a big project to plant herbs in such a big world, however, when he thought of the medicinal herbs everywhere and the fragrance in the air, he immediately said, no problem. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 In an open area, Page dug back and forth with his head close to the ground according to Li Qingyang's design plan. The first city after the Xianyuan realm was sealed would appear here. It was also a place with good feng shui that Jun Changxiao had specially chosen. Boom. Boom. Yi Xingchen, Xiao Ziji, and the others were not idle either. They temporarily acted as construction workers and condensed the power of true spirit to build wooden piles. Needless to say, they looked pretty good. This was all thanks to the fact that Li Qingyang would bring them over every time he repaired the sect. Not only were they good at making wooden piles, but they were also good at modifying beams, interior decorating, repairing nuclear bombs, and even putting film on mobile phones. Whoosh, at this moment, the space in the sky distorted, and 10 battleships were sent in and then quietly hung in the air. The Xianyuan realm was not only the Sect of all time's new home, but it was also a dock for the battleships. The construction of the first city took some time. Jun Changxiao did not supervise the whole process and took Eternal back the way they came. As for the disciples, they were either helping out or improving their cultivation in the Xianyuan realm. Husband. Rose of Flowers walked into the cockpit and said, since you're going to pick up the people of the Falling Star continent, why don't you bring the soul race with you? No problem. Jun Changxiao had also thought about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Rose of Flowers kissed him on the face. This move was so sudden that Gosheng was caught off guard. It was as if she had poked his chrysanthemum terrace. He jumped up from his chair and said angrily, what are you doing? Of course it's to thank you. Rose of Flowers turned around and left with her hands behind her back like an innocent girl. Jun Changxiao rubbed his face that had been kissed and roared, Rose of Flowers, I'm the sect master. Can't you show some respect? The Xianyuan realm was huge. It was easy to accommodate a living being from a lower realm, so it was not a problem to bring the soul race in. This was related to Jun Changxiao. If others wanted to come in, it was impossible. Of course. It was not a wise move to lock the realm in isolation. On the way to the upper realm, Xianxia started to think that when the realm developed, he could set up an immigration office to manage immigrants. You want to become a legal resident of the sect of all times? Sure, pay up. The system complained, Host, this is not developing the sect, this is developing the realm. You might as well change the name to the strongest realm of all times. T. Jun Changxiao said, the sect of all times oversees the Xianyuan realm. How is it not considered developing the sect? Furthermore, I've said it. Whether the Xianyuan realm can resound throughout the universe in the future depends on my sect, right? The system was speechless. Indeed, the strength of a realm did not depend solely on the attributes of heaven and earth. It also depended on the support of top powerhouses and various forces. The sect of all times was located here, and its rise and fall would directly affect the rise and fall of the Xianyuan realm. Therefore, it was still a sect and not a realm. When I have a son in the future, not only can he inherit a sect, but he can also inherit a realm. He will definitely be a strong second generation. Jun Changxiao said. Pfft. The system laughed. An idiot of steel was actually thinking about descendants. He might as well be Li Xingtian. However, thinking about it carefully, with Gosheng's personality, if he really had a son, when he was old and had no more desires, he would probably call his son over and solemnly tell him that he was leaving this sect and this plane to him, and that he was leaving. Even if there was, perhaps, it would be another book, another story. He had already thought of the introduction. The little dog was still in swaddling clothes when his father heartlessly abandoned him. It would see how a child woke up his uncle masters, senior brothers, and senior sisters one by one from their deep sleep and led them on a journey to find his father. The title of the book was The Story of a Dog's Father. The Little Dog Finds His Father. What are you thinking about? Rose of Flowers asked. Jun Changxiao, who was deep in thought, blurted out, I miss my son. Swearing an oath was definitely a habitual way of thinking. It was definitely not Gosheng's original intention, so when he said it, he immediately realized that something was wrong and almost raised his hand to slap his own face. Rose of Flowers froze for a moment, then turned her head and said angrily, Who wants to give you a son? A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Jun Changxiao hastily explained, I'm thinking about Constellation's son. What does it have to do with Yi Xingchen? The system roared, even if he has a son, he should be the one thinking about it. Why do you have to think about it? Hungry? Rose of Flowers said, Do you want me to cook for you? Astonished, Jun Changxiao asked, You can cook? This woman was very capable. After all, she used to manage a clan, but Lu Wancher was in charge of cooking in the sect. He had never seen her cook. In the eyes of you men, isn't it natural for a woman to know how to cook? Rose of Flowers said. Jun Changxiao heard the hidden meaning in her words and hurriedly said, For the record, I have no discrimination against you women. Then what are you waiting for? Rose of Flowers said, Hurry to the cafeteria, the food is getting cold. Are you done? Yes. It took time to go to the upper realm, and Jun Changxiao rarely cultivated. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he went to the cafeteria. Because there were no higher-ups or disciples in the battleship, there were only 2 people in the large cafeteria. It looked very empty, but it also looked very romantic. Pa. Rose of Flowers put a dish on the table and smiled, I learned this from Wancher. It's your favorite spicy fish head. Don't say it. The aroma wafted over, and it was very spicy. Jun Changxiao's appetite was stimulated. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up something. He collapsed and said, Big sister, you didn't even scrape off the fish scales? What kind of dish are you making? You still want to scrape off the fish scales? Nonsense, have you ever seen fish scales when you eat fish? I don't eat fish. Jun Changxiao's expression was wonderful. No wonder every time Lu Wancher made fish-related dishes, she didn't even look at them and ignored them. Forget it, forget it. Since she cooked in person, he had to give her face. After all, as a patriarch, he could not hurt his subordinates' hearts. Jun Changxiao pushed aside the layers of fish scales, picked up a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. He closed his eyes and tasted it carefully. Rows of Flowers looked at him expectantly. It was her first time cooking, and she let her husband taste it, so she was very concerned. Not bad, not bad. After a while, Xianxia nodded and said, the taste is very good. Rows of Flowers had a bright smile on her face. There was no noble temperament on her face, and she looked more like a happy little girl who was praised. God. Xianxia said to himself, this is definitely a hellish dark cuisine. The fish scales were not even scrubbed off. It would be strange if it was delicious. However, Goxing had to give a good review at this moment, so as not to hurt her self-esteem. Eat more if it's delicious. Rows of Flowers pushed the dishes over. Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly. On the same day, Goxing went to the toilet a total of 36 times. When he came out, he held the wall with both hands, his legs were weak, and he cried, this is not spicy fish head, this is spicy poison. Everyone had shortcomings. For example, Xianxia was tone-deaf and sang out of tune. In particular, Rows of Flowers was not human, so she had no talent in cooking. Even if Lu Wancher taught her step by step, she might not be able to understand. Come. Sweet and sour carp. Come, for happiness meatballs. After receiving Xianxia's praise and recognition, Rows of Flowers was immersed in cooking. On the way to the upper realm, she was in charge of 3 meals a day. Goxing looked at the camera and said with tears streaming down his face, brothers, it's too hard for me. I've been under a lot of pressure recently. The upper realm. After Xianxia left with his disciples, it became extraordinarily calm. In fact, before Goxing came, it had been very quiet here. The various waves that arose after that were directly or indirectly related to him. Wait a minute. In the extreme cave abode, Masato Kitano was about to place a piece when he was interrupted by Jinren. Jinren then took away the piece he had placed earlier and placed it in another position. This was repentance. I said. Masato Kitano looked at him and said, can you be a little more shameless? You repentance 120 times yesterday. I've only repentance 103 times today, Jinren said disapprovingly. Masato Kitano shattered the chessboard with a palm and said, I'm not playing anymore. This was destroying the game. Fine, I'm not playing anymore. Jinren stood up and walked out of the cave abode. He looked up at the sky and said thoughtfully, that disciple of mine, he didn't cause any trouble outside, did he? Whether he does or not, you can't take the blame, Masato Kitano said. Jinren shook his head and said, this guy is gone. Although it's very quiet, I still miss him a little. Master. I'm back. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Jinren expression froze. He turned around and saw Xianxia squatting on the outdoor chessboard and smiling at him. At that moment, his first reaction was, this guy didn't cause any trouble outside and deliberately came to me to take the blame, right? Inside the extreme cave abode, Jinren held his chin as if he was constipated. He was surprised by Xianxia's sudden appearance, and even more surprised when he said that he would take him away from the upper realm. Jun Patriarch. Masato Kitano shook his head and said, we haven't entered the half-step divine mystery state yet. Even if we can leave on a warship, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to survive. The universe was so big, and they also wanted to go out. However, they hadn't reached the 3rd step, and they didn't even have the ability to break through the space barrier. Xianxia said, Senior, don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Masato Kitano looked at his old friend and said, why don't you go out with your disciple and see the world? He was already tempted. Playing chess all year round was actually a kind of cultivation. If he had the chance to go out and explore, he might be able to get some inspiration and reach the threshold of the 3rd step. Jinren was still constipated and thinking. All right. In the end, he agreed. Master, Senior. Relax, I'll send you to a place. A place? Jinren and Masato Kitano were stunned, but they still followed Xianxia's instructions. They felt their vision blur, and then they appeared in the Xianyuan realm. In front of them was a newly completed new city. Pa. The two of them appeared. Yi Xingchen pressed on the magically modified sound system, and a dynamic melody suddenly came out. Yao Menjing sat on the city wall and made a heart shape with her small hands. Then she smiled sweetly at Yuan, saying, "Welcome another dawn, brand new air." Elder Wei, who was planting herbs, stood up and continued singing, "The atmosphere changes, the mood stays the same, the tea fragrance is full of friendship. My door is always open, waiting for you with open arms." The charming Li Luoqiu leaned against the city gate and winked at you. Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano's mouths twitched. A bunch of lunatics, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and the others appeared on screen. They were either standing on the mountain peaks or singing in the city, rendering the atmosphere extremely amusing. When the beautiful melody was about to reach its peak, Jun Changxiao stood with his back against the city gate tower. He turned around with the rhythm and slowly stretched out his arms. He raised his head and sang, "Welcome you forever, I'll create a new world for you, poo. Poo." Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano spat out blood on the spot. Actually, the upper echelons and disciples sang quite well, but the moment Gosheng opened his mouth, the atmosphere was instantly destroyed. It seemed that his previous torture by the heavenly demon blood did not change his tone deafness. In fact, it was even worse than before. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Shinran Tonggu squatted at the city gate. His expression changed again and again. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Although the welcoming ceremony just now was amusing, it was undeniable that the heaven and earth attributes in this realm were dozens of times stronger than the upper realm. "Old buddy." Masato Kitano was stunned for a long time. He said, "I'm dreaming, slap." Shinran Tonggu struck first. He swung his hand and slapped his face. He asked, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts. It's not a dream." The two of them were even more shocked. "Master." Jun Changxiao walked over and said, "The city has just been built. The internal facilities are not complete, so I'll have to trouble you for a few days." Shinran Tonggu asked, "Brat, where is this place?" "The eternal world." Jun Changxiao said, "My realm." "All right." The Xianyuan realm did not escape the fate of being renamed. However, it was still passable. At least it sounded better than the dog realm. "Your realm?" Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano widened their eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, the two of them suddenly disappeared from the city gate. They floated in the sky, then disappeared again and reappeared in the barren land. "Do you believe it now?" Jun Changxiao stood beside them with a smile on his face. Although Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano were not half-step, they had been through a lot. There was only one possibility for him to bring them back and forth freely. He had really mastered the origin of the realm and could manipulate space at will. God, how long had it been since he left the upper realm? What had he experienced? Shinran Tonggu calmed down and said, "My disciple has a realm." "Doesn't that mean?" He paused and said in shock, "He's the master of the realm." "Yes." Jun Changxiao looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The pretentious atmosphere had reached its peak. The initial construction of the city was completed. However, due to its large size, it took a lot of time to build the interior. As for Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano, they were already shocked by the rich heaven and earth attributes. They could not be driven away even if they wanted to. "Disciple, can you send the extreme-grade cave abode in? Don't you live in the city?" "I've already jumped out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements." "Okay." Jun Changxiao sent the extreme-grade cave abode in and placed it on a mountain peak hundreds of miles away from the city. After he was done, he went to look for the 7 sages of the ethereal world. At first, these people refused. However, after being sent to the eternal world and feeling the rich heaven and earth attributes, they were all impressed. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian walked over and said weakly, "Can you bring my master here too?" When the era of spaceflight began, this woman got on board. However, because her plot was still in the queue, her appearance was almost non-existent. "Okay. Thank you." Unlike Masato Kitano and the others who had a good relationship with Jun Changxiao, Gu Hongzhenren was very strange. As soon as Gosheng finished speaking, he said impatiently, "Get out of here. I'm not interested in going out to have a look." Gosheng was a little embarrassed. "Okay. Special circumstances could only be treated differently." Senior, look at the gray plane. Hmm? Gu Hongzhenren looked up. Bang! Jun Chongxiao chopped the back of his head with a hand knife. He suddenly fainted on the ground and was then carried back to the eternal world. It was simple and violent, but the effect was excellent. What are you doing here? On a mountain peak, Immortal Qingwei said with a cold face. Jun Chongxiao, who had just landed, said, Senior, you helped us when thousands of clans invaded. I'll always remember this kindness. So, in order to repay this kindness, you let me kill my disciple? Senior, you're an experienced and knowledgeable expert. At that time Empress Lingyao wanted to die. You should be able to see that, right? Immortal Qingwei was silent. Indeed, her disciple wanted to die. No one could be blamed for this. I'm here this time to take you to a place that may help you reach the third step, Jun Chongxiao said seriously. Although Immortal Qingwei and Empress Lingyao were master and disciple, kindness was kindness, and hatred was hatred. Oh? Immortal Qingwei was tempted. In fact, she knew that with Jun Chongxiao's current strength, it was easy to kill her. But speaking as a junior was giving her face, so she agreed. Alchemy Hall. Bai Xiaoyang's eyes widened. You heard right. Jun Chongxiao, who was sitting at the head of the table, took a sip of tea and repeated, Summon everyone in the alchemy hall. I'll take you to a good place. In a plane, there must be no shortage of experts. There must also be elites in all walks of life, especially in the area of elixirs. Bai Xiaoyang said, Jun Patriarch, are you kidding? When he called all the members, when he entered the eternal world and felt the rich heaven and earth attributes, he was sure, he's not kidding. In just a few days, all the martial artists who were involved with the Sect of all times were sent to the eternal world. Unexpectedly, readers could leave comments to add, and those who met the requirements would be automatically filled in. Whoosh! After dealing with the matters in the upper world, Jun Chongxiao boarded the eternal ship and traveled through the void, flying to the falling star continent in the lower world. Aunt Wang. Save a bowl of noodles for me. Jun Chongxiao did not have any relatives in the falling star continent, but after transmigrating, he was saved by Aunt Wang, so he saw her as a relative. If he had a daughter, they would be siblings. Jun Chongxiao returned to the upper world. Just like how he came and went, he only took a group of elites with him. Of course, there were also other clans. The Dragon Clan and the Stone Statue Clan had a close relationship with Goxing after all. The Divine Walker Clan and the Ice Phoenix Clan were also here. The Eternal World was very big. It was not difficult to accommodate dozens of upper worlds, let alone clans. If the Sect of all times was the only one who opened up the wasteland at the beginning, then the other clans would also open up the wasteland because they would not live with humans. East, Dragon Clan. West, Stone Statue Clan. South, Shan Turtle Clan. North, Ice Phoenix Clan. Jun Chongxiao stood in front of the Eternal World sand table. He waved his hand and gave each area to the clans, allowing them to build their own cities and even providing help unconditionally. Thank you, Jun Patriarch. The leaders of various clans were very excited. They could not absorb the heaven and earth attributes in the upper world because they were not of a high level, so they could only create an independent space suitable for living. But the eternal world was different. The heaven and earth attributes here were not only strong, but also all-encompassing. They could absorb as much as they wanted. Everyone. Standing on the undeveloped land that belonged to them, the Divine Walker clan leader could not suppress his excitement and said, This is a great opportunity for our clan to enter the eternal world. The higher-ups nodded in agreement. With such majestic heaven and earth attributes, their clan would definitely prosper in the future if they settled here, not only the Divine Walker clan. The other clans also thought so and even looked forward to the future. They began to work hard to open up the wasteland and build their own clans and tribes. In the extreme cave residence, Zhenren Tonggu's expression was ugly. Because Jun Chongxiao not only brought Gu Hongzhenren and Immortal Qingwei, but also arranged for their cave residences to be nearby so that they could see each other when they went out. Masato Kitano said, I won't be lonely playing chess in the future. Gu Hongzhenren snorted and then returned to his cave residence. Shinran Tonggu suddenly lost his temper and shouted, "You can enter the eternal world because of my disciple. Why are you so arrogant?" "Bullshit." Gu Hongzhenren ran out and yelled at the top of his lungs, "It's all thanks to my disciple." "It has nothing to do with your disciple. This is my disciple's plane. How can it have nothing to do with him? He invited me." The more the two of them spoke, the more their tempers flared up. They rolled up their sleeves and moved closer to each other. In the end, their heads were pressed together, unable to suppress the anger in their bodies. Ba. Ba. Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. A picturesque and interesting battle between masters unfolded. The falling star continent. Due to the invasion of the star spirit world, the spatial dent had yet to recover. In fact, if Jun Changxiao hadn't come quickly and used the terrain remodeling instrument to reinforce it, this plane would have been completely destroyed. AI. In Ironbone Town's Yunlaian, Xie Guangquan raised his cup with a frown. Seeing this, Auntie Wang, who was doing accounts at the counter, shook her head and said, "Isn't it just spiritual energy gradually withering? Why does City Lord Xia have to sigh all day long?" Xie Guangquan put down his wine cup and said, "Shopkeeper Wang doesn't cultivate martial arts. Naturally, it's difficult for you to understand our frustration. Ever since Jun Changxiao left the falling star continent, due to the destruction of the plane, its attributes were deteriorating day by day. Just yesterday, the Martial Alliance had released an announcement that if the spiritual energy continued to flow, it would be difficult to maintain it for 2 years. In the martial arts world, without the supply of heaven and earth attributes, it was undoubtedly fatal. Therefore, not to mention Xie Guangquan, Tai Xian Xingzong, world-defying sacred sect, and other forces were also worried. In particular, City Lord Han of the Great Sage Imperial City was so worried that his hair turned white. In the Martial Alliance Hall, Yun He, who was acting as the temporary leader, sat at the head of the table with an unusually serious expression. He had just released an announcement, but according to the experts' strict calculations, it would probably take less than 2 years for the spiritual energy to disappear. "Boss," Inhu said, "what should we do? What else can we do?" Zizai, who was sitting next to him, put his hands together and said, "We can only find another home." They were all middle-level void-piercing realm. When they were on duty in the Starry Sky Fortress, they had their own warships and had no problem taking the Falling Star Continent martial artists away. Moreover, the Falling Star Continent was now the trade station of the lower universe. Many planes came here to do business, so warships were very common. Leaving could be said to be easy. Before June Patriarch left, he told us to protect the Falling Star Continent. How can we abandon it? Yun He said. Everyone was silent. Leaving was really easy. But how could they face June Patriarch like this? Boom, at this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Everyone hurried out and saw that the sky that was once repaired by Jun Changxiao began to crack and spread in all directions. We're in trouble. Yun He frowned and said, the plane system is about to collapse. Not good. Inhu said in shock, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes are flowing faster. Everyone's expression was unusually solemn. Everyone. Yun He turned his back to them and said, the Falling Star Continent suffered a previous disaster. Although June Patriarch repaired it, it is still difficult to reverse the situation. We can only prepare to leave. It was just that there was no spiritual energy, so it was acceptable. But now that the sky was about to collapse, it would be troublesome to stay. Yun He flew out of the hall and hovered in the sky. He said, as the interim leader of the Martial Alliance, I hereby announce that all major cities, major families, and major sects must gather as soon as possible and leave the Falling Star Continent. His voice reverberated in the world, and everyone heard it clearly. Whoosh, whoosh, warships hovered in the major cities, and martial artists boarded them in an orderly manner. Mother, are we leaving? The sky is about to collapse. We'll die if we don't leave. But this is our home. How can we leave without a care? The children's words made the adults fall silent. They did not want to leave either. There was no other way now, unless the omnipotent June Patriarch came. The Martial Alliance was very efficient. In half a day, tens of thousands of huge warships gathered in the sky. All the major states and forces had packed their luggage. Brother Feng. In Qingyang city of Yangzhou in the southwest, a man said, "Let's go too." "I'm not leaving." The man called Brother Feng had his back facing his companions. He looked at the former Iron Bone Mountain and said with a determined gaze, "I want to wait for June Patriarch to come back." "Brother. Our home is about to be gone. Tai, go with them." The man said resolutely, "I must wait for June Patriarch because, this is our agreement." Taizi's companion broke down. "June Patriarch has already become an immortal. How can he remember you? Besides, if he's dead, what's the point of the agreement?" "No." The man said seriously, "June Patriarch will definitely remember me." Taizi was completely speechless. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled with a majestic aura. Yunhe and the others' expressions changed. They hurriedly looked up and saw a huge steel warship flying in. It hovered in the sky like a deity, and there were 3 big words on it, eternal. "Dear folks. I'm back. Where's the applause?" When the cheeky voice echoed in the sky, everyone shouted in joy, "June Patriarch." Crack! Crack! At that moment, the falling star continent could no longer withstand the violent fluctuations. Space and Earth cracked rapidly. For a moment, floods swept up and volcanoes erupted. It was like the end of the world. He held his head and broke down. June Patriarch came in with great fanfare and accelerated the destruction of the falling star continent. The hidden danger caused by the invasion of foreign enemies had completely erupted today. The destruction of the falling star continent was inevitable. Of course. It was only a little bit away from death. It could at least hold on for a few more days. This gave the martial artists enough time to escape. So, although they were reluctant, they did not panic. Who would have thought, June Patriarch, who had been looking forward to the stars and the moon every day, returned at this critical moment. That aura and commotion was like a sharp sword stabbing into the heart of the falling star continent, hastening its death even though it was still breathing. Boom, boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. In the howling wind and the violent airwaves, there were faint sounds of crying and unwilling roars. "I can still be saved. What's going on?" June Xianxia flew out of the warship, looking confused. Yunhe suppressed his breakdown and said, "June Patriarch, the falling star continent is about to be destroyed." "Who did it?" June Xianxia's expression instantly turned cold. Yunhe, Yin and the others pointed at him and said, "You." June Xianxia was stunned. When he learned the reason from everyone, he broke down and said, "I didn't do it on purpose." "June Patriarch." Yunhe said, "The situation is very dangerous now. Evacuate the living beings and escape, or else," boom. Boom. At this moment, a large area of space collapsed. A gust of wind from the depths of the void whistled out, as sharp as a blade thrown by a reader to an author. This kind of void power could not affect void-piercing realm experts, but ordinary people would die if they touched it. "We're in trouble. I'm afraid it's too late." Ziying, Yin and the others looked terrible. Then, they all looked at June Xianxia. At this moment, he was the only one who could save the world from this crisis. "Don't panic," June Xianxia said indifferently. The world was about to be destroyed. How could they not panic? "June Patriarch, think of a way. Otherwise, the destruction of the plane will implicate countless living beings." Yunhe urged. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to waste. Shua. June Xianxia took out a loudspeaker and said, "Hello everyone, I am June Xianxia." Yunhe and the others almost fell over. "My dear elder brother, can we not talk nonsense? The falling star continent is about to be destroyed. Everyone, relax," June Xianxia said. Yunhe and Yin who really wanted to go over and give him a good kick. Who could relax in such a situation? However, out of her infinite trust in him, she still forced herself to relax her mind and emotions before the world was about to be destroyed. "June Patriarch must have a way to save us. Everyone, relax." For a moment, everyone closed their eyes. Even those ferocious beasts without intelligence were crouching on the trembling ground. When the end of the world came, living beings were like devout believers, placing their hopes of survival on the gods. A dog. Please save us. The height of a mountain does not matter if it has a dog. The depth of the water does not matter if it has a dog. While the living beings of the falling star continent were praying in silence, they seemed to be enveloped by some kind of holy light, and then they disappeared into thin air. Ironbone Town disappeared. Green Sun City disappeared. Southwest Yangzhou disappeared. All the living beings of the falling star continent disappeared. At this moment, I want to use one sentence to describe it. If miracles had a color, it would definitely be China red. Boom, boom, space collapsed, and the earth cracked. All kinds of natural disasters were becoming more and more intense on the falling star continent. Sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. An illusory and ghost-like child was sitting on the ground, crying. Who was it? The plain origin. After all the living beings left and the world was about to be destroyed, it appeared like a helpless orphan. Compared to the origin of the Xianyuan realm, the origin of the falling star continent was just a child. I'm sorry. Jun Changxiao landed and put a hand on its head. He said apologetically, I didn't protect this world well. I didn't protect you well. It's not your fault. The child choked. If you want to blame someone, blame those hateful invaders. Yeah. Jun Changxiao's eyes were cold. The destruction of the world is all because of them. The warship came in just to accelerate time. The real reason was that it was invaded by foreign enemies, leaving behind a huge hidden danger. Otherwise, how could a lively world suddenly walk toward death? June Patriarch, the child wiped his tears and said, thank you for saving this world so many times. Although the spirit body condensed from the origin had never appeared, it naturally saw what Jun Changxiao had done in the past, so it appeared this time to express its gratitude. The falling star continent is my home. Jun Changxiao said, shouldn't you help him? Sob, sob. The child burst into tears and said, to be able to carry someone like Sect Master Jun, it can be considered as the blessing of 3 lifetimes. This life has not been in vain. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao squatted down and put a hand on its head. I will destroy the star spirit world to avenge the falling star continent. I believe Jun Patriarch can do it, but... The child sobbed. I can't wait until that day. The plane was destroyed. It would also turn into nothingness. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, I don't have the ability to save this world, but I have the ability to save you. If you're willing to leave this place, I can find you a new home. A new home? The child looked at him in shock. Relax, I'll take you home. Jun Changxiao's voice was very gentle, like a kind father. This kind of person who was funny, silly, gentle, and serious in one was really hard to estimate. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cold wind was like a blade, tearing everything apart. A plane that was considered young in the lower universe gradually collapsed and disintegrated due to the destruction of external forces. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire world was shrouded in flames, and the dark universe became bright because of it. Jun Changxiao walked out of the fire, his expression was neither sad nor happy. Fire. He was the one who said it. It was a high-level funeral. Star Spirit World. Jun Changxiao was in the endless universe, and his eyes gradually became cold. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. To Xie Guangquan and the others, the falling star continent was their home, and it was also his home. Now that the star spirit world was destroyed, he was not a gentleman if he did not take revenge. Jun Changxiao's gentleman. Wang. Wang. At this moment, the lower universe shook, and dozens of battleships slowly appeared and surrounded Eternal. Jun Changxiao saw this and was filled with killing intent. Because these battleships that suddenly appeared had the word Star Spirit World Fleet engraved on them. I'm angry, and you guys actually appeared, very good, very good. Kid. A cold voice came from the main battleship. You think I can't find you if you hide in the lower universe? Ridiculous. Whoosh. Magma-like flames spread all over his body and gradually condensed into a golden chain armor. He gently raised his right hand, and the flames formed a robe. The Zenith Immortal Sword appeared out of thin air until it was held in his hand. Jun Changxiao looked up with red eyes and monstrous killing intent. All of you will die with me. A year ago, when Jun Changxiao left the upper realm and started the era of great navigation, the star spiritual realm immediately sent a huge fleet. They could confirm that the movement came from Eternal. To put it bluntly, the battleship was produced by someone else, so it was normal to install some GPS in it when it left the factory. It was not that the old man from Taishan did not notice it, but that he did not have the ability to do so for the time being. However, he had always been studying the battleship and modifying the array route. Sooner or later, he would find clues and erase them, so no one had to worry that Goshing would be hunted endlessly. Buried with him? A sneer came from the main battleship. Are you talking in your sleep? Crack. Crack. The bottom cabins of dozens of battleships opened. Warriors of the star spiritual realm with excellent equipment flew out one after another. There were as many as 100,000 of them, and most of them were at the middle and upper level of the truth-seeking realm. There were even some at the peak of the truth-seeking realm or the half-step prophet realm. Although the first fleet had sent people to invade the upper realm, their main combat power was still the drone. Now that they had brought so many warriors, it could be seen that they were serious. This kid could not be left alive. It was not just words. They had to put it into action. Swish, after the army gathered, a silver-haired man flew out of the main battleship. This person's skin was fair and delicate, and his figure was even more graceful than a woman's. He could be said to be a feast for the eyes. The handsome man used to be quite feminine. However, compared to this white-haired man, he was simply too masculine. If someone asks who is the handsome man, I can only use the word handsome to explain. The white-haired man was the captain of the fleet, and his status and strength were higher than the captain of the first fleet of the star spiritual realm. According to their calculation, his combat power was over 10,000. TSK, he sneered and said, if you haven't broken 10,000, don't pretend to be a cabbage. There was an accurate analysis instrument in the main battleship, which clearly captured Jun Changxia's combat power at this moment. The value was no more than 9,000. Of course. It was better to wear the Great Saint set. Before wearing it, his combat power was less than 7,000. From the combat power value alone, the difference between without equipment and with equipment was quite big. No wonder Jun Changxiao could defeat a group of powerhouses in the Imperial Celestial Realm with the Immortal Sword. Kid. The white-haired man said indifferently, how dare you use my star spiritual realm battleship? You must be tired of living. Of course. It's all thanks to you that I was able to find you. He was telling Jun Changxiao that he had relied on Eternal to find him. You should be wondering if there's any mechanism in the warship that could expose the coordinates. I advise you to stop thinking about it, because dead people don't have thoughts. The white-haired man smiled coldly. Are you done? Jun Changxiao spoke. His expression was cold, and so were his words. The system, which often made jokes and ridiculed him crazily, was unusually silent. This was because it knew that its host was absolutely serious at this time, and it could not disturb the atmosphere. TSK tisk. The white-haired man said disdainfully, it's quite scary. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he said, today, I'll let you know what death is. Swish, swish, all of a sudden, streaks of light tore through the void and rushed toward Jun Changxiao. It was a tiny needle, but it was incomparably sharp. Ding! Ding! Jun Changxiao stood with his sword horizontally, blocking all the hidden projectiles. Rip! Rip! The thin needles that flew out tore through the lower layer of the universe, showing deep and long cracks. It was obvious that the thin needles were not ordinary, but a high-level treasure. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the white-haired man rushed over. He seemed to have turned into ghost, leaving behind a dazzling afterimage wherever he went, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. This was a show of operation, this was a show of himself. It was not important whether Jun Changxiao was surprised or not, what was important was that the group of subordinates were excited. The captain's heaven destruction vertical shadow step had been cultivated to perfection, die. Suddenly, a cold shout interrupted the thoughts of the astral spirit world martial artists. They only saw a huge sword aura occupying their field of vision, and they were all stunned, their scalps tingling. Beep, beep, beep. beep, beep, beep. In the main warship, on the screen that was locked onto Xianxia, his combat power rose crazily, from more than 9,000 to 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, the crew's eyes were about to pop out. The white-haired man was connected to the main warship, so he naturally saw it, so his expression changed, and he said in disbelief, "How can this be?" Whoosh, the sword aura exploded, tearing the space apart. Lingyuan continent. Ku Jinnan was lying in the backyard, basking in the sun. As Jun Changxiao's close business partner, he had lived a very comfortable life these past few years. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A light visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the calm sky. "This is," Ku Jinnan stood up and said in shock, "sword aura?" The powerhouses of Lingyuan continent all saw the light that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, as if it could pierce through eternity, and their hearts were suddenly deeply shocked. The universe. The sword aura appeared from the universe. 9 Heavens continent. Mo Shangxing sat in the main hall, discussing matters with the higher-ups. "Governor." At this moment, a subordinate rushed in and said in shock, There's a situation outside." "What's the situation?" Mo Shangxing stood up and walked out of the main hall, until he saw the sword aura that appeared in the sky, and the expression on his face froze. "Sword aura." A void-piercing powerhouse said in shock. The Crimson Sea continent, Lingyun continent, Xianxia continent, Imperial Sword continent, and so on. These planes that had appeared on the battlefield all saw the dazzling sword aura at the same time, and they were all deeply shocked. A sword slashed out. The entire lower universe's planes could see it clearly. This was amazing. It could be given 10,000 points. Although the full score was 100 million. Whoosh! Whoosh, the falling star continent was still burning, and in the starry sky near it, an incomparably huge crack appeared, as if the entire lower universe was divided into two. Dozens of huge battleships hovered around, and 100,000 powerhouses stood in place in a daze. The white-haired man was also there. His body and muscles seemed to be stiff. In front of him, Jun Changxiao's battle robe fluttered in the wind, flames spread around his body, and the zenith immortal sword stood there as bright as light. This was not the point. The point was that behind him, there was a macaque that looked both real and illusory. It crossed its arms and said coldly, "This weapon is far inferior to my Rui Jingubang." "You," the white-haired man spoke. However, just as he said a word, a crack appeared on his forehead, spreading down from his nose and mouth. Finally, he broke into 2 pieces and floated toward the burning falling star continent. Poochie, Poochie. At the same time, more than 100,000 astral spirit world martial artists disintegrated and collapsed. Broken limbs and blood floated freely, as if it had turned into a purgatory on Earth. Boom, boom, dozens of battleships also cracked, and they were destroyed along with their users. One sword and they were all destroyed. The return of a great sage was terrifying. Sigh. The system shook its head and said, "In order to destroy them, I emptied my 3 points and invited a great sage to come out. The host is really not human when he is serious." Whoosh, whoosh, 100,000 corpses were all brought to the falling star continent. Not only were they burned to ashes, but they also helped the flames to burn more and more. Even the spatial rings they carried with them were turned into nothingness. Jun Changxiao, who was used to looting, did not take it because the resources inside were all burial goods. His back was facing the flames. His expression was still cold. This was a world of difference from his previous frivolous and despicable attitude. Readers who did not know better might think that he had been possessed by an assassin or a soldier king. However, from the start of the chapter to now, from the start of the fight to the end, Jun Changxiao only said 4 words. Was he done? Die. P.S. There are 2 updates today. After traveling from the star spirit world, the white-haired man went through a lot of hardships and spent more than a year to finally find Jun Changxiao. Then, he sang a song in front of Jun Changxiao. It was very beautiful. No wonder he spoke so much just now. If he didn't speak now, he wouldn't have the chance. The white-haired man was stronger than the general of the first fleet in the star spirit world. There was no doubt that the men and fleet he brought were not ordinary. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't escape being destroyed. Some people would ask why Gosheng was so strong. He killed 100,000 people with one sword and destroyed dozens of warships with one sword. Even Gu Tianqing couldn't do that. It was very simple. He emptied the 3 points. Over the years, Jun Changxiao rarely bought goods in the mall. The amount of 3 points stored was quite large. Just the contribution points alone, forget it. It had already been used. There was no point in talking about it. Emptying the 3 points was a protection mechanism provided by the system for the host. The power naturally depended on the number of points. Gu Tianqing destroyed the battleships one by one with his axe as if he was chopping vegetables. After emptying the 3 points, Jun Changxiao only used one sword to destroy stronger warriors and more warships. Who dared to say that he didn't have a trump card, of course. It was also because of the destruction of the falling star continent that he didn't hesitate to use a big move. Otherwise, in the past, if he couldn't beat him, he would run away and fight him when his level was higher. Jun Changxiao was usually not serious and often cheeky. In fact, when it came to matters, he was absolutely serious as if he had been possessed. "Husband," Rose of Flowers said, "are you okay?" The falling star continent turned into ashes in the fire. Jun Changxiao also returned to the eternal ship. His serious look was still not back, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Of course. It was not caused by excessive force. The anger in his heart didn't dissipate because of the white-haired man and 100,000 men. Immortal Star Spirit World. Jun Changxiao gritted his teeth and said, "I, Jun Changxiao, swear not to be a human." Murderous intent and anger gathered in the cockpit, which made Rose of Flowers feel apprehensive. Eternal World. In the city built by Li Qingyang, City Lord Xia, family head AI, and the others were walking on the streets. The shock in their eyes had yet to fade. They had been sent here for 2 days and were already used to the new plane. However, every time they felt the majestic heaven and earth attributes, they still felt as if they were in a dream. Unbelievable. He stood on the city gate tower, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The heaven and earth attribute here is even stronger. Let's stay here forever. Jun Changxiao said without any expression on his face. He still looked serious. This was a force. It would take some time for it to fade. Actually, it was pretty good. At least he looked like a patriarch. To be honest, although the living beings of the falling star continent had lost their home, they had also obtained great opportunities in exchange for it. Because if they lived in the Xianyuan realm for a long time, not to mention breaking through to the martial emperor realm, it was even possible for them to break through to the truth-seeking realm. It's not. He had only been here for 2 days. Of the 9 great martial emperors, 3 had broken through to the upper-level void-piercing stage. These were the high-level ones, and there were even more low-level ones. It was as if there were people advancing at every moment. Even Aunt Wang, who did not practice martial arts, broke through from an ordinary person to the martial king realm just by breathing. "I broke through. Ha ha ha, I broke through." Excited shouts rang out frequently, making them forget their sadness and immerse themselves in the joy of breaking through. In fact, the heaven and earth attributes that the creatures of the falling star continent absorbed were deliberately suppressed by Jun Changxiao. Because if they absorbed the complete version with their current cultivation, they would immediately explode and die. The upper and lower worlds had their own rules. What level of absorption and what attributes to absorb had to be carefully considered. For example, He Wudi. He came from the high-level plane and was forced to go to the lower world. Although he could still practice, because of the asymmetry of attributes, 99% of the martial arts lost their effect. As for the warriors from the lower world who came to the high-level world, they were only martial disciples and could absorb a certain amount of heaven and earth attributes. If they suddenly absorbed thousands or tens of thousands of times more than before, their bodies naturally could not bear it and they would explode and die on the spot. Fortunately, this situation did not happen because Jun Changxiao had adjusted the settings before sending them here. The degree of heaven and earth attributes that they could comprehend would be determined by their strength. The default value would be 100 times more than before. If someone's physique was weak and could not withstand 100 times more, their attributes would automatically be lowered to ensure that they could adapt to the new environment. On the contrary, Those with strong physiques would automatically be overclocked. The system sighed. Only the host has such a brain hole. I won't be surprised if you create a system in the future. June Patriarch. Yunhee cupped his fists and said seriously, this is a great kindness. Losing the falling star continent and gaining a stronger plane was a blessing in disguise. There are many things waiting to be done in the eternal world. Jun Xianxia said, I have to ask everyone to build it together. No problem. Whoosh. The eternal ship cut through the void and flew toward the endless universe. Jun Xianxia did not return to the upper world immediately because he had to pick up the Soul Clan and the friends he made in the plain battlefield. Greetings, Emperor. Greetings, State Preceptor. On the Soul Clan continent, when Jun Xianxia and rows of flowers flew out of the battleship and hovered in the sky, countless people prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were worshipping gods. Relax your mind. Whoosh. Whoosh, Jun Xianxia waved his hand, and all the creatures in the harsh world disappeared into thin air and were sent to the eternal world. Rows of flowers said, thank you. Jun Xianxia turned and flew toward the eternal ship. You and I are husband and wife. It's natural. No need to thank me. Rows of flowers stood there in a daze. After a long time, she smiled and said, my husband has changed. At present, Jun Xianxia had indeed changed. He was no longer a person who liked to smile, and he was no longer a despicable person. He even began to act like a sect master when talking to his disciples. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma also noticed it. He came over with a bowl of fried rice and squatted on the ground casually. He ate and said, the patriarch has been so serious recently. I'm not used to it. Li Qingyang put down the design sketch and said, the destruction of the falling star continent is a big blow to the patriarch. In other words, the second disciple was Jun Xianxia's sweet little jacket. He hit the nail on the head. Su Xiaoma said, the patriarch is also a person who values friendship and righteousness. So. Li Qingyang said seriously, what we disciples can do is to keep getting stronger and use our lives to protect our homeland. We won't let the patriarch be heartbroken because of this. Understood. Su Xiaoma looked at the sky with a bowl of fried rice in his hand, his eyes shining with determination. Who on earth is this person who can cut through the universe with one sword strike? Outside the Lingyuan continent, the local void-piercing realm masters gathered together and looked at the huge sword mark that was far away but clearly visible. The shock in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. They couldn't determine the distance. But at least it was very, very far away. A master frowned and said, it seems to be in the direction of the falling star continent. That's right. Everyone agreed. Since the falling star continent replaced the star fortress and became the new trading platform, the Lingyuan continent had naturally sent people there, so they knew the location very well. Could it be the work of the masters of the falling star continent? It's possible. TSK. As expected of the plain where Jun Patriarch lived. There are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In the past, the falling star continent was just an ordinary place in the lower universe. Even if the high-level planes knew of its existence, they wouldn't take it seriously. But now, it was regarded as a supreme holy land because there was a sect called the Sect of All Times there and a patriarch named Jun Xianxia. Whoosh! Just as everyone was talking, a heavy aura suddenly erupted in the starry sky. Before the masters of the Lingyuan continent could come to their senses, a huge battleship that seemed to be shrouded in holy light floated in the sky, blocking everyone's sight. It was mighty and shocking. This, a middle-level void-piercing realm master widened his eyes. As one of the few top masters of the Lingyuan continent, he was like a child who hadn't been weaned yet in front of such a huge battleship. City Lord Ku. At this moment, a deep and serious voice came from the battleship. It's been a long time. How have you been? P.S. I went to the hospital again today. A total of 6 times before and after the new year. Guys, it's been hard for me. I've been under a lot of pressure recently. The Lingyuan continent. A huge battleship hung in the sky, emitting a daunting aura. Oh my god, this battleship is so majestic. Jun Xianxia drove Eternal here not to show off, but to show off to Kuji Nan. After all, Ku Nan was just the mayor of a city in the Lingyuan continent. Friends. You help me, I help you. Sure enough, the warriors of the Lingyuan continent were envious and admiring of Ku Nan. In fact, Xianxia's reputation in the lower universe was unprecedented. The reason was that with frequent trade, the news of him ascending with his disciples had spread all over the major plains. Ascension. Many experts did it. Ascension. This was absolutely unprecedented and would never happen again, therefore, Xianxia was not only regarded as a legend on the Starfall continent, but also in the lower universe. It was really awesome to be able to get to know a legend and even pay him a visit. June Patriarch. In the hall, Ku Nan said, "Why did you come down from the upper realm again?" This meant that he had received the news that Xianxia saved the Starfall continent. At that time, he was about to rush over to catch up with his old friend, but Xianxia had already left. "I have something to do," Xianxia said. Ku Nan was stunned. He had known Xianxia for a long time on the plain battlefield. His evaluation of Xianxia was that he was unrestrained and frivolous. Why was he so serious today? It was undeniable that he had the demeanor of an expert and a legend, but he was not used to it. "Oh, right." Ku Nan said, "There's a huge sword mark on the Starfall continent, as if it divided the universe into two." Did June Patriarch see it? "I did it." Xianxia cherished his words like gold and was full of arrogance. Ku Nan was dumbfounded, but he soon came back to his senses and said, "No wonder." He had been wondering who could cut the universe into such a state with one sword. Now that he knew what June Patriarch did, he was no longer confused. Because, it was natural, as expected of a legend. He was too strong. I, Ku Nan, am really lucky to have met such a mighty figure. City Lord Ku. Jun Chang smiled and said, "This seat has come to tell you something." "What is it?" Ku Nan pricked up her ears. Ever since he had become acquainted with June Patriarch, he had been able to gain a lot of benefits whenever he needed help. Eternal World. Ku Nan stood in front of the gates of Ironbone City. When he sensed the heaven and earth attribute that was hundreds of times stronger than that of the spirit origin continent, the expression on his face froze, and his fingers began to tremble violently. "Dream, am I dreaming?" "Pa." Ku Nan slapped herself in the face. After feeling the pain, she was overjoyed. "It's not a dream, it's real." Xianxia said, "If Mayor Ko likes this place, you can obtain permanent residency. Besides," he added, "you can bring your relatives." Ku Nan immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, June Patriarch." With such a strong heaven and earth attribute, no one would reject it, not to mention that he could bring his family in. On the same day, Ku Nan's relatives and subordinates were all sent to the Eternal World. There were at least thousands of them, and there were 30 to 50 children alone. This was what it meant to have a flourishing population and luxuriant foliage. City Lord Ku. Xiao said, "Your youngest son is very talented. If he wants, he can join the Sect of all times." Ku Nan was suddenly excited. It was definitely a great honor for her son to be praised by June Patriarch. "However," Ku Nan hurriedly said, "hurry up and greet the Patriarch." Plop. The teenager named Hauer immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Disciple Ku Hao greets the Patriarch. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and helped him up. As a member of the Sect of all times, you don't need to kneel to heaven or earth. You only need to kneel to your parents. Remember that you don't need to bow in the future. Yes. Ku Hao said seriously. Jun Changxiao and Ku Nan chatted for a while and then returned to the Lingyuan continent. As for Ku Hao, he followed Su Xiaoma to the Ironbone Mountain. On the way, he couldn't help but ask weakly, "Senior brother, is the Patriarch usually so serious?" "Not really." Su Xiaoma said, "Sometimes he's very easygoing." Oh. Ku Hao went up the stairs to the sect, but as soon as he walked in, he was hit in the face by a happy football with a bang, and his whole body flew out beautifully. "Aya?" Li Fei retracted his foot and said, "Why did someone come in?" Sure enough. The rule of the Sect of all times that the new disciples used their faces to catch the ball was still in place. The Lingyuan continent. Jun Changxiao stood at the top of the mountain, and his mind spread across the entire plain. He didn't plan to send all the creatures of the Lingyuan continent to the eternal world, because except for Ku Jinnan, the others were not relatives or friends. Besides, it wasn't charity. He had no obligation to help the weak. If that was the case, why not leave? Why use his mind to spread across the entire plain? Because Jun Changxiao was looking for geniuses like Ku Jinnan's son, so as to give them an opportunity to reach a higher realm. Father, in the unmarked common mound, in front of the newly added grave, a young man in tattered clothes knelt on the ground, his right hand covered in blood tightly holding a recommendation letter. His name was Lin Yi. He lived in the Lin village and depended on his father. Yesterday, his father died of illness. Before he died, he gave him a recommendation letter, which allowed him to take part in the assessment of the Saint Brilliance sect. This. A proper protagonist's life. Child, take this letter to the Saint Brilliance sect, it can change your fate. His father's last words rang in Lin Yi's ears, and his eyes were firm. Father, I will definitely pass the assessment of the Saint Brilliance sect, and I will definitely stand out. You don't have to take the assessment. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Lin Yi turned his head in shock, and found that a man in a black robe had appeared in front of him. His eyes were sharp, and he was extraordinary, like an inviolable god. Who? Jun Changxiao. After searching the entire plain, he finally found a suitable genius to cultivate. You are the person who can change your fate. Lin Yi was silent. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to be respected? Do you want to stand at the top of the immortal realm and look down on the world? Faced with the three due questions, Lin Yi replied without hesitation, yes. Follow me. Jun Changxiao said, I will make your dreams come true. His words seemed to contain magic, and Lin Yi could not doubt him, so he stood up and said, Senior, do you want to take me as your disciple? Disciple? Jun Changxiao murmured, that's fine too. Plop. Lin Yi knelt down again and said, Disciple Lin Yi greets master. The system was speechless. You're taking in a disciple just like that? That's too hasty. Let's go. Follow me back to the sect. At this point, Jun Changxiao looked at the grave and said, Do you have a problem with the person who is pretending to be dead inside? Bang. Suddenly, the grave exploded, and the dead Father Lin jumped out. Did he come back to life? Father. Lin Yi was stunned. Father Lin, who came back to life, hurriedly cupped his hands and said, It's Senior's fate to take my son as a disciple, I naturally have no objections. That's fine. Jun Changxiao said, I'll take him away today. Whoosh. After saying that, he disappeared with Lin Yi. Father Lin raised his head and looked at the two streams of light merging into the sky, his hands trembling. What kind of god is this? When Lin Yi arrived at the sect of all times, he immediately caused quite a stir because he turned out to be the disciple of the patriarch. Strange. Strange. Su Xiaoma squatted at the entrance of the cafeteria with a bowl of fried rice in his hand. Since he was accepted as the disciple of the patriarch, he should be extraordinary. Indeed. There were countless martial artists in the Lingyuan continent, but only Lin Yi was chosen. Naturally, there was no doubt about his talent. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao said, arrange a room for him. Yes. Li Qingyang took Lin Yi to his residence. On the way, he probed with his spiritual senses and found that although this person did not have any martial arts aura, there was a different luster in his eyes, which was obviously different from the ordinary people in the mortal world. Therefore, he thought to himself, this person should not be simple. Because of the title of the disciple of the patriarch, Lin Yi, who had just entered the sect, was arranged to live in an independent courtyard and even had his own cultivation room. Junior brother. Li Qingyang put an introductory manual on the table and a neat school uniform. He said, get used to it for 2 days, and then you can officially start practicing martial arts. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yi was very polite. However, after Li Qingyang left, his eyes were filled with confusion. Why was Dad still alive? He did not know that his father faked his death to stimulate his fighting spirit. Then, there was no then. Because he was forcibly interrupted by Jun Changxiao, everything that had been laid out was completely changed. After taking Linny back to the sect, Xianxia was not in a hurry to go out. He asked Elder Wei and the others to speed up the greening and talked with Aunt Wang and the others. Boy. Aunt Wang put a bowl of noodles on the table and said, in recent years, a young man named Yifeng has been waiting for you. Yifeng? Xianxia picked up the chopsticks and thought back to the past. Big brother, when I grow up, I will definitely go to Yangzhou in the southwest to find you. Boy, I will wait for you. Big brother, my name is Yifeng. Yi as in maple leaf, Feng as in maple leaf. This conversation came from a conversation that Xianxia had with a child after he went to the East Ocean Fishery State and eliminated Emperor Zhenwei who had bewitched the world. So it was him. Xianxia smiled and picked up the noodles to eat. When he walked out of the Yunlai, the young man called Yifeng blocked the door and emotionally exclaimed, Jun Patriarch, you're finally here. Yifeng? Yes, it's me. Xianxia said, back then in Zhenwei City, you seem to be only 3 or 5 years old. I didn't expect you to grow so big. Jun Patriarch still remembers me. Of course, I won't forget our agreement. The so-called agreement was that one of them would come to Yangzhou in the southwest and the other would wait. Although the place was changed to the eternal world, at least it perfectly filled the big hole that the readers could not forget. Plop. At this moment, Yifeng knelt on the ground and said, Jun Patriarch, please accept me as your disciple. Even if you want to be a menial disciple, it's fine. You have good talent. Xianxia nodded and said, you can join. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and then said with joy, thank you, Patriarch. These days, many newcomers came to the sect of all times, such as the son of Governor Ku, Linny, and now Yifeng. In fact, in the upper world, Xianxia barely opened the door to recruit disciples. Now that he had inherited the Xianyuan realm, he planned to expand the sect and increase the number of disciples and overall strength. Of course. In the past, he did not recruit disciples because one more disciple meant one more burden. Now he recruited new disciples because the eternal world's heaven and earth attribute was too strong, and he could afford to raise as many disciples as he wanted. My goal is. Standing at the top of the mountain, Xianxia had just opened his mouth when the system interrupted, no cavities. Get out. Xianxia was rarely serious, but the system became naughty. Whoosh. The eternal ship cut through the universe and continued to fly to other planes. Xianxia was a man of action. Every time he passed by a plane, he would pick out talented youths and bring them back to the sect of all times after asking for their opinions. Another newcomer. This is the 99th one. Let's go and welcome them. As the new disciples were accepted into the sect, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were extremely busy. After all, they had to give the newcomers a lively cultural lesson. Bang! Bang! Happy footballs were frequently shot, and the new disciples were frequently sunk into the wall. They deeply felt the unique culture of the sect of all times and deeply remembered it in their hearts. In half a month, Xianxia wandered around the lower realm and went to as many as 100 planes. The number of geniuses he recruited was also more than 1,000, and then they were all handed over to the Ning brothers to be trained. It could be said that those who caught his eye could be called geniuses. Many of them were even more talented than the previous disciples like Li Qingyang. Especially Linny and Yifeng, the two of them fully proved that the 4 surnames of the web novel were not a joke, they were the real deal. Patriarch. In the main hall, Lu Xinan praised, Linny and Yifeng, the newcomers, are like 2 pieces of jade that have yet to be carved. The others are not bad either, Gong Sunho said. Recently, when the higher-ups had nothing to do, they liked to secretly observe the new disciples. They found that not only were they extremely talented, but they were also very diligent. They were good seedlings for cultivating the martial path. Xianxia said, if they are all handed over to the Ning brothers, I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. Elders, please help share the burden. Okay. Ryu Sinan and the others agreed. As elders, they were usually quite free. It was not bad to take the time to cultivate moldable geniuses. Xianxia said, every year, a competition will be held on Dragonhead Peak. The elders will send their outstanding disciples to compete. The winner will be rewarded handsomely, and the elders' peak will also benefit. Hearing this, Ryu Sinan and the others' eyes lit up. Of course. Those with poor results will be punished together with the Elder's Peak. They will temporarily clean the toilets for a year. Hearing this, Ryu Sinan and the others were stunned. Do you have any objections? No objections. Then go and select the talents. Jun Chongxiao added, remember, you can only recruit new disciples. The veteran core disciples like Li Qingyang are not included. As for Linny and Yi Feng, they are naturally considered disciples of Dragonhead Peak. Whoosh, Ryu Sinan and the others in the main hall disappeared. They finally understood why the patriarch had been crazily recruiting disciples recently. It turned out that they had been too idle in the past, so they had to be busy. That was for sure. The array hall and the forging hall were busy every day. A group of elders were so idle that their balls hurt. This situation had to be changed. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi said, Hall Master Z has been quite idle recently. I think we can consider letting the Spirit Beast Hall participate in the competition. This way, we can fully mobilize their emotions and the atmosphere of the sect. The elders nurtured their disciples and held a competition every year. The winner would be rewarded, and the loser would be punished. This was his idea. Now, he was pointing the gun at Z. This was simply insane. Achoo! In the Spirit Beast Hall, the Purple King, who was seriously mending his school uniform, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and said vigilantly, I have an ominous premonition. As a top sect, they naturally had to have a more complete development system. Yuan Gongzi suggested that the elders lead the disciples to compete on the main peak every once in a while. This was very beneficial in the long run. In fact, the sect of all times had been teaching Wu Tang for a long time. Old Ding, Old Gu, and the others often came to teach, but because there were too many disciples, it was difficult to achieve excellence. The situation would definitely be different if the elders were to participate in the training of disciples. Each of them would lead a group. Jun Chongxiao was becoming stronger. The sect of all times would also become more and more formal. After the new rules were announced, the sect suddenly became lively because all the elders were fighting for disciples. It didn't matter whether they won or not. If they lost, they would have to clean the toilets for a year. This was something they didn't want to see. So, they had to pick geniuses, moldable talents. Of course, Ryu Sinan and the others were quite depressed. Linny and Yi Feng, two good seedlings, had been snatched away by the patriarch first. Sigh. Who asked him to be the boss, who asked him to be in charge of Dragonhead Peak? The elders of the sect of all times entered the battle to snatch disciples. It could be said that 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their abilities. In the toilet. A new disciple called Xiaohai was squatting in the toilet. It had been a few days since he came to the sect of all times. He had gradually adapted and was full of expectations for the future. Xiaohai. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Xiaohai looked up in surprise and saw Elder Sun's head poking out from the outer wall. He smiled and said, Are you interested in becoming a member of Star Gathering Peak? Jun Chongxiao had built many peaks in the past. There were Transcendent Peak and Towering Peak for the disciples to live in. There were also peaks number 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 3 were just code names. The elders had the right to change them. After Gong Sun Ho moved in, it was changed to Star Gathering Peak. Ryu Sinan and Bailey Qianzhou also changed the names of their peaks. One was called Yearning Peak, the other was called Sorrow Peak. Old Ding, Xianxia, and the others didn't list them one by one. In short, the patriarch didn't restrict their thinking. The names were all based on their personal preferences. Of course. Once the name was set, it could not be changed. It would be passed down forever. Take Star Gathering Peak for example. No matter how many years had passed, no matter how many times the head had changed, every time the first page of the peak's history was opened, the first sentence recorded was, First Head Gong Sun Ho. Ah. Little Hai ran out of the latrine while holding his pants. When I went to the cafeteria, he chased after me. When I went to the outhouse, he chased after me. Elder Sun is too scary. What's the situation? Mao Xiaodao, who was carrying a dung bucket, was at a loss. Tisk Jingji, who was carrying a shovel, said faintly, "Stop talking nonsense and get to work." And him. If Mecha number 66 could be passed down for a long time, the descendants of the sect would definitely remember this first-generation pilot and carefully flip through the yellowed operating manual that was left behind. The battle to snatch people was in full swing. In order to recruit a disciple, Gong Sun Ho and Bailey Qianzhou almost spat at each other on the training field. However, Hall Master Z was very calm. He might have received orders from the Patriarch that the Spirit Beast Peak had to participate in the tournament, but he didn't panic at all. Because, he had already instructed his subordinates to consult Mao Xiaodao on how to skillfully clean the latrines. Hall Master. Elder Niu walked in and said, "I heard that it was Yuan Gongzi's suggestion that our Spirit Beast Peak must participate in the Tournament of the Peaks. It's this fellow again." Z stood up in anger. He gathered his strength in his palm and slammed it on the table. Just as he was about to touch the table, he suddenly remembered that this was considered destroying public facilities. If this was known, he would definitely be fined. He immediately used his strength to sweep off the dust on the table and said, "This is too much. Tournament of the Peaks. It is a matter between the various elders. We are just a hall. Why should we participate? Furthermore, the humans are good at nurturing. We beasts don't know anything about it." Z got angrier as he spoke and finally roared. To be honest, it was indeed bullying the Spirit Beast Hall to play a nurturing game with the humans. However, Z could only speak in the hall. When he was facing Jun Changxiao earlier, he nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. The Patriarch is right. Our Spirit Beast Hall will definitely comply and guarantee to complete the mission. The beasts would never be slaves unless they were provided with food and accommodation." This wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke. Hall Master. Right at this moment, a subordinate came in and reported, "Yuan Gongzi is here to visit." Mother ****. The Purple King spoke with anger, "He still dares to come. Even if I have to go to the discipline hall to be punished, I will still beat him up until his skin is torn apart." As he spoke, Yuan Gongzi walked in from the outside and asked, "Who is Hall Master Purple going to beat up?" Swish. Z pointed at Elder Niu and spoke with anger, "Beat him up." Elder Niu collapsed. "My king, my Hall Master, aren't you too quick to follow your heart?" Hall Master Purple. Yuan Gongzi sat down and said, "Your Spirit Beast Hall has been performing well recently. After I reported it, the Patriarch approved to give you an extra 200,000 beast cores." Finishing his words, he placed the interspatial ring on the table. The Purple King's anger was enough to burn the universe, but when he heard the extra beast cores, he immediately smiled and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Yuan Gongzi." It was no wonder that Yi Xingchen liked to run to his bed when he was drunk. It turned out that the two of them had changed the most in the entire sect. It could be said that birds of a feather flocked together. Hall Master Purple. Yuan Gongzi spoke again, "It is a little too difficult for your Spirit Beast Hall to participate in the Tournament of the Peaks." The Purple King scolded in his heart, "You still know." However, Yuan Gongzi said seriously, "There is only improvement when there is competition, so please be careful." His suggestion to the Patriarch wasn't to deliberately target the Spirit Beast Hall or anyone else. It was just that as the Patriarch, he had to fulfill his responsibilities. For example, the frugality that he proposed in the past had achieved ideal results. In the long run, it had saved a lot of expenses and resources for the sect of all times. Yuan Gongzi didn't do anything wrong. A top sect needed managers like him who knew how to live. If they were all as carefree as Jun Changxiao, they could rely on cheats to dominate the world in the short term, but what about the future? To put it in a way that the readers would like to hear, when this book ended, the sect of all times would continue to develop as usual. Whether it would be glorious or declining in the future would depend on the leadership and decision-making ability of the higher-ups. All good things must come to an end. Unless it was a eunuch, a book would eventually end. Therefore, what they could do now was to cherish what they had, and then, see you again. Sigh. Hall Master Purple said bitterly, "Our beast race only knows how to use brute force. How can we nurture talents?" Wrong. Yuan Gongzi said, "The Spirit Beast Hall doesn't need talents, but beast talents." Ah? The Purple King was stunned. Yuan Gongzi leaned over and said, since the Patriarch can recruit so many human talents from the lower realm, why doesn't Hall Master Purple recruit beast talents? You have to know that the Sect of all times' motto is not to blacken the races or regions. As long as you enter the Sect, you are brothers and sisters. That makes sense. The Purple King said in realization, why didn't I think of that? The Spirit Beast Hall couldn't nurture human talents, but they could look for beast talents. The universe was so big, and there were so many planes. They could easily choose a considerable number. Swish, Z stood up and said, I will go and ask the Patriarch now. Hall Master, can I ask Mao Xiaodao how to clean the latrines? Ask my ass. Under Yuan Gongzi's guidance, the Purple King realized that he didn't need to cultivate talents, but he could cultivate beast talents. Besides, he didn't need to cultivate martial arts, he only needed to provide food. It was too easy. That day, Z went to the Patriarch to inform him of his intention and was easily approved. Jun Changxiao didn't care about humans or beasts. As long as they entered the Sect of all times, they would naturally be a family. Whoosh! The Purple King flew out of the Eternal World with Elder Niu and the others and began to travel in the lower universe to find talented beast talents. As for Jun Changxiao, he focused on the reclamation of the Eternal World and occasionally discussed the city planning with Li Qingyong. Speaking of the city, the newly built Iron Bone City had to be mentioned. From the words Iron Bone, it was to commemorate the Iron Bone clan and the late Sect leader Wang. Although the name of the Sect had been changed, the plaque with the words Iron Bone hanging in the main hall would always be there and was even regarded as a religion by the disciples. Patriarch. Elder Wei said, lack of seeds. During this time, he led the members to make the city and the Sect the center of the area had already undergone earth-shaking changes. But it was just the tip of the iceberg. Naturally, it would take time to make the Eternal World look green. Someone would ask. Couldn't they just transplant plants from other planes? Did they have to plant it themselves? In fact, Elder Wei had thought about it before but later rejected it. Because his goal was to plant medicinal herbs all over the Eternal World. Even a blade of grass or a fallen leaf would have extremely high medicinal value. He wanted to play. He wanted to play big. I'll inform the purchasing hall and ask them to buy from other planes. The more the better. All the elders were busy cultivating talents. Even the Spirit Beast Hall was taking action. The other halls were not idle either. For example, the War Cavalry Hall was still practicing mechas. Development was development. The battle strength couldn't be stopped either. One had to know that Jun Changxiao would have a conflict with the astral spirit world sooner or later. At that time, he would definitely not be able to rely on himself. He would have to rely on the Sect and the power of the mechas. Patriarch. Fan Yezi came to see him and said, although this plane has strong heaven and earth attributes, it doesn't have enough ores. What can my blacksmith hall use to refine equipment in the future? Alright then. He probably thought that he was very free. There's no rush. Jun Changxiao said, there will be in the future. The Sect of all times was placed in the Eternal World, but it was still in the initial stage. If they lacked anything, they would definitely find a way to get it. At least during battles, they would have enough equipment and materials. Jun Changxiao pondered and said, there should be worlds in the upper universe that mainly use ores. If we pass by, we can exchange for them with spirit stones. He was only responsible for finding geniuses in the lower realm. As for resources, he had to go to the upper realm. The construction of the city and the development of the Sect were all handed over to the relevant people. Jun Changxiao returned to Eternal and continued to roam the lower universe. At the same time, he also went to visit some old friends such as Mo Shangxing of Nine Heavens Continent. Half a month later, the Purple King brought a group of subordinates back and found many chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. Hall Master Z. Lu Wancher stood in front of the cafeteria and munched on melon seeds while saying, how did you know that my cafeteria is lacking meat? The Purple King turned and roared, they are all beast talents that I have found. They are not ingredients to be eaten. Oh. Lu Wancher responded and said with a smile, it'll definitely taste great if you use it to cook. Clang. Ma Yongning pulled out the knife from the chopping board and said, "I will go and slaughter them." Scram 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 scram. The Purple King quickly brought a group of small animals back to Spirit Beast Peak. As he was worried that they would be harmed by the dining hall, he ordered Elder Nyo to completely seal off the place and forbid anyone from entering. Next, the atmosphere of the Spirit Beast Hall changed. In the past, everyone was learning how to sew clothes. Now, they were teaching the small animals. Squat down. Paw. A small poodle sat down with a bone in its mouth and swept its tail on the ground. Hall Master. Old Nyo frowned and said, "Although these beasts are very obedient, it will take at least a few years for them to transform into human form just by eating the beast core and absorbing the heaven and earth attributes. When the Everest Grand Competition is held, are we going to send them out?" The Purple King wasn't in a good mood and said, "If not, who are we going to send?" Elder Nyo was silent. When he thought about the day of the Various Peaks tournament, the elders of the various peaks would lead their disciples into the venue while our boss would bring a group of chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep behind them. He couldn't bear to look at the scene and would even laugh his head off. Of course. The Purple King propped up his chin and said seriously, "We have to see how the humans nurture their disciples. Perhaps, we might be able to apply what we have learned." Bang! Bang! Star-gathering peak, martial arts stage. Xiaohai executed a set of landslide and earth-shattering fist. The fist wind was cold and sharp, and the sound was like thunder. This fist art was exchanged in the middle stage of the lower domain. Now, the new disciples had skipped the rupturing fist, mountain-splitting palm, and other beginner martial skills and had directly mastered it. It was enough to show the benefits of having rich heaven and earth attributes. Of course. His realm was also very fast. Before he entered, Xiaohai was only at the channel opening stage. In just a few days, he had already broken through to the Martial King realm. Moreover, he didn't take any elixirs to increase his realm. He purely relied on his own comprehension. Therefore, the overall strength of the upper universe came from the strong environment. If the living beings of the lower universe were given the same treatment, they might not fall behind. Not bad, not bad. Gong Sun Ho sat in the armchair and watched his disciple execute the fist art skillfully. His eyes were filled with gratification. This kid didn't waste his time chasing him from the cafeteria to the toilet. He would definitely shine in the first tournament of the various peaks and make Star-Gathering Peak proud. In addition to Xiaohai, he had also recruited many new disciples. Because they were all selected by Jun Chongxiao from various major planes, their aptitude was absolutely unquestionable. As long as they were guided by a good teacher, they would definitely become the pillars of the second generation of the sect of all times in the future. Who were the first generation? Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others. Even Mao Xiaodao and Jing Ji were classified as first-generation disciples. In other words, counting from the time Lin Yi and Yi Feng joined the sect, those who joined later would be considered second-generation disciples. Do you understand? In the bushes far away, the Purple King transmitted his voice. Elder Nyo looked like he was about to break down. I understand, but it doesn't seem like it can be used on beasts. These two had been squatting in Star-Gathering Peak for a long time and had witnessed Gong Sun Ho nurturing his disciples. Sigh. It was difficult for them. Who is it, sneaking around? At this moment, Gong Sun Ho noticed it and looked sharply at the bushes. Retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, the Purple King and Elder Nyo quickly disappeared. Because they left in a hurry, their school uniforms were torn by tree branches. Their hearts ached so much that they almost cried out loud. Forget it, forget it. They could still wear it for 3 years if they went back and nourished it. In the following days, Z often lurked in Elder Peak and memorized their cultivation methods. When he returned, he would call the members over and brainstorm to discuss the nurturing plan. Tournament of the Various Peaks. He didn't know if the elders were busy, but Hall Master Z was definitely busy. It's too difficult for me. One day, standing on the peak, the Purple King vented his emotions by shouting loudly. In the end, he used too much strength and his newly mended school uniform was torn by his burly muscles. Although Z had been having a hard time recently, he had gained something from his hard work. After secretly learning from others, he finally figured out a suitable training method for beast talents. He named it the mental stimulation method. What was the mental stimulation method? It was when he, old Niao and the others entered the life and death secret realm and let them follow. Although they couldn't participate in the battle, they could at least witness the whole process. A group of small animals without intelligence and human form suddenly saw an earth-shattering battle and fainted from the stimulation. In short, in order to get results in the peak competition, he didn't have to clean the toilet. Even if there was no scientific basis, Hall Master Z had to try. My brother Z felt more and more like a member of the sect of all times. On the contrary, Ryu Sinan and the others were very comfortable. After recruiting talents, they started a complete set of training methods. It was useless to only have training without resources. Therefore, every time the heads held a meeting in the main hall, the first thing they said was, "Yuan Gongzi, can you give some funds to my peak?" When Jun Changxiao was outside, Rose of Flowers was in charge of the internal affairs and the patriarch was in charge of the money bag. Leave it to him. Rest assured. The spirit beast hall, which was the most difficult to deal with, was still very obedient. Everyone in the hall was superb at needlework. Even if they went out to be tailors in the future, they wouldn't starve to death. The funds are okay. Yuan Gongzi said, it needs to be assessed for political achievements. Ryu Sinan asked, how? What political achievements? Pa. Yuan Gongzi put a thick book on the table and said, this is the sect's political achievement book that I wrote overnight. It lists in detail how to get political achievements. Everyone's mouth twitched. Writing such a thick book overnight, he must be a monster. The sect's political achievement book recorded things in great detail. For example, disciples of a certain peak could get political achievements by completing certain tasks and then use the political achievements to exchange for corresponding resources. Of course, it would be calculated every year. Whoever had the highest political achievements would get extra rewards. In fact, the sect had always done tasks, but there was no detailed division. Yuan Gongzi listed it all out today, making each peak and hall more professional and busier. The most interesting thing was, there was actually competition for positions. In order to prevent the elders and hall masters from becoming lazy or even inactive over time, if the disciples had the ability, they could replace them through normal means. This, Ryu Sinan and the others felt great pressure. In fact, with their strength, they might not care about the elders, but it was clearly written that the laid-off workers had to clean the latrines regularly. Was this kid fated to be in the latrine? There's the grand competition among the peaks, and there's also competition for positions. Does he feel uncomfortable just because he doesn't want us to snatch Mao Xiaodao's and Jingji's jobs? The sect master has already approved. Young Master Yuan said, I hope that everyone will do their best in their respective positions and work together to build a strong and powerful sect with a strong foundation. Although the so-called weak political achievements were a bit harsh, but since he was a member of the Eternal Sect, he should do his best to make it stronger, even until his death. The mission pavilion, which was originally quite spacious, was now filled with disciples from various peaks. They needed to obtain more political achievements for their peaks. Senior brother Li Fei, who was playing football outside the main hall, saw the new disciples doing the tasks enthusiastically and grinned. Fellow disciples who have just entered the sect have a high awareness. I heard that Yuan Gongzi set up a competition for positions. Disciples with strength can challenge the elders. Su Xiaoma said. Li Fei said, other than senior sister and junior brother Yi, who has the strength to challenge the elders? That's true. Su Xiaoma withdrew his distracting thoughts and said, quickly pass the ball over. Okay. The happy football flew over with a stream of light. This long pass could be said to be quite accurate. It was enough to show that Li Fei's footwork had reached the level of perfection. Su Xiaoma seized the opportunity and was about to shoot a volley in the air when he suddenly saw Yuan Gongzi in front of him and laughed. You core disciples also have to compete for positions. Oh my god, I was scared to death. In these years, the core disciples had always been the same group of people. So Yuan Gongzi decided to use them as a starting point. He also added the rules of competition to prevent them from playing football on the martial arts field whenever they had free time, of course. It was not that they were not allowed to play, but it had to be appropriate. For example, Xianxia and Li Fei had already become obsessed. As long as they finished cultivating, as long as they were stuck in the realm, they would spend most of their time playing football, especially when Le Zhong used the Sect's culture to welcome the new disciples. Li Fei. A standard single dog. It was understandable that he liked to play football. Xianxia, who had a fiancé, was also often addicted to it. Could it be that the successor of Elder Wei had been influenced by Jun Changxiao? Yuan Gongzi had recently worked hard to reform the sect. The results could only be seen in the future. It was hard to deny that his actions were very offensive. He was already isolated by the higher-ups when he was the deputy sect leader of the Demon Emperor's Gate. After all, no one liked to deal with people who did things according to the rules. I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Yuan Gongzi said proudly, I dare to pull down the emperor. The sect was in full swing. Jun Changxiao flew back to the upper realm on the Eternal. During this time, he told the Taishan elder about being followed by the Star Spirit realm. The other party was mobilizing people to study and try to find the GPS location. Whoosh! The battleship cut through the void and descended into the upper realm again. Go to the mountain and sea realm. Beep, the mountain and sea realm has been locked. Moving. After Eternal entered autopilot mode, Jun Changxiao returned to the Eternal world. He found rows of flowers and said, let's go to the Soul Mastery realm. The vortex connected to the Imperial Celestial realm was wiped out, but the vortex connected to the Soul Mastery realm still existed. Phew. Rose of Flowers took a deep breath and said, let's go. She had already learned from the Imperial Celestial realm martial artists that she was the lowest level green soul. So she was worried that she would be discriminated against in the Soul Mastery realm. I'm here. Jun Changxiao said as they stopped at the vortex. Her husband had been too serious recently, which made Rose of Flowers a little difficult to get used to. If the Soul Mastery realm dares to bully you, I will destroy it directly, Jun Changxiao said again. Because he was too serious, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became solemn. Who is it? The system roared, possessed by Goshing. The Soul Mastery realm. At the vortex that led to the independent battlefield. At this moment, thousands of martial artists were gathered. Strange. Why can't I go in? It seems to be sealed by a powerful force. Since the appearance of the Black Vortex, the Soul Mastery realm martial artists could easily enter and exit, but now they would be fiercely bounced back. Damn it. There are so many spirit stones. The Imperial Celestial realm must have taken them all. However, they did not know that not only did the Imperial Celestial realm not take them, but even the Black Vortex was wiped out. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the vortex that seemed to be sealed by some force trembled. Slightly. Jun Changxiao walked out with rows of flowers. One was handsome and extraordinary, the other was beautiful. They were really a match made in heaven. The Soul Mastery realm martial artists subconsciously looked at the woman and smelled the scent of their race from her aura. They were stunned and said, Green soul? The soul control realm focused on souls. This soul could be considered a certain attribute. It was divided into green soul, blue soul, purple soul, red soul, black soul, gold soul, and so on. In short, it was similar to the spirit roots in the human plane. The thicker the color, the more noble it was. However, the color of the soul was innate and could not be changed. Therefore, in the soul control realm, it was equivalent to dividing the soul into different grades and grades. It could even decide the future of a race. For example, the lowest grade green soul. These soul control race members had no status from birth to death. Being a slave or servant was their only choice. Why was there a need to divide the color of the soul? Because it was directly related to the purity of the bloodline. The higher the level, the easier it would be to cultivate the race's martial arts. Some soul control race members were born superior to others, while others were born as slaves. This was the true portrayal of the soul control realm. This rule had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the noble souls combined and the offspring they gave birth to were also noble. They could gather resources to make them stronger. The disadvantage was that the lower-ranked spirits would be reduced to supporting characters and serve them from the beginning to the end. Green Soul? When rows of flowers appeared in their field of vision, the Soul Control Realm elites were stunned. The plane had a clear rule that the lower-grade Green Soul was not allowed to enter the plane battlefield. How did this woman come out, and this man, he's not of my race? As expected. Rows of Flowers smiled bitterly. She saw contempt in the eyes of the Soul Control race martial artist who emitted the same aura. When she came, although she was mentally prepared, she only understood how uncomfortable it was to be looked down upon by her own race after experiencing it for herself. Of course. Rows of Flowers came to the Soul Control realm only to take a look and hope to understand something here. For example, since they were of the same race, why did she and her race live in the lower realm? Brat. One of the elites said coldly, our Soul Control realm's territory is not a place where a filthy human like you can step into as you wish. And you lowly slave. He looked at Rows of Flowers and scolded, you're so close to him. Could it be, boom? Before he could finish, a fist carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds suddenly landed on his abdomen. The powerful impact forced the martial artist to bend over. He was in so much pain that his eyes almost popped out. Boom, with a loud explosion, he was sent flying thousands of feet away. His entire body sank into the mountain, and a heart-wrenching pain overwhelmed him. Because his thoughts were interrupted, he fainted on the spot. Everything happened too quickly. So much so that when the surrounding Soul Mastery Realm cultivators came back to their senses, they saw Xianxia retracting his fist and saying with a cold look in his eyes, clean your mouth. Those few words, coupled with the killing intent emanating from his body and the pitch-black vortex, made him seem like a demon that had walked out of hell. You're courting death. The soul-controlling realm expert was instantly enraged. Purple, red, and other lights erupted one after another as they rushed towards Xianxia. Who could tolerate beating up their own people in their own territory? Moreover, a human who walked out of the vortex was definitely a warrior from the Imperial Celestial Realm. Void Soul Finger. Great Seal Art. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. To be able to send his companion flying with a single punch, this child's strength should be extraordinary. Therefore, the elites of the Soul Mastery Realm who were pressuring him did not show any mercy. They used all kinds of martial arts. Because of the different soul colors, the scene was colorful. Scram. Boom boom boom. Xianxia stood on the spot as the heaven-crossing palm print erupted wildly, sending the dozens of elites of the Soul Mastery Realm flying as if he was swatting flies. This guy's realm was still a half-step celestial realm, but after fusing with the heavenly demon blood, his strength became even stronger. Plop. Plop. Dozens of elites of the Soul Mastery Realm fell to the ground neatly. Without exception, all of them fainted because they could not withstand the powerful bombardment. This was still Xianxia being merciful, otherwise, they would all be dead. The thousands of Soul Mastery Realm cultivators who were gathered nearby saw their companions being sent flying, and their eyes were filled with horror. This child. His strength was terrifying. Let's go. Xianxia glanced at the cultivators present and left with the rows of flowers. Throughout the whole process, no one dared to jump out. After all, wasn't it better to be alive? Who is this guy? How dare he hurt my kind so unscrupulously? It's obvious that he's here to cause trouble. Quickly informed the Guardian Tower. The environment of the Soul Mastery Realm was similar to that of the Imperial Heaven Realm. They were both very suitable for living, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. The only difference was that the attributes of heaven and earth here were mainly soul energy. Even though humans could use it for themselves, they could not refine it. On the way, Rose of Flowers kept her head lowered and did not say anything. After a while, she stopped and said, let's go back. Why? Because I'm a green soul, I might bring you trouble. Xianxia stopped, turned to look at her, and said, do you think I'm a person who's afraid of trouble? This guy is too serious. The system said, I can't take it anymore. I don't want you to be hurt because of me. Rose of Flowers said. Xianxia said, I don't want you to be hurt either, especially in this world that is closely related to you. Rows of Flowers looked at him in shock, her cheeks gradually turning red. F***CK. The system said, does the host's EQ automatically increase when he becomes serious? Swish. Suddenly, Xianxia took a big stride forward and pulled her into his embrace. Then, he quickly used a mysterious footwork to bypass her. Boom. As soon as he left, an explosion sounded from the side, and a gust of wind and energy whistled out. After Xianxia stabilized his body, he did not look at the deep pit that was blown up in the area where he stood before, but looked up at the sky with cold eyes. Tsk tisk. Above, a soul mastery realm powerhouse in brocade clothes stood proudly, golden light gathered in his palm, and said, no wonder you dare to come to my world to cause trouble, so you have some ability. Obviously. This guy was a noble golden soul. His strength was also not bad, comparable to the upper realm's half-step divine secrets. Xianxia put Rows of Flowers down and said, stay away. Okay. Rows of Flowers stepped back. However, her heart was sweet as if it was smeared with honey. If it was before, even if she was worried that she would be affected, her words would be to stay away. Kid. That soul mastery realm powerhouse said lightly, you dare to come to my world with a green soul, may I ask, who gave you the courage? Clang, suddenly, the sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. Before he could react, Xianxia stood in front of him, the ultimate immortal sword on his neck, and said, Liang Jingru. Who is Liang Jingru? Rows of Flowers' face was full of question marks. Suddenly, a sword was on his neck, and he did not have time to react at all. This made the soul mastery realm powerhouse dumbfounded, and then calmly raised his hands and said, spare me, hero. Rows of Flowers was speechless. Someone who has the same bloodline as me is too cowardly. It's not that he's too cowardly, but that her man is too strong, instantly tying him up. Anyone with a brain knows that the wise choice is to surrender. Xianxia did not kill this golden soul, but tied him up and threw him into a nearby cave, saying, I need to know everything about the soul mastery realm, including the various history and legends of the race. Xianxia was also very curious about the relationship between the upper universe's spirit mastery race and the lower universe's spirit race. If he wanted to know the inside story, he had to understand their history. Coincidentally, this golden soul powerhouse called Song Dihen was born in a famous family. He had read a lot of books since he was young and could learn a lot of things from them. The spirit mastery realm had a long history of millions of years, and the spirit mastery race was considered one of the top ancient races in the upper universe. The creator was the soul ancestor. It was said that he was very powerful and could swallow the world, the sun, and the moon. The soul ancestor was obsessed with martial arts until he reached the end of his life and got married and had children. After the baptism of time, there were tens of billions of spirit mastery race today. Nonsense. Xianxia interrupted. The stronger one's martial arts realm, the more they are punished by the world. How could he have 9 sons in just 100 years? The ancestor once obtained a secret technique that allowed him to give birth at will, ignoring the punishment of the world, Song Dihen said, his eyes full of reverence. The soul ancestor was the same as the demon ancestor, regarded as a high and mighty god in his own race. Speaking of the unlucky demon ancestor, it was quite nostalgic. He wondered if he was doing well in the star spirit realm. I see. Xianxia said, continue. The 9 sons of the ancestor were all geniuses. While they were giving birth, they actively strengthened the spirit mastery realm and finally became the powerful and prosperous it is today, Song Dihen said. And then? That's all. Clang, Xianxia drew his sword and placed it on his neck, saying coldly, you're not cooperating. Song Dihen was about to cry. Wasn't history supposed to be short and to get to the point? Did he want to hear more details? If that was the case, a few days and nights would not be enough. All these years, did any of our people leave the spirit mastery realm? Rows of Flowers asked. No. But Song Dihen said, some were expelled. Who? Rows of Flowers asked. Song Dihen was silent for a moment, then said, the Lord of the Ninth Gate, Hua Qianxing. Rows of Flowers looked at Xianxia with excitement in her eyes. His surname was Hua, and so was the Lord of the 9 Gates. Furthermore, they were both from the same clan. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Where were they banished to? This? I don't know. The history books only record that Xianxia made a mistake and was crippled of his cultivation. He was removed from the ninth gate and expelled from the soul control realm along with his family, Song Dihen said. Are there any other records related to this person? Let me think, right. Song Dihen slapped his head and said, I've read in an unofficial history book that Xianxia was the strongest of the 9 gates at that time. He especially liked to study soul techniques and was known as a junior who was infinitely close to the ancestors. He even put forward a bold idea that there was something even stronger than spirits. What do you mean? In our spirit mastery race, the golden soul is the strongest. Xianxia believes that there is another color above the golden soul. If he can research it, he will definitely have the ability to swallow the heavens, earth, sun, and moon like his ancestor. Of course. There is no record of it in the official history. The source of the news is unofficial, so its authenticity is unknown. Outside the cave, rows of flowers walked out thoughtfully. Xianxia said, Xianxia should be related to you. I hope so. Because there were almost no records of the ancestors in the soul race's continent, even if they had the same surname and race, Rose of Flowers couldn't be sure that they were related, unless she found evidence. Let's go. I'll bring you to the 9th gate. Maybe you can find some clues there. The 9 sons of the soul ancestor were divided into 9 branches, also known as the 9 gates. Each gate had a supreme who jointly controlled the spirit mastery world. Of course. Because Xianxia was expelled, the 9th gate had long disappeared from the river of history. However, the ruins where he lived still existed. Big brother. Song Dihen broke down. The 9th gate is listed as a forbidden area. If our clansmen enter, they will be severely punished. If you ask me to lead the way, you're asking me to die. When the sword was placed on his neck again, he said seriously, no problem, I'll lead the way. Like his name, he was very cowardly. The spirit mastery world was very big. However, with Xianxia around, even if it was the end of the world, they could quickly reach it. Coincidentally, the 3 of them arrived at the deserted valley where the 9th gate was located. It was late at night. The cold wind whistled and wild beasts roared. The atmosphere was quite eerie. Brother, Song Dihen said weakly, there is a forbidden array at the entrance of the valley. Once you touch it, you will suffer a backlash. His desire to survive was really strong. Calling him brother was not strange at all. Don't look down on him. Such people often lived for a long time. On the contrary, those powerhouses who wanted dignity and were not convinced often either died or were on the way to death. It's not a big problem. Xianxia stopped and waved his hand lightly. Swish, swish, the members of the array hall led by the Taishan old man appeared out of thin air. Although there were only a dozen of them, they were all elites who studied the array of the astral boundary. Damn. Song Dihen's eyes widened. Suddenly, a group of living people jumped out. This was a bit exaggerated, swish, the Taishan old man and Xianxia did not have any verbal communication. After leading the disciples to the valley, they began to put out all kinds of props. Breaking the array. They were professionals. Buzz, in just a few minutes, the array hidden at the entrance of the valley appeared and was then popped by a needle like a bubble. The corner of Song Dihen's mouth twitched violently. That was the forbidden array that the 8 Gate Supremes deployed a large number of array masters to set up. It was actually broken by a group of strangers. This was simply too fast. Done. The Taishan old man said, done. Swish. Swish, the members of the array hall quickly put away their tools and made an okay gesture to each other. Strictly speaking, the soul mastery realm was actually similar to the upper realm. They were both quasi-second-class echelons. However, considering the support of the clan, they were barely considered second-class. The Taishan old man led the members of the array hall and dealt with the array of the astral boundary all year round. Breaking their array was simply too easy. In fact, this was also a manifestation of the Sect's hard power. Let's go in. After putting the Taishan old man and the members of the array hall into the eternal world, Xianxia walked into the valley first. The ruins of the ninth gate existed in the valley. It was a sizable city. As no one had set foot in it for many years, it had long been covered in vines and moss. Strange. Walking along the bluestone road towards the city, Xianxia was puzzled. Why are there no leaves on the ground? There were towering trees on both sides of the road, and the wind would occasionally blow the leaves away. However, the ground was very clean, as if someone had cleaned it. Yeah. Song Dihen said in bewilderment, this is too strange. Excuse me. At this moment, an old voice sounded in his ears. An old man with disheveled hair stood behind him with a broom in his hand, as if he was going to sweep the fallen leaves under his feet. Oh. Song Dihen responded and hurriedly took a small step away. However, when he came back to his senses, his expression changed. He jumped directly onto Xianxia, clamped his legs around his waist, and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ghost!" Rose of Flowers was speechless. Not only was this fellow a coward, he was also a coward. In fact, Song Dihen had heard about the ninth door since he was young, and most of them were supernatural events. Therefore, his mentality was definitely different from others when he suddenly came in today. Boom! Xianxia grabbed the fellow's shoulder and slammed him to the ground. He looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and asked, "Who are you?" "I've been waiting for tens of thousands of years." The old man with disheveled hair slowly raised his head, revealing an extremely cold face. Then he looked at Rose of Flowers and laughed in a hoarse voice. "Finally, I've been waiting for you." Swish! At this moment, Xianxia rushed over, clasped the old man's neck with one hand, and beautifully threw him over his shoulder. Then he raised his foot and madly kicked him. "Stop pretending to be a ghost." Boom! 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 Ouch, don't hit. I mean no harm. The mysterious old man who suddenly appeared was beaten up. He lay on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He said, "If you were young, you would be the one lying on the ground." Boom! Boom! Xianxia raised his foot and kicked him again. The force exploded without the slightest respect for the old and the young. Ouch, I was wrong. I was wrong. After being beaten up for the second time, the old man's face was full of bumps and his eyes were squeezed into a line. The strange feeling was also replaced by embarrassment. It was fine if he appeared, but he had to act mysterious in front of Xianxia. It would be strange if he didn't get beaten up. "Why did you wait for me?" Rose of Flowers asked. The old man suddenly became serious and said, "The old master said that sooner or later, a descendant of the ninth sect will return." "The old master?" Rose of Flowers asked, "Who?" "The lord of the ninth sect, Xianxia." As the old man spoke, his eyes were filled with awe. Rose of Flowers fell silent. Her heart was in turmoil. After learning about the banished ninth sect, she wondered if she was related to him. Now it seemed that it was confirmed. "Get to the point," Xianxia said coldly. "Please come with me." The old man led the three of them to the city until they stopped in front of the gate blocked by a huge stone. He said, "Put your hand on it. If you have the blood of the old master, you can open the city entrance." Rose of Flowers walked over. Xianxia, who was standing behind her, fully activated his cultivation. Obviously, he was worried that there would be an accident so that he could protect her in time. Although he would do the same for anyone in the sect of all times, he was especially concerned about this woman. Perhaps he could only face his true nature after becoming serious. Rose of Flowers put her hand on the stone. Lines gradually appeared, flashing and spreading in all directions. Then, the stone disappeared. "You are indeed the descendant of the old master," the old man said excitedly. "Let's go." Xianxia said, "Let's go in." After saying that, he stepped into the city first. He was on high alert the whole time. Whoosh! The cold wind blew on the empty street, making it seem gloomy and desolate. Song Dihen, who was walking at the back, felt his scalp go numb. The fear in his eyes intensified. The ninth door had left a psychological shadow on him since he was young, so he never thought that he would enter it one day. "Coward." The old man rolled his eyes at him. F***ck. Song Dihen roared, same to you. The city had been sealed for a long time, and because it was in absolute isolation, the streets were very clean, and all kinds of buildings were intact. It had great archaeological value. The expression on Rose of Flowers' face became more and more serious. Although this was the first time he had come to this city, he felt extremely familiar with it. It was as if he had traveled back in time and witnessed the lives of his clansmen who were related to him. We're here. The old man stopped in front of the main hall in the center of the city and said, you may enter now. Just now, he had addressed him as you, but now, he had changed to you. It could be seen that after opening the city's entrance, he had become abnormally respectful. Rose of Flowers hesitated for a moment, then got up and walked towards the stairs full of history. Brat. The old man said, you can't go in. Why? As Xianxia spoke, he kept up with Rose of Flowers. As soon as he stepped on the stairs, he seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. Suddenly, a majestic soul force emerged and attacked his sea of consciousness frantically. Come back quickly. The old man said, the main hall has been set up with a soul restriction array. Those who are not of the old master's bloodline will be eroded. Retreat, that was impossible. Xianxia, who was standing on the stairs, had a cold look in his eyes. The soul and true spirit force in his body burst out, madly contending with the foreign soul. His blood seemed to be burning all of a sudden. Get lost. Whoosh whoosh. The soul force that existed on the stairs was like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. It was so scared that it fled in all directions. Ta. Ta. Xianxia strode up and stood in front of the main hall. His back was particularly mighty. This? The old man was dumbfounded. How could those who were not of his clan enter the main hall? Let's go in. Xianxia looked at Rose of Flowers. The two walked side by side into the open main hall. He was a bodyguard. He was a professional. The main hall of the ninth gate was simple and unadorned. Other than a majestic throne, there was nothing else. Buzz. When Xianxia and Rose of Flowers walked in, strange lines appeared on the stone floor under their feet and brought them into an illusion. They were still in the main hall. However, there was now a group of spirit mastery race powerhouses. In particular, there was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes sitting on the throne. He leaned to one side and held his face with his right hand. His eyes were filled with worry. He might be Hua Qianqing. In the illusion, Xianxia appeared very calm. This was because he had experienced this kind of thing many times and had long been used to it. Rose of Flowers did not say anything. Especially when she saw the young man and the powerhouses in the main hall, the feeling of blood connection was even stronger. Lord. At this moment, a gray-haired old man said in a deep voice, your research is too shocking. For the other 8 gates, this discovery of mine might shake their ruling position in the spirit mastery world, the young man said in a lazy tone. So. The gray-haired old man said, they will not tolerate the Lord's continued research, let alone the existence of the 9th gate. Sigh. The young man shook his head and said, a bunch of old and rotten people. They only want to be content with the status quo and have no spirit to explore at all. How can they lead our race to prosperity in the future? Forget it, forget it. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. He stood up and said proudly, if the other 8 gates have a problem with my 9th gate, what's the harm in leaving the spirit mastery world? But, as soon as the gray-haired old man opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the young man, no buts. With my understanding of the race, even if we live in the barren land, we can still reproduce and survive. Hearing this, Xianxia speculated, so, you live in the soul race continent where birds don't even shit? Rose of Flowers said bitterly, maybe. This ancestor is too ket up, Xianxia said. After being expelled, couldn't they choose a plane with a suitable environment? Why did they have to be placed in the barren land? Could it be that they wanted to temper the resilience of their descendants? Of course. The young man said, they may have a difficult life in the future, but the harsh environment can temper their resilience and prepare for the ascension of the golden soul in the future. All right. Xianxia guessed right. Lord. The old man was puzzled, what is above the golden soul? I don't know. The young man paused for a moment and said, however, what is certain is that this is a bloodline that is comparable to the ancestors. If a descendant inherits it, they can break through the cocoon and become a butterfly, reaching a higher realm. So, I name it the Supreme Thousand Element Soul. Xianxia was speechless. He actually used his own name in advance for the soul that had not been successfully studied. Whoosh! At this time, the illusion changed. He and rows of flowers stood in the sky above the city. They saw all the clansmen of the Ninth Gate carrying their luggage and families gathered on the street as if they were going to migrate. Lord! Where are we going? The young man stood in front of the main hall and said, the lower realm. Why not stay in the upper universe? The Supreme Thousand Element Soul needs to be born from the original universe system. Akai. You stay in the Ninth Gate and wait for the descendant to come. Yes. A tall and muscular middle-aged man said. Looking carefully, it was the old man who was beaten up earlier. Sure enough, time was like a flying knife, aging people. The clansmen of the Ninth Gate left the city. After Xianxia set up various formations, he stood in front of the giant stone that sealed the gate and said, if the descendants of the Ninth Gate come here one day, they can inherit the Supreme Thousand Element Soul. He was not talking to himself. He was using the projection formation to leave a message in advance for the clansmen who might come in the future. However, Xianxia added, it must be a green soul. It had to be a green soul. These words were especially loud and clear. Xianxia immediately realized that the so-called thousand-element sovereign soul should be in the city, waiting for a fated person to inherit it. He looked at rows of flowers and said, your opportunity has come. I hope so. Rose of Flowers did not care about Golden Soul. She was more interested in understanding why the soul race was in the lower realms. From the information she had received so far, she was certain that her ancestor, Xianxia, chose to live in the barren land to train her people. Whoosh! Suddenly, the illusion collapsed. Xianxia and Rose of Flowers were still in the hall. In the open space in front of them, a green crystal appeared out of thin air, exuding an aura of vitality. Thousand-element sovereign soul? Just as Xianxia was guessing, Rose of Flowers seemed to be summoned by some kind of power. She unconsciously walked forward, reached out her hand through the layers of flowing light, and pressed it against the crystal. Thump! Thump! Her heart beat faster. The flowing light around her gradually enveloped her like vines, resonating with each other. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boundless green energy crazily surged out, spreading through the door into the barren city. This, Songdihen was stunned. The aura that suddenly appeared clearly belonged to a low-class green soul. Why did it exude a power that made him submit? Thump. The old man knelt, tears streaming down his face. Old master, your great research has finally been inherited by your descendants. The crystal in the hall was the result of Xianxia's countless years of research. At that time, many tests had been done, but no one could inherit it. What research? Songdihen asked. The old man proudly said, research that surpasses Golden Soul. Songdihen's eyes widened as he exclaimed, the things recorded in the unofficial history are true? Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, another powerful aura surged out of the hall. The original green was replaced by blue, purple, red, black, and other colors. They mixed together could be described as a colorful rainbow. Thump! Songdihen bent his knees and knelt on the ground, lowering his head as a Golden Soul aristocrat. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The seven-colored light that emerged from it forced him to kneel down and kowtow. Who? Who? The rainbow-colored light filled the city, but it was not satisfied. Then, it rushed out of the valley, and in a short time, the entire soul mastery realm was enveloped. Regardless of whether it was the lowly green soul or the noble golden soul, after feeling the aura, they all knelt in the direction of the ninth door as if they had turned into devout believers. Swish, swish, at the same time, the powerhouses from the other 8 sects flew out from their respective cities and headed towards the valley at an extremely fast speed. Because of their tyrannical strength, they could ignore the wanton disturbance of the aura, but their expressions were abnormally solemn. That was especially true of the leaders of the 8 clans. They knew about the history of the 8 clans, and the words Xianxia had left behind in front of the many powerful experts in the clan hall. When the holy light descends upon the soul mastery realm, it will lead us to glory, and all of you will submit to it. Many people thought that this guy was just spouting nonsense, so they didn't take it to heart. But today, the holy light suddenly appeared, and the prophecy actually came true. Swish, swish, a moment later, outside the 9th door city, the powerhouses from the 8 clans all flew over. They flew in the sky and looked at the main hall where the 7-colored light was gushing out. Their eyes were suffused with a complicated expression. "Let's go," the first paragon said in a deep voice. However, when everyone was preparing to move, Xianxia flew out from the main hall and landed on the city tower. He said, "No one is allowed to enter the city." "Humans? Why are they in our soul mastery realm?" "Humph, don't you know whose territory this is?" The powerhouses of the 8 clans were unable to restrain their anger. They were afraid that Xianxia's words would come true, so they couldn't allow any unforeseen events to happen, and they couldn't allow their positions to be shaken. Therefore, they had to enter the main hall to see what was happening inside. Peng, Xianxia placed the utmost perfection. Immortal sword in front of him and placed both hands on it. He said, "Those who enter will die without a doubt." Impudent. Whoosh, the 8th paragon raised his hand, and golden soul power erupted, turning into a huge palm print that pressed down. Regardless of aura or luster, it was much stronger than Songdihen. As the inheritor of the soul ancestors' 9 sons, he was definitely the best in the soul mastery realm. Clang, Xianxia drew his sword and slashed out with a sharp sword aura. Pfft, wherever the sword light passed, the palm print was torn apart. The 8th paragon retreated a distance, and the anger on his face was replaced by shock. The heavenly soul palm was easily broken by this guy. He was probably as strong as himself. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, the 7-colored light that emerged from the main hall became even more intense, making the soul mastery race powerhouses want to kneel down even more. The first paragon shouted, "Everyone, let's go together. We must rush in." "Okay." The other paragons responded. In an instant, 8 of the most powerful soul mastery race powerhouses unleashed their cultivation, and their cold eyes locked onto the humans on the city tower. This troublesome fellow had to be dealt with. Ta. Xianxia put down the utmost perfection immortal sword, and the tip of the sword touched the ground. He said to himself, "Don't worry about inheriting the opportunity. I will stop all the trouble. Come." He raised his head and said, "Fight." At that moment, Xianxia, who was standing on the city tower and facing the 8 top powerhouses of the soul mastery race, became extremely serious. What a joke. He was serious. Serious. He was also serious. Go. The first paragon shouted. The other 7 paragons used dazzling golden martial arts to press down. Because of the sudden explosion of energy, the buildings couldn't withstand it and collapsed. Buzz, Xianxia waved his hand, and a materialized barrier covered the main hall. Then, he went forward with his sword. "Oh my god!" Songdihen exclaimed, "This guy is too fierce." One person fighting the 8 paragons alone. Such a magnificent scene was definitely something that they couldn't even dream of in the past. "Young friend," Akai shouted, "I'll help you." Boom, before he finished speaking, the first paragon's palm print hit him directly. His whole body sank into the ground with a bang, and then, he vomited blood and fainted. Songdihen muttered in his heart, "This old man is definitely pretending to be dead." However, what should he do? Songdihen. Right at this moment, the 3rd paragon roared, "Do it." Songdihen stood up, casually picked up a brick from the side, and smashed it against his own head without hesitation. Then, he staggered a few steps back and shouted, "Ah! I can't take it anymore." Plop. He fell to the ground and fainted. The entire process was completed in one go. Songdihen had experienced Xianxia's strength before. Even if he chose to pretend to be dead, he wouldn't make a move. This was the way of survival. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. In the sky outside the city, all sorts of energy exploded like fireworks. The 8 paragons could be considered to have let loose. They didn't know what was going on in the hall, but if they allowed it to continue, they might really have to submit completely. Thus, they had to stop it, however. The human in front of him was like a wall, sealing off all possible paths. Die. Whoosh, a sword light flashed across 19 continents, and the sword energy swept across 30,000 miles. Inside the Great Hall, Rose of Flowers was inheriting the opportunities left behind by her ancestors. Outside the city, Xianxia was fighting the 8 paragons alone. They could be said to be the model couple of the upper universe. Boom. Boom. Energy exploded one after another, dazzling to the eyes. Outside the city, Xianxia fought with the 8 Gate Supremes with his sword and was not at a disadvantage at all. Too strong. Song Dihen, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes slightly and saw the battle through his limited vision. The shock in his heart became even stronger. Play dead. That was too smart. At this moment, Song Dihen realized that the old man lying in the pit had disappeared, so he hurriedly released his spiritual senses and saw that guy slowly crawling towards a safer area. Maybe he was afraid of being discovered, so he crawled and lay down. Coward. Song Dihen said in disdain. Boom. Suddenly, an energy ball exploded under his feet, causing him to stand up in shock. He quickly jumped over the old man and ran to the safe area, then he picked up the brick and smashed it on his head again. Move aside. At this moment, the old man crawled over and whispered. Song Dihen moved his body, so the two of them lay neatly on the ground and played dead. Because their hiding position was relatively safe, they would not be affected by the earth-shattering battle outside. Go. Go. After attacking for a long time without success, the 8 Gate Supremes hurriedly ordered their clansmen in the distance. In an instant, close to 100 martial artists rushed over. So what if you have more people? Xianxia dodged all kinds of martial arts and held the immortal sword supremacy horizontally in front of him. He put 2 fingers on the sword and chanted, soaring to the sky and falling to the ground, driving thunder and clouds, raising the flag urgently, not stopping, urgent as the law commands. He's back. The system said happily, that indecent host. Boom. Boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, accompanied by a super loud background music. On the city tower, Z's back was facing the camera as he elegantly tore off his school uniform, revealing his muscular body and bright red underwear. He proudly turned half of his face. A few big words were typed on the screen. Sect of all-time Spirit Beast Hall Master, the Purple King. The Soul Control Realm Elite's mouth twitched. This guy who suddenly appeared should be the reinforcements invited by the humans, but why did he take off his clothes? Aha! Suddenly, a lazy yawn was heard. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads and saw a middle-aged man sitting on the top of the city gate tower. His hands were clasped together, and a stone coffin was placed behind him. His eyes were shining with a dull luster. Bang bang bang, the special effects appeared again. Elder of the Sect of all times, Ryu Sinan. Of course, that included Gong Sun Ho, Bailey Qianzhou, and the black and white Rakshasa. As long as they were on camera, special subtitles that represented their identities would appear, shaking the readers' phones and making their blood boil. All in all, when Xianxia gave the order, the top brass of the Sect of all times appeared. That scene, that formation, it was no wonder that Jay Chou's theme song, which was tailor-made for the strongest sect of all times, suddenly played. Someone asked. Without a half-step into the heavenly secret realm, how could they fight against the 8 Gate Supremes? There was no way he could win. However, Xianxia called them here not to fight the top powerhouses, but to fight the people of the 8 Gate Supremes. These martial artists were at the truth-seeking realm and could easily deal with them. After the top brass of the Sect of all times appeared, the faces of the 8 Gate Supremes turned ugly. These people, when did they come in? Swoosh, Xianxia pointed his sword at the Soul Mastery Realm martial artists and said coldly, anyone who comes close to the city will be killed. When he became serious, he exuded the majesty and demeanor that a sect master should have. Everyone couldn't help but feel deep veneration for him. Ta! The Purple King took a step forward, already wearing the pink heart-shaped boxing gloves, and said, whoever comes will die. Because Yuan Gongzi kept announcing new rules, he had been suppressing a lot of anger recently and urgently needed to find a target to vent it. Ryu Sinan, Gong Sunho, and the others were calmer. They stood on the city gate tower with their arms crossed, facing the Soul Mastery race powerhouses with arrogance. Who dared to come? They would definitely beat anyone to death. What are you waiting for? The first gate supremes roared, charge. He and the other 7 people were already holding back Jun Changshao. If they didn't charge at the city now, when would they? Go. The 8 gate supremes unleashed their cultivation and flew towards the city. Not to mention whether Jun Changshao was held back or not, even if they had the ability to stop the higher-ups, they wouldn't ask, because they believed, boom, at this moment, the purple craggy monster king, who was standing on the city gate tower, punched the void. The space around him twisted rapidly, forming a wide range of AoE waves. The dozen or so Soul Mastery Realm martial artists who were charging at him were all sent flying. Song Dihen was shocked, so strong? Swish, Ryu Sinan, who was on the city gate tower, jumped up, opened his hands, and jumped in the air repeatedly. When he landed a few dozen feet outside the city, space quickly shrank, binding all the Soul Mastery Realm powerhouses who were rushing over, and then squeezing them together. Space manipulation. Oh my god, this is even more awesome. Because there was no audience, Song Dihen, who pretended to be dead, became a live commentator and very competent at showing off his surprise. In short, when the Sect of all times was acting cool, there had to be someone watching, or else it would be meaningless. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Gong Sunho, who had the sand spirit, also made his move. The heaven and earth attributes he released turned into a sky full of sand and gathered outside the city, gradually condensing into huge sandmen. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in one moment. It was just the beginning, but the higher-ups of the Sect of all times had already displayed their abilities and strength, forcing the Soul Mastery Realm martial artists who wanted to rush into the city to stop. Charge! The first gate supremes roared. Although the subordinates were afraid of the higher-ups of the Sect of all times, the supremes had given orders, so they could only bite the bullet and charge. Swish! Right at this moment, the Purple King jumped out from the city gate tower, his right hand directly clasping the neck of a martial artist. With a boom, he pressed the martial artist to the ground, raised his fist, and launched a torrential storm of pear blossoms. As he hit, he scolded, "Yuan Feng, you bastard." Boom, 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 boom. As he had a huge grudge against the patriarch, Z vented all his anger on the enemy, causing the other party to be beaten into a pig's head in a short period of time. Of course, the Soul Mastery race martial artists wouldn't just stand by and watch. They all used their martial arts and used all kinds of weapons to attack. Swish, swish, Bailey Qianzhou walked over with mysterious steps until he stopped near Azi. A fruit knife appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was covered in blood. Plop, plop, more than 10 Soul Mastery race martial artists fell to the ground, their necks all having small wounds. It was obvious that they had been hit in a very short period of time. As one of the 3 great demon exterminators, Bailey Qianzhou's cruelty could be seen from his pursuit of the traitors and the destruction of an entire city. Kill. Kill. The death of their companions infuriated the Soul Mastery race martial artists. They rushed over like mad dogs, and their target changed from the city to revenge. Swish, swish, the black and white Rakshases intertwined and flew out of the city, quickly engaging in battle with the enemy. The battle was very tragic, and it had to be omitted. Therefore, when dusk came, Ryu Sinan, Gong Sunho, and the others stood proudly on the city gate tower. The battlefield outside was filled with countless corpses, and blood had gathered into a river. Satisfying. The Purple King put his hands on his waist and said, "This is so King satisfying." Since the beginning of the Great Space Era, Jun Changshao had obtained a lot of resources after passing through several planes. Especially the Xianyuan realm, which stored a lot of resources. Before Yuan Gongzi decided on the grand competition of the peaks, the higher-ups and disciples of the Sect of all times were allocated, so they cultivated when they had nothing to do, and their realms improved rapidly. Especially the elders. Relying on resources, almost all of them broke through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. In the entire upper realm, this level was comparable to Junran and Masato Kitano. They could not eat for free. Today in the soul mastery realm, they came in handy. Comparing numbers, the sect of all times was not weak either. Comparing strength, everyone in the sect of all times was a prodigy. Therefore, when the 8 Gate Supremes entangled Xianxia and tried to let their clansmen attack the city, they were all killed by Ryu Sinan and the others. Whoever really came would die. In fact, it was only a small part of the sect of all times combat power. Core disciples like Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingchen who were not weaker than the elders had not appeared yet. Jun Changxiao did not send disciples, but directly sent elders, also to ensure that rows of flowers would not be disturbed in the main hall. Some people might only see the sect of all times as being pretentious, but from another perspective, it would be, for you, I am willing to be the enemy of the world. Level. It was immediately different. Of course, how could a sect compare to a plane? In terms of numbers, they definitely could not compare. Don't forget, there were the Stone Statue clan, the Dragon clan, and other clans in the Eternal World. Because it was a family matter, they did not bother others, even if it escalated to a plain war in the end, they would see who would back down first. All in all, unless faced with a force that was so strong that they could not compete, Jun Changxiao and his sect would definitely not refuse, whether it was a one-on-one or a group fight, and would accompany them at any time. On the city tower, Ryu Sinan and the others were posing. That unyielding aura filled the entire city, deeply shocking Song Dihen and the old man who were pretending to be dead. They were too terrifying. Damn it! The 8 Gate Supremes roared powerlessly. They witnessed their subordinates being slaughtered with their own eyes, yet they were unable to help because the human in front of them could easily take on the 8 of them. On the surface, it looked like Jun Changxiao was surrounded, but in reality, he had the other party surrounded. Boom, boom, the heaven-crossing palm imprint whizzed out and forced the 8 supreme martial artists to retreat. Jun Changxiao stood above the city tower and said coldly, "Stand outside the city obediently and wait for your god to descend." He didn't want to kill too many people. If these people were tactful enough to wait quietly, the situation would naturally not develop to the point where it was difficult to mediate. The 8 Gate Supremacy's face was extremely ferocious. At first, they wanted to rush into the main hall of the city to stop the power that was disturbing their minds and forcing them to kneel. Now that so many of their clansmen had died, it had already risen to the level of hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. Everyone. The 3rd Gate Supreme being said in a low voice, "The situation is dangerous. We can't care about anything else." This seemed to be a secret code, causing the other 7 people to fall into deep thought. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, an even more intense 7-colored light surged out of the main hall, causing them to panic even more. They immediately threw away all their doubts and said in unison, "Come!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The 8 of them gathered together. 2 in front, 2 behind, 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao said with interest, "Are they going to use their trump cards?" Could it be? Song Dihen narrowed his eyes. Seeing the 8 supreme martial artists in formation, he couldn't care less about playing dead and immediately got up and retreated. When he turned around, he realized that the old man was running faster than him. He immediately sped up like a mad dog with his tongue out. Something's wrong. On the city tower, Ryu Sinan frowned. Gong Sunho said, "I'm afraid these people have killer moves." Tisk, the Purple King said disdainfully, "They're just a bunch of trash. What killer moves can they have? Kid." At this moment, the 1st Gate Supreme being said coldly, "This is a matter of the soul mastery realm. Since an outsider like you wants to participate, then leave your life here." Smack, smack, as soon as he said that, the 8 supreme martial artists raised their hands and placed them on each other's shoulders. Their eyes shone with golden light as they shouted in unison, "Ancestor bless us, 8 gates combine." Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, golden light flickered outside the city, erupting with powerful energy that mercilessly cut through space. Boom, boom, other than the city protected by the sect of all times, the valley where the 9th gate was located was instantly destroyed. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. At the same time, the golden light gradually weakened, and a huge body stood proudly in midair. Its skin was golden yellow, and if there was a swastika behind it, it would definitely be the Dharma idol of Buddhism. Hereinafter referred to as Dharma idol, oh my god. After hiding in a safer area, Song Dihen didn't have the mood to lie down and play dead. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, the ancestor has appeared. The soul ancestor had left behind a bloodline ability called the Nine Gates Combine. When the race was in a life and death situation, this ability could be used to turn the tide. This ability was only recorded in the history books because the descendants hadn't used it yet. Of course, it lacked the head of the ninth gate. It could only be considered a combination of the 8 gates, not the complete version. As expected, Xianxia was speechless. They really combined. In fact, when the 8 gates stood together, he guessed that the so-called trump card wouldn't be a combination, right? After all, the rows of flowers of the same race often combined with him. The motto of the other planes was to join if you couldn't beat them. And the motto of the soul control plane was to combine if you couldn't beat them. Die. The voice of the 8 Gates Supremes came from the Dharma idol, and then it stretched out a huge palm to press down on the city. Relying on its huge body, it planned to crush Jun Changxiao and the others to death and destroy the main hall. No wonder Song Dihen and the old man ran faster than rabbits. Really? Foresight. Whoosh. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao stood on the city tower and blasted the heaven-crossing palm from bottom to top, but when it came into contact with the huge palm, it couldn't stop the falling speed at all. If it was a one-on-one fight, none of the 8 Gates Supremes was his opponent. Now, with the support of the divine ability, the strength of the 8 Gates Supremes had already risen to a higher level. Kid. You can break 1 chopstick, but you can't break 8 chopsticks. Didn't your parents tell you this simple truth when you were young? The voices of the 8 Supremes came from the Dharma idol, and there was a hint of mockery in their words. Whoosh, right at this moment, Jun Changxiao turned into a stream of light and rushed up, holding up the falling palm. His eyes flashed red, and he shouted, as long as you're strong enough, you can break as many chopsticks as you want. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a violent aura surged wildly from his body, and his face and skin gradually turned blood red. Gong Sunho was dumbfounded. He could feel that the patriarch was activating the bloodline of the stone statue race. But why didn't his skin turn into stone? Why was it emitting a strange aura, bam, under the crazy activation of the bloodline of the stone statue race and the heavenly demon blood? Jun Changxiao's shirt suddenly burst open, and strange lines appeared on his strong muscles. His eyes became extremely red, as if a bloodthirsty demon had suddenly awakened from hell. Stingy Yuan. The Purple King shouted, what do you say when the patriarch explodes his clothes? Jun Changxiao despised people who tore their clothes off in a fight because they had the ability to tear their pants off. He never expected that. He actually tore his shirt off when dealing with the golden Dharma form of the 8 gates. Jun Changxiao's muscles were not as exaggerated as Zi's and Xiao Ziji's, but they looked very well proportioned, so they had a high aesthetic value. Of course. This was not the point. The point was that after activating his bloodline, his combat power increased at a terrifying speed. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao's eyes were red, as if he was a demon that had awakened from hell. Especially the rolling blood-red aura, even his hair had turned blood-red. Horrifying and scary. Don't ask why such a serious node had hair. Whoosh, violent power surged wildly, pushing against the big hand and moving upward. How is this possible? The 8 gates exclaimed. They had combined their supernatural powers and their strength had increased by a level, but they still could not suppress this human. Die. Whoosh, his left hand slammed down on the back of his right hand. Buzz, in an instant, violent energy rippled in midair. Wherever it passed, space collapsed and shattered again. The two forces exploded. Jun Changxiao suddenly fell rapidly and landed on the ground with a bang. His feet caved in and his body gradually bent down. After the 8 gates combined, the golden Dharma form was extremely powerful. It might not have reached the divine secret realm, but it was at least infinitely close. So this battle was a test for him. Kid. You are so arrogant. Jun Changxiao resisted the huge palms that were stacked together. Blue veins appeared on his forehead. Then he slowly lifted them up and straightened his back. Die. The Dharma form raised one hand. Under the golden light, it pressed down with violent power again. Boom! The ground cracked and dust flew. Ryu Sinan and Gong Sunho frowned. The patriarch might not have been able to withstand the situation just now. However, when the dust settled, they saw that Jun Changxiao was still standing in the same place. Next to him was a figure shrouded in colorful light. They could barely see that it was the patriarch's wife. At that moment, Ryu Sinan and Gong Sunho then realized that the auras in the palace had stopped and were all gathered around the patriarch. Inherited? Yes. Jun Changxiao asked, and Rose of Flowers answered. The communication style of the two was very simple and unadorned. All right then. Jun Changxiao withdrew his hand and said, I'll leave the rest to you. In fact, Rose of Flowers was the one who resisted the palm print. He didn't use any power at all. Could it be that after inheriting the thousand-element sovereign soul, this woman's strength had greatly increased? Could he even deal with the golden Dharma idol with ease? That was not the case. As a matter of fact, the reason why he was able to resist the pressure of the enormous palm was because of the rainbow-colored radiance surrounding his body. The power that deterred the 8 Gate Supremes instantly withered under the pressure. Golden Soul represented nobility in the spirit control world. However, in front of the 7-colored light, he was nothing more than a subordinate facing his superior. This woman, the golden avatar's eyes flashed with monstrous fury. The fused 8 Gate Supremes were very close to Rose of Flowers, and the feeling of being forced to submit grew stronger. Although I'm a descendant of the spirit control race, I'm already married to him. I don't value power, so you don't have to worry that my appearance will shake your position. Enveloped by the rainbow-colored radiance, Rose of Flowers' temperament appeared even more noble. However, when she looked at Jun Changxiao, she showed the gentleness and virtuousness that a wife should have. For Rose of Flowers, the trip to the spirit control world was an opportunity. It was just an opportunity. No matter what she obtained, whether her realm had become stronger or not, she was still this man's wife. If you marry a chicken, you will follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you will follow the dog. How could she be obsessed with power and status? This was Rose of Flowers' mentality. Therefore, she needed to let the 8 Gate Supremes understand that she had only inherited the opportunity left by her ancestors and then left like a passerby. She wouldn't change the current situation of the spirit control world, nor would she threaten their ruling position. At this point, it was already very clear. However, some people were too obsessed with power and wouldn't believe a word or two casually. Whoosh! Under the joint control of the 8 Gate Supremes, the huge Dharma idol raised its right hand again. Majestic soul power quickly gathered, forming layers of palm prints and pressing down with the power to shake heaven and earth. Anyone could say good things. Only by completely wiping them out could they consolidate their ruling position. It's hopeless, Jun Changxiao said. Whoosh whoosh. The huge palm print carried the power of thousands of kilograms, pressing down like a heavy mountain. Rose of Flowers shook her head and said, the ancestors were right, these people are too pedantic. Jun Changxiao stopped and said with his back facing her, so we need to reshuffle and change the situation. The capable will rise and the mediocre will fall. Only then can the race move towards glory. Understood. Rose of Flowers raised her head. Her clear eyes flickered with rainbow-colored radiance. An irresistible aura appeared around her, directly freezing the palm print in midair. Disperse. Bang, with a single word, the huge golden Dharma idol instantly disintegrated. The 8 Gate Supremes flew out in a sorry state. Damn. Gong Sunho said in shock, words of law? How? How is this possible? The first Gate Supremes clutched his chest, his eyes filled with shock. Just now, he could clearly feel an irresistible force entering his sea of consciousness, forcefully severing his connection with the other 7 people. This was definitely not a suppression of realm and strength. It was very likely a suppression of bloodline, vaguely. The 8 Gate Supremes recalled what Hua Qianxing had said back then. Only then did he truly realize that the holy light had descended upon the soul mastery realm. He really had to submit. On account of being of the same race. Rose of Flowers floated in the air with rainbow-colored holy light, and said, I'll spare your lives. As for the 8 Gate Supremes, from today onwards, you will become history. Whether it's green soul or golden soul, you will all be treated equally. The voice spread throughout the soul mastery realm. The soul mastery race martial artists all kowtowed, the reverence in their hearts growing stronger. The battle between Xianxia and the 8 Gate Supremes was announced to have ended. Unfortunately, because of the appearance of rows of flowers, there was no victor. However, one thing was certain. It was very difficult for Xianxia, who relied solely on his bloodline, to instantly kill a powerhouse who was infinitely close to the divine secret realm. This was only a world that was slightly stronger than the upper realm. If he were to encounter a true second-class or first-class powerhouse, he was afraid. No problem, cheating. The sovereign thousand-walking soul left behind by my ancestor can reverse the bloodline that has not changed for a long time. I need to stay here for a while. Rows of flowers landed on the city tower, her nobility weakened quite a bit. Outside, she was the empress. At home, she was the wife. I'll wait for you. Although Xianxia was eager to find his life and death brother, it didn't matter if it took a year or two. Whoosh! Rows of flowers waved her hand, and the rainbow-colored holy light enveloped the 8 Gate Supremes as they flew towards the most lively city in the soul mastery realm. Next, she planned to popularize her ancestors' research on a large scale, thus changing the situation where green soul must be of a low level and golden soul must be of a noble. Patriarch. The Purple King walked over and said weakly, Yuan Gongzi has a rule that you are not allowed to tear your clothes off in a fight. As the patriarch, you have already made an exception. Can my spirit beast haul, bang? Whoosh, Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the others raised their heads and saw the purple hall master flying towards the sky, turning into the most dazzling star. Why did you mention it? Beast talent. The product that Hua Qianxing researched back then could be said to be epic-making, because he added a more supreme soul to the golden soul. From the luster, it was temporarily defined as a colored soul. Of course. His original intention was not to create a new soul system that was above all living beings, but he hoped to change the rule of the race that had been based on the soul for many years. The clansmen could not be divided into lowly and noble at birth, they had the right to be respected and become strong. From Xianxia's point of view, Hua Qianxing's move was great. Although Rose of Flowers, who inherited the colored soul, was married to a dog, she still had to complete the mission left by her ancestors, and work hard to improve the situation of the soul control world. First of all, she removed the status of the 8 gates in the soul control world, and removed the rule that the golden soul was superior and the green soul was a slave. As long as the clansmen could cultivate martial arts, they had the right to obtain resources. This could only change the rule, but it could not change the difficulty of low-level soul system cultivation, so Rose of Flowers advocated that the clansmen could work hard to achieve their will. In fact, the green soul was not bad, at least it could be used as a support. If it combined with other soul systems, both sides would definitely benefit. However, the soul control world had always advocated the golden soul and despised the green soul. How could they agree to let low-level soul systems support themselves, until the 8 gates were removed, until there was no distinction between the noble and the lowly? This kind of complementary situation gradually appeared, and many clansmen realized that it was actually very cool to have the green soul support. The monsters that could not be defeated before could be easily solved with the green soul support, and the dungeons that could not be defeated before could be easily cleared with the green soul support, and even with the help of the green soul, alchemy and forging would be twice the result with half the effort. If the soul ancestor was in heaven, he would definitely be very pleased. Because his purpose of creating different soul systems was to hope that future generations could cooperate with each other, and not treat each other differently. A bit interesting. Standing on the peak of the mountain, Xianxia's eyes lit up. During this time, Rose of Flowers was improving the situation of the soul control world, and he had been watching as a bystander, witnessing the special effect of the green soul and other soul systems. If this clan was taken into the eternal world, and various soul systems were used to complement the disciples, would it increase their combat power? A support for each person, the picture was unimaginable. It might take 2 or 3 years. Rose of Flowers walked over. She had been dealing with the clan's affairs, and she looked a little tired. I'll help you. Jun Changxiao. How? Hua Meigui joked, put them all into the eternal world? Yes. Rows of flowers looked at him. Because the soul system in the way of the world and eternal world in the world, of the god, of time. Jun Chang said with a smile, the eternal world doesn't lack places for the soul mastery tribe. What's more, the soul mastery tribe and the soul mastery tribe are family. My husband is so good to me. Hua Meili smiled. When Jun Changxiao took all the members of the soul mastery race into the eternal world and chose Li Qingyang and the others to merge with, she finally understood his real intention. Of course. Flower Rose said helplessly, I thought too much. In the sect of all times, Li Qingyang and a soul mastery warrior were sitting cross-legged in the martial arts practice field. Jun Changxiao said, let's begin. Okay. Li Qingyang closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. The soul mastery warrior sitting next to him turned into a green attribute and merged into his meridians and blood. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the green attribute filled the surroundings. After it gradually weakened, Li Qingyang's hair and eyebrows were all green. Second senior brother. Su Xianxia exclaimed, it's green. Swish. At this moment, Li Qingyang leaped up and hovered in the air. His right hand suddenly pressed down and he shouted, heaven crossing palm print. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Several palms were thrown out in succession, and the power was extraordinary. Damn. Su Xianxia and Li Fei said in surprise, so strong? They had a better understanding of second senior brother's strength. Now that he was supported by Green Soul, the heaven crossing palm print was obviously at least 20% stronger than before. Ta. Li Qingyang landed on the ground. Green aura shrouded him and he looked extraordinarily mighty. Not bad. Jun Changxiao smiled in satisfaction. His previous guess was right. With the support of the soul mastery race, it could indeed increase the overall strength of the disciples. Of course. Different soul types had different effects. For example, although Green Soul, which had merged with Li Qingyang, increased his strength by quite a bit, it strengthened his eukaryotic energy and allowed him to use the heaven crossing palm print more frequently. There was also Purple Soul and Red Soul. He had to test them one by one to find out. Xingchen, step out. Ta. Yi Xingchen stepped out. Although he looked calm, he was actually a little excited. After all, he could increase his strength after merging. At this time, a soul mastery race warrior walked onto the training field. It was none other than Song Dihen, who had pretended to be dead the entire time at the 9th gate. Heh heh. He grinned and said, please excuse me. Seeing that this guy was smiling so timidly, Yi Xingchen immediately frowned. Fuse. Hoo. Song Dihen was a golden soul, so he turned into a golden light and merged into Yi Xingchen's body. When the special effect dissipated, the latter's hair turned golden, and he had properly transformed into a super scion. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Night Emperor stood on the spot and punched a few times, excitement appearing on his face. After merging, his strength increased by at least 50%, however, the consumption of the power of true spirit was also much faster than before. From this, it could be seen that the Golden Soul's characteristic was to increase a warrior's battle power to the extreme, but at the same time, it would consume energy. It could be said to be a double-edged sword. In terms of personality, Li Qingyang, who sought stability, would definitely choose the Green Soul. Yi Xingchen, who advocated strength, would naturally choose the Golden Soul. Next, he tested the Purple Soul, Red Soul, and so on. Some increased defense, some increased speed, some strengthened soul, some strengthened pills, and some forged techniques. It could be said that he had everything. I can see it now. Jun Changxiao said, your soul mastery race was born to assist our sect of all times. The sect did not lack talents. What they lacked was someone who could help them reach the next level. Rose of Flowers was speechless. Of course, she did not object to her people assisting the sect, nor did she care about her husband's real intention of taking them in. After all, placing them in the eternal world was a huge benefit in itself. Life and Death Secret Realm. Li Qingyang, Su Xianxia, Yi Xingchen, and the other core disciples stood proudly. Beside them stood a soul mastery race warrior. Did you bring enough pills? I brought enough. Did you bring the fried rice talisman? I brought it. Alright, let's go. After everything was ready, everyone stepped into the life and death secret realm. Then, a deep voice resounded through the sky, core disciples Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and 10 others, choose, hell mode. Damn. Li Tiantian said in shock, senior brothers are challenging hell mode. Is this reclamation? Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in the study, laughed. The life and death secret realm at the back of the mountain was a high level. Until now, no disciple had passed the hell mode. With the help of the soul mastery race, it should not be a big problem. A big problem, Li Qingyang and the others had just entered for a few minutes when the core of the reclamation team, Xianxia, was sent out. He grabbed Song Dihen, who was also sent out, and roared, "Why the F***ck are you running?" I'm scared. Ta. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others arrived at life and death secret realm. Because they had chosen hell mode, the environment was very dark and depressing. Even the wind that blew was like the howling of ghosts. Let's eat. Shwa. Shwa. Everyone sat down and took out Lu Wancher's fried rice to eat. If hell mode was compared to a dungeon, then they were now buffing their status. Of course. What kind of food was eaten for each class? For example, Xiao Ziji, the main tank of the exploration team, was eating chicken stewed with mushrooms. This was Lu Wancher's latest research, and its effect was to increase defense. Xianxia was eating spicy fish head. There was only one mission, which was to attack crazily when the team was formed. Come. After eating, Xianxia looked at Song Dihen and said, let's fuse. The food only slightly increased their status. The ones who dared to challenge hell mode and high-rank life and death secret realm were still supported by the spirit mastery race. Oh. Song Dihen responded, then turned into a golden light and fused with it. At the same time, the other spirit mastery race who followed and also fused with Li Qingyang and the others, and all aspects of them improved significantly. Shwa. Xiao Ziji activated the special effect of the text, and his whole body was covered by the mech. He placed the streamer shield in front of him and said, I'm going. Go. Ta ta ta. Xiao Zuiji charged forward, and as soon as he left the safe zone, numerous ferocious-looking giant demon beasts suddenly condensed in the dark void in front of him. Judging from their auras alone, they were at least at the upper level of the truth-seeking realm, as everyone knew. Dungeons were made up of bosses and small monsters. And the beasts that appeared at this moment were at most small monsters. Shwa. Xiao Zuiji rushed over and waved his right arm. The flowing light shield flew out and hit a demonic beast, then bounced off to another demonic beast. Soon, he had attracted the hatred of dozens of demonic beasts. Roar. Roar. The beasts roared and attacked. Pung. Xiao Ziji grabbed the rebounded streamer shield and placed it in front of him. Light instantly covered his whole body, turning into an even bigger shield. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Dozens of demonic beasts used their bodies to crazily charge forward. Although their strength was extremely strong, they were unable to move the slightest bit. During this time, Li Qingyang, Xianxia, and the others did not make a move. This was because they were waiting for Xiao Ziji to stabilize the aggro. This was to prevent them from going OT if they went OT. It's about time. A few seconds later, Li Qingyang said, go. Shwa, shwa, the golden-haired Xianxia was the first to rush over. He had already formed the hand seals for the heaven crossing palm. As the main damage dealer of the first clear team, what he needed to do now was to kill all the small monsters while Xiao Ziji was tanking the monsters. This was a test of the coordination between the tank and the DPS. However, the two of them, one attacking and one defending, already had an absolute tacit understanding. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. Heaven crossing palm print. At this moment, before Xianxia arrived, 2 palm prints had already arrived. Although there weren't many of them, they were far more powerful than before with the support of the status and golden soul. Boom, boom, in an instant, the 2 palm prints fiercely pressed down on the monsters that were gathered together. If they had HP, they would have been reduced by more than half. If the damage was displayed, the screen would be filled with Arabic numbers at this moment. Amazing, Xianxia said. Roar. Roar. The demonic beasts that had suffered heavy attacks circled around Xiao Zuiji and charged towards Xianxia. The stronger the damage dealer, the easier it was to OT. Junior brother. Be careful. Xianxia ignored Li Qingyang's reminder and stood proudly on the spot. The corner of his mouth raised in disdain. A bunch of trash. With the support of the golden soul, he felt extremely powerful. With a few more palm strikes, this group of monsters, swish, suddenly, the golden power in his body receded like the tide. Song Dihen jumped out of Xianxia's body and stepped back with his long legs. Without the support of the soul power, Night Emperor's hair and eyebrows not only returned to their original state, but he was also stunned on the spot. He actually ran away. Roar. Dozens of monsters with low HP rushed over like monstrous waves enveloping a small boat in the storm. At this critical moment, Xianxia said, F***ck, boom, boom, dozens of forces pressed down and Night Emperor's body suddenly shattered into nothingness. He was also sent out of the life and death secret realm. Song Dihen was also sent out because of the fusion of the two and attracted all the hatred. Swish. Swish. Not long after, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others were also eliminated. The whole family was lying on the ground in an orderly manner, all paralyzed. At this point, the core disciples had failed. The culprit that caused the team to be wiped out was naturally Song Dihen. The next day, Xianxia came to the study and said, Disciple applies for soul swap. That guy called Song Dihen was so cowardly. If I fused with him, it would be a disgrace to my name as Night Emperor, Jun Changxiao said. Song Dihen just entered the sect and hasn't experienced many facilities. It's normal for him to back out in hell mode. As his partner, I should help him overcome his fear. Good luck, you can do it. Xianxia collapsed. The patriarch didn't plan to swap his soul and wanted him to help him. Good. Good, this emperor will definitely train him into an iron-blooded man. Training room. Song Dihen took a step forward and then walked in very carefully. Xianxia, who was following behind, saw his cowardice and almost couldn't help but kick his butt. Senior brother. Song Dihen said weakly, why did you bring me here? Physical training. Xianxia walked to the front of the room and said, go in. Although Song Dihen was cowardly, he was very vigilant. He hurriedly covered his stomach and said, oh, no. My stomach hurts, I have to go to the toilet. Swoosh. Xianxia was afraid that he would run away, so he grabbed his collar and stuffed him in. Bang. The door closed and the time was set. At first, Night Emperor set 20 hours, but he felt that the difficulty was not high enough, so he went back to the training room and reset it. Creak. Not long after, the training room door on the left opened. Wudi came out and heard a scream. He subconsciously looked back and saw that the training time was 84 hours. He widened his eyes and said, so fierce? Ah ah ah. Ah ah ah. Screams sounded in the training room. It was night. Wudi sat alone on the mountain peak. Since entering the eternal world, this last disciple had very little screen time because he focused all his attention on cultivation. To the sect of all times, a first-class plane meant nothing more than a better cultivation environment. To him, it meant a lot because his attributes barely met the requirements and he could cultivate some advanced martial arts. I have comprehended 30% of 9 dragons split palm. I have comprehended 20% of heaven and earth transformation. These 2 martial arts should be enough to deal with a half-step celestial realm. If I can master them, who in the upper universe can be my enemy? Wudi lay on a rock and looked at the starry sky. He said to himself, the patriarch is a man with aspirations. He should be on the road to immortality. When that time comes, I can go home. Xianxia's story was known by the whole sect. No one knew his story until now. Of course. Unlike Xianxia's arrogance, Wudi had been very low-key since he entered the sect, as if he did not exist. Even when Yuan Gongzi said that disciples could challenge elders, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others did not think of him immediately. This was exactly what he Wudi wanted. Because he did not like to be high profile, he preferred to live in the cruel world. If not for the seven-colored light, this brother would have continued to live in seclusion. He did not want to achieve anything, only to achieve the level of the seven profound sage. The addition of the spirit mastery race had greatly increased the overall strength of the sect of all times. It had also given the core disciples the courage to challenge hell-level secret realms. Of course, there were too few secret realms now. Hence, Jun Changxiao was thinking of finding a time to refresh the store and see if he could get more dungeons. Bah! The system said, "You're not looking for a time. You're waiting for the 3 values. This also means that I'm less reliant on the store," Jun Changxiao said. He refreshed the store when he couldn't get over the hurdles in the past. He refreshed the store when he encountered dangers in the past. Leaving the upper realm to roam the universe was something that had never happened before. Self-improvement. Jun Changxiao's pursuit. Alright. The system said, "The fleet of the astral spirit realm that chased us earlier. Don't empty the 3 values if you can." "I just don't want to waste time," Jun Changxiao explained. When the falling star continent was destroyed, he only wanted to wipe out all the enemies. Hence, he went to the extreme of emptying the 3 values. Under normal circumstances, there would be many ways to solve it. Jun Changxiao did not want to get rid of the system's assistance. He just wanted to rely on himself as much as possible. If he could not, he could only cheat. After all, as a protagonist with good morals, he had to show the readers that he had been working hard and never slacking off. In the vast universe, Eternal flew at high speed, dragging a stream of light behind it. With the vast resources of the Eternal world as his backing, there was no need to go to other planes. He expected to reach the mountain and sea realm soon. Because it was in autopilot mode, Jun Changxiao spent more time in the sect taking care of internal affairs. He often sat in front of Gu Zhaoxi's grave with a bowl of wine and a plate of peanuts and drank until he was drunk. "Brother, you and I have met to roam the universe." Every time he thought of Gu Zhaoxi sacrificing himself for him and the sect, Jun Changxiao felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Hence, he went to the mountain and sea realm to find his brother and swear that he would not let him be the bomber again. Core disciples Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and 10 others choose hell mode. At this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded from the back of the mountain. After resting for a couple of days, Li Qingyang and the others started to challenge the life and death secret realm again. This time, they had made ample preparations. Not only were there core disciples, but there was also eldest senior sister Lu Qianxian, last disciple He Wudi, and sword Dao genius Zhou Hong, who had not shown up for a long time. If they wanted to attack, they would attack. He had to be in control. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, there shouldn't be any problems. Shua. After entering the dungeon, Yi Xingchen grabbed Song Dihen's collar and said angrily, "No matter what danger we encounter, we must face it fearlessly. This is the first principle of the sect of all times. Do you understand?" Su Xiaoma muttered, "That's not the first principle." Ming, Song Dihen said in horror, understood. He had been trained by Yi Xingchen for the past few days, and his life was worse than death. As for whether it was effective, it would have to be seen in actual combat. Eldest senior sister. Can we start? Li Qingyang was always the second disciple in the sect, so he naturally had to ask the eldest senior sister before entering the hell-level dungeon. Xiao. At this moment, Lu Qianxian flew out of the safe zone and landed lightly in the monster area like a fairy. The ground under her feet quickly froze and spread out. Roar. Roar. The secret realm was instantly activated, and dozens of monsters appeared. Alright. Li Qingyang was speechless. Junior brother Yi was already reckless enough, but the eldest senior sister was even more reckless. The second expedition was a bit dangerous. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. At this moment, wherever the layer of ice passed, the demonic beasts that had just appeared were all frozen, turning into lifelike ice sculptures. Even the gloomy atmosphere in the surroundings seemed to have been frozen. So cold. Su Xiaoma hugged her shoulders and shivered from the cold. Clang, beside him, Zhou Hong unsheathed his sword. He and the scabbard flew out at the same time. When the tip of the sword touched the ground, he used the force to rise into the air again and then hung above the frozen monsters. He said, "Jinghong, return." Xiao. The sharp sword swept down from top to bottom, and the flickering light illuminated the dark environment. Swoosh! Zhou Hong landed behind Lu Qianqian and inserted his 3-foot-long sword into the scabbard that flew over and stood vertically at his feet. From unsheathing to sheathing, it was worthy of the heavenly fairy. Ka! Ka! At this moment, the ice layer broke. Poochie! Poochie! The heads of dozens of monsters were all broken. Their huge bodies collapsed and then turned into flowing light and disappeared. Li Qingyang was stunned. That's it? Roar. At the same time, another furious roar came from afar. A giant clad in battle armor appeared, holding a broken mountain-splitting axe in his hand. Regardless of the difficulty, there were a total of 3 stages in the life and death secret realm. In hell mode, each stage had a boss, so to enter the second stage, they had to kill it. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang shouted, "Go." Xiao Zuiji rushed over with large strides. He was fully armed as he moved, and the flowing light shield was already in front of him. Su Xiaoma and the others were not idle either. While the tank was pulling the boss's aggro, they went around in different directions, ready to attack at any time. Because of Song Dihen's support, although Yi Xingchen rushed over, he was afraid of being betrayed, so he was very cautious and even a little scared. Boom! Xiao Ziji took the lead and swung the flowing light shield at the giant's head. Then, he stood up and used shield dance, dealing a series of damage, firmly pulling the boss's aggro. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others acted according to the situation. They used all kinds of martial arts, and damage numbers filled the screen. Yi Xingchen also went up. However, he was just slacking the whole time. As the main damage dealer, he could deal 200% damage, but now he only dealt 50%. Unfortunately, there was no aggro table or damage table. Otherwise, Yi Xingchen would definitely be second to last. Who was last? Without a doubt, it was He Wudi. As the most cautious person, in this situation, he would save as much energy as he could and slack as much as he could. Anyway, he looked very serious. Who knew if he could deal any damage? The first stage's boss was not difficult. As long as Xiao Ziji kept the boss's aggro and the core disciples kept attacking from the side, they could easily kill it. Roar! An hour later, with an unwilling roar, the armored giant knelt on the ground in pain and gradually turned into fluorescent light. At this point, the first kill of the first stage's boss in hell mode was taken by the core disciples of the Sect of all times. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the dispersed fluorescent light merged into the bodies of every participant, bringing them extremely rich profound meaning of heaven and earth, which was also known as experience points. So good. Su Xiaoma closed his eyes and quietly felt the harvest. These experience points could not help him peek into the peak of the truth-seeking realm, but he had a deeper understanding of martial arts. When the time came for a breakthrough, he would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck better. Buzz. After a while, everyone was sent to the second stage. Hell mode would definitely get harder as they progressed, so Lu Qianqian also acted cautiously and did not recklessly rush out of the safe zone. Next, Li Qingyang and the others entered the second level. Because of Lu Qianqian and Zhou Hong, the two control and output, clearing the small monsters was particularly easy. Soon, they fought the boss again. It was also a giant wearing armor, but it was riding a mount. When it fought, it would also help its master shoot out skills. In a moment of carelessness, the whole team was wiped out. Damn it! Before the weakness came, Yi Xingchen angrily grabbed Song Dihen and roared, "How could I partner with you? Big brother, this time, it's not my fault." Indeed. He didn't blame him. However, since Yi Xingchen had entered the life and death secret realm, he had been too cautious and cautious. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yi Xingchen. In short, he needed someone to take the blame. It's okay. Li Qingyang comforted, "Come again next time." The life and death secret realm wouldn't kill people. At most, they would be weak for a period of time. At most, they would come a few more times. As long as they were familiar with the boss and understood its attack mechanism, it would only be a matter of time before they defeated it. Sure enough. In the following month, everyone went to challenge it as soon as they recovered. Although they died several times in front of the second-level boss, their hard work paid off. They finally succeeded in finding the attack mechanism and defeated it in 2 hours. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Su Xiaoma, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was enveloped by the fluorescent light. Immediately, a majestic aura of advancement surged, and he excitedly said, "I'm going to break through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm." After defeating the first boss, he was still far from the breakthrough. After defeating the second boss, he directly broke through on the spot. This was the generous reward given by the Hell Mode. "I'm almost there too," Li Fei said. He and Su Xiaoma were not as monstrous as Xianxia and the others. Their realms were still stuck at the upper level of the truth-seeking realm. Actually, the disciples who were able to reach the upper level were already ranked highly in the sect of all times. Even elders like Ryu Sinan were only at the peak of the Seeker realm. It could be said that there was a huge gap between the truth-seeking realm and the heavenly secret realm. Currently, only Jun Changxiao had managed to do so. Even the Rose of Flowers who had inherited the thousand-walking sovereign spirit was only at the peak of the heavenly secret realm. Plop. Plop. In the third stage's boss area, Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma fell to the ground. Both of them were heavily injured and in critical condition. Seeing this, Li Qingyang thought, "It's over again." After defeating the boss of the second stage, they had come to challenge the boss of the third stage 10 times. Every time, they would be wiped out at this critical juncture. There was no way they could do anything about it. Roar. A furious roar rang out. A snake beast with 9 heads rushed out and spat out toxin-like energy at everyone present. Li Qingyang and the others shrugged their shoulders helplessly. They had experienced this familiar scene more than 10 times. Be careful. At this moment, Xiao Ziji rushed over with his shield, condensing his last defense in front of everyone. As the main tank of the team, even if he was left with his last drop of HP, he had to stand in front of his teammates fearlessly to shield them from the wind and rain. Boom. The toxic energy sputtered and quickly corroded the flowing light shield. Xiao Ziji's HP bar was also emptied, and then he turned into a stream of light under everyone's gaze. Bang! Bang! Without the tank's protection, Li Qingyang and the others were eliminated one after another. This time, the team was wiped out just like last time. They had no way to fight back. Even the prying mechanism could not be avoided. Outside the secret realm, Xiao Ziji said weakly, "We can't beat it." Sigh. Li Qingyang said, "Let's stop here for now. When everyone is stronger, we can challenge it again." Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and said, "How can I not be satisfied?" After spending so much time, they had finally reached the final boss. If they gave up and waited for the cooldown to reset, it would be unacceptable for these people who wanted to be strong. On the contrary, Night Emperor was very calm. Because of Song Dihen's existence, he didn't do much. Of course, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to beat it because the third stage was too difficult. Let's go. Li Qingyang tried his best to stand up and said, "After the side effects disappear, everyone will cultivate diligently. Sooner or later, we will be able to pass this stage." Although Su Xiaoma and the others were unwilling, their strength did not allow them to repeatedly challenge it, so they could only leave dejectedly. "I think so." At this moment, a voice came from behind, "You can challenge it again." Li Qingyang and the others stopped and turned their heads to look at Hiwudi. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma said bitterly, "We were completely crushed by the snake beast. Even if we go, we will be sending ourselves to death. Trust me." Hiwudi said with a serious gaze, "Challenge it again." Junior brother Guan Meng, who had always been quiet and insignificant, suddenly had a serious expression. This made everyone a little uncomfortable. "That's right." Yi Xingchen stood up and said, "Our sect of all times never gives up easily." Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma were silent. 7 days later, Lu Qianqian said, "Gather here." "Okay." Since the great senior sister had spoken, even if they knew that they would fail, they still decided to challenge it again. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on the mountain peak, took a bite of a cucumber and said to himself while chewing, "I am proud of you all. Never give up easily." This was the spirit of the sect of all times. 7 days later, Li Qingyang and the others gathered in front of the life and death secret realm again. "Let's go. Go in." Everyone merged into the whirlpool without hesitation. Because the bosses in the first 2 stages had been defeated, they were directly sent to the 3rd stage to face the hydra that crawled out of the void. "Formation!" Li Qingyang shouted. "Wang! Wang! Wang!" Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others activated the text effect and entered the most serious battle state. Yi Xingchen, who had been slacking, also put on his armor and summoned his Feng Tian halberd. Ta! Just as everyone was rubbing their palms, He Wudi walked out first and faced the hydra. With his back facing everyone, he said, "Leave it to me." Whoosh whoosh. A sudden wind blew in the secret realm and blew away the messy hair on his forehead, revealing his sharp face. To slack off, Yi Xingchen could only be considered a younger brother in front of He Wudi. However, he decided to be serious about today's challenge. Not for anything else, but because before they were wiped out last time, Xiao Ziji still risked his life to take the damage for him even though he knew that they were going to lose. Slack. It was for the sake of living a better life. He Wudi couldn't choose to give up and ignore everything because he had joined the sect of all times for so long that his mentality had changed. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, his body was surrounded by an extremely majestic true spirit power. Lu Qianxian and Yi Xingchen were stunned. Both of them could clearly feel that the other party's martial Dao aura was gradually rising. His strength was probably not above theirs. It was above theirs. "Step back." He Wudi raised one hand. These words were unnecessary because Li Qingyang and the others had already hidden in the distance and were silently cheering for him. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the hydra locked onto He Wudi and opened its 9 bloody mouths to charge at him. Whoosh whoosh. A gloomy aura erupted, making people shudder. Swoosh. He Wudi assumed a posture similar to sect leader Qiao's 18 dragons subduing palms. He quickly formed some kind of hand seal and blasted it into the void, saying, 9 dragons splitting palm. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the surrounding majestic true spirit power turned into 9 roaring dragon beasts and pounced over with a momentum that shook the space. There was no need to describe the scene. Just from the wide eyes of Li Qingyang and the others, one could guess that it must be a spectacular scene with full special effects. Even if Jun Changxiao was here, he would probably be stunned. If one had to describe it, every battle that they had experienced before, every martial art that they had used, was overshadowed by the appearance of the 9 dragons, including Gu Tianxing and Gu Xianyuan. Puchi! Puchi! The power of the 9 dragons wrapped around the hydra and turned into blades that mercilessly tore it apart. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was a tragic sight. A moment later, everything returned to normal. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were still dumbstruck. As for the snake beast that had killed him 10 times, it had already been split into pieces and then gradually turned into fluorescent light that filled the sky. Instant kill. Phew. He Wudi retracted his palm and spat out a mouthful of turbid air, secretly saying, "I haven't used it for a long time, I'm a bit rusty." Outside. When the hydra was erased, a heavy voice resounded throughout the sect. Congratulations to the core disciples Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others for successfully passing the hell mode. The heavy voice resounded throughout the sect of all times, and all the disciples heard it clearly. Cleared. That's the hell mode, as expected of senior brother. Many disciples were generally stuck in the normal and hard modes, but the core disciples directly cleared the hell mode, which naturally caused a heated discussion in the sect. In the study, Jun Changxiao put the mask on his face, then patted it a few times, and said with relief, "You didn't let me down. Because this is the first time you have cleared the hell mode of the high-grade life and death secret realm, all the members of the sect are rewarded with some experience points." The heavy voice sounded again. There's such a function? Xianxia was stunned. He released his spiritual sense to cover the entire sect and found that all the disciples were shrouded in holy light. Obviously, this was the so-called experience points. What's this? I feel like I can absorb it. The disciples sat cross-legged on the ground and absorbed the holy light around them. This power was very pure and contained the profound meaning of heaven and earth, so once absorbed, it instantly merged perfectly with the meridians and dantian. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a short time, the disciples who were stuck in a certain realm broke through to a higher level because of the absorption of the experience points, forming an extremely huge momentum of advancement. I broke through. I entered the truth-seeking realm. Excited voices sounded one after another in the sect. Xianxia and the others passed the helm mode and brought benefits to the entire sect, which was something that Xianxia never expected. However, there was one thing that was very strange. The holy light only covered the disciples, not the higher-ups. Because it was the disciples who cleared it. The system explained. Xianxia said, if Elder Lu and the others go to the helm mode, they will also benefit after clearing it? It should be. The system was not sure, after all, it was just an auxiliary and complaining. If there's time, let them try it. Xianxia held his chin and said, anyway, they have nothing to do. If Ryu Sinan and the others heard this, they would cry and shout, in order to prepare for the peak competition, we are so busy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind the mountain, in front of the life and death secret realm, Xianxia and the others were sent out. After defeating the boss of the third stage, they had also gained a lot of experience points, especially Li Fei and the others, who had stepped into the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Before entering, everyone had different levels of strength. After clearing the stage, everyone's strength was at the peak of the seeker realm. Although people like Xianxia and Xianxia had not broken through, they had a deeper understanding of the martial way. In the future, if they had the opportunity, they might be able to step into the half-step heavenly fate stage. Of course. At this moment, they were not in the mood to care about the benefits of passing the level. They were still staring at Yiwudi, who had his back to them. This guy had just insta-killed the boss. Too strong. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Among the disciples of the sect, he boasted that he was not inferior to others. But Yiwudi's powerful performance just now showed that the difference between the two was too great. Oh my god. Su Xiaoma walked over and said in disbelief, Junior brother, you hid your strength too well. Yiwudi had fought before. In terms of strength, he was neither the best nor the worst. But from today's performance, he was definitely the strongest disciple of the sect of all times. It was not just the disciples. Just the one move he used in the dungeon. 9 dragons split palm. Not to mention Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho, even Xianxia would cry with envy. Plop. At this moment, Yiwudi, who had been standing proudly, suddenly collapsed to the ground like mud. Junior brother Su Xiaoma hurried over to help him. I'm fine. Yiwudi said, I'm just a little weak. Everyone immediately understood. Although junior brother he had insta-killed the boss with one move, he had paid the price of his body being completely drained. This was normal. Otherwise, it would be too scary. Hurry. Xianxia said, send junior brother to the medicine hall. No. No need. Yiwudi said, carry me back to my residence. I'll recover after a few days of rest. Creak. The room door closed. As soon as Xianxia left, Yiwudi immediately got up from the bed and said to himself, I've been exposed. His principle was to stay low, but he was influenced by Xiao Ziji and the others, so he finally decided to take action. As for lying on the ground just now, it was also intentional. He wanted to let his fellow disciples think that his strength was built on the huge price he had paid. In short, after being high profile, he had to be low-key. However, no matter how low-key he was, it was useless. Because the terrifying explosion had been deeply imprinted in the minds of Xianxia and the others, especially. Su Xiaoma was still at the scene. The next day, that guy placed a chair on the training ground, stepped on it with one foot, and began to talk about the situation when they fought the boss of the third stage yesterday. Damn. Is senior brother he that strong? The news of Yiwudi killing the boss of the third stage quickly spread throughout the sect of all times, and the disciples began to discuss it. There's such a thing? Jun Changxiao also knew about it, and said while holding his chin, my last disciple is good. Of course. Su Xiaoma said, Patriarch didn't see it, but junior brother he's martial arts skill was simply. I can't even describe it, in short, it was earth-shattering. I'll go and take a look. Jun Changxiao set off for the disciples' mountain. On the way, the system said, this guy has taken a fancy to other people's martial arts again. Why again? Because the entire sect was cultivating the hidden cultivation technique, which was still not outdated, was obtained from Yiwudi. Invincible. How lonely. Yiwudi sat on the bed and hummed a song. Suddenly, he felt that someone was coming, and hurriedly laid on the bed with a weak appearance. Creak. Jun Changxiao pushed the door open and said, I know you're very weak now, so I didn't knock. Sect. Patriarch. I'm fine, it had to be said that Yiwudi was the real actor. Invincible. Jun Changxiao moved a chair and sat on the bed. He looked at the weak-looking disciple and said, how long have you been in the sect? Yiwudi said, more than 10 years. Are you used to it? Used to it. Are you still used to it? Used to it. Yiwudi answered while muttering in his heart, something's wrong. Sigh. Jun Changxiao stood up and clasped his hands behind his back. Although my eternal sect has inherited the 7 profound Saint Venerable's legacy, but the martial arts he left behind are few and far between. Therefore, as your realms become stronger and stronger, it will become more and more difficult to cope with. Yiwudi groaned inwardly, you're trying to trick me again. Invincible. Jun Changxiao said, all these years, have I been good to you? All these years, have you received fewer resources? All these years. Patriarch, don't say any more. Yiwudi took out a martial arts secret manual from his spatial ring and said with a sobbing tone, I'll hand it over. Just one? Yiwudi took out another secret manual. Before Jun Changxiao could speak, he said first, this time, there's no more. Actually, he still had many. However, even if he took them out, he couldn't cultivate them due to the environment and attributes. Invincible. Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and said, recuperate well. I'll visit you when I'm free. Yiwudi still gave the 2 martial arts to Jun Changxiao. Of course, the reason why he gave them out was not because the other party was shameless, but because he had a sense of identity with the sect. In the previous world, Yiwudi's way of survival was to always be a coward, and it was unlikely that he would fight for opportunities with others, so he was also a professional gambler. His level was reset, and he came to the lower realm. After joining the sect of all times, he still followed the principle of cowardice. But in reality, the resources for cultivation were provided by the sect, and he was responsible for closing and opening the door. Occasionally, he would do sect missions, and his life was very comfortable. Since he had received so many benefits, what harm was there in contributing his own martial arts? He was human. He had to know how to be grateful. Moreover, his martial arts were completely unworthy of the Taishan seniors, and it was also an honor to hand it over to the sect for them to cultivate. Yiwudi thought about it and figured it out. His eyes gradually filled with pride, and he said, everyone for me, I for everyone. In the study room, Jun Changxiao placed the 2 secret manuals on the table. One was 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, and the other was Heaven and Earth into Nothing. Very historical. The system said. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said, I feel it too. As he spoke, he had already flipped open the first page of 9 Dragons Splitting Palm and read it carefully. According to the settings of the book, unless it was a special tribe, most of the books were written in the Huaxia language, so the contents could be understood. Something's not right. Jun Changxiao frowned. The cultivation route described in the book, and even the meridian circulation, was very different from the martial arts he had come into contact with. In fact, every plane had its own martial arts system, but no matter how many changes there were, it was still the same. However, there were too many changes in this 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, and even, some parts were completely unreasonable. Since his transmigration, Xianxia mostly relied on the Talisman of Insight to cultivate Nancheng City martial arts, but because of the advantages of various schools, he had a good understanding. There was no one else who could become a martial arts master by cheating. It's really strange. The system said, it's completely different from the martial arts system that the host has cultivated in the past. Xianxia flipped open Heaven and Earth into nothing again, and after reading it carefully, he came to the conclusion that it was very similar to Nine Dragons Splitting Palm, and also did not belong to the upper realm martial arts. No. I have to ask Invincible. Where did you get these secret manuals? Wudi was lying on the bed, stammering. Of course, he had brought the secret manual back from his previous world. But if he told others about it, wouldn't it be the same as exposing himself? The former Night Emperor had tried his best to conceal the fact that he had possessed someone else's body and was reborn. Why, not to mention the trouble it would bring if others knew about it, just the fact that he was killed by his fiancée would be extremely embarrassing. Wudi felt the same way. After all, being hunted down and forced to level up to 0 was not something to be proud of. Invincible. Xianxia said, all these years, have I treated you well? All these years. Patriarch. Wudi stood up with a whoosh and said, I'll talk. Eh? Xianxia said in surprise, you can move? Wudi walked to the table, put 2 teacups of different sizes on it, and said, Patriarch, this small one is the lower universe, and this big one is the upper universe. And then? Xianxia said. Wudi put the teapot next to the 2 teacups and said, if there is a bigger universe, Patriarch, do you believe it? Yes. Xianxia didn't even think about it. Wudi was a little dumbfounded. The Patriarch believed too decisively. If he had known, he wouldn't have used things as an analogy. Xianxia walked over, pointed to the teapot and said, your 2 secret manuals, did you get them from here? Yes. Wudi said seriously. At this point, he intended to confess. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, the reason he came down was that he was hunted down by a group of experts who were not weaker than him. At least he wouldn't lose face if he compared himself with Xianxia. Achoo! Night Emperor, who was cultivating, sneezed and said coldly, who's talking bad about me? Xianxia looked at him and said, you also came from here? Yes. Wudi, who had been in the sect for many years, finally confessed. As expected. Xianxia didn't show much surprise, as if everything was within his expectations. In fact, when he realized that the 2 martial arts were different from the upper universe system, he suspected that they might be from a higher plane. After all, the other party had been cultivating in the sect and couldn't have gone out to look for opportunities, so how could he have special secret manuals? In the beginning, Wudi had confessed that he was hunted down because of the 7 mysterious sunglow break and could only escape to the lower realm helplessly. However, during this period, he hid a very important thing, which was that he came from a higher plane. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia thought that Wudi came from the upper realm until he saw clues from the 2 martial arts. Then he began to wonder if he was hiding something. Is this universe very strong? How should I put it? Wudi thought for a moment and said, it can't be considered a universe, but an independent world that transcends the universe, called the Land of Eternal Life. Land of Eternal Life? Xianxia suddenly remembered the conversation he heard through the illusion when he inherited the Shenyuan realm, so he asked, what does it have to do with the Road of Eternal Life? Only through the Road of Eternal Life can you enter the Land of Eternal Life. Wudi explained. Where is the Road of Eternal Life? Wudi said, only when you enter the Tianji realm and comprehend a higher level will you be qualified to know the Road of Eternal Life. Understood. Xianxia asked again, why did you come to the lower universe? Wudi said, because of the 7 mysterious sunglow break. He had mentioned this before, and Xianxia also knew that he was the victim of the system's theft of the first scroll. Now that he heard him say it again, he realized that he was still in the Land of Eternal Life when it was stolen. Now, there was a new problem. The 7 mysterious sunglow breaks remnant scroll actually existed in a higher realm. Did it mean that the 7 mysterious sage was more powerful than he thought? What was your strength in the past? Sage. Was it very strong? It was SOSO. Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart, looking at the situation, it shouldn't be very high. Are there other realms? Below is the sage, above is the sage. The sage of the seven mysterious sage, so it represented a realm. Jun Changxiao thought it was a name or a Dao name. Jun Changxiao said, you have been hiding it from me, could it be that you have enemies in the land of eternal life? Not in the past. He Wudi clenched his fists and said, but because the seven mysterious Sunglow Breaks remnant scroll was suddenly stolen, I had countless enemies, and in the end, I was forced to come to the lower realm. Jun Changxiao was speechless. If this guy knew that the remnant scroll was stolen by the system, would he go berserk on the spot? No. He couldn't tell him about this. It's okay. He Wudi's anger weakened a little, and said, I am very fortunate to be able to enter the sect of all times, very fortunate to be a disciple of the sect established by Senior Seven Mysterious. Jun Changxiao said, it can be considered a blessing in disguise, no need to take it to heart that the remnant scroll was stolen. One must look forward, not back. Let the past be the past, we still have to look at the future. The item was stolen by the system, and he didn't know at that time. He was innocent because he didn't know. The only thing he could do now was to comfort him, not to think about who the thief was, not to hold grudges, because it was meaningless. From He Wudi, Jun Changxiao learned about the land of immortality. However, he did not feel anything because he had yet to reach a higher level. There was no need for him to know more about it. In short, one had to take one step at a time and experience it step by step. When he reached the peak in the upper universe, he would naturally understand what he needed to understand. Right now, he still had to cultivate these two martial arts. After returning to his residence, Jun Changxiao took out the 9-dragon split palm and an insight talisman from the space ring. He said seriously, cultivate. Pa. He crushed it skillfully. However, when Jun Changxiao obtained the power of insight and began to read the secret manual, he found that it was still unfathomable. It was completely different from the feeling of being enlightened just by reading the chant. Although I don't want to discourage the host, there is something I have to say. The system said, how long has it been since you upgraded the insight talisman? Jun Changxiao was silent. The insight talisman was still in the upper realm version. Now, he had left the upper realm and started the era of space travel. Naturally, it was outdated. Moreover, the two martial arts came from the land of immortality. It was no exaggeration to say that there were not many powerhouses in the upper universe who knew about the land of immortality. Jun Changxiao already had the martial arts secret manual there. This was a lead. Alright. I can only rely on the store. Jun Changxiao opened the system store with great familiarity. It was not a problem for him to comprehend the 9-dragon split palm. After all, he had cheated and had a very high understanding of martial arts. However, as the master of a sect, he was busy with development. If there was a shortcut, he would naturally take it. The system said, I like the host's attitude of I am cheating, I am right. It was very happy. Jun Changxiao had not opened the system store for a long time. Recently, he had obtained the Xianyuan boundary. He did not lack martial arts resources at all. If he continued to improve himself, there would be an unemployment crisis in the future. In fact, it was not that Jun Changxiao did not want to use the store. It was just that after upgrading to the upper realm version, even if he was a VIP user, there was a refresh limit. This made him feel too restrained. That was right. There were heaven-defying items in the store that could strengthen the sect. However, as the master of a sect, how could he squat at home every day waiting for the cooldown to refresh? If he had the time, he could go out and earn more resources. The eternal sect was placed in the eternal world, and the disciples were doing tasks as usual, so their contribution points were increasing every day. Jun Changxiao didn't hesitate to activate the annual contract. After all, it gave him more chances to refresh. Frequent refresh sounds rang in his ears. From this, it could be seen that nothing good had come out. Because if there was something good, this fellow would definitely squat on the chair and cover his face while laughing strangely. 2. Right now, he was in a serious mood. Even the word dog's leftovers had never appeared. 2. 2. 2. 2. Item, Heavenly Might Secret Realm. Introduction, a supreme secret realm that exists in the upper universe system. Effect, the Sky Secret Realm was transformed from the Sky Secret Realm. It experienced 100,000 years of fierce battles. Countless experts fell here and turned into dead souls to guard it. If defeated, one can obtain various martial arts resources. Advantage, it contains treasures, equipment, martial arts, and elixir recipes. Disadvantage, only disciples can enter. Price, 10,000 reputation points. Grade, Supreme. Supreme? Xianxia held his chin and said, higher than the life and death secret realm. The system said the introduction did not mention experience points. It should be a place focused on getting equipment. I don't have that many reputation points. Otherwise, I would have bought it. During this period of time, the disciples did missions and accumulated a lot of contribution points for Xianxia. However, the system had long collapsed. Except for the annual card and the refresh times, it was almost the same number. So if he wanted to buy good things, he had to rely on reputation points. Unfortunately, during this period of time, he only had 5,000 reputation points. Keep it. The system said, buy it when you have it. Then won't it be stuck? Xianxia still wanted to refresh the Talisman of Insight. The system said, the refresh rate of the secret realm is not high. Moreover, it is a supreme item. The host is advised to save it to avoid any regrets. Okay. Xianxia returned to the store page and continued to look at the follow-up items. At this time, he found another item called Independent Battlefield. He clicked on the introduction. That's right, it was the former Xianyuan domain. Good lord. Xianxia said, the store really steals everything. He took a glance and said in surprise, 100,000 reputation points? After coming to the upper realm, Xianxia also bought reputation points. Most of them were around a few thousand. The Sky Secret Realm that had just appeared was the most expensive. He did not expect the price to be 10 times higher in the Xianyuan domain. What did this mean? That's right, he inherited it without spending a single cent. It was a huge profit. Mountain. Junchang smiled and said, you've saved me a lot of money. When the independent battlefield appeared in the store, it really showed the importance of the Koiran Mountain. There were no more good items below, so Xianxia took back the store and went to the spacetime secret realm with the 9 dragons split palm. Since it could not be refreshed, he could only rely on himself. Ta. After entering the spacetime secret realm, Xianxia turned his back to the camera and said, if I don't understand this martial art, I won't step out of the back mountain. The system said, you can finish sprinkling flowers in advance. Time flew by, and time passed quickly. Senior brother. Su Xiaoma asked, Patriarch hasn't come out yet? No. Li Qingyang shook his head. We've been going back and forth for 2 months. What exactly is the sect master trying to comprehend? Su Xiaoma was very puzzled. Li Qingyang said, it should be a profound martial art. Sigh. Xiao Ziji came out from the back mountain, holding a pile of hair in his hand and said, Patriarch is bald again. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma were not surprised. In their view, as long as Patriarch was focused on something, it was like a wildfire that could not be burned, the hair that grew again in the spring wind would definitely fall off. He Wudi, who was standing in the distance and listening to their conversation, thought, although these 2 martial arts are not the best, it would take at least a few hundred years to master them. Patriarch, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, laughter came from the back mountain. He's out. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others hurried over. As soon as they entered the back mountain, they saw Patriarch standing outside the spacetime secret realm with his hands on his waist, laughing. Because of the sunlight, his head was shining brightly. Could it be, he Wudi, who heard the news, was shocked, he comprehended it? Shua. At this moment, Xianxia opened his legs and put his hands in front of his chest, quickly forming a seal. The surrounding heaven and earth attributes were immediately mobilized, forming a spectacular scene. This is, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's hair was messed up by the wind. Their eyes flashed with shock. Junior brother, he's martial art. Rising Dragon Lord of Mount Lu. Roar. Roar. As Jun Changxiao shouted the name of the martial art, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes gathered and turned into 9 dragon beasts, rushing toward the 9 mountains in the distance. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The mountains cracked, and heaven and earth lost their color. He Wudi roared, "What the hell is Rising Dragon Lord of Mount Lu?" In just 2 months, Jun Changxiao had comprehended the 9 dragons split palm with his own efforts. Although he was only at the beginning, it was undeniable that without the help of props, his talent and comprehension were still very strong, worthy of the title of martial arts master. How long has it been? He Wudi was shocked. Unbelievable. Thinking back to the time when he cultivated the 9 dragons split palm, he had spent hundreds of years. Sigh. As expected of the successor of the sect founded by Senior Qishuan, at that moment, as the leader of the trio, He Wudi's admiration for Jun Changxiao was like a torrential river. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma rubbed his hands and said, "Can we cultivate such a powerful martial art?" "Of course." Jun Changxiao said, "Everyone has a copy." Hearing that his secret manual was defined as a public martial art, He Wudi puffed out his chest and showed a proud expression. On the same day, Jun Changxiao made more than 100,000 copies of the 9 dragons split palm and sent them to the disciples one by one. This kind of high-level martial art from the land of eternal life was a bit crazy for everyone in the sect of all times to have a copy. However, whether they could cultivate it or not depended on themselves. Creak. Yi Xingchen leaned against the door and looked down at the 9 dragons split palm in his hand. He looked more and more excited. He had seen He Wudi use it with his own eyes and saw him kill a powerful boss in seconds, so he was naturally fascinated by this kind of martial art. Night Emperor was very proud. He never thought that his talent was weaker than He Wudi's. The reason why the other party could be so strong must be because of the martial art. Indeed, in their current realm, both of them were at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. If they had to compete, they could only start with martial arts and equipment. No. Yi Xingchen began to comprehend the 9 dragons split palm and soon found that this martial art was completely different from the ones he had come into contact with before. It was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. It was difficult. It was also challenging. Night Emperor's eyes burned. He liked challenges. He liked excitement. However, when he walked out of his room at dawn, he looked up at the sky and roared helplessly in his heart, "It's too difficult." The fact that Jun Changxiao had spent more than 2 months comprehending the 9 dragons split palm was enough to show how difficult it was to cultivate. Furthermore, the disciples had never used the insight talisman before, so, in the next few days, one after another, he saw Li Qingyang and the others pass by listlessly, as if they had lost their souls. They had been trying to comprehend the 9 dragons splitting palm all this time. They had been trying to comprehend it until they had a splitting headache, but they still hadn't gained anything. That was how they ended up like this. In short, it was too taxing on the mind and body. Patriarch. He Wudi said, "Although the nature of heaven and earth in the eternal world can drive the 9 dragons splitting palm, it can't be perfectly matched. It's extremely difficult to cultivate. I hope you can remind your fellow disciples to act according to their ability and not waste too much time on things that are impossible." Invincible. Jun Changxiao said meaningfully, "The more impossible something is, the more we have to overcome it. This is the spirit of the sect of all times." That's right. The 9 dragons splitting palm was difficult. But if one chose to give up because of this reason, it would only lead to laziness. Martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. Jun Changxiao said. He Wudi said, "Patriarch is right." He also began to reflect on himself. Because he had joined the sect of all times, he had a variety of resources and gradually developed the mentality of stretching out his hand and opening his mouth. This was absolutely not desirable. It was very difficult for the disciples to cultivate the 9 dragons splitting palm, but no one chose to give up. They were still working hard to the point that they even forgot to eat and sleep. Of course. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, so they had plenty of time to comprehend. Most of the inner and outer disciples did not forget to cultivate other martial arts to improve their realm while comprehending the 9 dragons splitting palm. To be exact, He Wudi's worries were unnecessary. The self-discipline of his fellow disciples was far stronger than he imagined. Jun Changxiao would also teach Wu Tang when he was free. He would use his own cultivation experience to explain their doubts. It could be said that this was the first time a sect master taught his disciples without relying on the talisman of insight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, tireless teaching. The reward is 50 contribution points. After a few days of teaching Wu Tang, a notification sounded in his ears. Only 50 contribution points? Jun Changxiao was speechless. The system sharply complained, this is obviously the early stage of the mission. It's almost the end of the mission. Shouldn't the host reflect on it? Under Jun Changxiao's guidance, many disciples benefited a lot. Although they could not immediately comprehend the 9 dragons splitting palm, at least they could avoid many detours and pave the way for the whole nation to have success in cultivation in the future. Of course. There was another martial art, heaven and earth transformation. Jun Changxiao sat in the study and flipped to the first page of the secret manual. Seeing the description, if one mastered this skill, heaven and earth could be transformed into nothing, he said in shock, so terrifying? After all, it comes from a higher level of martial arts. The system said, take the host's heaven crossing palm for example. In the lower realm, it would be a godly skill that could destroy heaven and earth. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao said, I really hope to enter the land of eternal life and see how strong the martial artists there are. He was the patriarch of the sect of all times and also a martial artist. Naturally, he yearned for a higher level of enlightenment. Work hard. Good luck. It's too difficult. A few days later, Jun Changxiao lay on his bed, despair appearing on his face. 9 dragons splitting palm was already very difficult, but heaven and earth transformation was even more difficult. He had not comprehended a single bit of it until now. It was as if he was reading a wordless heavenly book. Forget it, forget it. Jun Changxiao kept the secret manual and said, let's hurry on our way. The system was speechless, the path of martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. That was said for the disciples to hear. When it comes to him, he gives up as soon as he encounters a setback. Jun Changxiao did not share heaven and earth transformation with the disciples because they were currently focused on studying the 9 dragons splitting palm. There was no time to cultivate another profound martial art. Beep. Only 2 days away from the mountain and sea realm. Jun Changxiao's face lit up with a smile when he heard the system notification. Brother is coming for you. After meeting, we won't go home until we're drunk. Whoosh, Eternal shuttled through the universe. In the area it was heading towards, a large plane gradually appeared in their field of vision. According to the map, this was the mountain and sea realm. Jun Changxiao stood in the cockpit and put his hand to his ear. After listening for a while, he said, I hear my brother calling me. The system said, the explosive man is about to arrive. Whoosh, Eternal suddenly accelerated and dragged the scorching light into the mountain and sea realm. Finally, it floated in the sky. Brother, I'm coming, whoosh. At that moment, a saber light suddenly shot out from below and pierced through the hull at an extremely fast speed. Crack. Jun Changxiao hurriedly looked down and found that a small crack had appeared on the floor. Then, it spread endlessly to the left and right and began to crack. He held his head and collapsed. My ship, crack crack crack, Eternal was split into 2 and started to fall freely. Humph. Gu Tianxing floated in the air, the woodcutting axe in his right hand glowing. He said with a cold gaze, you people from the star spirit world actually dare to harass us. Mountain Sea Realm. The wreckage of Eternal was scattered in the wilderness, and occasionally, green smoke would float up. After spending so much time and effort to come to the world of his brother's reincarnation, it was cut down by his father right away. This made Jun Changxiao kneel on the ground, holding his chest and crying. My ship, my ship. Why did you die so miserably? Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing, who was sitting beside him, said awkwardly, "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Eternal was actually a repaired Star Spirit World battleship, so its appearance didn't change much, making him think that it was an invasion. "Uncle, I wanted to say that too. But your axe was too fast, not giving me a chance at all." "It's not a big problem." At this time, the Taishan old man standing in front of the wreckage transmitted his voice, "It can still be repaired, but it needs time." Uncle Gu was amazing. His axe went down in a clean and swift manner. Although the battleship was broken in half, it wasn't heavily damaged internally. Which meant that Eternal could still be saved. Eh? Shangguan Xinyao walked to the broken part of the battleship and said, "What's this?" In between the iron plates, there was a very unassuming crystal. It occasionally trembled like a small heart. Strange. The Taishan old man walked over and studied it. "Why is there such a thing?" The crystal didn't belong to the battleship formation system and was completely independent. If not for the naked eye, even spiritual sense wouldn't be able to find it. Could it be, the Taishan old man guessed, some device that reveals the location of the battleship? That's right. Gu Tianqing appeared in front of him and dug out the crystal. "This thing is called space shaking stone. It can produce a kind of energy wave that will return to the mother stone no matter how far away it is." "So, you are being monitored." When Jun Changxiao heard this, he immediately laughed. He was still guessing whether or not the Star Spirit World found them because of a tracking device. Today, the case was finally solved. Damn. The system said it was originally a bad thing, but it suddenly became a good thing. Little Shirbai and I are happy. The tracker that had been hidden in Eternal's metal plate was immediately exposed after Gu Tianqing cut it open. It was such a coincidence. Pod Jun Changxiao gently crushed the void-quaking stone and sneered, "How are you going to find him?" "Jun Patriarch." Gu Tianqing asked, "What brings you here to the mountain and sea realm?" Jun Changxiao hurriedly said with a straight face, "Senior Gu, you saved my upper realm from disaster. After much consideration, I've decided to pay you a visit to express my gratitude and respect." He would not say that he was looking for Gu Xiaoxi, for fear of exposing his brother's reincarnation. But in reality, Gu Tianqing already knew about it. He and his wife wouldn't care that Gu Xiaoxi had the spirit of reincarnation and that reincarnation was like cheating, because all of this was predestined, because he was their son. AI. Gu Tianqing sighed and said, "If my son didn't run away from home, I would definitely receive Jun Patriarch well." "What?" Jun Changxiao said in shock, "My brother ran away from home?" "Your brother?" Realizing that he had said too much, Jun Changxiao hurriedly explained, "I see Senior as my uncle, so your son is my brother." What a beautiful way to put it. AI. Gu Tianqing didn't think too much and sighed again, saying, "Unfortunately, your brother is too insensible. He ran away from home before he even grew up." "Why?" Jun Changxiao asked. With his understanding of Gu Xiaoxi, with such strong parents, why would he run away from home? Could it be that he went to find him? "Brother, you've moved me," Gu Tianqing said. "I don't like my fiancé." Jun Changxiao fell silent. At this time, if Gu Xiaoxi was here, he would definitely reprimand him as a brother. "You don't even like the daughter of the Realm Lord? Why don't you go to heaven and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun?" Speaking of his son, Gu Tianqing seemed to have turned into a bitter old man. He grumbled, "His parents are the most handsome man and the most beautiful woman in the mountain and sea realm. How are they not good enough for him?" "Uncle Gu, please calm down." Jun Changxiao consoled, "After all, your brother is still young." Although he didn't approve of Gu Xiaoxi running away from home, he was still his brother, so he had to speak up for him. AI. Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, "Poor parents." "Uncle." Jun Changxiao said, "Then hurry up and find your brother." From Senior Gu to Uncle Gu, their relationship was getting closer. "That little brat stole an energy concealing pill that I refined. It's not easy to find it in the mountain and sea realm," Gu Tianqing said. Jun Changxiao was stunned. To be able to render Senior Gu helpless with just a single pill, this was definitely very impressive. If the medicine hall could refine it, ding. Side quest activated. A quest? Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the quest panel and clicked on the description. The content was, help Gu Tianqing find his son who ran away from home, incomplete. This was a quest. It was definitely a freebie quest. Xianxia had traveled thousands of miles to the mountain and sea realm to reunite with his brother, so finding Gu Tianqing was only natural. There's a note? Unlike the previous side quests, there was a note at the end of the description. The content was, upon completion, the reward was the energy concealing pill Formula X1. Xianxia was stunned for a second, then quickly covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. This was really what he wanted to get. Uncle. Xianxia said solemnly, I'm here to help you find your brother. This, swoosh. 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 As soon as he said that, 100,000 disciples of the Sect of all times, 1,000,000 devil army, and tens of thousands of Diablo appeared. Swoosh. Xianxia stood up and said, no matter how big the mountain and sea realm is, I will definitely find my brother. If it were anyone else, they might be surprised by the sudden appearance of so many martial artists, but Gu Tianqing was different. After all, he was one of the strongest in the upper universe, and he was in a hurry to find his son, so he cupped his hands and said, sorry to trouble you, June Patriarch. The energy concealing pill could hide all auras. Finding it by himself was like finding a needle in a haystack. At this time, more people became more important. Disciples, listen up. Xianxia said loudly, search every inch of the way. We must find Senior Gu's son. Yes. Swoosh. 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 In an instant, except for the old man Tai Xian and his formation team, the other disciples of the Sect of all times quickly flew in different directions. Uncle. Xianxia said weakly, what's the energy concealing pill? Speaking of the pill, Gu Tianqing said proudly, this is a magical formula that I have spent thousands of years researching. Anyone who takes it will not reveal any aura. It can be said to be deceiving everyone. Xianxia was silent. So the energy concealing pill formula was developed by him. If I complete the mission, wouldn't it be the same as stealing from my brother's father? No. How could I, Xianxia, do something that goes against justice? Shua. Shua. In the depths of the forest, a figure darted out, dodging all kinds of fierce beasts, and landed in front of a lake. It was a pink and tender boy, about 5 or 6 years old. That's right. It was Gu Xiaoxi, who had run away from home. Logically speaking, he should have retained most of his memories from his previous life, so how could he do such a childish thing? You guys don't know. Gu Xiaoxi looked at the camera and said painfully, my fiancé looks so scary. Every time he thought of the first time he met the Realm Lord's daughter, every time he thought of her appearance, his scalp felt like it was about to explode, and his spine was drenched in cold sweat. For his future happiness, he had to reject this marriage. However, his father would definitely not agree because of their friendship, so he could only slip away early. Running away from home was what Gu Tianqing defined. In fact, Gu Xiaoxi's behavior was completely considered running away from marriage, although he was still underage and running away a little early. Gulp, gulp. After drinking a bowl of spring water, he sat cross-legged on a rock and began to breathe. Although he was at the stage of running away from home, he naturally could not relax in his cultivation. Gu Xiaoxi was now mainly cultivating martial arts such as the Major Thousand Shadows art and the Heaven Crossing palm print. Because he had studied them in the sect in his previous life, he was already familiar with them at a young age. Voila! At this moment, the sound of water could be heard. Gu Xiaoxi opened his eyes and looked back. He saw someone jumping into the lake to take a bath. It was summer in the mountain and sea realm, so it was normal to take a shower, but the person taking a bath was actually a woman. Although she was wearing clothes, after entering the water, this woman was about 17 or 18 years old, and her golden hair floated on the water. She had a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and bright eyes. There was a hint of enchantment. Gu Xiaoxi, who had reincarnated countless times, could remain absolutely calm. After all, it was not like he had never seen a beauty before. However, he could not help but think to himself, she's dozens of times prettier than my fiancé. No. Tens of thousands of times. How ugly was this? That was why there was such a big difference. The blonde beauty seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and looked at the bushes in the distance. Her gaze met with Gu Xiaoxi's. Look at me. I'm looking at you. The scene seemed to freeze. You. The golden-haired woman frowned and said, Are you peeking at me bathing? What a joke, am I, Gu Xiaoxi, that kind of person? Although she thought so in her heart, she still tried to put on a harmless smile and said innocently, Sister, I'm just passing by. It had to be said that Gu Xiaoxi's childlike appearance could help him resolve a lot of problems. At least at this time, people wouldn't think that he was a voyeur. After all, who could look like a child? Hua. The blonde woman flew out of the lake. The towel on the shore came to her uninvited and quickly wrapped around her body. Barefoot and wet hair, she landed in front of Gua. She put a small dagger on his neck and said coldly, You're so young and you've already learned bad things. What will happen when you grow up? Sister. Gu Jiaoxi said seriously, I came first. You came later. That's not important. What's important is that you saw something you shouldn't see. As a punishment, you. The blonde woman's killing intent appeared and she said, Must die. What can I see when you're bathing and wearing clothes? Although Gu Jiaoxi wanted to roar, he still calmed down and said, Can you be reasonable? I am reasonable. The blonde woman put the dagger closer and said, Remember, after reincarnation, don't peek at women bathing. Gu Jiaoxi was speechless. In all honesty, I just came out to drink water. It was you who jumped into the lake to take a bath. How can you blame me? Alas. This woman was unreasonable. Swish. Suddenly, Gu Jiaoxi hit the dagger away with his right hand and ran out like a rabbit. When he was hundreds of feet away, he turned back and shouted, Who would peek at an ugly woman bathing? The blonde woman said angrily, Little bastard, you're courting death. Ugly woman, ugly woman. Gu Jiaoxi shouted as he ran. In fact, he could easily avoid the blonde woman from the beginning. However, in order to avoid alerting the nearby beasts, he planned to use the identity of a child to fool around. Since it didn't work, he could only rely on his strength. Roar. Roar. Sure enough, the nearby beasts noticed and roared. Xiao. At this moment, the blonde woman chased from behind. Before she arrived, her killing intent arrived first. This was exactly what Gu Jiaoxi wanted. After all, there were so many beasts. They would definitely surround her, which would be beneficial for him to escape. Wait a minute, why were the beasts all staring at him and not at her? Swish. Swish. At this time, dozens of huge beasts came from the left and right. They were like small mountains blocking the way. Ga, helplessly, he braked. Little bastard. The blonde woman flew over and landed on a snow-white lion. She smiled, revealing 2 sharp teeth, and said, Why aren't you running? Gu Jiaoxi frowned and said, You're not human. Pfft. The blonde woman was amused by him and said, In a world dominated by beasts, humans are rare. Since you're not human, why do you care about being peeped at bathing? As Gu Jiaoxi spoke, he scanned his surroundings and realized that he was surrounded by demon beasts. There was no way out for him. The blonde woman said coldly, You human women value reputation. Why can't I value it? These words made Gu Jiaoxi speechless. Today. The blonde woman said, No one can save you. You must prove my innocence with your death. Gu Jiaoxi's mouth twitched. What did I do to you? I have to prove my innocence. Fine. Gu Jiaoxi sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a small wooden token, saying, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. You forced me. Heavenly Star token? The blonde woman said with a serious look, Who are you to Gu Tianxing? Gu Jiaoxi said proudly, His son. With such an awesome father, it was natural for him to be firm in his words. After hearing the word son, the blonde woman's eyes had a trace of resentment and anger, and said, So you're Gu Tianxing's son. Gu Jiaoxi caught the slightly complicated emotions in her eyes and said in his heart, It's over. This woman may have an unclear relationship with father. If I take the initiative to reveal my identity, I'm afraid it will backfire. Go ahead. The blonde woman said, Let the Gu couple come. Gu Jiaoxi hesitated. If he just called his father, it wouldn't be a big problem. But if he called his mother, it would definitely make his father cry. No. I can't let my mother know about my father's emotional problems outside, or the problem will be serious. Gu Jiaoxi put the heavenly star token into the space ring and said, "You're not my wife. Why should I do as you say?" "You won't?" The blonde woman flew up from the lion beast, the dagger in her hand flashing with cold light, and said, "Then die." Gu Jiaoxi wouldn't wait for death. Just as he was about to turn and run, he suddenly found a stream of light flashing from the distant sky, and then landed in front of him with a boom. An emotional voice came from the dusty area, "Brother, I'm here." A lifetime, what was there to cherish? A vagrant, no extravagant love. In this life, we'll be brothers in this life. No afterlife, I'll think of you in the afterlife. Drifting river, every night, it's raining, I think of you. The song Ren Xianxi's brother echoed in the sky, and the brotherly feelings after a long separation instantly burned to the peak. Accompanied by the sound of BMG, Jun Changxiao appeared in front of Gu Jiaoxi. As for the blonde woman who rushed over, she was also sent flying and looked at him with a fearful gaze. This person. His strength was extraordinary. Seeing the appearance of the person through the layers of dust, Gu Jiaoxi said in surprise, "Jun Patriarch?" When Jun Changxiao heard this, his heart ached. The two of them had met before, and it was no problem to call him Jun Patriarch. But now that they knew that he was reincarnated, they seemed a little distant. "It's my fault. I didn't protect my brother well and let him die in the line of duty. This kind of thing. It would never happen again in the future." Clang. Jun Changxiao took out the immortal sword and said with a cold gaze, "Who dares to touch my brother?" In just 6 words, the emotions were exaggerated to the extreme. At this moment, not to mention a woman, even if the gods and demons dared to touch Gu Jiaoxi, Jun Changxiao would kill gods and demons. Brother. It was not just words. So strange. Gu Jiaoxi thought to himself, why am I so excited? When Jun Changxiao appeared and called him brother, his blood boiled and his emotions soared, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. Your brother peeked at me bathing. The blonde woman said coldly, as his brother, what do you say? When Jun Changxiao, who was quite serious, heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. My brother actually has this hobby? Bullshit. Gu Jiaoxi roared, I didn't peek at you bathing. I believe in my brother. Jun Chang smiled and said, he'll only look openly, he won't peek. That's right. Gu Jiaoxi proudly puffed out his chest and said, I, Gu Jiaoxi, am upright and do not do sneaky things. Wait, what did he mean by openly looking? Gu Jiaoxi finally came around and roared, I didn't look at her at all, she jumped down herself. You finally admit it? The golden-haired woman sneered, Gu Tianqing is also a famous expert. I didn't expect him to give birth to such a shameless son. Gu Jiaoxi said angrily, you can humiliate my father, but you can't humiliate me. Jun Changxiao felt that there was something wrong with this statement, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Cut the crap. The golden-haired woman raised her hand and said, both of you must die. Roar. Roar. The hundreds of demon beasts in the vicinity seemed to have received an order. They instantly pounced towards Jun Changxiao and Gu Jiaoxi. The air was filled with a baleful aura. Brother, don't be afraid. Jun Changxiao stood in front of Gu Jiaoxi and said, Big brother is here. To him, these demonic beasts were not worth mentioning and could be easily killed. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, another roar came from afar. Jun Changxiao and Gu Jiaoxi subconsciously looked back, and their expressions froze. In their field of vision, huge birds swarmed over from the sky. There were eagles, condors, dragons, and pigs. There were so many of them, it was just that there were so many of them, but they were all extremely powerful. With a slight spread of his spiritual senses, he could clearly sense that there were more than 5,000 of them that were comparable to the upper-level truth-seeking realm, and there was no lack of half-step heavenly secrets realm experts. Not good. Jun Changxiao frowned. Humph. The golden-haired woman crossed her arms and sneered. No one in the world can save you now. From the other party's calm expression, Jun Changxiao understood that the demonic beasts that suddenly attacked must be on her side. Brother. How did he get into so much trouble at such a young age? Let's go. Jun Changxiao hugged Gu Xiaoxi and rushed through the demonic beasts that pounced on them. Roar! At this moment, a giant eagle that was larger than a mountain flew over from the sky, its sharp claws seemingly shattering the void. Boom! Jun Changxiao repelled it with his true spirit power and immediately chose to take a detour. However, just as he was about to turn around, a pig beast that was flying with its ears opened its mouth and sneezed. Smelly saliva splashed over like a fairy scattering flowers. So disgusting. Buzz! Jun Changxiao hurriedly formed a defensive barrier in front of him. Bang! 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 The saliva was like a cannonball, causing a huge impact. This also forced Goshun to land with Gu Xiaoxi in his arms and choose another direction. He stopped where he was. It was impossible to run anymore. Because at this moment, all kinds of strange giant demonic beasts gathered in the surroundings and even the sky. Just the powerful evil aura that erupted was enough to make people feel pressured. Mississippi Jun Changxiao put Gu Xiaoxi down and said amiably, "There must be a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk about it? It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive." From the bottom of his heart. Talk? Sure. The golden-haired woman said, "You peeked at me bathing. Destroy your eyes first." Jun Changxiao frowned. Damn it. Gu Xiaoxi took out the heavenly star token and said angrily, "Don't push me too far." He thought that Jun Patriarch could save him, but it seemed that it was useless. He could only call his father. What's this? After you crush it, you can summon my father. Then what are you waiting for? Crush it and call for reinforcements. The demonic beasts of the mountain and sea realm were powerful, especially with so many of them gathered. Jun Changxiao was confident that he could escape, but he would have to pay a heavy price. If Senior Gu came, there would be no problem. Gu Xiaoxi also wanted to crush it. However, if this woman had something to do with his father, and his mother found out, wouldn't he be in trouble? Roar! Roar! At this time, a huge ape beast as white as snow walked over with earth-shattering steps. It grabbed a floating corpse koan and swallowed it. Then, it pounded its chest and evolved into a level 999 ancient bloodthirsty demon ape. Whoosh! The golden-haired woman landed on its head and said, "I'll give you to the count of 3. Either destroy your eyes or become the ape's food." Jun Changxiao's eyes were solemn. This huge ape beast that was taller than a mountain was as strong as the 9 combined Dharma phases. The mountain and sea realm. Its level was very high. 1. 2. Just as the golden-haired woman was about to count to 3, Gu Xiaoxi raised the token high and shouted, "Father, I'm sorry." Pa! The heavenly star token was instantly crushed. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, a gust of wind erupted on the spot, and billowing airwaves spread out like turbulent waves. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened because Gu Tianqing stood in the airwave area with his hands behind his back like an otherworldly expert. Damn, reinforcements came too fast. My son. Gu Tianqing's eyes were cold. What's the matter? The heavenly star token was the life-saving trump card he gave to his son. Now that he suddenly crushed it to summon him, he must be in big trouble. Father. Gu Xiaoxi pointed at the golden-haired woman and said angrily, "She wants to kill me." Kill my son? You're courting death. Gu Tianqing, who looked like an honest man, was instantly enraged. Then, he looked in the direction he was pointing and saw the golden-haired woman. His expression froze. Sure enough, father knows her. Swish, the sound of wind breaking came from the sky, and Mother Gu rushed over. She could also sense that her son had crushed the heavenly star token. It's over. Damn it. Just as Gu Xiaoxi was about to collapse, the golden-haired woman jumped down from the ape beast and bowed like a lady from a noble family. Greetings, uncle and auntie. As she spoke, she secretly glared at Gu Xiaoxi. That resentful look seemed to be saying, "You really crushed the heavenly star token. Child." Mother Gu smiled. "Why are you here?" Gu Xiaoxi was stunned. The plot that appeared at this moment was completely different from what he had imagined. Father. Gu Xiaoxi whispered, "You and mother know her?" Nonsense. Gu Tianqing said, "How can I not know my future daughter-in-law?" Huh? Gu Xiaoxi's eyes widened and his mouth opened. The one who collapsed the most was Xianxia. After all this fuss, it turned out that she was his brother's fiancée. Was it fun to play love and hate here? Or were they deliberately teasing him? Uncle. Auntie. Brother. Goshen cupped his fists and said, "Sorry to disturb you." Swish, after saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Gu Zhaoxi did not expect the blonde woman to be his fiancée. No, she was not like this. She was not that beautiful. Gu Zhaoxi did not care about a woman's appearance, but he still had his basic aesthetic standards. Compared to his fiancée, the blonde beauty was a devastatingly beautiful angel, while the other was a broken-winged angel with her face on the ground. What? Gu Tianqing said, "You don't know her?" "I've seen her before." "How can I not know her?" Mrs. Gu rolled her eyes at her husband. Gu Zhaoxi held in his heart, "This is definitely not what I saw." Wait, she was a demon. Could it be that her original body was an ugly monster, and she transformed into a human to make herself beautiful? Thinking of this, Gu Zhaoxi looked at the blonde woman. It was as if he saw a threatening look through her beautiful appearance, and he could not help but shudder. If his father insisted on arranging a wife for him, as long as her appearance was passable, he would reluctantly accept it. However, he would rather die alone for a plastic surgery freak like her. TSK. Xianxia squatted in the distance and said, "My brother is blessed. Powerful parents. Beautiful wife. He was a winner in life." Wait. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and said, "Brother, aren't you blessed today because of me, your big brother?" The system was speechless. The host is starting to flatter himself again. Brother sacrificed himself for righteousness. Not only did he get the title of great hero in the upper realm, but he also reincarnated with parents' love and a beautiful fiancée. "Don't tell me it has nothing to do with me?" Xianxia said. The system was speechless. It could only ask the readers outside for help. Readers, flame him. Gu Zhaoxi's encounter with good parents was indeed related to Xianxia. However, the reason was that he sacrificed himself for righteousness and saved the upper realm from disaster, or he received merit from the dark, so he was reincarnated into a good family. In layman's terms, good people will be rewarded. More seriously, those who were cheated by Goxing would be too miserable if they did not receive some compensation. Ding. Side. Quest completed. Reward, 1000 reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 6000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. The reward is the Qi Concealing Pill Formula X1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Xianxia didn't care that the task was completed so easily. What he cared about was that the formula for the concealing Qi pill was stolen by the system. What to do? Should I return it to its rightful owner? No. If she suddenly took it out, Uncle Gu would definitely be suspicious. Should he find an opportunity to pretend that he had accidentally picked it up while walking? Ding. It has been detected that the host has obtained the Qi Concealing Pill formula. Automatically matched to the elixir pavilion. Xianxia's expression stiffened. After a while, he held in his heart, "I can't forcefully cancel the mission, and the recipe is automatically matched. It's really not my fault." Schwa. He opened the medicine pavilion and browsed through the new formula. This is too miraculous. In front of the lake, the golden-haired woman held a leaf in her hand and said, "I know you're confused." Gu Zhaoxi, who was standing behind her, said, "Actually, this kind of thing is about mutual affection. I have never met this girl before. If we insist on being together, I'm afraid it will lead to an irreparable mistake." He would never be confused by the beautiful woman in front of him, because his body was so ugly that he couldn't bear to look at her directly. The golden-haired woman turned around, crushed the leaf in her hand, and said hatefully, "Are you despising me?" "No, no, no." Gu Zhaoxi said, Schwa. The golden-haired woman suddenly rushed over, grabbed his collar and said, "If you weren't Gu Tianqing's son, just by peeping at me bathing, you would have already died without a burial place. Very fierce. Just like a hag." Hey. Gu Zhaoxi collapsed and said, "Don't be unreasonable, you obviously jumped down yourself." Humph. The golden-haired woman let go of him and said proudly, "For the sake of my fiancé, I'll spare you today." Gu Zhaoxi was speechless. "There are no feelings between us, do you really plan to marry me? Don't you humans talk about the orders of your parents and the words of the matchmaker?" The golden-haired woman said, "The marriage contract was arranged by them, of course I have to abide by it. But, no buts. Your husband, my wife, no one can change it." Gu Zhaoxi was silent. Although his father lived in seclusion in the mountains, he still cared about his face. Since he had made an agreement with the realm master, if his son didn't comply, he would probably be punished by the family law. This could be considered an arranged marriage. However, the wife was as beautiful as a flower, and the father-in-law was the realm master. If it was Xiao Duo, he would be more than happy. Of course. The golden-haired woman said, "I don't like you either. Then why don't we break up?" Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly said. "Break up?" The golden-haired woman said, "My father won't agree, and neither will your father. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet." So, the golden-haired woman walked over and said in a low voice, "Why don't we escape from the mountain and see realm together and live in a place where no one can find us? Then we can get married and have children, and live a peaceful life." "Good idea." Gu Zhaoxi's eyes lit up. However, when he carefully considered the woman's words, he immediately roared, "This is not running away from marriage, this is elopement." "Shoo!" The golden-haired woman said, "Don't let uncle and auntie hear this." Gu Zhaoxi almost fell. In the distance, Mrs. Gu looked at her son and said with a smile, "Husband, look at how happy they are chatting. In my opinion, why don't we discuss it with the in-laws and quickly settle the marriage?" Gu Tianqing was a little proud because this marriage was his decision. Now that his wife was satisfied, he could finally raise his head at home. Okay. Mrs. Gu had no objections. At first, she was quite opposed. After all, the two of them had never met before. Now that they were in love and chatting happily, she naturally agreed. "Uncle, auntie." The golden-haired woman walked over and bowed. "Father said that I can only go out for 4 hours a day. I have to go back now so that they won't be worried." This was a stark contrast to the image of a hag just now. Gu Zhaoxi muttered in his heart, "Her acting is better than mine. I have to admit defeat." "Go back," Mrs. Gu said with a smile. The more she looked at her future daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. It's over. Gu Zhaoxi thought, mother has been deceived by her. Uncle, auntie. Goodbye. The golden-haired woman looked back at Gu Zhaoxi and transmitted her voice. "The me you saw just now was just a random substitute." Gu Zhaoxi cursed in his heart, "Crazy. After you've made up your mind, come find me at Calm Heart Lake." The golden-haired woman jumped onto a dazzling eagle beast and flew away. Before she left, she didn't forget to wave at the Gu couple, acting very polite. Gu Zhaoxi really did consider it. Of course, he wouldn't consider escaping the mountain and sea realm with this woman, getting married, having children, and living a peaceful life. Instead, he considered using this opportunity to get rid of her. He couldn't change his fate here, but it would be different if he left. The problem was, how could he leave? Suddenly, Gu Zhaoxi turned his head and looked at Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in the distance. His eyes flashed with joy. At the same time, Gosheng also looked over. Because he didn't know what was going on, a silly smile appeared on his face. The place where the Gu couple lived in seclusion. Jun Changxiao sat in a small pavilion and sipped tea. Occasionally, he would look at the beautiful scenery in the distance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how comfortable this is. In order to develop the sect, he was busy all day and dared not relax at all. He really hoped that one day, he could say goodbye to the martial arts world and live a carefree life. Don't worry. The system said, wait for the finale. F***ck. Jun Changxiao cursed and continued to taste the tea. At the same time, he opened the elixir pavilion and carefully read the materials needed to refine the qi concealing pill. There weren't many of them, only 5 of them. However, the jade cloud sacred fruit and the rippling water flower were obviously not low level. If he wanted to find them, Jun Changxiao's vision stopped at a medicinal field in the distance. There were many medicinal herbs planted in it, and they were of different types. Gu Tianqing sat down and smiled. Jun Patriarch also knows about medicinal herbs? Jun Xianxia said, I know a little about ordinary medicinal herbs, but I don't know anything about those planted by Senior. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianqing laughed and said, these medicinal herbs that I planted, let alone Jun Patriarch, probably not many people in the entire upper universe know about them. Oh? Jun Xianxiao asked in surprise, could it be a heavenly treasure that can only be found by chance? Gu Tianqing seemed to be interested and deliberately showed off. He pointed to a medicinal herb and said, this is the jade cloud sacred fruit. It takes 10,000 years to germinate, 10,000 years to bloom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. F***ck. Jun Xiangxiao's eyes widened. He was shocked not because the jade cloud sacred fruit's growth cycle was too slow, but because it happened to be the missing medicinal herb. And this rippling water flower. Gu Tianqing pointed to another medicinal herb and said proudly, this thing grows in an extremely harsh environment. I spent a lot of effort to transplant it here. Next, he introduced the other medicinal herbs. Without exception. They were all materials for refining the qi concealing pill. Just a moment ago, he was still fretting over the medicinal herbs. Who would have thought that they would be right in front of him? Of course, this was a medicinal herb that Senior Gu had painstakingly cultivated, so he definitely wouldn't take it away. Uncle. Jun Xiangxiao asked, do you have any seeds? What is it? Gu Tianqing smiled and said, are you interested in my herbs? I want to get some seeds to plant in the sect. Jun Xiangxiao said. Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, the conditions for these herbs to grow are too harsh. Even if I gave you the seeds, you wouldn't be able to grow them. Alright. Jun Xiangxiao gave up on planting. Actually, the entire sect had the hidden cultivation technique, so there was no point in refining the qi concealing pill. Gu Tianqing said, when Jun Patriarch first arrived in the mountain and sea realm, he summoned so many disciples out of thin air. I'm guessing he must have some sort of magical item that can contain living beings. Don't worry, I won't snatch it. Jun Xiangxiao agreed, because with his strength, it would be easy for him to snatch it. To tell you the truth, Senior, the ancestors of the sect left behind a treasure called the Heaven and Earth Sleeve. It can contain living beings. He wouldn't say that he had inherited the eternal world. After all, it would be too shocking. No wonder. Gu Tianqing said, Jun Patriarch, magical items that can contain living beings are rare in the entire upper universe. Don't tell anyone, or else, swish. His right hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Jun Xiangxiao. His movement wasn't too fast, but at least it was noticeable. However, Jun Xiangxiao sat in place and didn't move. He only stopped when the hand was 0.1 centimeters away from his throat. Why didn't you dodge? Because I'm not that kind of person. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianqing withdrew his hand and said with a smile, Jun Patriarch is really courageous. Your future is limitless. I'm flattered to be praised by Uncle. Although Jun Xiangxiao looked calm, in fact, he almost went into the eternal world just now. Dad. At this time, Gu Jiaoxi ran over and said, Mom wants to talk to you. Okay. Gu Tianqing stood up and said, I'll excuse myself. Uncle, take care. After watching his father leave, Gu Jiaoxi sat down on the stool, holding his little chin and blinking his eyes. Jun Patriarch, how did you come here? If it were someone else, they might praise him for being cute, but Jun Xiangxiao knew that he was reincarnated and might remember some memories of his previous life. So he said in his heart, it's not strange to pretend to be a child at all. I came here on a battleship. What about it? It was cut in two by your father. It's being repaired. How long will it take? Just, Jun Xiangxiao said, why do you ask this? Gu Jiaoxi propped himself up, leaned his head over, and said in a low voice, I want to go out with Jun Patriarch. Jun Xiangxiao was delighted. Why did he come to the eternal world? Wasn't it just to reunite with his brothers and travel the universe hand in hand? At first, he was worried that the Gu couple would not let him go. Now that he offered to go with him, it was very wrong of Ruigud. But, Gu Jiaoxi said again, don't let my parents know. Jun Xiangxiao came to his senses and said in surprise, are you going to run away from home again? No. Gu Jiaoxi said seriously, my fiancé wants to go out and see the world. As her future husband, I have to fulfill her wish. I didn't see it. My brother loves his wife very much. Okay, for his brother and sister-in-law. No matter what, he had to take them away and explore the wider universe. The host is courting death, the system said. Aren't you afraid that Gu Tianxing and the Mountain and Sea Realm Master will hunt you down? That's true. Jun Changxiao fell silent. From what the blonde woman said, he could see that the Mountain and Sea Realm Master was very strict with his daughter. It should be no problem for him to take his brother away, but it might be troublesome to take her away. Jun Patriarch. Gu Jiaoxi seemed to understand his dilemma and said in a low voice, this is our decision. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry and take us away. It's decided. I'll tell my fiancé. Whoosh, he jumped down from the chair and left. Jun Changxiao shook his head, then took a sip of tea and said to himself, I owed you too much in my previous life. Since I have the chance in this life, no matter how difficult or dangerous it is, I will help you fulfill your wish. Brother and sister-in-law. I, Jun Changxiao, must take them away. Boom. At that moment, the thatched cottage in front of them suddenly collapsed, and Gu Tianxing flew out and landed on the ground. What's going on? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Ta. Mrs. Gu strode out of the room and shouted, tell me. Did you exchange the cheek concealing pill formula for wine again? No, how could it be gone? I don't know, boom. Boom. Mrs. Gu rushed over and grabbed Gu Tianxing by the collar. She slammed him from left to right, and then from right to left. The ground caved in, and the scene of domestic violence was extremely tragic. Jun Changxiao was shocked. Wait, where did he go? Boom. Boom. Jun Changxiao, who was hiding in front of the damaged battleship, heard the explosions and screams from afar. He said with shame, Uncle, I'm sorry. Uncle. Are you okay? In the pagoda, Jun Changxiao asked weakly. He felt very guilty. He stole the formula for the concealing chi pill because of the mission and caused Uncle Gu to suffer domestic violence. I'm fine. Although Gu Tianxing's head was swollen and his eyes were narrowed into slits, the aura of an otherworldly expert was still there. He said, I'm used to it. How desolate, how sad. Jun Changxiao said to himself, I'll find a chance to secretly return the formula. The concealing chi pill had been automatically matched to the elixir pavilion. Of course, he had to return the formula to Uncle Gu. Otherwise, how could he raise his head at home in the future? Sigh. Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, during this time, whenever something is missing, it's my fault. Why am I so unlucky? What's missing? Jun Changxiao asked. The Heaven Crossing Palm Print, the Heart Illumination Sutra, the Thousand Shadows Formula, these martial arts secret manuals are all gone. Gu Tianxing said as tears flowed down his cheeks. That's right. He liked to exchange martial arts for wine, but they were all unimportant or he got them from others. High-level martial arts were like family heirlooms. How could he be so foolish as to exchange them? Uncle's martial arts sound very strong. Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and looked calm on the surface. However, he exclaimed in his heart, the Heaven Crossing Palm Print and the Thousand Shadows formula were stolen from Uncle? It can't be such a coincidence, right? The system said. It was such a coincidence. The few martial arts that the sect of all times mainly cultivated were all stolen from Gu Tianhua. It could be said that they only caught one to take advantage of the situation. Pa. Gu Tianxing clenched his fists and said angrily, catch the thief. I'll break his tendons and dislocate his bones, skin him and pull out his tendons. Gulp. Jun Changxiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cold sweat broke out on his back. Jun Patriarch? Gu Tianxing said, what's wrong with you? Jun Changxiao put down the teacup and said, my stomach suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. I'll take my leave first. After that, he got up and left. Stop. At this moment, Gu Tianxing suddenly shouted. Jun Changxiao's scalp instantly exploded and his heartbeat quickened. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, Uncle, what's the matter? Pa. Gu Tianqing walked over, put a hand on his shoulder, and said, I heard about what happened yesterday from Gua. If Jun Patriarch hadn't come in advance, I'm afraid something would have happened. So, I'm very grateful. Jun Changxiao almost cried. Uncle, if you want to thank me, then thank me. Why do you have to be so serious? Do you know that my little heart almost jumped out of my throat? Go. Gu Tianqing waved his hand. Jun Changxiao hurriedly slipped away. Only when he reached the front of the battleship did he heave a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself, that scared me to death. The host didn't steal it, so why do you feel guilty? You still have the nerve to say that. The case was solved. The heaven-crossing palm print, illuminating Heart Sutra, and Major Kiliakosm's shadow art were all stolen from Gu Tianqing. Jun Changxiao himself couldn't stand this kind of behavior of catching a sheep and pulling its wool off it. He scolded the system for a few hours until his mouth was dry. Sigh. Li Qingyang and the others shook their heads. The patriarch's situation of scolding the heir was really a little confusing. Fine, fine. The system said, I was wrong, I was wrong. It was your fault to begin with. Jun Changxiao roared, it has nothing to do with me. Completion of the Upper Realm Epic Mission 1 rewarded with Illuminating Heart Sutra and Heaven Crossing Palm Print. Completion of the side mission rewarded with Major Kiliakosm's shadow art. Even the pill formula that he had just obtained was also due to the side mission. Looking at these 4 types, none of them were bought by Jun Changxiao on his own initiative using contribution points or reputation points. So, logically speaking, he was indeed innocent. Could it be that, the mission came and he didn't do it? He must have stolen it, that was undeniable. However, Jun Changxiao didn't steal it on purpose. It was all the system's fault. I can't let Uncle Gu know that the sect of all times cultivates these martial arts, or else something big will happen. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard. Jun Changxiao looked back and saw Yi Xingchen and He Wudi flying above the mountains, fighting fiercely. They're fighting again? Junior brother Yi really doesn't get tired of it. The disciples discussed. He Wudi's performance was very strong previously, causing Yi Xingchen to suffer a lot, so he often took the initiative to challenge him. Of course. It wasn't to determine who was better, but to learn from each other. The path of martial arts was to slowly grow through the constant exchange of blows with the strong. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing flew over from afar and looked at the two fighting in midair. He nodded and praised, these disciples of yours are all good seedlings. He wasn't deliberately flattering them, but telling the truth. In fact, whether it was Yi Xingchen or He Wudi, their aptitudes and talents were very good. In the entire upper universe, they were top-notch. They're far from your son, Jun Changxiao said humbly. Not true, not true. Gu Tianqing said, Gua has been nurtured by all kinds of treasures since he was young, that's why he has his current aptitude. Your disciples don't have such a good foundation. It's really commendable that they can achieve what they have today. Uncle, you flatter me. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing asked, have you heard of the Universe Holy War? Universe Holy War? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, never heard of it. This is the highest standard martial arts competition in the upper universe. It's held once every 1,000 years. At that time, top geniuses from all the major dimensions will gather and compete for the title of the universe's #1 genius, Gu Tianqing said. Jun Changxiao muttered, isn't it just the universe's version of dragon and tiger battle for hegemony? Gosheng didn't care about this kind of competition between geniuses because his identity was patriarch, not a rising superstar who had to prove himself with strength. If it was a competition related to sex, then it was still worth serious consideration. Your disciples' cultivation and aptitudes are not bad. Gu Tianqing said, they can participate in the upcoming Universe Holy War. Maybe they can achieve good results and show the might of our Songhai faction. I'll listen to you. Jun Changxiao said, every galaxy will send geniuses? That's right. Gu Tianqing recalled and said, take the previous Universe Holy War. All the galaxies in the upper universe sent geniuses, and there were as many as 1 million of them. 1 million? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. This number was terrifying. Every galaxy has tens of thousands of dimensions. Just sending a few people can form a huge scale. Gu Tianqing said, I heard that the number of geniuses participating in the First Universe Holy War almost broke 10 million. Jun Changxiao was a little dizzy. The number of geniuses was more than the sand of the Ganges. That's not true. Gu Tianqing said, I have plans to let my son participate in the Universe Holy War. Although he can't achieve good results, at least he can train. If he's lucky enough to enter the top 100, he can even receive the blessing of the universe's origin, which will help him break through to the Fate realm. Origin of the universe? Jun Changxiao was shocked again. If the origin of a plane was the energy of an entire plane, then wouldn't the origin of the universe be the energy of the entire universe? Heaven-crossing palm print. At this moment, Xianxia and He Wudi's fight reached its climax. Both of them used their martial arts, and dense palm prints gathered in the sky, forming a spectacular scene. Jun Changxiao, who was still thinking about the origin of the universe, heard this and his hair fell off his head. He held in his heart, it's over. P.S. Selling melon seeds, cola, and popcorn in the front row. There was a type of pit called father pit. There was a type of pit called dog pit. Today, under Gu Tianqing's eyes, Xianxia and He Wudi had pitted Go Sheng. In fact, Jun Changxiao had intended to stop them from fighting, but he had forgotten about it because they were talking about the universe sacred war. That's right. Gu Tianqing nodded and said, your two disciples' comprehension of the heaven-crossing palm print has already reached the point of perfection. They are indeed the younger generation. As he spoke, he stopped. As he spoke, he turned around. How could they know the heaven-crossing palm print? Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing waved his hand and caught Jun Changxiao, who was bending over and trying to slip away. He said coldly, what's the situation? Good. Gu Tianqing pulled him in front of him and said angrily, so you were the one who stole the secret manual? Uncle. Jun Changxiao hurriedly straightened his tongue and said, I didn't steal it. How could your disciples? Seeing his hesitation, Gu Tianqing lifted him up. Especially when he thought of the countless times he had suffered domestic violence because of the theft of the secret manual, anger rushed out of his head and he roared, brat, I'm going to crush you. Uncle, listen to me, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Jun Changxiao was like a broken leaf, crashing from the east to the west, from the north to the south, and the sound of a dog barking could be heard. Xianxia and He Wudi stopped and looked at Gu Tianqing, who was madly trampling Jun Changxiao in the distance. They couldn't help but admire him. Patriarch is still the best, daring to find such a strong person to spar with. The case was solved. The heaven-crossing palm print was stolen by this brat. Speak. Gu Tianqing had beaten Jun Changxiao for at least 2 hours, but his anger still hadn't subsided. He grabbed his collar and roared loudly. Sigh. It wasn't easy for him either. After being the scapegoat for so many years, he finally caught the real culprit. As for Jun Changxiao, forget it. Although it was not his intention to steal the secret manual, stealing was stealing. He deserved to be beaten up. Uncle, Jun Changxiao's face was bruised and swollen. Martial arts are passed down from the sect. At this time, even if he was beaten to death, he could not say that he stole it. Who? 7 Profound Sage. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Gu Tianqing once again pressed Jun Changxiao to the ground and beat him up as he roared, are you trying to trick a fool? The 7 Profound Sage was a legend of the universe, an indestructible legend. He agreed with this point, but he definitely wouldn't believe that he was related to the sect of all times. It was normal. He Wudi didn't believe it at first. However, after coming into contact with it, especially after comprehending the 7 Profound Sunglow break, he had no choice but to believe it. After all, which force in the world could take out 7 incomplete volumes, in short? Gu Tianqing had not joined the sect of all times and had not come into contact with it. If he and He Wudi were to switch places, they would definitely be the head of the trio. Father. At this time, Gu Zhaoxi ran over from afar. When he saw Jun Patriarch being beaten up, he hurriedly shouted, stop beating him, stop beating him. The other meaning was that if he crippled him, how could he leave the mountain and sea realm? In order to maintain his image as an amiable father, Gu Tianqing casually threw Jun Changxiao to the ground and resumed his immortal appearance. He said, Jun Patriarch, you have to give me a clear explanation. Ouch, Jun Changxiao howled, my waist. The reader commented, why didn't you beat this guy to death? Wife. He stole the secret manual. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Tianqing swore that this was definitely the toughest he had ever been in his life. This feeling was simply too good. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing's mother said with a straight face, what's the matter? Auntie. Jun Changxiao covered his swollen face and said, the heaven-crossing palm print is a martial art passed down in the sect of all times. Uncle insisted that I stole it. I'm innocent. Pass down my ass. Gu Tianqing roared, the heaven-crossing palm print was created by me. If he had only obtained a high-level martial art from outside, he might have guessed that there might have been multiple copies of it, and that it would have coincidentally ended up in the sect of all times. However, this martial art was unique, and there was no other copy. Since he had learned it, he must have stolen it. Child. Gu Tianqing's mother said, speak slowly. Gu Tianqing almost vomited blood. Back when he could not find the secret manual, he did not ask for the reason and gave him multiple combos. Why was this kid so patient when it came to his turn? Was that just an excuse for domestic violence? Uncle. Jun Changxiao said, since you said that this secret manual was created by you, how many years would it take to comprehend it to the point of perfection? At least 100 years. How long has it been since the secret manual was lost? Gu Tianqing was silent. A few years. Gu Tianqing's mother helped him say. Isn't that right? Jun Changxiao said, a martial art that requires at least 100 years to comprehend, but the disciples of the sect of all times have already cultivated it to the point of perfection. May I ask how many years it would take for them to comprehend it? Impossible. Gu Tianqing's mother was also a powerhouse. Naturally, she knew how difficult it was to cultivate the heaven-crossing palm print that her husband had created. Even if one was exceptionally talented, it would take at least a few decades to comprehend it. A few decades was for others. The space-time secret realm. The name and the moves are the same. Gu Tianqing said angrily, how do you explain this? Uncle, as you said earlier, there are millions and millions of geniuses participating in the universal sacred war. Among them, there are bound to be martial artists with the same name. All the martial arts in the world lead to the same destination. No matter how many changes there are, they will still remain the same. It's normal for someone to create a martial art with the same principle and the same name. Jun Changxiao said seriously. In terms of T, the system side. I admire the host. Jun Patriarch's words make sense. Gu Tianqing's mother agreed. T. Gu Tianqing said, it's all T. Gu Tianqing was still the one who saw things clearly. However, his wife was not on his side. She even turned around and looked at him suspiciously. You want to use Jun Patriarch as a scapegoat? No. Absolutely not. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao said with a sobbing tone, I'm innocent. Child. Gu Tianqing's mother said, don't worry, Auntie will uphold justice for you. Then, she pulled Gu Tianqing's ear and said, come, follow me back to the house. No. Wife, this kid is the culprit who stole the secret manual. Why are you blaming me instead of him? Although Gu Tianqing was very powerful, he was very timid in front of his wife. Boom. Boom. Hearing that Uncle Gu was being beaten again, Jun Changxiao hurriedly covered his face and ran out. He said in his heart, so close, so close. Patriarch. At this time, Zhen Dejuan transmitted his voice. Eternal is fixed. Jun Changxiao was delighted. He looked at Gu Zhaoxi who was watering the herbs in the herb garden and said, brother, we can go now. Really? Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly threw away the water bottle and said, wait for me, I'll be back soon. Your mother is beating your father. This is a good opportunity. Hurry. Right away. Gu Zhaoxi ran toward Calm Heart Lake. 10 minutes later. The repaired Eternal flew into the sky. Its tail spewed out light and disappeared from the mountain and sea realm. Gu Tianqing's mother dragged Gu Tianqing out of the room and frowned. Why did that kid leave without saying goodbye? Leave? Leave my ass, that kid has a guilty conscience. He ran. Wait, Gu Tianqing suddenly jumped up and looked at the bare herb garden. He immediately let out a roar that shook the mountains and rivers. Bastard, how dare you steal my herbs? Jun Changxiao had successfully escaped with his brother and sister-in-law. However, the natural treasures that Gu Tianqing had painstakingly cultivated were all gone. Many people instinctively assumed that the culprit was Gou Sheng. After all, he had a criminal record, especially after being beaten up, so there was a motive. But in reality, the one who had stolen the natural treasures was Gu Xiaoxi. In the past few years, he had been responsible for watering and cultivating the herbs that his father had planted, and he had gradually developed feelings for them. He was worried that his mother would abuse him, so he had put them all into his spatial ring. It was hard to guard against a thief in the family. As for Jun Changxiao, he had been abused by Gu Tianqing for a full 2 hours. Unless he had been kicked in the head by a donkey, he would not dare to steal again. Father. I will take good care of them. Gu Xiaoxi stood in front of the window, looking at the mountain and sea realm that was getting farther and farther away. Tears welled up in his eyes. In this life, he had deeply experienced the love of his parents. Parting was naturally very sad. Brother. Jun Changxiao walked over and patted him on the shoulder. A young eagle will eventually leave its nest and fly alone in the sky. Gu Xiaoxi wiped away his tears and smiled brightly. Thank you, Jun Patriarch. Remove the Jun part. Eh? Don't pretend, Elder Gu. Mountain and Sea Realm. Gu Tianqing recovered from the theft of the herbs and said in shock, where did our son go? He left with Jun Patriarch, Gu Shijiu's mother said. Gu Tianqing said angrily, very well. He stole my natural treasures and kidnapped my son. Is he tired of living? And why didn't you stop him? Our son was an elder of the sect of all times in his past life. Now that the patriarch is looking for him, why should I stop him? Yes. Gu Tianqing slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot about that. Actually, the two of them already knew about Gu Xiaoxi's past life. To be exact, it was their son who had confessed. After all, the reincarnation spirit had already been exposed. The mountain and sea realm is very far from the upper realm, Gu Qing said. Even with the astral spirit realm battleship, it would still consume a lot of energy. For Jun Patriarch to come all the way here personally shows how much he cares about our son. Right. Gu Tianqing thought of something and said, no wonder my son could cultivate the heaven-crossing palm print so quickly. It turns out that he had comprehended it in the sect of all times in his previous life. As he spoke, he fell silent. That kid not only learned the heaven-crossing palm print, but also the Magnificent Reflection Sutra and the Big Thousand Shadows formula. Did that mean, bastard? Gu Tianqing roared at the sky, how many martial arts did you steal from me? Swish, suddenly, the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm flew over and landed in front of the Gu clan couple. He pulled out a letter and angrily said, your son eloped with my daughter. What? Gu Tianqing was dumbfounded. They were engaged, and their parents didn't object. Was there a need to elope? What are you waiting for? The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm roared, go after them. Don't worry, in-law. Gu Qing'er's mother said, Gua and Lin Er's departure this time is also a kind of experience. Perhaps they can slowly develop feelings for each other in the future. Gu Tianqing didn't notice Jun Changxia's escape because he was in the middle of domestic violence. Gu Qing'er's mother had been paying attention and didn't stop him because she hoped that her son and daughter-in-law could develop feelings for each other through the storm and grow old together. To put it bluntly, Gu Qing'er's mother wanted to see the two of them leave together. She didn't want them to wait in the mountain and sea realm to get married without any feelings for each other. Alright. The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm gave up on the idea of pursuing his daughter. Since she wanted to elope with her fiancé, then let her be. After all, a married woman was like water that had been poured out. Son. Gu Tianqing looked at the sky and said, I'll give you 10 years. In 10 years, I'll take you to the universal sacred war. Have you thought it through? The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm asked. Although I don't care about fame and fortune and don't care about worldly affairs, my son needs experience. The universal sacred war is a good opportunity, Gu Tianqing said. As far as I know. The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm said, many top geniuses of the first-class planes have signed up. It's very difficult to compete for a spot in the Grey Sea system. It's difficult for others. Gu Tianqing said, for my son, it's like taking something out of his pocket. Ha ha ha. The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm laughed. Since you're so confident, I'll wait for 10 years to see how my son-in-law suppresses all the heroes on the spectator platform. Me. How did you die? On the Eternal, Gu Zhaoxi's face was stiff. The innocence in his eyes was replaced by the vicissitudes of life. As expected. Jun Changxiao said, you've lost part of your memory. He knew that as long as his brother relied on the reincarnation spirit to reincarnate, he would lose part of his important memories. For example, he wouldn't remember who he was when they met in the upper realm. Relax your mind. Jun Changxiao said, I'll take you to a place. He had a complete treatment plan for this kind of amnesia dog blood disease. Where? You'll know when you get there. Oh. Gu Zhaoxi relaxed his mind and felt his vision blur. He appeared in a prison-like environment. Swoosh swoosh, the light was dazzling. After Gu Zhaoxi got used to it, he subconsciously looked up and saw that after the black cat sheriff fired 5 shots, a few words appeared in the sky, Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. Brother. Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and said, next, I'll give you a comprehensive treatment. Although the process is painful, it can definitely help you regain your lost memories. Gu Zhaoxi shivered. Clap, Jun Changxiao clapped and said, Arya, your old friend is here again. Arya? Gu Zhaoxi muttered, she's a bit familiar. For some reason, his heart suddenly sped up. Every hair on his body stood up. The soles of his feet and palms were sweating. His legs and stomach trembled uncontrollably. He almost couldn't stand stably. He did a careful calculation. Gu Zhaoxi had been to the palace 3 times. Hi. Suddenly, there was a clear voice in his ear. Gu Zhaoxi turned his head stiffly and saw a girl standing in front of him. She was holding a candle in her hand. Because she put it in front of her chin, her whole face was extremely gloomy and terrifying under the light. There were 2 people standing next to the girl, one in white and the other in black. White impermanence and black impermanence were written on their foreheads. Their bright red tongues were almost hanging to the ground. Ghost, Gu Zhaoxi entered Tianyuan Prison Pagoda for the 2nd time to receive treatment from Arya. Because the process was too detailed, it was greatly modified and deleted. In order to avoid similar situations, it would be omitted later. There's no need to omit. Gu Zhaoxi roared, I remember now. The moment he was hung up by Arya, the memories sealed in the depths of his soul gushed out like a flood. My name is Gu Zhaoxi. I'm the brother of the patriarch. I'm an elder of the sect of all times. I carried the bomb for the people of the upper realm and rushed to the 9 warships of the astral soul world. Brother! Brother! Jun Changxiao and Gu Zhaoxi hugged each other with tears and snot running down their faces. The scene was as sad as it could be. Arya, who had prepared all kinds of treatment props, saw her master and brother reunited again and said, it's not easy to get a shot, but it ended before I could do anything. Sigh. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu sighed and said, can you give us a line? Because the fear of Arya was buried deep in his soul, Gu Zhaoxi's amnesia was immediately cured. The scene of life and death brothers meeting again made people cry. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said seriously, I'm still willing to sacrifice myself for the sect. Be a bomber. Willing. No. In this life, I won't let you die again. Jun Changxia's expression and tone were very serious, although it was destined to be overanalyzed by little Dodo. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said, I brought all of my father's medicinal herbs. If the sect needs them, I'm willing to give them to you for free. If Gu Tianqing heard his son's words, he would definitely take off his shoes silently. Does Uncle Gu know? No, I took them secretly. Jun Changxiao held in his heart, it's over, Uncle Gu might think that I stole them. Be more confident. The system said, remove the mite. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, in Uncle Gu's eyes, I've become a complete thief. Brother. These medicinal herbs belong to your family. The sect of all times can't take them. Goxing also felt guilty, so he wouldn't take Gu Tianqing's medicinal herbs. Moreover, with the hidden cultivation technique, the qi concealing pill wouldn't be of any use. Brother, you don't know. Gu Zhaoxi took out a secret manual and said, these medicinal herbs my father planted can be used to refine many miraculous pills. Here. This is the encyclopedia of pills written by my father. You stole it again? My father's things are my things. How can it be considered stealing? Gu Zhaoxi looked at him seriously. Jun Changxiao gave him a thumbs up and said, Uncle Gu has a good son. Gu Tianqing. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Matriarch Gu's roar could be heard. Where did the encyclopedia of medicinal pills go? Jun Changxiao, you little bastard, don't let me catch you. Boom, boom. Ah, the culprit who stole the heavenly treasures was not Jun Changxiao. It was destined to disappoint some people. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that from this moment on, as long as Gu Tianqing lost something, Goxing would definitely be the scapegoat. As an expert who made others take the blame for him, today he officially became the new generation scapegoat. Just thinking about it made him quite happy. Brother. Sitting in the cafeteria, Gu Zhaoxi ate Lu Wancher's food and asked, are we going on an interstellar trip? Jun Changxiao put down his chopsticks and said with a cold gaze, to the star spirit world. Feeling the strong killing intent, Gu Zhaoxi immediately understood that his brother was preparing to do something big. If they hadn't come to invade, I wouldn't have sacrificed myself. Jun Changxiao picked up his chopsticks, broke them, and said, so, no matter how strong this plane is, I will make it completely disappear. Although the main mission was to dominate the upper universe, his only motivation was to destroy the star spirit world and avenge the destruction of the falling star continent. For this, even if he had to resort to unscrupulous means. I heard my father mention it before. Gu Zhaoxi said, Star Spirit World is one of the few top planes in the upper universe. If you want to destroy it, I'm afraid, no hope? No. Gu Zhaoxi said solemnly, I need brother to provide a more powerful bomb, and I will personally send it in. Preparing to be a bomber in advance, this was a true brother. I said before, I won't let you sacrifice yourself again. Every time I die, I will become stronger. Brother, you don't have to worry. Are you worthy of Uncle Gu, worthy of Aunt Gu? Gu Zhaoxi was silent. Brother. Jun Changxiao stood up, put a hand on his shoulder, and said, although you have the spirit of reincarnation and can be resurrected infinitely, it is not easy to find a good family and parents who love you. No matter what difficulties you encounter in this life, you must work hard to survive. Very serious, very serious. It was as if he had returned to the state after the destruction of the falling star continent. Understood. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes were firm, I will try my best to live, not for myself, but for my parents. Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and said, don't forget, you still have a fiancé. Pfft. Elder Wei, who was eavesdropping, spat out a mouthful of tea. It was unbelievable for a patriarch to say such words, however, at the mention of his fiancé, Gu Zhaoxi's face showed displeasure, and said, brother, can you not mention this plastic surgery monster in the future? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Huali flew from the dining table, his face slamming into the wall. Qing Qilin walked over in her high heels, then grabbed Gu's collar and raised him high, as if she was enveloped in anger. She gritted her teeth and said, I did not have plastic surgery. Sister-in-law is so scary, I have to run away. Jun Changxiao hurriedly turned around. Stop. Qing Qilin turned her head and said, find a suitable world to live in, I want to live in the mountains with my fiancé. Live in seclusion my ass. Gu Zhaoxi roared, I want to build a career with my brother. Boom. Boom. Qing Qilin grabbed him and slammed him to the ground until his head was full of bumps. Then she picked him up and said, say that again? Gu Zhaoxi said, a real man, never says twice. Boom. Boom. Jun Changxiao slipped out of the dining hall, shook his head and said, this is probably a good tradition of the Gu family. What are you doing? At this time, Rose of Flowers walked over. Just as she was about to enter the dining hall, Xianxia hurriedly stopped her and said, "It's nothing. The scene of domestic violence, I can't let her see. If she gets infected, how am I going to live in the future, brother? Give me a cigarette." In the corner of the cabin, Gu Jiaoshi said with a head full of bumps. Because his eyes were squinted into a line, he looked extremely miserable. "You're still young." Jun Changxiao said, "You can't smoke." Sigh. Gu Jiaoshi squatted down and said, "When we pass by a plane, throw that woman down, I don't want to see her for a second." Jun Changxiao expressed sympathy, but advised, "Such a beautiful fiancée, and the daughter of the sector lord, why are you so against it? The relationship between a man and a woman is an obstacle on the path of martial arts." Makes sense. The two brothers looked at each other with a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes. Elder Wei, who was eavesdropping from afar, shook his head. "These two brothers are hopeless." No. Why did he keep eavesdropping? The next day, in the training field of the sect of all times, the upper echelon disciples gathered. This was to welcome Elder Gu, who had sacrificed himself for the sect and returned again. Everything is here. After the ceremony, Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall and took out the pill encyclopedia that Gu Jiaoshi gave him, saying, "Next, we'll develop the sect while heading to the star spirit world." His gaze stopped on a page that recorded a pill called Instant Spirit Pill. He said in surprise, "Isn't this a pill formed in one rotation?" Indeed. From the introduction, it was also highly toxic and had the effect of increasing the core transformation realm. Could it be that Uncle Gu obtained it from the demon clan and then kept it? Jun Changxiao continued to flip through, and the more he read, the more shocked he became because there were many magical pill formulas recorded in it, and even, there were pill formulas for breaking through to the truth-seeking realm. "Brother, you brought me a treasure." The encyclopedia of pills contained many strange and precious pill formulas, which was undoubtedly a huge treasure for Jun Changxiao. For example, the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill that he was looking at now could allow a cultivator to smoothly enter the truth-seeking realm from the peak of the revolving core realm without any side effects. However, the more magical the pill, the rarer the herbs. Fortunately, not only did Gu Jiaoshi bring the encyclopedia of pills, he also brought all the treasures that his father had planted. Although there weren't many of them, they had all been cultivated for a long time and could be used for refining at any time. Inside the pill hall, the 8 hall masters, led by Feng Guichen, gathered together, each with a complicated and constipated expression on their faces. "What's wrong?" Jun Changxiao put down his teacup and said, "Is there any difficulty?" Although the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill couldn't help the core disciples, it could be used by the outer disciples. Now that he had the pill formula and herbs, he naturally had to refine it immediately. Then, the pill hall came in handy. And there were 8 hall masters, all of whom were experts in alchemy. Therefore, Jun Changxiao was only responsible for developing the sect and showing off when he had nothing to do. If he encountered any problems, he could just hand it over to the corresponding hall. "Patriarch," Feng Guichen said solemnly, "the level of the pill formula is high, I don't have much confidence." They were not at the same level as Gu Tianqing at all. They were complete novices when it came to refining the pills listed in the encyclopedia of pills. "That's your problem, not mine." Half a year. Jun Changxiao stood up and said seriously, "You must refine the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill for this king, otherwise, all of you will follow Mao Xiaodao to clean the toilet." Watching the patriarch leave, Feng Guichen, Du Hongchen, and the others hurriedly gathered in front of the encyclopedia of pills and began to discuss it. "I think we can do it this way." "No, it's risky. We have to change to a safer way," because Jun Changxiao had given a strict order and because they didn't want to clean the toilet. The 8 hall masters united and each contributed ideas and methods. Regardless of whether they were effective or not, at least they could expand their thinking. Just as they were deep in discussion, Yuan Gongzi smiled from the corner of the hall. The 8 hall masters who would occasionally refine some pills, while the rest of them were freeloaders, finally had a job. This filled his heart with gratification. Eternal was like a rainbow, shuttling through the vast universe. Because it was on autopilot, Jun Changxiao spent most of his time in seclusion in the sect. Occasionally, he would train Lin Yi Feng, and the others in martial arts. Gu Zhaoxi also focused on cultivation, especially spending his days in the Creation Room, the Tower of Trials, and various secret realms. Of course, most of them kept their distance from Qing Qiulin to avoid being bullied again. At this moment, the foundation that Gu Tianqing had laid down for Gu Zhaoxi was on display. His realm and cultivation base could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Jun Changxiao was so envious that he nearly hid in a corner and cried. Having a good father really made a difference, although he hadn't met one yet. When he had a son, he had to make him a strong second generation. Hee. The system laughed dryly as a sign of respect. Boom, boom, on the training ground, two figures crisscrossed. All sorts of light rays shot out. It was truly a dazzling scene. Heaven-crossing palm imprint. Gu Zhaoxi leaped into the air and executed a martial art from above. Pung pung pung, Sun Muching slid to the edge and poured his true spirit force into his fists, shattering all the palm imprints. Thump thump thump, after Gu Zhaoxi landed on the ground, he retreated in a sorry state. At this moment, Sun Muching charged over and executed a combo, sending Gu Zhaoxi flying. He then cupped his hands. Elder Gu, thank you for letting me win. Gu Zhaoxi stabilized his body with difficulty. His expression was extremely interesting. It had only been a few years since they last met and this kid was so strong. Luckily, he didn't foolishly challenge a core disciple. Otherwise, he would have been tortured even more badly. Haze. Jun Changxiao shook his head. My brother probably thinks that he has a powerful father and has a good foundation in martial arts. That's why he dares to challenge Sun Muching, who is not inferior to a core disciple. Gu Zhaoxi waved his sleeves and said, let me cultivate for 2 or 3 years, then we'll fight again. His aptitude and talent were extremely high, but he was only 5 or 6 years old. As long as he had enough time to develop, he should have no problem beating Sun Muching or any other disciple in the sect. Of course, there was a prerequisite. They must not step into the divine secret realm while he was catching up. To put it bluntly, the Gu couple took great care of their son and helped him shape his body since he was young. However, compared to the disciples of the sect of all times, there wasn't much difference. Moreover, they were in the eternal world. The boundless heaven and earth attributes could be absorbed at will. Gu Zhaoxi was reincarnated into a good family, while the disciples of the sect of all times were, collectively cheating. 1 month later. Jun Changxiao had just walked out of the courtyard where the rows of flowers lived when he heard Feng Guichen's shout, the pills are refined. Oh? So fast? Sure enough, only strict orders can improve efficiency. Jun Changxiao set off for the pill hall, while the rows of flowers walked out of her room. Seeing that the roses in the courtyard had been trimmed, she muttered in her heart, when did he come? Pill hall. Feng Guichen and the others put their hands on their hips and raised their heads. Their noses were almost pointing to the sky. The patriarch had ordered them to refine the 6-flavor earth restoration pills in half a year, but they had finished in a month. One word, pride. Is it effective? Jun Changxiao asked as he pinched a sparkling and translucent pill. Patriarch, please rest assured. Du Hongchen said, it was refined strictly according to the ingredients and steps of the recipe. Unless there is a problem with the recipe itself, there will be no accidents. Lin Yi. Disciple is here. Try it. Yes. Lin Yi took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Since joining the sect of all times and becoming Jun Changxiao's disciple, his strength had improved significantly. Now that he had reached the peak of the revolving core realm, he could use it to test the effect of the pill. Whoosh whoosh. The 6-flavor earth restoration pills melted in his mouth. When the medicinal effect completely took effect, majestic heaven and earth attributes and heaven and earth mysteries gathered in his body, forcing Lin Yi to hurriedly sit cross-legged on the ground and run the illuminating Heart Sutra to refine them one by one. Although Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen were competent, they were still very nervous. After all, if they failed, they would have to take up the post and Mao Xiaodao would lose his job. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong airwave burst out from Lin Yi's body. The momentum of his advancement gathered above the pill peak and even formed a huge vortex. I'm going to advance. The recipe written by Uncle Gu is really effective. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. He even began to imagine the 6-flavor earth restoration pills being mass-produced and the second-generation disciples all entering the truth-seeking realm. Of course. This kind of pill could not only benefit the disciples, but also the entire eternal world. At that time, City Lord Xia, Patriarch Ai, and the others could also enter the truth-seeking realm. In the upper world, they would at least be considered first-class masters. The momentum of the advancement lasted for an hour. When it gradually converged, Linny opened his eyes. His eyes were shining as he entered the truth-seeking realm from the revolving core realm. It's a success. Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen hugged each other excitedly. The burden of cleaning the toilet was completely put down. Not bad. Jun Changxiao praised, you have to refine more of this kind of pill. Feng Guichen scratched his head and said, there are not enough ingredients. I will be responsible for finding the ingredients. Jun Changxiao said, you just need to ensure the success rate of refining pills in the future. No problem. The refinement of the 6-flavor earth essence pill meant that as long as there were enough herbs, disciples who were stuck at the peak of the core transformation realm could instantly break through to the truth-seeking realm. It was a pity. The Encyclopedia of Alchemy did not record any higher-level formulas. If only there were pills to enter the divine secret realm. Jun Changxiao muttered to himself. Don't be discontent. The system said, it's already very strong. That's true. Jun Changxiao joked, Uncle Gu's Encyclopedia of Pills, I guess that it might be refreshed from the shop in the future. The system was silent. Combined with the independent battlefield that appeared earlier, this situation was not impossible. At the end of the day, apart from some special equipment and supreme treasures, most of the items that Jun Changxiao bought in the mall came from thousands of dimensions, and he could find the owners of those items. The most important thing now is. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, I still have to think of a way to plant Uncle Gu's herbs in large quantities. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Ding. Disciple Mao Xiaodao has tirelessly cleaned the toilet for 1,000 days and completed the sect mission. Obtained 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Disciple Jingjiu has tirelessly cleaned the toilet for 1,000 days and completed the sect mission. Obtained 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 10,000. Finally enough. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the system shop. After hesitating for a moment, he still bought the Sky Might secret realm that had not been refreshed. Ding. Sect reputation points, 0, heartache. Goshen clutched his chest. He did not look at the new secret realm that he had just bought. Instead, he continued to use his contribution points to refresh it. At present, the level of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Gu Tianqing planted were too high. It was difficult to find them even if he passed by some plains, so he could only place his hopes on the shop. Ding. 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 The refresh rate was very fast. It could be seen that nothing good came out. We can't let Goshen have to give him whatever he wants. Otherwise, where will the author's face go? So, even with the refresh rate of the light years VIP, he did not get anything. Alright. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and said, we can only wait until next month. At this moment, he finally had the mood to enter his spatial ring. He took out the instruction manual of the Heavenly Might Secret Realm and read it in detail. I'll go. Good stuff. After reading it, Jun Changxiao stood up from his chair, his eyes sparkling with excitement. According to the detailed introduction of the manual, if the disciples successfully passed the level, they would be rewarded with weapons and treasures, and the lowest grade of equipment here was immortal grade. The immortal level belonged to the upper realms hierarchy. It might not be rare in higher level planes, but at least it was not considered weak. Furthermore, and this was just the beginning. Above that was the Zenith realm. That was right. This was the pinnacle of the pinnacle immortal sword. From the perspective of a martial artist from the upper realm, it would be categorized as a divine artifact. If Qingyang and the others can each obtain an ultimate weapon, wouldn't they be as awesome as the heavens? Jun Changxiao's gaze became even more fervent. Most of the core disciples were stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. If they wanted to advance to the next level, they could only wait for an opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, the only way to increase their combat strength to the greatest extent was to rely on equipment. I'm at the half-step Fecta stage. I have a 6-piece set. I'm at the Fecta stage. I have a 9981 set. Excuse me, although the Sky Might secret realm was not bad, its shortcomings were also obvious. Only disciples were allowed to enter. The Patriarch and the higher-ups were out of the question. This is F***KED. It's okay. As long as the host is brave enough to refresh the store, sooner or later, there will be a suitable secret realm for himself and the higher-ups. At that time, the Zenith realm will be armed to the teeth. If one comes, one will be destroyed. The system was a good salesman, but unfortunately, Goshen rolled his eyes and said, "Scram as far as the world is." He believed that there were secret realms suitable for the Patriarch and the higher-ups in the store, but whether it could be refreshed or not depended entirely on luck. Therefore, everything was up to fate. Whoosh whoosh. Behind the mountain, another huge whirlpool gradually emerged, and then lined up with the Life and Death secret realm, Spacetime secret realm, and Empyrean secret realm. Other sects went out to train, but the Sect of all times could enjoy the same treatment without leaving the house, and even give experience and equipment. How could the disciples not level up quickly? Patriarch Xianxia grinned and said, "What is this?" Sky Might secret realm. What does it do? You want to know? Go in and take a look. Xianxia immediately shrank back. In this kind of unknown secret realm, who knew if there was a big trap waiting for him when no one went in? I'll go, Xianxia said. Therefore, Night Emperor was manly enough. He deserved to be the second disciple of the book. I'll go too. Xiaoxia walked out. He might be late to attack and defend, but he would never be absent. Go. Jun Changxiao gestured. Goshen was quite assured to let these two disciples go in. Because they often trained together in the lower realm, there was no need to talk about their tacit understanding. Let's go. Xianxia stepped into the Sky Might secret realm first, and Xiaoxia followed closely behind. Jun Changxiao didn't know what kind of test there was in the secret realm, so he could only pray for his two disciples in his heart. At least, they could escape unscathed. Ta. Ta. In the Sky Might secret realm, Xianxia and Xiaoxia appeared out of thin air. The environment here was very oppressive, and there was a thick fog nearby. It was like the beginning of the universe, and nothing could be seen clearly. Ka. Suddenly, there was movement. Xianxia and Xiaoxia looked over warily and saw a martial artist in strange armor walking out from a place in the distance where they could barely see clearly. If Jun Changxiao was here, he would immediately realize that this was a Japanese samurai. In particular, there were two long swords hanging from his waist. Shwa. The samurai stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. Xianxia and Xiaoxia didn't relax at all. They became even more cautious. Although this strange man didn't release any energy, his sharp eyes were enough to show that he was extraordinary. Clang. The samurai used his thumb to pick out the two swords from the scabbard and then put them on both sides. He said, "These are my weapons, Tai Yan and Tai Kuei. Whoever wins will be their new master." Xianxia and Xiaoxia's eyes lit up. The two swords were exactly the same size. They were 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. The surface of the swords was as smooth as a mirror, and the blade shone with a cold light. It was obvious that they were divine weapons. One-on-one. That's right. I will fight him one-on-one. Xianxia said as he raised his hand, and the word attack appeared on his forehead. The Chinese-style armor and the sky halberd appeared out of thin air. Xiaoxia hurriedly retreated far away. Come, let's fight. Xianxia raised the sky halberd and pointed it at the samurai sitting on the ground. The samurai stood up and then raised his sword with his right hand and his left hand holding the opposite direction. He said, "Please." Ta. At this moment, Xianxia swung the sky halberd and flew into the air. The majestic power of true spirit pressed down on the samurai with a domineering aura. Clang. Clang. The samurai put his swords together and caught the heavy halberd. Then, he took more than 10 steps back and made a strange attacking posture. He said, two-sword style, ghost cut. Whoosh, in front of Xianxia, a cross-shaped sword mark appeared out of thin air. Child's play. He took a big step forward and waved the sky halberd, directly breaking the sword mark that appeared and then attacked with a sweeping momentum. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Under the camera, the two fought from left to right, front to back. The sparks and the vast energy created by the collision of weapons created a spectacular scene. Li Tian just needed to find an angle to take a picture. Ding. Ding. Inside the Heaven's Might secret realm, Xianxia and the samurai's weapons clashed crazily. It could be said that there were lightning and sparks all the way, so dazzling that Xiao Ziji could barely open his eyes. This dual-blade man was not weak. He was actually able to fight evenly with junior brother Yi. Dual-blade style, falling rain. Total annihilation. Dual-blade style, god-slaying slash. Total annihilation. Dual-blade style, total annihilation. Dual-blade style, sweep. Realizing that he had almost been led into a trap, the samurai hurriedly placed his dual blades in front of him and roared, "You only know one move? Total annihilation." Who? Xianxia jumped over as usual. The halberd's entire body was shining with special effects, and the pressure seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Ding. The samurai held his blade in front of him. The blade was violently bombarded, and he staggered back more than 10 feet before stabilizing his body. His hands were slightly numb from the shock. Xianxia stood up from his half-squatting position. The halberd was still covered by special effects, and his entire person was extremely powerful. He said, "Fancy, useless." Indeed. No matter how gorgeous the move was, it could not cause any damage. It could only be considered fancy moves. Even if he casually poked with his finger, his strength would be enough to destroy the world. Xianxia was such a person. If he could instantly kill his opponent, he would definitely be straightforward. Unlike Jun Changxiao, who used a special martial art and danced shamelessly. Bah. All right. The samurai stood up straight and placed his dual blades on the ground. He said, "You're not weak. I'm going to get serious." Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a red light, and his eagle-like sharp eyes gradually turned as red as blood, as if he had been possessed by a demon from hell. "You've become stronger?" Xiao Ziji said in shock. TSK, although Xianxia's face was full of disdain, he still became vigilant. Ka. At this moment, the samurai crossed his dual blades in front of him and said coldly, "Bankai, 8-armed Azura." Buzz buzz buzz. Tai Yan and Tai Kuwei suddenly trembled, and a strange energy quickly surged out and enveloped their masters. Hoo-hoo. Strong winds blew, and it was extremely gloomy. Xianxia frowned and subconsciously took 2 steps back. From within the strange energy came the strange roar of a warrior. Then, he took a step forward, and the armor on his upper body fell off, revealing his strong muscles. If Hall Master Z was here, he would definitely look down on Xianxia. This was because Xianxia only had his clothes torn apart during the battle. He had no soul at all. Xianxia and Xiao Ziji had serious looks in their eyes. They didn't care that his armor had exploded, nor did they care that there were lines on his body. What they cared about was that 7 blood-red arms had appeared out of thin air behind this person's back. Including the 2 that were holding the saber, it was just enough. Wait, did he shout 8 arms just now? I have already comprehended. The highest profoundness and condensed the 9th arm. Are you all not surprised? The warrior said proudly. Xiao Ziji roared, "We don't even know who you are. What's there to be surprised about?" Woo. Learned martial arts at the age of 6. Learned 2 saber techniques at the age of 18. Defeated all the opponents in the world at the age of 39. Bang. While the warrior was talking about his glorious history, Xianxia kicked him away and said, "Noisy. Young man." The warrior floated down and threw his dual blades into the air. He grinned and said, "You are the first strong opponent I have met in my life, so you are qualified to make me use." Buzz 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 buzz. The dual blades spun in the air and quickly divided into 7 blades. Pa! Pa! The warrior caught the falling blades with his 9 arms, then crossed them in front of him and said, ultimate profoundness, 9 saber force. After he said those words, the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Because, Xiaoziji pointed to the arm that was cut when he didn't catch the blade and said, do you need to bandage it? Do you have a bandage? Yes. Thank you. The warrior bandaged the few scratches on his arm and his face quickly became serious again. He said, today, I will compete with you with my will. 9 saber force, 8-armed mantis. He took a step forward and the 9 blades exploded with special effects. Gradually, the shadow of a huge mantis gathered behind him. Its 9 forelimbs were like 9 huge sharp blades. Xiaoziji was speechless. There were clearly 9 of them, but he insisted on calling 8. He was as ignorant as the patriarch. The huge mantis waved its 9 forelimbs and a terrifying aura instantly shrouded the secret realm. Even the air was filled with a sharp and austere aura. The warrior exploded with the ultimate profoundness he had learned. Although it looked a bit Chinibu, it was undeniable that the aura was very strong. I told you. At this moment, Xianxia flew into the air and put his hands on the sky piercer. He said, fancy, useless. Whoosh. Whoosh. A powerful force whistled unmercilessly toward the space. Junior brother Yi. Xiaoziji said, you are serious. Yes. Xianxia was serious. Because this strange warrior, whether it was attacking, was always so fancy and long-winded. It made him very irritated, so he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. As for the dual blades, sorry, he was not interested at all. Whoosh! Xianxia pressed down from the sky. Under the cover of power, it was as if he had turned into a fierce tiger jumping down from a mountain peak. His sharp claws and teeth mercilessly tore at the 8-armed mantis. Roar! The fierce tiger came down the mountain with irresistible force. The warrior's eyes were filled with astonishment. He blurted out, ha ha ha. Boom! The violent power boiled on the ground, forming visible ripples that spread in all directions. The space was also shaken to the point of distortion. Xiaoziji hurriedly put the flowing light shield in front of him. He could only hear the crazy impact of the remaining power, producing bang 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 sounds. He could not help but be shocked. Junior brother Yi is stronger than before. Of course. He Wudi instantly killed the boss. Not only was it a blow to Night Emperor, but it also greatly stimulated his desire to become stronger. Therefore, during this period of time, he was more strict and tortured himself. Although his realm did not increase, his combat power increased. Men should be more ruthless. The flood-like energy waves gradually subsided. Xiaoziji retracted the flowing light shield and hurriedly looked at the battlefield. He saw Xianxia standing proudly with his halberd in front of him, like an undefeatable war god. As for the giant mantis, it had completely disappeared into nothingness. Even the warrior was in a half-kneeling position. His 2 katanas were scattered on the ground. The blades were dim and lifeless, as if they had lost their souls. The outcome has been decided, Xiaoziji said. Wah! The warrior spat out a mouthful of blood and then sat on the ground with difficulty. He lowered his head and said, thou, has won, whoosh. Whoosh! Xianxia waved his hand. The 2 katanas and the scabbard flew out and landed in front of Xiaoziji. The latter immediately understood and hurriedly put them into the space ring. The warrior raised his head and said, I am Yagyu Jubii. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to fight with you again. After that, he turned into smoke and dissipated. Ding! Because the challenger failed to defeat Yagyu Jubii within the stipulated time, he will be forcefully teleported out. Swoosh, swoosh. Xianxia and Xiaoziji disappeared into thin air. When they came back to their senses, they were already standing outside the Heaven's Might secret realm. How was it? Jun Changxiao, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly asked, what did you get? Xiaoziji took out the 2 katanas and said, I only got the 2 katanas of a strange warrior called, something Tai. Jun Changxiao took it and said in surprise, Japanese katana? Clang! He pulled out the katana. The system roared, no, this is the weapon I got in the secret realm. As the master of a sect, how can he use it? Only disciples could enter the heavenly might's secret realm. Logically speaking, the equipment obtained should only be used by disciples. In the end, Goshen pulled out the katana easily. That's right. Xianxia was stunned. It's not bound? Then, he took another katana from Xiaoziji and pulled it out easily as well. There was no resistance at all. Elder Liu. Xianxia closed the katana and threw it over. Try it. Ryu Sinan took the katana and pulled it out of the scabbard. Looking at the sharp blade, he praised, "Good katana." The system was speechless. Both the patriarch and the elder could use it. This meant that although there were restrictions in the heavenly might's secret realm, equipment could be shared. Let me see. At this time, Fan Yezi walked over and took the katana from Ryu Sinan. After studying it carefully, he exclaimed, "It's at least immortal grade." Xianxia was not surprised. In fact, he was a little disappointed. The introduction said that as long as the equipment obtained in the secret realm was at least immortal grade. Unfortunately, it was not perfected grade. He could remain calm, but Ryu Sinan and the others were stunned. Immortal grade was a divine weapon in the upper realm. The owners were also famous people. Now that 2 disciples had entered the secret realm and casually brought out 2 of them, this was a little exaggerated. What a pity. Xiaoziji said, "The challenge failed." Failed? Xianxia was surprised. Then why did you return the weapon? Xiaoziji immediately told him about Yi Xingchen's battle with Yagujubi. No wonder it's a Japanese katana. After understanding the reason, Xianxia said, "The user is a Japanese." Wait. How could there be a Japanese in the heavenly might's secret realm? After all, this was not the Milky Way, and it was not Earth. Why do you care so much? The system said, "Since you're giving out immortal grade equipment, let the disciples challenge it." That's true. Xianxia stopped his wild thoughts and said, "Perhaps defeating that fellow requires a specific time." Although Xingchen won in the end, he was deemed to have failed because he exceeded the time limit. Humph, Yi Xingchen snorted coldly and said, "The next time we go in, we must kill them cleanly. We cannot waste any time." He didn't think that there was only one Yagujubi in the secret realm. There should be other strong people. It didn't matter if he gave him the equipment or not. At least it was a good place to train. Invincible. Xianxia said, "Go in and try your luck." Yes. He Wudi walked over and held in his heart, "It's all my fault for being too high profile last time. That's why the patriarch thinks so highly of me." Swish, he merged into the whirlpool and entered the secret realm. Kaka. Suddenly, a sound was heard. He Wudi turned around and saw a strange martial artist walking over. Who, Yagujubi? Since this guy appeared again, it meant that he hadn't been killed just now. Instead, he disappeared after his defeat and waited for another challenger to come. Then, it should be an illusion automatically generated by the secret realm. Smack, Yagujubi sat cross-legged on the ground and flicked the scabbard with his thumb. As a result, he flicked nothing. He looked down and found that his waist was empty. He said blankly, "Where's my sword?" He Wudi's mouth twitched. Although it was the first time he saw this guy, he could roughly guess from Xiaoziji's explanation that this should be the warrior that senior brother Yi had defeated. As for the sword, it was naturally the 2 that senior brother Yi had taken out. Forget it, forget it. Yagujubi stood up and said, "I can still fight without my sword. Come. Please enlighten me." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, He Wudi rushed over and punched him in the abdomen with his right fist. A powerful force exploded and energy ripples visible to the naked eye rose behind him. Wah! Yagujubi spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged and his mouth opened. In slow motion, his feet left the ground and he flew out with a bow before turning into smoke. KO. Ding. Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Yagujubi in the allotted time. Ding. As the challenger defeated a heroic soul in an instant, you have obtained a perfect evaluation. In the next round, you will directly challenge an S-class heroic soul. Whoosh, the scene in front of him changed. He Wudi was in a place similar to a hall. There was a wall in front of him. There were many lifelike human figures drawn on the wall. There were so many of them that they were densely packed, especially the symbol on the back of each hand. What does this mean? Xianxia couldn't understand it at all. If it were Jun Chongxiao, combined with this symbol and a symbol on the back of Yagyu Jubiai's hand, he would definitely immediately understand that this should be a common division of strength in the game. The strongest sect of all times, the strongest sect of all times. The first 10 draws only cost 998 yuan, an S-class core disciple can bring it home for 7 consecutive days, and an SSS Plus Patriarch can receive it for free. Pick up your phone and download it quickly, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the wall seemed to be activated by some kind of energy. The portraits outlined by lines flickered with a bright light as if they had become flesh and blood. Challenger, please choose your opponent. A deep voice sounded in his ears. Xianxia understood. This was to let him choose an opponent from the portraits on the wall. Who should he choose? Xianxia looked at them carefully. As a Goxing, if a battle was inevitable, he would definitely choose the weakest. At least he could preserve his strength. I choose him. Xianxia chose a target. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, the selected portrait turned into a stream of light and flew out. At the same time, the scene in front of him changed from a dark hall to a garden full of peach blossoms. Xianxia became vigilant because under the thickest peach tree in front of him, a burly man was sitting on his back and reading a bamboo scroll. He wore a grassland-colored hat on his head, and beside him was a long and wide wooden box. There should be some kind of weapon inside. Who are you? Tell me your name. The voice was deep and dignified, and the aura was very strong. The last disciple of the sect of all times, Xianxia. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, Who are you? Swish, the burly man gently put the bamboo scroll aside, then slowly turned around and said in a loud voice, Marquis of Han Shou Ting, Guan Yunchang. Red phoenix eyes, crouching silkworm eyebrows. His face was like a heavy date, and his lips were painted. That's right. It was Master Guanyu. Xianxia's eyes widened. The difference between this majestic and burly guy and the bearded old elder in the portrait who looked like a drunk old man was too big. If I had known, I would have chosen the short old man with the bow next to him. Swish, Guan Yunchang raised his hand, and the wooden box on the ground flew up. He strode over and said, Let's fight. Although Xianxia was very depressed to have chosen such a fierce guy, since he wanted to pass the test, he could only fight. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, Please. Peng, Guan Yunchang placed a palm on the wooden box. The wooden board suddenly flew out and flew away from Xianxia. The rolling energy messed up his hair. An expert, Xianxia frowned. It's been a long time since I fought. Guan Yunchang indifferently put his hand into the opened wooden box and said, I hope you won't disappoint me. Swish, the first grab caught loneliness. Swish, the second time, he caught loneliness again. Master Guanyu turned around and found that the wooden box was empty. He said in shock, Where's my blade? These 2 swords are good, but judging from the material, they don't seem to be as good as the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Outside the arcane realm, Jun Chongxiao took out the god-modified Green Dragon Crescent Blade and compared it with Tai Yan and Tai Kuei of Yagyu 10 soldiers. Not bad. Fan Yezi agreed. There's a big difference in material and workmanship. What a pity. Jun Chongxiao said, I bought it too early. I can't keep up with the level. Although he would occasionally take out the Green Dragon Crescent Blade to kill people, he mostly relied on his own strength. As far as weapons were concerned, they were already obsolete. There was no other way. The early equipment would definitely not be as good as the later equipment. This was an unchangeable law, unless it could be upgraded continuously like the hard-to-keep blade. When the host bought it, there were only 157 chapters. Now there are more than 1,700 chapters. It's already good that you can use it until now, the system said. Yeah. If it weren't for this god-modified weapon, how could I have defeated Qin Haoren? Now that I think about it, it's full of memories and emotions. The god-modified Green Dragon Crescent Blade couldn't keep up with the times, but it was undeniable that it helped Goxing resolve a lot of problems in the early stages. It could be considered as a witness to his growth. If it's possible. Jun Changxiao said, I hope to upgrade this blade and let the soul of Huaxia's Wuxing stand proudly at the top of the mountain. Goxing was a nostalgic person. He hoped that even if the weapons and equipment that had already been eliminated, they would still have a chance to shine again. They would follow him everywhere and look down on the world. Wash up and sleep, the system said. Thank you. Jun Changxiao said, you're a reverse healer. Where's my blade? Inside the secret realm, Lord Guanyu missed his target twice. He frowned and his face turned even redder due to his anger. As the famous Wuxing of Huaxia, the first thing people thought of was not the hat, but the green dragon crescent blade that accompanied him on his expeditions. Slaying Huaxiong with warm wine. Overcoming 5 obstacles and killing 6 generals. This was all related to the green dragon crescent blade. P.S. The above allusions are all taken from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, don't take it seriously. The system roared, readers who have read all these silly articles, who the F***ck would take you seriously? Don't think too highly of yourself. He Wudi was speechless. Where was that strange warrior who asked about the blade? Why was this person also asking about the blade? Forget it, forget it. Master Guanyu said, without a suitable weapon, I have no desire to continue fighting. Thou may go back. After saying that, he turned around and left. It seemed that because he had lost the green dragon crescent blade, his back seemed desolate. If Ma Yongning were here, he would definitely be able to understand Second Master's pain. That was because a true saber user was someone who lived when the saber was around. You admit defeat? He Wudi was overjoyed. As long as they could avoid fighting as much as possible and avoid consumption as much as possible, it was undoubtedly excellent. At this moment, He Wudi noticed that the empty wooden chest suddenly flickered with a faint light and gradually condensed into a bright crystal. He hurriedly walked over and said, Is this the reward for clearing the dungeon? Forget it. I'll keep it in my ring first. Swish. He Wudi had just put away the palm-sized crystal when a voice came from the secret realm. As the S-class heroic soul has no desire to fight, the challenger has failed and will be forcibly teleported out. Swish, before He Wudi could come back to his senses, he had already appeared outside the Heavenly Might secret realm. No way. That guy didn't want to fight and ran away by himself. Why did he put the blame on me in the end? What's the situation? Jun Changxiao asked. He Wudi told him the situation he encountered, especially the strange person who had no desire to fight. Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought after hearing this. That person was wearing a grassland hat, with eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, and a red date face. He looked mighty and extraordinary. Why did it sound like he was describing Guanyu? Pa Goxing pressed the special effect button of the green dragon crescent blade. Wuxing's soul suddenly appeared behind him and said, Is it him? Yes, yes. He Wudi said, Yes, it's him. Although Wuxing's soul looked both real and fake, his appearance and behavior were exactly the same as Guanyu's in the Heavenly Might secret realm. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to tell. Jun Changxiao removed the special effect and said, And then? His blade was gone, so he left by himself. The blade was gone? Jun Changxiao looked at the divine modified green dragon crescent blade in shock and muttered in his heart, Could it be, this divine modified green dragon crescent blade came from Guanyu? The system said, It can't be that coincidental, right? Oh. Right. He Wudi took out the bright crystal and said, This is what I got. It seems to be a special ore. Jun Changxiao looked over and immediately showed a look of ecstasy. The bright crystal in front of him, in terms of shape and size, was actually very similar to the modified soul stone used to upgrade hard-to-keep blade. Could it be? Impossible. The system poured cold water on him. There are still differences. Indeed. Strictly speaking, some of the edges and even the color were very different, especially the small green dragon pattern inside, which was not found in the modified soul stone. Wait a minute, green dragon pattern. Jun Changxiao hurriedly looked at the green dragon carved on the surface of the green dragon crescent blade. After careful comparison, he concluded that the two were exactly the same. Could it be, he said happily, this thing is used to upgrade the green dragon crescent blade? It's even more impossible. It can't be that coincidental, Ding. While the system was working, Xianxia picked up the crystal and touched it on the surface of the green dragon crescent blade. The crystal instantly turned into a green light and merged into the blade. The two sides seemed to have a strong chemical reaction. Sure enough. I guessed it right. Whoosh, at this moment, the green dragon crescent blade flew out of his hand and hung over the eternal world. It was shrouded in bright flowing light and gradually gathered into a huge green dragon, hovering proudly in the sky. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded through the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Led by Long Outyin, the higher-ups in the city of the dragon tribe flew out one after another and looked at the roaring green dragon in the sky with astonishment in their eyes. What a powerful dragon chi! But it's different from our dragon tribe. What kind of power is this? The dragon tribe and all the creatures in the eternal world were confused. Only Xianxia gradually raised the corner of his mouth when he felt the mighty aura. Then he put his hand on his chest and said proudly, "This is the power from the east." Whoosh! Whoosh! The green dragon roared with great momentum. After a while, the green dragon crescent blade flew out from the mysterious power and landed in front of Xianxia with a bang. The green dragon pattern engraved on the surface of the blade flickered as if it had come alive. He Wudi and Li Qingyang were dumbfounded. Swish! Xianxia held the green dragon crescent blade and strode forward. The pattern on the blade shone brightly and an illusory green dragon instantly wrapped around his body. He shouted, "Dragon in the sky!" Roar, the saber light and the azure dragon soared into the sky. The special effects were powerful, and the aura was so strong that He Wudi and the others were forced to retreat. They stared at the sky, dumbfounded, at the void that was gradually being torn in half. Patriarch, is he using a big move? It was extremely shocking that the sky was torn apart. One had to know that this was the former first-class Shenyuan realm. The space barrier was extremely strong, but it was cut open so easily. It was enough to show that the green dragon crescent blade that was fused with the crystal had been upgraded in all aspects. Thud, Xianxia landed gracefully, and the blade hit the ground. A mysterious force from the east instantly rippled. Li Qingyang and the others were in awe. At that moment, Xianxia's back was incomparably majestic and powerful. They almost couldn't help but shout, "Patriarch, awesome, of course." The system was the saddest. Not only did it successfully poison him, but it was also slapped in the face. "Thank you." Xianxia put away the blade and thanked the system. Gratefully. The system roared, "I shouldn't have said so much in the first place." Plop, at this moment, Xianxia, who looked extraordinarily mighty, suddenly collapsed on the ground like mud. White foam kept coming out of his mouth as if he had an epileptic seizure. That bright crystal was indeed used to upgrade the green dragon crescent blade, so after it was successfully fused, the weapon was greatly improved, and even the special effects were strengthened. Back then, Goxing used Wuxing's soul for the first time. Although he defeated Qin Haoren, the result was that he was completely exhausted. He had to be carried away by the disciples when he left Haoqi Sect. That's right, the upgraded version of the god-modified green dragon crescent blade also inherited the glorious tradition of fainting immediately after showing off. Xianxia, who was lying on the ground, said, "It's been a long time. Patriarch, are you okay? Help me up and send me back to my room." Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji hurriedly helped Xianxia up. However, before they left, they didn't forget to remind them, you guys continue." Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji went in and gave them 2 katanas. He Wudi went in and gave them a god-modified crystal to upgrade weapons. This heavenly might secret realm was really a big treasure. Yes. The disciples received the order. After watching the patriarch leave, Su Xiaoma rubbed his fists and said, "I'll go in." Now that Yi Xingchen and the others had come out safely, he was no longer worried that there might be a trap inside. Of course. Caution was needed. Su Xiaoma looked at He Wudi and said, "Junior brother, is there anything we need to pay attention to?" "Yes." He Wudi said solemnly, "If you enter a hall and have to choose an opponent, I suggest you choose the weakest one. For example." He paused for a moment and said, "A short old man with a bow." "The short old man with the bow?" Su Xiaoma made a mental note of this. Then, he tidied up his school uniform, waved at his fellow disciples, and stepped into the arcane realm. Ka ka ka. Shrouded in thick fog, Yagyu Jubii appeared once again. From this, it could be seen that this fellow should be the gatekeeper of the Heavenly Might's secret realm. As long as the disciples entered the secret realm, they would be able to meet him. As usual, Yagyu Jubii first sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to use his fingers to flick out his dual blades. When he realized that there was nothing at his waist, he said in shock, "Where are my blades?" Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia kicked him out of sight with a beautiful side kick. He said, "So weak." Ding. Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Yagyu Jubii in the stipulated time. Ding. As the challenger defeated a heroic soul in an instant, he received a perfect evaluation. In the next round, he will directly challenge an S-rank heroic soul. The scene in front of him changed, and he was now in the main hall. The main hall, the place that junior brother he mentioned just now? Buzz. Buzz. When the image on the wall became lifelike, Xianxia immediately understood what it meant. I choose. He stared at the heroic souls and finally locked his eyes on the short old man with the bow. Combined with his junior brother's previous reminder, he said without hesitation, him. Swish. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. He Woody appeared on top of a mountain. The stone wall next to him was engraved with the words Dingjun Mountain. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. A murderous aura that only appeared when two armies faced each other filled the air, causing Xianxia to instantly become serious. Clang clang clang. The sound of a knife being sharpened could be heard. Xianxia looked up and saw an old man wearing battle armor on a huge rock in front of him. He was sharpening a rusty broadsword with a bow and a quiver beside him. It's him. The person I chose. Compared to the extraordinary heroic souls in the portraits, this person was simply too old. It seemed a little inappropriate for him to fight with him. Young man. The old man stopped and flicked the surface of the broadsword with his finger. Have you heard of a treasured broadsword that is still young? His voice and eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, but there was an indescribable deterrence. This made Xianxia feel deep veneration. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, please." Clang. The old man sheathed the broadsword and picked up the bow with difficulty. He carried the quiver on his back and jumped down from the huge rock, almost falling on his butt. Xianxia felt even more ashamed in his heart. He was in the prime of his life, yet he found an old man to fight. Was he worthy of the patriarch's repeated emphasis on being unyielding? If he had known earlier, he would have chosen a young man who held a spear and seemed to be full of courage. Ashamed was ashamed. But after all, he was in a secret realm challenge. Whoosh. Xianxia activated his chi, the power of the true spirit filled the air, and said, "Sorry for the offense." Shwa. He took a step forward and moved at full speed. However, just as he was about to rush over, the armored old man quickly took out an arrow, nocked it, and pulled the bow. The entire process could be said to be done in one breath, as smooth as flowing water. Damn. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was still extremely old. How did he suddenly become so agile? Young man. The old man said, treating me as an old, weak, and disabled person is a form of contempt. It is also irresponsible to yourself. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the longbow in his hand shone with a bright light, and the arrowhead continued to gather energy. Xianxia hurriedly stopped, his scalp gradually numb. Not good. After realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly turned around, poured the power of the true spirit into his legs, and instantly dragged the afterimage away. However, the old man's eyes were like a self-aiming cheat. No matter how the target moved, the arrow was always locked on the butt. Until he seized the opportunity, he released 2 fingers and shouted, "One sword to decide the universe." Whoosh, the sharp arrow burst out, like a white rainbow piercing the sun. Xianxia, who was frantically escaping, suddenly stopped, looked at the camera in 0.1 second, and howled, "I'm finished, Poochie." In the outside world, Li Tian stabbed a dagger into the watermelon, and then quickly cut it into pieces, and laughed, "Senior brother, eat the melon." "Junior brother Su, will it be okay to go in?" Li Qingyang took a piece of melon and was quite worried. Xiao Ziji said while eating, "It should be okay." Bah. He Wudi spat out the watermelon seed and said, "As long as we choose the old man with the bow, it will be easy to win." Just as everyone was talking, Su Xiaoma appeared outside the vortex of the secret realm with a bang. So fast? He Wudi was stunned. "Junior brother Su." Li Qingyang walked over with a piece of melon, and found that the other side was still facing away from him, so he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Oh. Suddenly, Su Xiaoma covered his butt and jumped up and down the back mountain like a monkey, and there were strange sounds from time to time. Oh. Su Xiaoma failed the challenge, and the result was very tragic. This was good proof that he would always be the boss, and he could not look down on him just because he was old. Of course, Su Xiaoma did not look down on him. He lost because of his archery skills. If it were He Wudi, he would probably jump up and down. "I'll give it a try." Li Fei rubbed his hands and walked into the Sky Might's secret land. "Fly, choose the old man with the bow to avenge me, no problem." After half a chapter, Li Fei was sent out of the secret land. He covered his butt and jumped up and down. "I'll do it." Long Xiang could not stand it anymore. In the end, he jumped up in front of his fellow disciples in the same way. The core disciples were defeated again and again, but it did not affect the others. The inner and outer disciples began to line up to enter the Sky Might secret land. Although some of them could kill Yagyu Jubiai, who had lost his weapon in seconds, most of them could barely complete the task within the time limit. Therefore, they could not trigger the condition to enter the main hall, so the opponents in the second round were different. Ha. I got a sword. Li Tian was sent out of the secret land. He held a sharp sword, and his face was filled with ecstasy. This sword came from a heroic soul with the word A engraved on the back of his hand. It looked simple and unadorned, but in fact, it was not weaker than Yagyu Jubiai's katana. Patriarch. The next day, Li Qingyang came to report, there were a total of 100 disciples who challenged the Sky Might secret land yesterday. Those who passed the first round are, after listening to the disciples' report, Jun Chongxiao concluded that those who passed the first round in seconds would be sent to the main hall to choose their opponents, and those who were defeated in a regular way would enter the ordinary second round, which was much less difficult. Especially when He Wudi's opponent and the old man with the bow, he could basically confirm that it should be Guan Yu and Huang Zhong, one of the 5 tiger generals. Interesting. Jun Chongxiao's lips curled into a smile. There were people from the 3 kingdoms in the secret land, and there were also Japanese. Did it mean that the paintings on the wall were from the ancient famous people or generals of the former world? No. How could these ancient figures be so strong in the world of martial arts? It was undeniable that Guan Yu and Huang Zhong were considered top-notch fighters in their time. However, it was still considered a low-level martial artist. In the world of martial arts, where every movement could shake the heavens and earth, he would definitely be crushed. There was also the green dragon crescent blade. This was a weapon that he had bought in the early stages. After the upgrade, its power had been greatly increased. Could it be that it had been upgraded to a perfected weapon? If that is the case, Jun Chongxiao's eyes burned with passion. The weapons and equipment of those S-rank heroic souls might be of the highest grade. Qingyang. If you have time, get Xing Chen and the others to go to the Heavenly Might secret realm, especially to challenge S-rank heroic souls. This, Li Qingyang said weakly, I can't. He had also entered the Sky's Might mystery realm yesterday, but he did not choose Huang Zhong. Instead, he chose the martial artist with a spear next to him. In the end, he was defeated miserably by his opponent. Try more. Jun Chongxiao said, find a mechanism. The strength of the core disciples was not weak. If they wanted to be stronger, they would have to be at the half-step celestial secret realm. Therefore, Gosheng did not think that there was a suppression of strength in the secret realm. He might need to explore slowly. To put it bluntly, after being destroyed many times, he would naturally have experience. Yes. Li Qingyang returned to the peak where the disciples lived and called Su Xiaoma and the others over to discuss countermeasures. Simple. Su Xiaoma covered his butt and said, let's fight together. Good idea. Li Fei agreed. Isn't it unfair to fight with more people? Li Qingyang said. He Wudi said, the secret realm is not a competition. We don't have to care about numbers. That's true. Where's junior brother Yi? He went to the back of the mountain in advance. Boom. In the heavens might secret realm, Yi Xingqian's fist, which gathered the powerful force of true spirit, directly killed the gatekeeper, Yagyu Jubai. Then, he turned his face to the camera and said, trash. Because he killed an A-class heroic soul instantly, he was sent to the main hall to choose an S-class heroic soul. Who should he choose? Night Emperor looked and finally chose a burly man. Swoosh. The scene in front of him changed. He was in a burning barracks. Kill. Kill. Yi Xingqian ignored the shouts that disturbed his mind. His eyes were fixed on the distance. There stood a burly man, dragging 2 corpses with both hands. He grinned and said, you want to challenge me? Who? Ancient Heir Lai, Dian Wei. Jun Changxiao's guess was right. Many of the characters carved on the walls of the main hall came from the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Of course. There were also portraits on another wall. But they were dark gray, which seemed to mean that they hadn't been activated yet. From the blurry style of the portraits, it could be seen that there was a 3-headed and 6-armed child on wheels, a birdman with 2 wings on his back holding a sledgehammer, a handsome warrior with 3 eyes leading a wolf dog, and a macaque in armor carrying a stick. All in all, there were all kinds of characters and all kinds of equipment. Based on the current situation, if the disciples wanted to obtain the equipment, they would have to defeat them, and the equipment would still be there. They wouldn't be like Guan Yu, who had come out but lost his saber. Shua. Yi Xingqian was miserably teleported out because he didn't defeat his opponent on time yesterday. So, he didn't waste any time and simply charged over. Boom. Boom. Dian Wei threw out the 2 corpses in his hands, which exploded in midair, filling the air with flesh and blood. Swoosh. Yi Xingqian dashed out and made a gesture of the sky-crossing palm. He instantly slapped the air several times, unleashing a terrifying power. Great! Dian Wei roared and charged forward with his tough body. Not only did he break the palm, he also pressed to Night Emperor's face and slapped down with tremendous force. Boom, the earth trembled, and the space collapsed. Huh? Dian Wei frowned. Although his palm hit the target, it was blocked by the hard armor. He asked in shock, isn't this Lu Bu's beast-faced chain armor? Who? At this moment, Yi Xingqian, who was fully armed, extended his right hand and waved the halberd that appeared out of nowhere. Bam, dum. Dum, dum. Dum. Dian Wei stepped back quickly. After he regained his balance, he saw the weapon in the guy's hand and exclaimed, a halberd? Die. Yi Xingqian leaped into the air and used total annihilation to press down. Boom. Boom. The violent power swept across the secret realm. Stunned, Dian Wei was forced to step back again and again, but his eyes were still full of confusion. Why did he have all Lu Bu's equipment, or, has he already defeated the guy? That can't be right. As one of the strongest S-level hero souls, why did the guy challenge me when he had already defeated me and inherited my equipment? Damn it, is he bullying me? Shua. Yi Xingqian jumped up again. In order to finish the battle quickly and save time, he poured all his strength into the halberd. The energy waves generated when he waved it disturbed the space around and created a crack that seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. Boom. The halberd with terrifying power hit Dian Wei brutally, but the latter seemed to have chosen to give up. He immediately dispersed into smoke, and a large wooden box gradually appeared where he was. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Dian Wei of the Ancient. Yi Xingqian won. Even he himself was at a loss. Logically speaking, that guy should be very strong. Why was he suddenly eliminated? Forget it. Let's look at the equipment first. Yi Xingqian came to the wooden box and kicked it open. There were 2 short halberds inside. Judging from the material and luster, they didn't seem to be weaker than his halberd. It's useless. He waved his hand and kept it in his spatial ring. Since the challenger defeated an S-class heroic soul, you can continue to choose the same level in the next round. At the same time, Xianxia was sent into the main hall again. Then, he looked at the portrait on the wall and said, this time, I have to choose a fiercer one. Otherwise, it will be boring. Knight Emperor came to the Heavenly Might secret realm not for weapons, but to find an opponent to spar with. Therefore, he hoped to meet an evenly matched expert. Boom. In another area of the secret realm, the team led by Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji successfully defeated the gatekeeper, Yagu Jubai. Because of the instant kill, they entered the main hall as expected. Who should we choose? Of course, Su Xiaoma originally wanted to choose Huang Zhong, but when he thought of the pain from yesterday, he quickly shifted his gaze to a heroic soul shrouded in black light and said, let's choose him. Okay. Li Qingyang agreed. Whoosh, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. Everyone was instantly out of the main hall and outside the towering city gate with the words Hulao Pass engraved on it. Damn. Su Xiaoma shivered and said, the atmosphere is a bit strange. Trouble. He Wudi frowned and said, we seem to have chosen a guy with decent strength. Stomp. Stomp. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the city gate. A moment later, a scarlet horse slowly trotted out, dragging a figure shrouded in monstrous demonic aura. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, his aura was very strong. It's over. He Wudi thought to himself. I'm afraid we're going to fail. Hiss. The scarlet horse stopped outside the city gate. The figure shrouded in demonic aura said, who are you? The voice was very domineering. Li Qingyang and the others looked extremely serious. Although the person riding on the horse didn't reveal his face, his aura and voice were both filled with the power to swallow mountains and rivers. He was probably stronger than the bow-wielding old man he met yesterday. The strength of the generals of the three kingdoms was determined according to the author's preferences. There was no need to argue. Otherwise, the strongest S-rank heroic soul, Doraemon, would appear in the next second and be abused. Disciple of the Sect of all times. Heh, just a bunch of trash. Everyone fell silent. If someone else had said this, they might have thought that it was arrogant. But when it came from the mysterious black shadow, it seemed to be a matter of course. Don't waste time. Come at me together. Li Qingyang, who was originally thinking that it would be unfair to win with numbers, hurriedly cupped his hands and said, excuse me. Shua. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others entered battle mode and communicated with each other through eye contact. They had great teamwork when it came to fighting bosses. Forget it. He Wudi muttered in his heart, I can't be too high profile. I have to keep a low profile. Because of his explosive performance in the life and death secret realm, he had to keep a low profile this time. Hiss. At this moment, the red horse raised its head and neighed, then rushed over. Competing in speed? Su Xiaoma touched his nose and said, I'm not bad either. Schwa, schwa, form shift, wave-like subtle steps, heaven and earth great shift. Su Xiaoma fully displayed his speed, but in the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being kicked away by the horse's hooves. In Xianxia's words, it was useless to be flashy. Junior brother. Li Qingyang exclaimed. Boom. At this moment, Xiao Ziji stood in front of him with his shield and caught the red horse's forelegs. His knees kept sinking, and his face was extremely ferocious. Heaven-crossing palm print. He Wudi seized the opportunity and rushed over from the side. In the end, the palm print that he condensed was all swept away by the horse's tail, so he pretended to suffer from the backlash and landed far away. He thought to himself, even a horse is so strong? Ancient shadowless kick. After Li Fei spun around, the shadow of his footsteps appeared, but in the end, he was sent flying by the crimson horse's rear leg. It could be said. In just a short period of time, many of the Sect of all times' core disciples had been knocked down. The situation was very unfavorable. You can't even do anything to my red hair. Black Shadow said coldly, what qualifications do you have to challenge me? Damn it, Su Xiaoma stood up, anger rising on his face. Everyone. Li Qingyang said, let's get serious. All right. Everyone looked at each other, and immediately crossed their hands in unison. Words appeared on the back of their hands, and all kinds of special effects filled the air. Xianxia, who had turned into a mecha, raised his flowing light shield. As the main meat shield of the team, he would stand at the front of his teammates in any situation. Boom! Wudi brought out the gate of life and death, and used his eyes to tell his companions to bring this horse in during the battle later. Li Qingyang and the others activated their words and exclusive weapons one after another. All the special effects were activated, and all the trump cards were used. It could be said that in ancient times, the three heroes in front of Hulao Pass fought Lu Bu, and today, the disciples in front of Hulao Pass fought Red Hair. When compared, why was it so bad? Heh. Black Shadow said disdainfully, trash will always be trash. However, since you all are so serious, I will naturally be serious too. Hiss. The red hair under him raised its head and neighed. The demonic aura around the figure also gradually dissipated, revealing an incomparably cold face. His eyes shone with a sharp luster, looking very frightening. A ruthless person. Wudi muttered in his heart. Whoosh whoosh. The demonic aura continued to dissipate, revealing a complete body. At that moment, the surrounding gloomy aura became even more intense, and there seemed to be earth-shaking shouts in his ears. However, Li Qingyang, Xianxia, and the others were dumbfounded. Because that cold guy was actually naked, wearing only a pair of large underpants while riding on the horse, although his muscles looked very perfect. Wudi's mouth twitched. The guy who revealed his true appearance seemed to be very strong. Why wasn't he wearing any clothes? Could it be that he was like Hall Master Z, who had to tear his clothes off as long as he fought? Flying General Lu Fengxian felt a chill and instinctively looked down. Seeing that he wasn't wearing anything, he said in astonishment, "Where are my beast-faced swallowing head chain armor and my Sichuan red brocade 100-flower robe?" Haha. Su Xiaoma couldn't help but laugh while holding his stomach. Lu Fengxian said with a cold gaze, "You dare to laugh at me, I will immediately let you die without a burial ground." After saying that, he raised his hand to summon his weapon, but nothing was summoned. Damn it! Why is the sky piercer also gone? Swish! Just as Lu Fengxian was furious, a figure appeared on the battlefield out of thin air, wearing a three-pronged purple-gold crown, wearing a beast-face swallowing head chain armor, wearing a Sichuan red brocade 100-flower robe, holding a sky piercer. Li Qingyang, Xianxia, and the others were overjoyed. Junior brother Yi. Just as Lu Fengxian was wondering why his equipment was gone, Xianxia appeared on the battlefield. It was obvious that after defeating ancient Air Lai, he chose the same heroic soul for the sake of excitement. Not bad. Night Emperor said, "This person has a strong aura." Although he said so, he was despising Xianxia in his heart. Why isn't he wearing any clothes? Does he have the same hobby as the Purple King? Xianxia didn't like Z, and the reason might be because he drank too much in the past and went to Spirit Beast Peak. Seeing his equipment and weapons on Xianxia, Lu Fengxian's eyes flashed with anger and said, "So it was you who stole them." SSS, the red hair raised its head and neighed as though it was cooperating with its owner. Lu Fengxian had to admit that with such a mount that exuded athlete's foot, even if he wasn't wearing any clothes, he still looked mighty and extraordinary. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang said solemnly, "This person is extremely dangerous." Just now, a few of them were defeated by a single horse. Even if Xianxia didn't have any equipment, he still gave them immense pressure. Borrowing the words of the readers, if it was a normal person without any equipment, they would be no different from a noob. But Lu Fengxian was different. His sharp eyes and powerful aura were extremely terrifying. He was worthy of being one of the strongest S-class heroic souls. Xianxia could clearly feel it, and his eyes flashed with intense battle intent. I need such an opponent. Swish. He waved his Feng Tian halberd and jumped over. Go. Li Qingyang, Xianxia, and the others didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. With Xianxia as the leader, the core disciples of the Sect of all times burst out with different powers and rushed towards Lu Fengxian in front of Hulao Pass. Due to the detailed and realistic 3D model, every shot was exquisite. It could be said that they used their heart to create the CG and feet to create the game. A bunch of mobs. Lu Fengxian's eyes were filled with disdain. The red hair under him suddenly accelerated and dragged a red light to meet them. Heaven-crossing palm print. Xianxia was the first to launch an attack as multiple palm prints descended from the sky. The red hair horse evaded the attack with an extremely coquettish movement. Then, it leaped up and kicked at the opponent in the air, forming a U-shaped energy wave. F***CK. Xianxia exclaimed. Was this a horse or a human? It could actually condense energy from afar. Senior brother, be careful. Xiaoxiji rushed over in large strides and threw out the shield with all his might. It turned into a stream of light and collided with the horse hoof print. Immediately, there was an earth-shaking rumble. Swish, Xianxia took the opportunity to dodge, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. If not for his junior brother's timely assistance, he would have been dead if he had been struck by the hoof prints. Dang dang dang. As for Xiaoxiji, his body continuously retreated. Only after he stabilized himself did he catch the flowing light shield that flew back. The blood in his body was boiling violently. Total annihilation. On the other side, Xianxia leaped over, and an arc of light pierced through the battlefield. Pa! Lu Fengxian slapped the horse's back and flew up in his underpants. Demonic chi gathered between his palms as he shouted, "Nameless pawn, don't be impudent." Rumble, his hands were like reinforced steel as they directly broke the total annihilation that pressed down on him. Then, he rushed toward Xianxia to engage in close combat, seemingly intending to snatch the Fengtian halberd. At the same time, Li Qingyang and He Wudi also rushed over. The two of them attacked from the left and right, assisting Xianxia in attacking from the side. It was a complete replay of the battle between the three heroes at Hulao Pass. Ancient Shadowless Kick. Li Fei took advantage of the opportunity and came over with a kick shadow. Lu Fengxian sent Li Qingyang flying with his right palm. He turned around and stretched out his left hand, directly grabbing the other party's leg and smashing it down. Rumble. Li Fei suddenly landed on the ground, his body turning into nothingness. Junior brother Li. Seeing his fellow disciple killed in an instant, Xianxia's eyes flashed as he roared. Just as he was about to rush over, he suddenly felt his vision darken. He saw the red hair in front of him, and its big hooves were about to kick his face. Boom, another loud noise, accompanied by billowing dust, rang out. Xianxia relied on his speed to dodge, but after stabilizing himself in the distance, his eyes were filled with deep fear. This horse was too strong. Once he was kicked by it, he would definitely be eliminated. Junior brother. Li Qingyang shouted, hold this horse back. Lu Fengxian did not have the upper hand in the fierce battle between him and Xianxia. If the red hair rushed in again, there would definitely be a risk of being wiped out. Okay. Xianxia immediately rushed toward the red hair. His goal was not to kill it, but to attract its firepower. Feudal struggle. Lu Fengxian sneered. Although he saw through their strategy, he did not summon the red hair. Instead, he let the other party lead him. He wore his underpants and fought against Xianxia, Li Qingyang, He Wudi, and Xiaoxiji, who joined later. Apart from Lu Qianxian, the disciples of the Sect of all times in Hulao Pass were all core members. Lu Fengxian, who did not have any equipment, could fight against many with ease. It was really a little terrifying, speaking of which, if he wore equipment and held a weapon, wouldn't he be able to press Jun Changxiao to the ground and rub it against him? Of course, if he used the Sky Piercer's blade to rub Gosheng's face, it would probably be a little too difficult. Boom. In front of Hulao Pass, there was a huge explosion of energy. Hiss. Outside Hulao Pass, the red hare's cry resounded through the sky. Soon, the two sides fought fiercely for an hour. They fought back and forth brilliantly, and there was no clear winner. If Lu Bu was compared to a boss, he would definitely have 999 layers of HP. Although Li Qingyang and the others worked well together, they could not deal any effective damage. As of now, they had only used up 1 layer of HP. Junior brother Li Qingyang shouted, don't hide it anymore. He Wudi was speechless. As expected, after being high profile last time, it was very difficult to keep a low profile. Huh. He shook his head, and his expression became incredibly stern. To pass this stage, to be like, boom. At that moment, Lu Fengxian threw a palm strike and hit He Wudi's face, who was about to act cool. It made him disappear from the spot. Before he left, he did not forget to cry out, "Ouch!" Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji roared, "Can your acting be any more fake?" Swoosh! After dealing with He Wudi, Lu Fengxian suddenly retracted his hand and jumped above Hulao Pass. Like a high and mighty king, he said, "All of you will die." Buzz! The space shook, and light flashed. A longbow with a dragon engraved on it gradually appeared. This was the dragon tongue bow. Legend had it that it was made from dragon tendons. Many people only knew that Lu Fengxian held the heavenly halberd and rode the red hare, but they did not know that he was also an outstanding archer. Otherwise, there would not be the story of shooting the halberd at the gate. When Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others saw this, they felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Pa! Lu Bu grabbed the dragon tongue bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right. Several arrows that seemed to be covered in demonic energy appeared out of thin air and locked onto the Sect of All Time's disciples on the battlefield. Su Xiaoma's butt tensed up. Arrows pierced the sun and moon. At that moment, Lu Bu released the bowstring, and several arrows flew out of the city gate. They dragged streams of light as if they had turned into roaring dragons. Boom! Xiao Ziji placed the light stream shield in front of him and said, "Shield, open." Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, a huge shield that was as smooth as a mirror appeared in front of everyone, exuding an unshakable aura. However, compared to the incoming arrows, it was still a little lacking. Yi Xingchen roared, "Remove the defense." He knew that the shield would not be able to withstand those forces, and the final result would be, as if also realizing that even though he could help his fellow disciples resolve this crisis, he would inevitably be eliminated. Xiao Ziji grinned and said, "I'll leave the rest to you guys." Looking at his sturdy back, Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen felt as if they had returned to the time when they challenged the fire dragon together in Death Valley. "I'm willing to use this broken body. I'll bear the brunt of lightning for you guys." Because of this sentence, Xiao Ziji embarked on the path of no return as a tank. He always stood at the forefront, protecting his fellow disciples from harm. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several arrows shot over, and the roars of the dragons shook everyone's eardrums. No! Yi Xingchen roared in rage when he saw that the arrows were about to hit the shields. This was supposed to be experiential training in a secret realm. Even if they failed, they would not die. However, Yi Xingchen found this hard to accept. This showed just how close the two were as fellow disciples. Drip. 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 Huh? Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma looked up and saw rain falling from the sky. The temperature plummeted, and the raindrops turned into snowflakes. When they landed on the ground, they seemed to freeze the air. This is cold air. Could it be? The two looked in the direction of the aura and saw a graceful figure walking over from the distance. With every step, cold air spread out from under her feet, causing the battlefield in Hulao Pass to instantly turn from hot summer to cold winter. Lu Qianxian, who was dressed in white, appeared. The originally hot environment suddenly became bone-chillingly cold. Hiss! The red hare neighed, and the flame-like airwaves under its feet gradually weakened due to the ice on the ground. If this was not enough to describe how cold the surrounding environment was, then the several sharp arrows flying over had been greatly slowed down under the influence of the cold air. Otherwise, Li Qingyang and the others would not have had time to look back. Achoo! Lu Fengxian sneezed on the city tower. This extremely cold weather seemed to be a bit unfriendly for him, who was not wearing clothes. On the other hand, Li Qingyang and the others, after the appearance of the senior sister, nimbly put on luxurious mink coats, thick hats, ear warmers, and scarves. Ka! Ka ka! The few sharp arrows flying slowly could not resist the interference of the cold air. Not only were they stopped in mid-air, but their bodies were also frozen. As for the red hare, except for its red body, there was no heat under its feet or in its eyes. It was even possible to slip on the icy ground. A field control mage was indeed awesome. Good chance. Su Xiaoma's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly put on his ice skates. Don't ask where this thing came from. If you ask, it was from Gosheng. Swish! Su Xiaoma swung his arms and rushed over. Because of the ice skates on the soles of his shoes, 2 small traces were left where he passed. He turned into a professional ice skater. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With the help of the smooth icy ground, Xianxia's speed was even faster. Hiss. The red hare raised its head and neighed. It was about to dodge, but as soon as its limbs exerted force, it fell to the ground. It could be seen that the icy ground had a great impact on it, and its movements were obviously restricted. Swish. Xianxia seized the opportunity, circled around the opponent a few times, and then rose into the air. He poured the power of true spirit into the ice skates and made a difficult spinning movement in the air that only figure skaters could do. Whoosh. 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 Streaks of sharp saber light shot out and struck the red hare with great precision. Without the advantage of speed, and even being greatly restricted, it was nothing more than a sandbag used to bombard. Shwa. Xianxia landed gracefully on the ground and glided along the side of the field. The knife marks he left behind seemed messy, but they gradually formed the words Sect of all times. 10 points. Jun Changxiao raised his placard. The host is here to steal the limelight again. The system roared as it raised its sign and said, 10 points. Jianghu, who was sitting on the judging panel, raised his board and said, I give 9 points. Swish, swish, after Xianxia succeeded, he did not waste such a good opportunity. He continued to walk on the ice, occasionally seizing the opportunity to launch a fancy attack. Boom boom boom. The sharp blade slashed across the red hare's body. Although it did not break through its defenses in a short period of time, the stinging pain it brought became more and more obvious. Lu Fengxian didn't care about the mount. Instead, he locked onto Lu Qianqian and said, You look good. But he drew the bow again and gathered several arrows. Compared to Qian, you're far inferior. Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow carrying a powerful demonic aura flew out from the tower. Judging from the aura and speed, it was obviously stronger than before. Go. Lu Qianqian said coldly. Ka ka ka. Xiao Ziji's flowing light shield was covered by layers of ice. He immediately understood what it meant and rushed over with large strides. Then, he placed the ice shield in front of him, forming an absolute defense. Li Qingyang and the others moved closer to the defensive area. Even Xianxia, who was attacking the red hare, slid over. The arrows with demonic aura came with a tracking system. When the Sect of all times disciples huddled together, they turned from scattered to concentrated. They burst out in different directions. Boom. 1 arrow. Boom. Boom. 2 arrows, 3 arrows, every time there was a boom, there would be a piece of broken ice. Ah! Xiao Ziji pressed his shoulder against the flowing light shield with a ferocious expression, but his feet were slowly retreating. It was obvious that even with the support of eldest senior sister's ice, it was still difficult to resist all the attacks. It could collapse at any time. Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, Li, Dui. At this moment, Yi Xingchen formed a seal with both hands and blasted a palm into the void. The 8 characters flashed with a dazzling light, and an 8 trigrams pattern appeared in front of the shield. Whoosh, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the sharp arrow merged into the pattern and appeared above the red hare that was trying to get up. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the surrounding ice cracked rapidly. Everyone looked back and saw that the red hare was already paralyzed on the ground. Its body turned from red to charred black. White foam kept coming out of its mouth, and then, it gradually collapsed into nothingness. It was dead. It was accidentally injured by master skill. Li Qingyang and the others didn't feel happy that the red hare was killed. Instead, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. That horse was strong, but it was killed in an instant. If it weren't for big senior sister's defense and junior brother Ye's timely diversion, everyone would have been wiped out. Damn it! Lu Fengxian said angrily, how dare you hurt my mount? Swoosh! He jumped down from the tower and gathered monstrous demonic aura in his hands to form a mountain that smashed down on everyone. Lu Qianqian took a step back, crossed her hands, and activated the text effect. Her black hair turned silver white, and she looked like an ice fairy that didn't eat the food of mortals. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cold wind was chilly, and snowflakes danced in the air. The mountain of demonic aura was covered in snow and ice, and its falling speed gradually slowed down. Even Lu Fengxian, who was suspended in midair, felt his body being obstructed. In particular, the bone-piercing cold air poured into his body, causing his exposed muscles to begin to tremble. One word, cold. Die. At this moment, Xianxia flew around the mountain. All the true spirit in his body was poured into the sky halberd, and it blasted toward Lu Fengxian with a thunderous force. Boom! The light that pierced through the sky suddenly exploded, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Ta! Xianxia landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he had used Inverse the Universe to help Xiaoxiji resolve the last arrow. It was already very difficult, and now that he had used all his strength, it could be said to be one disaster after another. Lu Qianqian was also in a bad situation. Although she appeared to be very calm since she appeared, she was actually using a lot of true spirit to transform the battlefield into a cold winter. She also had to use the power of ice to control her speed. At this moment, she was already at the end of her tether. Boom! At this moment, Lu Fengxian, who was suspended in midair, landed on the ground. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes flashed with anger. If not for the stolen equipment, you would have died without a complete corpse. Crack. His body collapsed and turned into nothingness. Ding. Congratulations to the challenger for defeating the demonized Lubu in the allotted time. Ding. As the challenger defeated a rank S demonized heroic soul and obtained a perfect evaluation, you will directly challenge a rank SS heroic soul in the next round. The area where Lu Fengxian disappeared gradually condensed into a box. Inside it was a puppet in the shape of Red Rabbit. We won. Su Xiaoma sat down, and a bright smile appeared on his weak face. Li Qingyang walked to the box and took out the Red Rabbit puppet. This should be the reward for clearing the stage. Eldest senior sister, how should we distribute it? For junior brother Yi. After Lu Qianqian said this, she gave up and disappeared from the battlefield. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang threw the puppet over. This battle had consumed too much energy, and he was exhausted. Therefore, he chose to give up and be sent out of the Heavenly Might secret realm. Let's go, let's go. Su Xiaoma and Xiaoxiji left the dungeon. Only Xianxia was left in Hulao Pass. He looked at the Red Rabbit puppet and said, "Thank you." After defeating Lu Fengxian, Li Qingyang and the others could have continued to challenge or even challenge a stronger heroic soul. However, they chose to leave the secret realm. It was not that they did not want to continue fighting, but their bodies and energy did not allow them to do so. Furthermore, an S-rank heroic soul was already so strong without any weapons. If they were to fight an SS-rank heroic soul, they would probably be obliterated. At this point, the Heavenly Might secret realm challenge ended. Although the battle was a bit difficult, they had obtained the red hair. Lu Fengxian was also depressed. Not only did he not get back his equipment, but he also lost his mount. Some people might feel wronged for the number one general of the Three Kingdoms. In fact, the Heavenly Might secret realm was created by defeating heroic souls to obtain equipment. Even if Li Qingyang and the others were wiped out, given their unyielding character, they would come back sooner or later and defeat them. Not only Lubu Guanyu, Huang Zhong, and the others could stand proudly in the secret realm in the following challenges, but they could not avoid losing equipment in the end. This was because their combat strength was fixed, and the disciples of the sect of all times could continue to improve. Of course, these heroic souls had their own consciousness. For example, Dian Wei of the Ancients might not be comparable to the demonized Lubu, but when he saw Xianxia holding the heavenly halberd and other equipment, he chose to run away after the battle. It was really incredible. Defeating the demonized Lubu was because everyone worked together. However, the red hair was given to Xianxia. This was enough to show that this was a big family with love. They did not care about gains and losses, but only cared about who was more suitable. 3. Pieces of equipment. Heavenly halberd. Together with the red hair, they were fully equipped. Xianxia was touched again. Why couldn't he use his life to defend such a sect and such a fellow disciple? Xianxia recalled the scene in the main hall where he left the sect of all times for a woman. He said coldly, "This kind of thing will never happen. I, Xianxia, am a disciple of the sect of all times. I will always be a disciple of the sect of all times." The core disciples' challenge of the heavenly might secret realm would come to an end temporarily. Just the demonized Lubu was so difficult to deal with. Before they recovered to their best state and had absolute confidence, they did not dare to challenge higher levels. Therefore, it all depended on whether the author was willing to give it a try or not. If he wasn't willing to give it a try, he would be able to get the weapon. Oh? In the study room, Xianxia removed his mask and asked in astonishment, "There's also Lubu?" Patriarch Xianxia said with a serious expression, "That guy is really fierce. If it weren't for eldest senior sister's appearance to control the situation and junior brother Ye's outburst, we would have been overturned." Sure enough, whenever there was a situation, this big mouth would immediately say it. What did he give? Red rabbit puppet. Who took it? Junior brother Yi. Xianxia hastily called Xianxia over and said, "Is it a mule or a horse? Take it out for a walk." Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, who was standing to the side. He thought to himself, "Does this guy feel terrible if he doesn't gossip for a day? All right. Since the patriarch wants to see it, then summon it." In fact, Xianxia was also quite curious. Was this puppet as fierce as the red rabbit horse that he had encountered in the secret realm? Outside the main hall, the disciples of the sect of all times were gathered together. Xianxia was speechless. Wasn't it just summoning the red rabbit? Was there a need for so many people to watch? The disciples were deliberately called over by Xianxia. Their goal was to stimulate them to become stronger faster so that they could go to the heaven's might secret realm to get equipment. "Come." Gosheng said, "Let everyone open their eyes." "Who?" Xianxia exhaled, then took out the puppet. This gadget was exceptionally exquisite, and it could be hung on the key of Maserati. Buzz. Spiritual sense spread out and fused with it. Bang, the puppet suddenly exploded, surging with waves of air, completely enveloping Xianxia. "What a strong demonic aura!" Yao Menjing exclaimed. Hiss. Suddenly, a loud neigh was heard, dispersing the demonic aura that gathered around, and a red warhorse with flames on its 4 legs appeared. Because they were in the stage of breaking through, Li Qingyang and the others did not observe carefully. Now that they saw the red rabbit horse again, they could not help but marvel at the majesty of the mount. Swoosh! Xianxia jumped on his horse and activated the text effect. His hand reached into the void and pulled out the Fengtian halberd. With all kinds of equipment, he suddenly had the aura of a general who had never failed on the battlefield. "A perfect match," Xianxia said. Hiss. At this time, the red rabbit horse neighed, and flames erupted under its feet. It dragged Xianxia and rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Damn. The disciples were shocked. "It can fly." Xianxia was not surprised. After all, it almost killed a few core disciples. Demonized Lubu's mount must be very powerful. My blood is burning. Riding on the red rabbit horse, Xianxia's eyes were burning with passion. At that moment, he felt as though he was one with his equipment, weapons, and mount. His combat strength was greatly enhanced. Come. Night Emperor stopped in the sky above Spirit Beast Peak and looked at the Purple King who was sewing and said, "Fight." The equipment, weapons, and mount triggered the said attributes, making him a little arrogant. Tisk, the Purple King placed the armor in the toolbox and skillfully took off his jacket and pants. He shook his head and said, "A little arrogant." Swish, the purple light flew out from Spirit Beast Peak with a mighty momentum. Xianxia raised the Skypiercer and rushed over with the red rabbit horse. The speed was so fast that it seemed to have turned into a ball of flames. Xianxia sat in front of the grand hall and ate some sunflower seeds. He thought to himself, with Lubu's full set of equipment, Xianxia is probably not inferior to Z. Beep beep. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in his ears. Xianxia immediately left the sect and returned to Eternal. He saw a light spot rapidly approaching the plane where the battleship was docked. Behind it were dozens of other light spots. Open the mirror image. Beep. A holographic image appeared on the map. It showed the vast universe, and the approaching light spot wasn't a meteorite but a martial artist shrouded in flowing light. To be able to fly in the upper universe, one's strength must be at the half-step vector realm. Zoom in. Xianxia said. Swish. The holographic image kept expanding, and the flowing light gradually became clearer. It was clear that the person flying over was a woman. Her face was slightly pale and seemed to be injured. The flowing light behind her was obviously hot on her heels. Boom. Boom. On Spirit Beast Peak, Xianxia and the Purple King were fighting. Because the former had equipment, weapons, and a mount, he quickly gained the upper hand. Ryu Sinan. Gong Sun Ho. Quick, come to Eternal. Suddenly, Xianxia's voice resounded throughout the sect. Xianxia and the Purple King immediately stopped, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. They could hear that although the patriarch's tone was calm, it was filled with intense anger and killing intent. Swish. Swish. In an instant, the upper echelons of the sect of all times, led by Ryu Sinan, appeared on Eternal. As expected, they saw the holographic image on the map. Patriarch. Gong Sun Ho exclaimed. That's right. The woman in the holographic image was none other than the previous patriarch of the stone statue race, Gong Sun Ruoli. She was also the father of Gong Sun Di Gosheng, the captain of the Eternal Pirates. As for the group of martial artists chasing after her, Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Subordinates of the Sky Demon Emperor? In the vast starry sky, Gong Sun Ruoli was flying at top speed. Her face was getting paler and paler. It was obvious that the situation was not good. There was a group of experts chasing after her. If nothing went wrong, they would catch up to her in the desolate plain ahead. It was strange. There were 30 to 50 of them. Except for the 4 at the front, who were at the half-step Heavenly Secrets realm, the rest were all at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Logically speaking, only those who had touched the Heavenly Secrets could fly in the upper universe. How could these warriors who had not reached that level be safe and sound? Damn it. Realizing that the other party was getting closer and her speed was getting slower and slower, Gong Sun Ruoli's eyes were filled with anger. After leaving the upper realm, she had been drifting in the universe for many years in order to find the man who had betrayed her. In the end, she provoked a group of unknown warriors and was chased for half a year. Forget it. Since she could not escape, she could only die together with them. Gong Sun Ruoli's eyes were filled with determination. However, every time she thought of how she had just reunited with her son and had not seen her grandson, she was unwilling to die just like that. Die. At this moment, the group of ferocious-looking warriors behind her used their martial techniques, forming a dazzling light that blasted toward her. Although the heavily injured Gong Sun Ruoli had dodged, her speed had decreased significantly, and the distance between them had shortened. She could not escape. The only thing she could do was to drag a few more down with her before she died. Gong Sun Ruoli gritted her teeth and continued flying. A crazy idea arose in her mind. Enter the desolate plain ahead and detonate it by burning her soul. Perhaps she could perish together with them. Whoosh, the remaining power of the stone statue in her dantian surged out, and Gong Sun Ruoli exploded with extreme speed at the last moment. 100 miles. 10 miles, the warriors chasing after her also sped up, constantly gathering power to blast toward her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The energy shot out from the starry sky like cannonballs. Gong Sun Ruoli's heavily injured body did not allow her to dodge anymore. Seeing all kinds of energy rushing toward her from behind, she made up her mind and was about to burn her soul. Whoosh, at this moment, a stream of light suddenly flew out from the desolate plain. It was as hot as the sun, and the murderous aura it carried seemed to be able to tear apart the starry sky. Gong Sun Ruoli was stunned. Before she could react, she was enveloped by a force that was not weaker than her own. She flew out of control and successfully dodged all kinds of energy blasts. When the leader saw a stream of light take away the target he was chasing, he immediately shouted, "Go in!" Whoosh! 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 In an instant, dozens of streams of light flew into the desolate plain like meteors. However, after all of them came in, they all stopped in midair with dull expressions because there were 11 battleships docked inside. There were 100,000 martial artists wearing the same uniform lined up neatly. They were solemnly waiting, as if they were waiting for their arrival, he was certain. This was a desolate plain that no one cared about. With so many people suddenly gathering, any expert would be dumbfounded. Something's wrong. Why can't I sense any aura outside? The leader frowned. With his strength, he could use his powerful spiritual senses to capture the martial Tao aura in the distant starry sky, let alone a desolate plain. Even if it was a first-grade or second-grade plane with decent strength. Now, even though he could see so many martial artists with his naked eyes, he still could not sense their auras. It was as if they were a group of ordinary people without any cultivation. Strange. Ta. Xianxia landed on Eternal with his father with his true spirit force. With his back to those martial artists who were in a daze in midair, he said coldly, "Since you're here, don't go out." Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the array barrier was activated, completely sealing off the entire desolate plain like a cage. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 100,000 disciples of the sect of all times gathered in midair no longer hid their cultivation and unleashed their full strength. The vast airwaves gathered between heaven and earth, shaking the heavens and the earth. The leader's face was solemn. These uniformed martial artists were at least at the lower level of the truth-seeking realm. Especially the people standing at the very front, any random one of them had the strength of a pinnacle level. It was common to encounter truth-seeking realm martial artists outside, but it was a bit unbelievable to encounter more than 100,000 in a desolate plain, of course. More importantly, the young man standing on the battleship like the leader was not weaker than anyone present. "Kid." The leader said coldly, "Who are you?" Xianxia did not answer. Instead, he looked at the pale-faced Gongsun Ruoli and said, "Father, were you injured by them?" The leader understood. So, the two were father and son. No wonder he ignored the demonic emperor's token hanging on his waist and dared to save someone in broad daylight. That's not right. Shouldn't a woman be called mother? Why did he call her father? My son? Gongsun Ruoli was stunned. She was about to perish together with her pursuers, but she did not expect her son to save her. This was something she could not even dream of. Wait, this aura, Gongsun Ruoli exclaimed, half-step fate realm? Before leaving the upper realm, she clearly remembered that Xianxia's cultivation was only at the truth-seeking realm. How did he become as strong as her in just a few years? He must have cheated. That's right. Gongsun Ruoli did not continue to dwell on why her son was here. She looked at the group of martial artists who were chasing her and said angrily, "They injured me. Sun Bukong. Here. Bring my father to the medicine hall." Yes. After making the arrangements, Xianxia took out the ultimate immortal sword and said coldly, "All of you must die." Arrogant. The leader shouted coldly. He immediately gathered a gloomy attribute similar to demonic chi and blasted it at Eternal. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the other three half-step fate realm cultivators also charged over. They were not afraid of Xianxia, nor were they afraid of the sect of all time's disciples. They were aiming to take Gongsun Ruoli's life because this was a mission given to them by their superiors. 10,000 swords return. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sword ray that caused heaven and earth to lose color pierced through the sky. Not only did it break the gloomy attribute of the leader, but it also directly tore apart half of the space. The other three half-step fate realm cultivators stopped. They turned around stiffly and saw the young man behind their leader. A drop of blood condensed on the 3-foot-long sword. Whose blood, Pucci? At this moment, a sword wound appeared on the leader's chest. Blood gushed out. Intense pain filled his mind. His mind was also gradually separated from his sea of consciousness. Before he died, he said with a ferocious expression, "Such, fast, sword, boom," his body exploded on the spot. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The other three half-step fate realm cultivators were horrified. Their scalps were about to explode, their leader was stronger than them, but he was killed in one strike. Whoosh, Xianxia turned around. His black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a petrified face. His eyes flickered with a scarlet light. How is this possible? The three half-step Fate Realm cultivators' eyes were about to pop out. They were not concerned about how terrifying Xianxia was. They were concerned about how a human could emit the aura of the Heavenly Demon clan. He might even have the bloodline of the Heavenly Demon. There was no time to think. Because, Poochie, 3 streaks of sword chi shot over, and 3 heads flew out. Clang, after finishing off the half-step Fate Realm cultivators, Xianxia landed on the Eternal Ship. He kept the ultimate immortal sword and said coldly, "Kill the rest." There was no need to waste time or talk nonsense. For half-step Divination Realm cultivators were killed by his sword. Therefore, Xianxia, who was filled with killing intent, was simply a demon. Several experts were dead, and there were dozens of truth-seeking realm subordinates. Ryu Sinan and the higher-ups of the Sect of all times did not hesitate and directly started a cold massacre. They might not be able to defeat a half-step Divination Realm cultivator, but they could completely crush a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator. Spatial Cage. Desert Storm. Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho both used their trump cards. One was in charge of controlling the field, while the other was in charge of killing. They killed many people in a short time. Of course. They were not the only ones in the limelight. Also, the sound of horse hooves came from the sky. Xianxia, who was fully armed, was riding on a red hare horse. He raised his Feng Tian halberd and charged toward the space cage. The aura that erupted from him was like that of an invincible flying general. "Remove the power of space," he shouted. Ryu Sinan was speechless. However, since this disciple wanted to show off, he would do as he wished. He waved his hand and completely removed the spatial spirit, freeing the remaining dozens of people. Die. At this moment, Xianxia came over on his horse. The sky halberd in his hand tore through the void and drew an unparalleled stream of light, directly taking away 2 martial artists. Boom, boom, the others would not sit still and wait for death. They all gathered their eerie attributes and started fighting. Xianxia, who was in the middle of the crowd, waved his sky halberd wildly. Everywhere he passed, blood and limbs flew everywhere. He had the courage to fight against 10,000 enemies alone, Night Emperor. He was not alone. He was fighting. The red hare he was riding also joined the battle. Hiss, when it raised its head and cried out, its 2 big hooves sent 2 martial artists flying with a bang sound. Their chests all caved in, forming a U shape. Su Xiaoma and the others' mouths twitched. When they were challenging the level, they had suffered in front of this horse. They knew very well what it felt like to be kicked. Boom, boom, while Xianxia was fighting, the Purple King, who was wearing red underpants, joined in as well. He gathered strength in his pink gloves and punched a monster one by one. He said, "The battle just now hasn't ended yet. Whoever kills the most wins." Tsk Xianxia snorted coldly. He immediately channeled his energy into his Feng Tian halberd and urged his red hare to charge in. Boom boom boom. Poochie, because Night Emperor and the Purple King had added a new playstyle at the last minute, they were not careless at all. In just a few moments, more than 20 warriors on the field were all wiped out. At the same level. Like weeds being harvested. This was enough to prove that the Sect of all times had inherited the excellent tradition of the Patriarch. As long as they were in the same realm, they would be invincible. I won. Xianxia sat on his horse with an indifferent expression. He had killed 13 while Demon King Bioletmer had killed 10. Humph. Z expressed his dissatisfaction and said coldly, "Without this equipment and mount, you can't beat me at all." I won. Take off your equipment and fight them if you dare. I won. F***CKU. Just as the two were bickering, Li Qingyang and the others had already started to skillfully loot the crates and found that there was something similar to a bronze mirror hanging on the bodies of these peak truth-seeking realm warriors. Senior brother. Su Xiaoma played with it in his hand and said, "What is this?" Pa. He accidentally triggered a button, and a stream of light visible to the naked eye instantly filled his body and then quickly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, it gave him the idea of flying higher. Whoosh, Su Xiaoma immediately jumped up. Not only did he fly into the sky, but he also flew out of the desolate plane and merged into the upper universe. Junior brother Su. Li Qingyang panicked. Without a half-step divination cultivation, flying out of the plane without permission would result in being ruthlessly squeezed and strangled. Senior brother. I'm fine. I can fly in the universe. Su Xiaoma's voice was laced with excitement. Whoosh. Whoosh. Outside the desolate plane, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were freely shuttling through the upper universe without any restrictions. All of this was because of the bronze mirror. As long as the wearer activated it, an energy layer would form in front of him, thereby isolating the negative attributes in the universe. Good stuff. Ryu Sinan was also flying around, his eyes gradually filled with joy. Any warrior would yearn to be able to fly freely in the upper universe. Now that he could do it without reaching the half-step divination realm, it was undoubtedly a very satisfying thing. Unfortunately, there were only a few dozen bronze mirrors, so they couldn't be popularized on a large scale. In the medical hall, Gongsun Ruoli was lying on the hospital bed. Because of the healing pills, her face had slightly recovered. Father. Jun Changxiao sat beside her and said, "You offended the Sky Demonic Emperor?" Before inheriting the Xianyuan domain, he had seen Gu Xianyuan fight against the Sky Demonic Emperor's subordinates alone in the illusion, so he guessed that the warriors chasing after his father should be of the same kind. When he saw the Sky Demonic Emperor token on their waists, he firmly believed it. Even if Gongsun Ruoli was not being chased this time, Jun Changxiao would think of a way to stop them and kill them all without hesitation. The reason was simple. After inheriting the Xianyuan domain, he had made a promise. For now, Jun Changxiao's main goal was to destroy the Star Spirit domain. As for the Sky Demonic Emperor, if his strength allowed it, he would naturally wrestle with him. If not, he would just grow. Sky Demonic Emperor? Gongsun Ruoli said, "Who is that?" Obviously, she had heard of this person. Jun Changxiao was a little confused. Since his father did not know this person, why would his subordinates chase after him? Could it be? The system said in shock, could the Sky Demonic Emperor be the host's mother? Scram. Jun Changxiao cursed in his heart. The system said, the Sky Demonic Emperor accidentally passed by the upper world and fell in love with your father at first sight. Later, for the sake of the clan, she could only abandon her husband and son. But she was afraid that others would know, so she sent her subordinates to kill you. It was said that Gosheng had a big imagination, but in fact, it was not small. Jun Changxiao was silent. He could not deny that it was possible. But since it was the poison milk system who said it, he hurriedly withdrew his conjecture and said firmly, "Now that you said so, I am completely relieved." My son. Gongsun Ruoli said, "There should be a huge organization behind these people who chased after me. Now that you have killed them all, you must not stay here for long." Okay. Jun Changxiao said, "Let's set sail." He was not afraid of the Sky Demonic Emperor's subordinates. After all, with the eternal world, he could take his disciples and wander around the universe at any time. But there was one question that he had to figure out. Why did they chase after his father? Was there a secret behind it? Although the system's specialty was reverse poison milk, it had guessed correctly before. If the Sky Demonic Emperor was really his father's wife and his mother, it would be a little troublesome. Alas. The system said, if they are related, I am afraid that the host will perform a heroic act of killing family for the sake of the universe. Not necessarily. Jun Changxiao said, maybe my mother is a super expert whose strength is not inferior to the Sky Demonic Emperor, or even one of the 4 emperors of the upper world, the Heavenly Tao Emperor. Bah. The system wanted to spit in his face. My mother accidentally passed by the upper world and fell in love with my father at first sight. Later, in order to save the universe and protect us from harm, she resolutely left and had a long struggle with the Sky Demonic Emperor. The system said, the host's imagination is even bigger. I admire you. Later, the Sky Demonic Emperor learned of my father's existence. In order to give my mother a fatal blow, she sent her subordinates to kill her. Jun Changxiao got up and said solemnly, so, I am also in danger. Gongsun Ruoli was in a daze for a long time as she stood in the eternal world with boundless heaven and earth attributes. That's right. Xianxia said, this is my world. My son is indeed extraordinary. Gongsun Ruoli was shocked by his breakthrough to the half-step celestial realm, but she was even more shocked by his possession of a powerful plane. I've arranged for my clansmen to live here, but I lack a leader. I hope you can take over, Xianxia said. You're the clan leader. I still have to manage the sect and the entire plane. Since becoming the clan leader of the Stone Statue clan, Xianxia had handed over all internal affairs to the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers. It was not that he was lazy, but there were too many things for him to handle. All right. Gongsun Ruoli said, my injuries will take some time to recover. I'll help you with the clan's internal affairs for now. Just like that, Goxing passed the responsibility of being the clan leader to her, lessening the burden on his shoulders. Gongsun Ruoli was previously the leader of the Stone Statue clan, so when she came to the ancestral land, she quickly summoned the civil and military officials to discuss the clan's future development. Speaking of development, the recent changes in the Eternal World had to be mentioned. The various clans had built cities suitable for their lives, and the originally desolate land was gradually filled with vitality. Especially the thousands of miles around the Sect of all times. Under the efforts of Elder Wei and the members of the medical hall, many herbs and plants had been cultivated, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. My plane. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking down at the land, Xianxia said proudly, it'll get stronger and stronger. Page continued to cultivate the wasteland. Li Qingyang continued to study the various city buildings. The Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan continued to explore their ancestral land, so that they could live for a long time. The originally desolate Xianyuan realm was now thriving. Its future development depended not only on Xianxia, but also on the joint efforts of the various clans. No wonder it can fly. In the main hall, Xianxia played with the bronze mirror and said, so it's because of this. Taishan Elder said, there's a complex array inside this object. When activated, it can resist the erosion of the universe power. Oh? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Can it be cracked? Can you copy it? Although there were battleships like Eternal that could bring disciples to the upper universe, they couldn't go out alone. It was more or less inconvenient. If they could develop the copper mirror, the problem would be solved. The internal formation system is very similar to the astral spirit world. There shouldn't be too much of a problem, Elder Taishan said. It was a little difficult to get him to fight, so it was best to get him to research techniques. Similar to the star spirit world? Could it be that the Heavenly Devil Emperor is related to the star spirit world? Xianxia frowned. If his guess was right, the situation was a little serious. Heaven's Might Secret Realm. The core disciples led by Lu Qianqian stood in the main hall. After a few days of recuperation, they decided to challenge an SS rank heroic soul for no other reason than to obtain equipment. Who should I choose? Choose him. Swish, after everyone had chosen their heroic souls, they were teleported to the place where the river surged. A man stood on the shore, looking up at the sky and sighing, if the heavens want me dead, what can I do? Even if my father and brother were to take pity on me, how could I face them? Li Qingyang and the others frowned. This should be the SS rank heroic soul that he had just chosen. Although his back was facing everyone, making it difficult to see his appearance, but he exuded an aura of strength and power. He seemed to be even stronger than Lubu. Swish, an air-piercing sound could be heard. Before anyone could raise their heads, they saw a heavy spear fall to the ground with a loud bang. Pa! The man with his back facing them grabbed his weapon with one hand and slowly turned around. A domineering face appeared and said, "Come, let's fight." Ta ta ta. At the same time, a black horse galloped over from nearby. Whoosh, the man raised his spear and landed on his horse in a mighty manner. Gathering energy at the tip of his spear, he thrust it towards the crowd and shouted, "I am the hegemon king of Western Chu." Boom, Xiao Zuiji held his shield horizontally in front of him, blocking the powerful spear, but he was also sent flying in an instant. Go, swish. 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 Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingchen, and the others rushed over. A battle between a core disciple of the Sect of all times and the hegemon king of Western Chu had begun. Boom, boom, an hour later. Xianxia, who was covered in wounds, stood in front of the Wu River with his hegemon spear. Plop. He Wudi sat down weakly and said to himself, this guy is too strong. Beside him were Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingchen. Both of them had used up all their energy and looked like they were about to collapse. As for Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, they were lying on the ground and had lost their ability to fight. There were pits of various sizes on the ground, and the space was distorted. It could be seen that in the fast-forwarded half an hour, both sides had engaged in an extremely fierce battle. Although I'm dead, Xianxia drew his sword and placed it on his neck. He said proudly, I'm still the hegemon king of Western Chu. Splash, blood splattered and fell into the river. However, even though he had lost his vitality, Xianxia did not fall. His body gradually turned into smoke, leaving behind the hegemon spear that had accompanied him in his battles. This, Li Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded. Although they had already crippled this SS rank heroic soul, it was not to the extent of drawing his sword and cutting his own throat, right? They did not understand. This man would rather die under his own sword than die under someone else's sword. Second senior brother, Su Xiaoma said weakly, take the spear. Li Qingyang walked over with difficulty and grabbed the hegemon spear that was engraved with the words, to perfection. He said, who wants it? I don't play with spears. I don't play with spears either. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei said. From their intermittent conversation, it could be seen that although they had defeated the hegemon king of Western Chu, they were also exhausted. If the other party had a little bit more health, they would have been wiped out. Li Qingyang kept the hegemon spear in his spatial ring and said, let the patriarch distribute it. Ding. Because the challenger has not defeated the hegemon king of Western Chu in the stipulated time, he will be forcefully teleported out. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, everyone was instantly sent out of the secret territory. Thump. Su Xiaoma fell heavily to the ground and held, ouch, my waist, hegemon spear? In the hall, Jun Changxiao took the weapon from Li Qingyang. When he saw the two words engraved on the spear, he jumped up and said with joy, to perfection. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, that person called himself the hegemon king of Western Chu. When he saw that he was going to lose, he drew his sword and cut his own throat by the river. This is a tragic hero. Jun Changxiao said sympathetically, unfortunately, he met an opponent who was better at playing. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao held the spear and stood on the training ground. At that moment, it was as if he had returned to the scene when Xianxia was besieged in the Wu River. I have the strength to pick up a mountain, my aura is unparalleled. When the time is unfavorable, I will not die. What can I do if I don't die? What can I do if I don't die? Jun Changxiao sang as he waved the hegemon spear. There was no doubt about it. The hegemon spear was not inferior to the divine sword. Good spear. Good weapon. After the test, Jun Changxiao stood with the spear in his hand. The camera panned around and saw the upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times bleeding from their 7 orifices and foaming at the mouth. The reason was that they did not expect the patriarch to suddenly speak. Jun Changxiao simply tested the ultimate conqueror spear. He would only know its actual power in actual combat. Of course. He planned to keep this weapon for himself and give it to a disciple who was good with spears, such as Long Xiang. Sigh. The system said, you worked so hard to get this equipment, but in the end, you became a tool. No choice. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, only they can enter the heavenly might secret realm. If there were no damn restrictions, he would definitely grind dungeons and get equipment every day. When he fought with the enemy, he would take out 81 types of ultimate equipment and ask loudly, are you afraid? Qingyang. Bring more people to challenge the heavenly might secret realm. Yes. After Li Qingyang left the hall, he began to inform Xiao Zue and the others. He also set a rule that they would fight once every 7 days. No problem. Yi Xingchen agreed. He did not care about the equipment dropped in the secret realm. He only wanted to fight to his heart's content. After fighting Lu Bu and Xianxia, Night Emperor's understanding of martial arts was getting stronger and stronger. He could vaguely see a trace of the heavenly secrets. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also had a similar feeling. However, because it was only a trace, it could not provide any substantial help. The distance to entering the half-step Heavenly Secrets realm could only be described as unreachable. Boom. Boom. 7 days later, Li Qingyang and the others came to challenge again. They did not choose Xianxia. Instead, they chose Bai Qi, who was also an SS rank heroic soul. In the end, they were beaten to a pulp. No. This one is too strong. Let's change next time. After recuperating, they entered the Heavenly Might secret realm again. First, they defeated Yagyu Jubiai, then the five-tiger general Huang Zhong. Finally, they chose an SS rank hero, King Arthur. After a tough battle, they finally defeated him and obtained the ultimate weapon, the sword in the stone. This sword is not bad either. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I already have the sword of perfection, so." He looked at Lu Qianqian and asked, "Do you want it?" For a second, junior brother. Alright then. Jun Changshao tossed the sword in the stone to Li Qingyang and said, "This sword is yours." "Thank you, Patriarch." Li Qingyang took the sword and was reluctant to part with it. His personal weapon was also a sword, but at the moment, its level was a little behind his realm, so using a sword of the highest quality was undoubtedly the best choice. "Junior brother Yi." Li Qingyang walked out of the main hall and said with a smile, "Do you want to spar?" "Alright." On the training field. The two core disciples stood a few meters apart, each taking out the weapons and equipment they had obtained from the Sky Might secret realm. Third senior brother. Li Fei squatted outside the field and asked, "Who will win, second senior brother or junior brother Yi?" Su Xiaoma held his chin and analyzed, if he didn't have a weapon, junior brother Yi would have a higher chance of winning. But now, I'm afraid it's hard to say. Boom, boom, at this time, Yi Xingchen and Li Qingyang began to fight. One rode the red hare and rushed around the field, the other held the sword in the stone and fought steadily. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Jun Changshao put his hand on the pillar of the main hall and watched the two disciples fight. He said, "Although there are many star-grade equipment, they are all immortal grade. The sword in the stone is of the highest quality, it should be able to suppress him soon." As expected. After dozens of rounds, relying on the sword in the stone and his steady fighting style, Li Qingyang gradually gained the upper hand. Boom, after a while, Yi Xingchen withdrew his sky piercer and said, "Boring, I'm not fighting anymore." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's mouth twitched. This guy probably realized that he was suppressed by equipment and would lose if he continued to fight, so he took the initiative to find a way out. "Junior brother Yi." Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." He was not complacent because he deeply understood that it was just a spar between fellow disciples. If it was a life-and-death battle, even with the sword in the stone, he might not be a match for junior brother Yi. Tianwei Secret Realm. Li Qingyang and the others challenged for the nth time. Due to the number of times they defeated Rank A and Rank S heroic souls, the secret realm gave them the right to challenge Rank SSS heroic souls. Su Xiaoma was speechless. It's already so difficult to fight Rank SS. If we fight Rank SS, we'll definitely be defeated. Only the weak. Yi Xingchen said, "That's why we'll retreat." Okay. Su Xiaoma made up his mind and said, "Then we'll challenge Rank SSS." Everyone stood in front of the activated wall and chose a heroic soul after careful consideration. Whoosh, the scene in front of them changed and they were in a fairyland. Beside them was a floating pond full of lotus flowers. Aha, at this moment, a lazy voice sounded, "Who's disturbing my rest?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a 5- or 6-year-old child lying on a lotus flower in the pond. He was wearing a tutu. Who? Su Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Sure enough, he's no different from the portrait. He's just a little brat." In the beginning, they had planned to choose the three-eyed hero or the monkey with a stick, but they looked too mighty and scary, so they chose the shortest hero on the wall. Brat? Are you talking about me? Su Xiaoma lowered his head and found that the little guy was standing in front of him with a smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Boom, suddenly, the child punched him in the chin. "Junior brother Su!" Li Qingyang exclaimed. He Wudi, who had always kept a low profile, was shocked. Although a rank SS heroic soul was very strong, it was almost impossible to catch Su Xiaoma off guard and kill him instantly. This rank SSS heroic soul was actually, aha. The child yawned and staggered back a few steps. He said, "You're too weak. You're not qualified to challenge me, so." He sat cross-legged on the ground and held his chin with one hand. He said, "Get lost." Boom. Boom. In an instant, Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others shattered into nothingness and appeared outside the Heaven's Might secret realm in a sorry state. They looked at each other, and a storm rose in their hearts. "Oh my God." Li Fei said in disbelief, "That's too strong. A heroic soul of this level is not something we can fight with our current cultivation. At the very least, we have to enter." He Wudi said seriously, "Divine secret realm." Sigh. Su Xiaoma held his chin and said, "We'd better fight rank S and rank SS heroic souls obediently." They were very unhappy to be defeated by a single sentence, but they could only accept the truth. After all, their strength did not allow them to have any fantasies. Oh? After Jun Changshao learned that his disciple had challenged in rank SSS heroic soul, he made a judgment based on Su Xiaoma's description. Sitting in a lotus? Could it be Neza? If that's the case, rank SSS heroic souls should be classified as mythological series. According to the heroic souls he had encountered earlier, Gosheng roughly understood the classification of heroic souls in the Heaven's Might secret realm. Oh right. Is there Brother Monkey? Jun Changshao looked at Su Xiaoma, and the latter replied, "There is Monkey." Pa Gosheng walked down and patted him on the shoulder. "I need Brother Monkey's weapon, so I'm counting on you guys." Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. That brat killed us all with a single sentence. Monkey is further behind the wall painting. I'm afraid he can kill us with a sneeze. Good luck. Jun Changshao gave them an encouraging look and said, "You guys can do it." Beep, beep, at this time, Eternal sent an alert. Jun Changshao returned to the cockpit and saw dense light dots on the star map approaching. He quickly zoomed in and frowned. Another subordinate of the Sky Demon Emperor? How did they find me? Whoosh, Eternal's tail wing shot out a scorching light and immediately merged into the depths of the void. Jun Changshao did not plan to fight the Sky Demon Emperor head-on, so he could only choose to leave and rely on speed to completely shake him off. Eternal went into full speed mode and soon left the Celestial Devil Emperor's subordinates in the dust. Jun Changshao didn't plan to fight them head-on for now. He wanted to develop himself first. At least he would have some confidence when he reached the Divine Legacy realm. Before inheriting the Xianyuan realm, he saw the illusion and was sure that Gu Xianyuan was stronger than Gu Tianqing. Although the enemy was the Celestial Devil Emperor's subordinates, he couldn't fight against them now. Why hasn't the epic mission come yet? Jun Changshao hadn't triggered the epic mission since the start of the space era. He was stuck at the half-step Divine Legacy realm. The system gave him the ability to cheat, but there were also some restrictions, such as the common card level. Come. Give me some milk. The system was silent. Although it had proven time and time again that it was a reverse toxic healer, it still firmly believed that it was just a coincidence. Patriarch. Elder Wei said telepathically, "There are no more herbs." The medical hall was responsible for the greening of the eternal world. They planted all kinds of herbs and were out of stock. I have to find a way to get some. Jun Changshao not only needed to improve the environment of the plane, but also find the materials to refine the 6-flavor Earth Restoration pill. So he walked to the star map to see if there were any planes nearby. It was a pity. Because it was at the edge of the Tsang Ocean, there were no planes nearby. Huh? Jun Changshao said in surprise, "We're almost out of the Tsang Ocean?" He had been dealing with things in the sect recently. Eternal had been flying on its own and didn't notice the journey at all. There might be high-level planes in other galaxies. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "I can use martial arts resources to exchange for herbs. It's not that troublesome." The system said, "You can solve the problem by using the store." Jun Changshao wanted to spit on its face, but considering that the cooldown had been restored this month, he hurriedly opened the store. The first half of the couplet, happy, happy. The second half of the couplet, sad and cold. The second half of the couplet, nothing. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "You're so unlucky." The eternal world. Under the boundless heaven and earth attribute nurturing, martial artists were breaking through almost every moment. In particular, the living beings of the original Falling Star continent had advanced from the meridian opening stage to the lowest martial king stage. It had only been a few years since they had entered. In the long run, it would not be a dream for them to become martial emperors. Furthermore, under the nourishment of the high-level plane, the newborns' aptitudes and talents were greatly improved. Almost every 100 newborns would have a divine-grade spirit root. In the past, divine-grade spiritual roots were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the Falling Star continent. Now, however, there were so many of them that they could be found everywhere. It could be said that wuxing was everywhere and martial emperors were as common as dogs. Of course. In the eternal world, aptitude was no longer important. What mattered was how to cultivate faster and improve the realm faster. Mother of my child. In a residential building in a certain city, a middle-aged man said longingly, "In a few years, we must let our son participate in the Sect of all times' assessment. If he is fortunate enough to become a disciple, he will definitely become outstanding in the future." "I don't think that's possible," the child's mother said. "How is that not possible?" The child's father said, "June Patriarch said that as long as one is of age, regardless of gender and aptitude, one can participate in the Sect of all times' assessment. There are no requirements at all." Similar scenes appeared in various cities. In various large families, many people pinned their hopes on their children. This was because the Sect of all times had announced a few days ago that they would open the mountain gate to recruit disciples at a fixed time every year. Any youth who lived permanently in the eternal world could sign up for it. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a sensation. In the eyes of the world, Jun Changxiao was a god and the sect he led was the holy land of martial arts. If their children could enter the sect to cultivate, it would definitely be a blessing of 8 lifetimes. "Father." In the courtyard, a 12-year-old child clenched his fist and said with a determined look, "When I become an adult, I will definitely participate in the Sect of all times' assessment." His name was Qin Lin. His father was Qin Haoren. That's right. He was the leader of the Haoqi sect and the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance who were enemies with Jun Changxiao at the beginning. These identities were all from the past. Now, Qin Haoren had already dismissed his sect and lived in seclusion in Qingyang City, living a life of seclusion. Perhaps it was because of his mentality that he had a son more than 10 years ago. No. Qin Haoren flatly refused. Why? Qin Lin was stunned. His father had always loved him and supported him greatly in his martial arts cultivation. He even spent a lot of money to purchase resources. Now that he had set his great ambition, his father was against it. "Son." Qin Haoren walked over and said, "Father made a mistake in the past." "What mistake?" "A mistake." Qin Haoren was silent for a while. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the past and he said, "An unforgivable mistake." Qin Lin had never seen his father's expression so painful. Therefore, he was sensible and did not ask further. "Little Lin." In the afternoon, a voice came from outside the wall, "When did you come out?" Whoosh. Qin Lin quietly walked out of the room and climbed over the wall. He lowered his voice and said, "Be quiet when you shout. My father is taking an afternoon nap." Hee hee. His companion scratched his head and said, I forgot. "Let's go." Qin Lin said, "Let's go play in the wilderness today and see if we can meet any demon beasts." Okay. The two companions went straight out of Qingyang City. Note, all living beings of the Falling Star continent have moved here. Most of the names of the cities have been used in the past. Master. In the study, the butler reported, "Young master slipped out again." Sigh. Qin Haoren sighed and said, "This kid is getting bolder and bolder." In this old servant's opinion. The butler said, "Young master's talent is extraordinary. He should go out and explore more instead of staying at home all day. I also hope that he can go out and explore." Qin Haoren said bitterly, "But after all, I have a grudge with Jun Patriarch. He did not allow his son to participate in the Sect of all times examination not because he hated Jun Changxiao, but because he had offended him before. He was too ashamed to go and was afraid that he would be rejected directly. The butler said, June Patriarch should not be someone who holds grudges, right? This sentence made the reader laugh. Indeed. Goxing was not someone who held grudges because he would take revenge on the spot, unless the other party was strong and had a strong background. Not good. Not long after, a servant ran in from outside and said hurriedly, Young Master is fighting with Young Master AI outside the city. What? Xianxia hurriedly got up and left the mansion. When he rushed out of the city, he saw his son being pressed to the ground by a few people of the same age as him. They were punching him and scolding him, Your father is an old bastard, and you are a little bastard. Stop. At this time, a loud voice was heard. AI Xianxia flew out of the city and landed in front of the few brats. He grabbed one in each hand and said angrily, You two little bastards, how dare you beat people outside? The two young masters were unconvinced and said, Third master, Xianxia bullied June Patriarch before. What's wrong with us bullying his son now? AI Xianxia said, The matters of the elders are not for you juniors to worry about. Scram back home. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, Children's words carry no harm. Alliance Master Qin, please don't mind them. I am no longer an Alliance Master. I am not worthy of Elder AI calling me that. Xianxia said calmly, as if he did not mind being humiliated by the juniors. But the truth, it was as if his heart was being stabbed by needles. Sorry for the offense. Goodbye. AI Xianxia brought the two third-generation descendants back to the city and did not forget to reprimand them on the way. Little Lin. Qin Lin's friend ran over and was about to help him up when he was pushed away. He staggered to his feet and looked at his father with a complicated expression. Because I offended June Patriarch, I am not allowed to participate in the Sect of All Times assessment? Xianxia did not say anything. No wonder you didn't let me go out. It turns out that you didn't want me to know about the wrongdoings that I had done. Qin Lin couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. He cried and shouted, Everyone knows about it except for me. Child, as soon as Xianxia opened his mouth, Qin Lin turned and ran. When he was bullied by the two young masters of the AI family, Qin Lin roughly understood the reason from them. He also knew that his father made things difficult for the Sect of All Times in the early stages of its development. Thinking back to his son's angry and resentful eyes, Xianxia covered his chest with one hand. The stabbing pain in his heart was hundreds of times more painful than being insulted by the juniors. Son. It is all my fault. If you hate me because of this, I will not blame you. Whoosh, Eternal flew at top speed, getting closer and closer to the edge of the sea system. During this time, Jun Changxiao sat in the cockpit and did not manage the sect, because he was not sure if there would be danger at the intersection of the two systems. At the current speed, it will take at least a year to reach the star spirit world. Jun Changxiao estimated. With our current strength, we may not be able to compete with them. Rose of Flowers walked over and said. The system was speechless. You stole my line. Yes. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples and said, We must find a way to become stronger on the way there. The level of the star spirit world and how strong it was were still unknown. However, from the warships that were casually sent out, it was at least first class, or even stronger. Especially. The array lines inside the bronze mirror were the same as this plane. Perhaps it was related to the celestial demonic emperor. If he did not enter the divine mystery realm. Jun Changxiao was not very confident. If it was someone else who said find a way to become stronger, Rose of Flowers would have doubted it. After all, it was not easy to become stronger just by saying it. Only she believed that her husband could do it. Because of their many years together, he really had a way to become stronger. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you. I'm not hungry. Jun Changxiao's singing could kill, and Rose of Flowers' cooking could kill him. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Qingyang's voice came to his ears. Something's happening. What's happening? When Jun Changxiao responded, he had already entered the eternal world. He saw the disciples gathered in front of the mountain gate and discussing. Damn, not cultivating anymore, gathering together to chat. Jun Changxiao released his mind and saw a boy about 12 or 13 years old kneeling at the foot of the mountain. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "This little guy has been kneeling at the foot of the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. No one can persuade him to leave. Is he here to join the sect?" "He only said that he wanted to see the patriarch. He didn't say anything about joining the sect." "Oh." Jun Changxiao responded and appeared at the foot of the mountain out of thin air. I want to see Jun Patriarch." The youth lowered his head. Perhaps it was because he had been kneeling for too long and hadn't eaten or drunk anything, but his lips were chapped. "I am," Jun Changxiao said. The young man's body trembled, and he hurriedly raised his head to confirm that the person in front of him was indeed the patriarch of the sect of all times that he wanted to meet. He said in ecstasy, "Jun Patriarch. Pa Jun." Changxiao snapped his fingers. Xiao Ziji, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost, quickly put the chair back. He sat down elegantly, crossed his legs, and said, "Tell me, why do you want to see me?" At this moment, some readers were definitely going to start cursing. A child had been kneeling on the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. Why didn't this dog help him up? He was simply too unsympathetic. His worldview was so crooked that it had reached Siberia. Thud. "I'll show mercy first, I'll explain later." I. The youth straightened his posture and kowed out to Jun Changxiao, saying, "I'm here to apologize on behalf of my father." "Apologize?" Jun Changxiao was a bit confused, asking, "Who is your father?" The youth said with difficulty, "Qin Haoren." "You're the son of the 100 Sect Alliance's Alliance Master and Haoqi Sect's Sect Master?" Jun Changxiao asked. The readers had completely forgotten about this person, but Gosheng actually remembered him. This was really unexpected. "That's right. Which concubine did you have?" 23rd, I remember that your father only had 14 concubines back then. After all these years, he married another 10? Jun Changxiao said. That's not right. How did he know how many concubines Qin Haoren had in the past? It was like this. Back then, the two of them had a grudge, so Jun Changxiao sent the Drizzle Hall to thoroughly investigate the other party's background. Not to mention the concubines, even the cows and sheep in the family were thoroughly investigated. Shouldn't 23 minus 14 be 9? Qin Lin silently calculated in his heart. Jun Patriarch. He did not care about the calculation, and cowed out again. Father, he offended you back then, I apologize on his behalf today. I hope that you will be magnanimous and not hold grudges against him. Gosheng laughed. In the past, he did not like Qin Haoren. After all, when he was still Iron Bone, he had maliciously suppressed him. Even if he went to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect and other forces, he would bring the alliance members to laugh at him. However, as the sect's strength increased, he had already let go of it. To be exact, he didn't take this rookie seriously anymore. For example, the Xiao family that had schemed against Xiao Ziji back then, weren't they still living in Liang City? Not to mention now, even before Iron Bone was promoted to a sect, they could easily kill him. Jun Changxiao was very vengeful. But the premise was that there must be a life and death feud. For example, the star spirit world that had caused the destruction of the falling star continent. As long as the strength allowed it, it would definitely be destroyed in the end. Qin Haoren was an early enemy. Although there had been conflicts, it was just a joke. He did not do anything too excessive, so naturally, he would not be calculative. Otherwise, when he had just succeeded as the sect leader, he would have been laughed at by the entire city. Would he have directly destroyed the city? This was Jun Changxiao. A weirdo who walked on the two paths of good and bad people. Sometimes, he was so crooked that he could make Little Du cry. Sometimes, he was so crooked that even Little Du could not find fault with his actions. It was also because of this idiot, villain, serious, brainless, and straight patriarch that there was today's sect of all times and a group of disciples with different personalities who were as close as brothers. Jun Patriarch. Qin Lin cowed out again and said, "Please, you are my father." When he learned that his father and Jun Patriarch had a grudge, he did not believe it at first. Then, it developed to hate his father because in his heart, the latter was a god and his belief. After being beaten up by two direct descendants of the AI family, the little guy ran to the wilderness and did not return home for a few days. He hid in a cave alone. He cried. He was angry. He hated. But since it had happened, what could he change? Moreover, it was his own father. Father made a mistake. As a son, I will make it up to him. With this thought, Qin Lin walked out of the cave and came to the Sect of All Times alone. He knelt on the ground, not to pay respects to the sect, but only to beg Jun Patriarch to forgive his father's mistake. Alliance Master Qin. Jun Changxiao leaned on the chair and said, "This is your idea?" In the distance, Qin Haoran, who had been hiding in the dark, walked out and said with an ugly expression, "This is my son's idea." No wonder he remembered this person. It turned out that he had been hiding in the dark for a long time. Let a child apologize. Jun Changxiao said, "What kind of father are you?" Although Qin Lin was surprised that his father had come, he hurriedly explained, "Jun Patriarch, this is my idea. It has nothing to do with father." Swoosh! Jun Changxiao waved his hand and helped him up. The power of vitality entered his body and quickly dispelled his hunger and fatigue. He said, "Although I don't understand the situation, there is one thing you must remember. The grudge between your father and I has long disappeared." Jun Patriarch has forgiven my father? Qin Lin asked happily. Dong. Jun Changxiao gently flicked his head and said with a smile, "I have no grudge with your father. Why do you ask if he forgives me?" Father. Qin Lin turned around and said happily, "You have no grudge with Jun Patriarch." Jun Patriarch. Qin Haoran bowed to Jun Changxiao and said, "Thank you." In fact, he did not expect Jun Changxiao to forgive him. However, he said these words in front of his son, which was undoubtedly to help him. Alliance Master Qin. Jun Changxiao said, "Your son's bones are exquisite and he is a 1 in a million martial arts genius. Are you interested in learning from me?" Qin Haoran was stunned. He was already surprised that he had no grudge with his son. Now he was going to take his son as a disciple. This was absolutely impossible. After a short pause, Qin Haoran hurriedly said, "If Jun Patriarch doesn't mind my son's stupidity, I have no objection. Lin kneel down and worship the Patriarch." Qin Lin was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. Then he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, "Disciple Qin Lin greets the Patriarch." Qin Yang. Jun Changxiao said loudly, "Pass my order to the eternal world. Qin Haoran's son is now a disciple of the Sect of All Times." Yes. Jun Patriarch. Qin Haoran's body stiffened. His hands trembled slightly, and tears gradually gathered in his turbid eyes. Jun Changxiao said telepathically, "The grudge between you and me should not involve the child." After that, he took Qin Lin up the stairs to the Sect of All Times. At that moment, his back view was incomparably grand. If there was a like button, it would have been pressed by little Dodo. Plop. Qin Haoran knelt on the ground. The stone that had been in his heart for decades was finally lifted. He said with tears streaming down his face, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch." Whoosh! A gust of wind blew him up. A voice sounded in his ear, "The Sect of All Times needs such a genius. Since Alliance Master Qin is capable, why not give birth to a few more?" Pfft. The system could not help but laugh and said, "Does this mean that the host is incapable?" On the same day, the news of Qin Haoran's son joining the Sect of All Time spread. Everyone was surprised. Those who were familiar with Jun Changxiao's past had more or less heard that Qin Haoran had made things difficult for him in the early stages. How could he accept his son? Jun Patriarch is indeed magnanimous. He is indeed a role model for our generation. Everyone's admiration for Jun Changxiao was like a torrential river. Qin Haoran cried the whole night after returning home. He knew better than anyone that Jun Changxiao was actually helping him by accepting his son. Although the Sect of All Times had not caused trouble for him, he had always lived in fear and trepidation. He even lived in seclusion in Qingyang City, not daring to show his face. The reason was because of the past grudges. He was afraid of being criticized. He was afraid of being criticized. He was especially afraid that his son would be treated unfairly because of him. For example, the two direct descendants of the AI family he met outside the city. The previous generation of the AI family was very close to Jun Changxiao. Naturally, they had heard of the past, so they directly beat them up. Did you think they were bad? No. They just couldn't accept that Xianxia had blasphemed against their idol. It had been a long time. Jun Changshao didn't pursue the matter, and the AI family didn't care either. However, the young direct descendants couldn't suppress their anger and vented it on Qin Lin. Their father made a mistake. Their son also made a mistake. This was their view. Jun Changshao accepted Qin Lin not only because of his talent, but also to tell the world that the grudges of the previous generation shouldn't involve the future generation. At the same time, he also saved Xianxia. He was finally not treading on thin ice anymore. At least he could hold his head high in front of others. This was not to forcefully whitewash Jun Changshao. From the beginning to the end, he had always believed that every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. He would never implicate the innocent. Because of his silly style, everyone saw happiness. In fact, the world of martial arts was very cruel. Jun Changshao wanted to work hard to integrate and be a lawless person who did whatever he wanted. However, he still had to stick to his bottom line. Junior brother. In a simple and unadorned house, Li Qingyang said, "This will be your temporary residence. If you perform well in the future, you can move to an independent courtyard." "Thank you, senior brother," said Qin Lin. Joining the sect of all times had always been his dream. Now that his dream had come true, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. His excitement was written all over his face. "Here are 2 sets of school uniforms for you to change into. There's also a sect manual. Take a look at it when you have time." Li Qingyang was very patient with the new disciples. If it were Yi Xingchen, he would have definitely pulled a long face the entire time. "Yes." Qin Lin nodded heavily. However, when he turned around to look at the so-called manual on the table, his eyes widened. "So thick?" "There's no other way." Li Qingyang said, "Our sect has a lot of principles." It was more than that. It was simply terrifying. Qin Lin stayed in the room for an entire night before he pushed open the door in a daze. In the end, an old face appeared in front of him, and he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. "Little Qin." Gong Sunho smiled and said, "Are you interested in joining the Star-Gathering Peak?" When Jun Changshao announced that Qin Lin was joining the sect, he received the news. Yesterday, he kept an eye on him and secretly exclaimed. The patriarch's eyes were indeed sharp. This was definitely a piece of good jade. No, he had to pull him over no matter what. "Little guy." At this time, Ryu Sinan appeared at the door and said, "There's no future in joining the Star-Gathering Peak. Only joining the Yearning Peak is a wise choice. My Duanzhou Peak has something to say." Bailey Qianzhou also came. Ever since Yuan Gongzi set the peak competition, the elders of the sect of all times liked to stare at the new disciples. Qin Lin was also a good seedling. They definitely would not miss it. "Little Qin, come to my Yama Peak. Little Qin, come to my Wujue Peak." After a while, Xianxia, Old Ding, and the others also came. They crowded outside the room, arguing and arguing. In the end, they directly wrestled with each other. Qin Lin awkwardly crawled out from the crowd and looked back at the group of higher-ups tearing their hair and faces. He said in shock, "Too scary." At this time, his vision suddenly darkened. He looked up and saw 2 young people standing in front of him, blocking the sun. Yifeng reached out and said, "Let's go and cultivate. The elders are very enthusiastic about the new disciples. You'll get used to it slowly." Linny joked. Qin Lin was helped up. He patted the dust off his body and scratched his head with a smile. "Look over here." Suddenly, a shout came from a distant tree. The 3 instinctively turned their heads. "Pa!" Li Tian, who had been squatting on the treetop for a long time, took the opportunity to press the shutter button. A close-up photo of 3 second-generation disciples of the sect of all times supporting each other was born. The news of Xianxia's son joining the sect of all times was still spreading. Everyone thought that Jun Changshao's bearing was extraordinary. Of course. The Sacred Spring sect and other forces also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there had been conflicts when the Iron Bone sect was developing. Jun Patriarch has let bygones be bygones and recruited Xianxia's son. He probably won't target us. An elder of the Sacred Spring Sect said. I hope so. The Sacred Spring Sect's patriarch Jean said bitterly. Back then, the conflict between the two sects stemmed from the destruction of the spirit. Spring Sect. The Sacred Spring Sect forcefully stood up for them. The two sides only made an agreement to fight. The problem wasn't very big. Of course. There were also serious problems, such as the Tai Xianxia. This sect not only expelled Lu Qianxian back then, but also crippled her cultivation. However, the position of patriarch was temporarily replaced by Xia Shuiyan's grandfather. The grudge between the two sides had actually been resolved long ago. Oh, right. There was also the Lily Holy Sect. The grudge between this sect and the sect of all time stemmed from the matter between Xiao Ziji and Murong Xian. However, after the 3-year agreement, Jun Chongxiao didn't pay attention to it anymore. Because his disciple had taken back the dignity that had been trampled on. Even his current achievements made them look up to him like ants at the foot of a mountain. Liang City. Xiao Ziji, dressed in black, walked in. Although the world had changed, the city buildings were still the same. Therefore, when he walked on the streets, a long-lost sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. This was the place where he grew up. He was once the center of attention. After winning the intersect tournament, he didn't come here again. Big brother. A child stopped in front of him and looked up at him. You're not a local, right? Yeah. Xiao Zui nodded in agreement. Are you here to visit your family? I don't have any family. This sentence was very plain, but there was a hint of bitterness in it. Since everyone from the Falling Star continent entered the Eternal World, many of their fellow sect members and relatives met and even went down the mountain to visit occasionally. Only he, who was a local of the Azure Sun County, had always been cultivating in the sect. If he hadn't accepted a sect mission and happened to pass by Liang City, he might not have come here in his lifetime. Then why are you here? To take a look. Xiao Ziji patted the child's head and walked alone on the familiar street. Because he had been away for a long time, his youthfulness had faded and he had become more mature. Therefore, he wasn't recognized by passers-by. Although the Xiao family is declining now, a talented direct descendant emerged a few decades ago, a storyteller under a big locust tree said. Later, for some unknown reason, this genius realm regressed from transcendent to mediocre. First, his fiancée broke off the engagement, and then he was expelled from the Xiao family. Since then, he has been wandering around. Ah? So miserable? Many children looked sympathetic. However, the storyteller changed the topic and said, heaven never bars one's way. This genius was lucky enough to be a disciple of the sect of all times. Wow. And then. Xiao Ziji sat in the tea house and listened to the story about him quietly. A smile appeared on his face. Indeed. He was able to be a disciple of the sect of all times and become a disciple of the patriarch. Heaven never bars one's way. Xiao Ziji put down the teacup and looked at the graceful figure standing outside the locust tree. He was surprised and said, why is she in Liang City? Far away from the big pagoda tree, a woman stood gracefully. Black hair fluttered in the wind, slender eyebrows, eyes like the moon. It's her. Xiao Ziji was stunned. Why is she in Liang City? Who? Morong Xian. The girl who took the initiative to come to the Xiao family to break off the engagement had matured a lot, and time did not leave any traces on her face. Xiao Ziji was very surprised. Shouldn't she be in the Lily Saint sect? Shouldn't she be in the Morong family in Sky Sea City? Why was she in Liang City? Grandpa-san. At this time, a child asked, Xiao Ziji has become a disciple of the sect of all times, where is his former fiancée? She left. The storyteller said, she left the Lily Saint sect and has not been heard from since. She must be regretting it. To be able to become a core disciple of the sect of all times, Xiao Ziji is no longer the same as before. How can an ordinary girl be worthy of him? Everyone had their own opinions and were discussing amongst themselves. In my opinion, the one who regrets it the most is the Xiao family. No wonder in just a few decades, they have fallen to a mediocre family. It's all because of what they did back then. In the distance, Morong Xian silently turned and left, complicated emotions appeared in her eyes. She sighed and said to herself, because of the engagement, I am destined to be talked about. There was no denying it. She could only look up to that man's current achievements. But if she could do it all over again, she would still choose to break off the engagement, because the two of them had no feelings for each other. Everything was decided by the family. But she would change her method. At least not when he was in the most difficult time. Morong Xian walked out of Liang City, walking on a road that led to an unknown place. In the past, she was a direct disciple of the Lily Saint sect, but now she had already left the sect and wandered the world alone. Occasionally, she would think of the things she did when she was young and ignorant, and her heart would be filled with regret. Morong Xian said bitterly, just as Master said, this will become a heart demon that I can't get rid of for the rest of my life. Suddenly, she stopped. Because a black-cloaked martial artist walked past her. Although she could not see his appearance, although there was a sense of mystery, Morong Xian still subconsciously shouted, Xiaoziji? The black-cloaked man did not stop, did not answer, and continued to walk forward. Morong Xian hurriedly chased after him. However, the distance between the two parties grew wider and wider until they stopped at the end of a road. The black-cloaked man had already disappeared. Xiaoziji. Morong Xian shouted, I know it's you. Silence. There was no reply. Morong Xian did not care. She said the words that she had suppressed for many years. I don't want to use my ignorance as an excuse. I just want to say. I'm sorry. Hoo-hoo. The wind blew, and leaves flew all over the sky. Morong Xian lowered her head, turned around and left with a depressed look. Standing on a distant mountain peak, Xiaoziji's gaze did not fluctuate at all. He muttered to himself, I've long forgotten about the past. Why do you keep it in your heart? Junior brother. Hurry up and leave. Su Xiaoma urged. Xiaoziji glanced at the receding figure, and then went to meet up with his senior brother without looking back. The love of a lifetime from the Chinese novel Journey to the West rang out in the sky. Junior brother, did someone call you just now? Senior brother, you misheard. Hey, I don't want to scold you. You're almost 40 years old. It's not a good idea to be single all the time. If you meet a good girl, you should quickly develop your relationship with her. You see, even someone like junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma shut his mouth because Yi Xingchen was staring at him. Love and hate rose in the sea of bitterness. It was hard to escape from fate in the world. There were not only various tribes migrating in the eternal world, but also many ferocious demonic beasts. They were scheduled to live in fixed areas, far away from the cities where they lived. In Xianxia's plan, each tribe had its own territory, and there were also areas suitable for demonic beasts to live in. In the future, they could come and experience on their own. The rich nature of heaven and earth could only help them improve their realms faster. But to truly possess absolute strength, they had to go through life and death trials. For example, the Demon's Valley. It was a gathering place for all kinds of demonic beasts. Don't ask when he got them. Jun Changxiao caught them when he passed by other planes when he went to the Tianwei secret land. Ta. Yi Xingchen, Xiaoziji, and Su Xiaoma stood outside the Demon's Valley with their heads held high. They came here to complete the task of eliminating the giant black pincer scorpion inside. Of course. This was only one of the tasks. There were also 2 core disciples' tasks, which they had already finished because they were on the way. They are disciples of the sect of all times. Are they also here to experience? So mighty. All the tribes settled down in the eternal world. Since they had nothing to do, they came to the Demon's Valley in groups of 3 or 5 to seek excitement. So at the moment, hundreds of people gathered at the entrance. I hope the so-called giant black pincer scorpion won't let us down, Su Xiaoma said. The previous 2 core disciples' tasks were also to hunt demonic beasts, but they reached the destination easily. It was really not challenging at all. There was no other way. The demonic beasts they caught were generally not strong. With their current cultivation, they could easily crush them. You shouldn't have asked me to come for this kind of easy task. Yi Xingchen looked unhappy. He would rather go to the heavenly prestige secret realm and be tortured by Lord Guan Yu than to torture demonic beasts, because it was really not helpful for martial arts. We have to do the core disciples' task. Let's go. Su Xiaoma said, let's go. The three of them went to the Demon's Valley. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene inside because there were demonic beasts in sight. There were snakes, spiders, lions, tigers, and alpacas. There were more species than a zoo. Roar. Roar. All kinds of roars were heard, which made people shudder. Help. In the depths of the valley, a warrior of a tribe was asking for help. He was chased by a group of small spiders. The demonic beasts in the Demon's Valley were not strong, but there were too many of them. If a warrior accidentally provoked too many demonic beasts, he would definitely be beaten to death. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma pointed in a direction and said in surprise, your ex-fiancé. Xiao Ziji turned and saw Murong Xian holding a 3-foot sharp sword and fighting with a demonic beast. Her wrist and back were stained with blood. It seemed that she was scratched. Tisk, tisk. Su Xiaoma held his chin and said, this woman has broken through to the lower void-piercing realm. Let's go. Xiao Ziji turned and said, let's go find the black pincer scorpion. I'm afraid your ex-fiancé can't hold on much longer. Su Xiaoma said, are you sure you want to leave her to die? Xianxia, who had been silent, said, the patriarch created the Demon's Valley to let warriors experience life and death. Since she came in, she should be prepared to die. That's true. Su Xiaoma looked at Xiao Ziji and said, let's do the task first. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard. Murong Xian was blown away and hit the edge of the wall like a broken leaf. Her face was extremely pale under her messy hair. Roar, the giant demonic beast dragged its body and rushed in front of her. Its forelimbs were raised high and pressed down with great force. This force could even smash a hard stone into powder, let alone an injured person. Let's go, let's go. Su Xiaoma said, hurry up and find the black pincer, junior brother Xiao, where are you? Bang! There was an explosion behind them. The demonic beast that pounced on Murong Xian turned into a bloody mist. Xiao Ziji, who had disappeared, stood in front of her and said coldly, don't you know what your cultivation is? How dare you come to the Demon's Valley alone? Wow! Su Xiaoma said, a hero saving a beauty. After that, he turned into a spectator. He put his hands around his mouth and shouted blindly, together, together. Bang, ouch. Su Xiaoma was sent flying by the punch and her entire body fell into the mountain. Xianxia took back his hand and said, noisy. Outside the myriad Demon Valley. Su Xiaoma sat on a rock and rubbed his face, muttering in his heart, junior brother Yi is too heavy-handed. The nearby warriors of various clans looked at him with admiration, because many of them had just come out of the valley and witnessed the Sect of all time's disciple tearing the black pincer scorpion apart. That's right. He just stretched out his hands and tore the monster apart. Although the process was decisive and cruel, it was visually shocking. Too strong. Too domineering. Everyone subconsciously looked at Xianxia, and their eyes were filled with awe. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma sat cross-legged and said, it's fate that junior brother Xiao and his ex-fiancé met. Why do you have to take it to heart? Others might not know, but he saw it clearly. When Xiao Ziji insincerely saved Murong Xian, Xianxia's face turned black with anger. It was very subtle and strange. Take it to heart? Xianxia sneered and said, you think too much. The reason why his face was black was not because Xiao Ziji and his ex-fiancé met, but because, how should he put it, this kind of thing was very difficult to explain, and the more he explained, the messier it would be. Okay. Su Xiaoma was afraid of being beaten and did not dare to say anything more, but he thought, junior brother Yi and junior brother Xiao have a very deep relationship. In the distance, Murong Xian sat under a tree. Her injuries were serious, and her face was very pale, but it could not hide her beauty. When she first visited the Sect of all times in the lower realm, Murong Xian was still a girl, and she gave people a sense of indifference and nobility. After all, she came from a famous family and was a proud daughter of heaven. Now, after the baptism of time, not only did her appearance become more mature, she even had a sense of seeing through the world. Everyone would grow up. For example, Xianxia, who was standing next to her. Because of a saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, and 30 years in the East, he kept working hard and cultivating just to regain the dignity that he had lost. When he grew as he wished and came into contact with the wider world, he realized that what he really needed to do was to protect his sect and fellow disciples. Young and vigorous. Fighting the heavens, fighting the earth, going against yin and yang. His mentality gradually matured. Looking back on the past, he really was a young man who was not Chiuni. Thank you. Morong Xian tried hard to make herself say a complete sentence, as if she didn't want him to see her in such a sorry state. Xiaoziji tossed over a medicinal pill, and said, if it were someone I didn't know, I would also lend a helping hand, so don't overthink it. I won't overthink it. Morong Xian lowered her head and looked at the elixir that seemed to be a reward. She said bitterly, since I lost to you in the Lily Holy Sect, I have already accepted my fate. No matter how many years have passed, whenever people talk about you, they will inevitably bring me up and label me as ignorant and ridiculous. Xiaoziji did not reply. Indeed. Previously in Liang City, when the storyteller mentioned Morong Xian and her final achievements, she was discussed and ridiculed by the audience. Back then, when I went to the Xiao family to break off the engagement, I brought you harm. When you rose up in the face of adversity, you nailed me to the pillar of shame. Morong Xian smiled with difficulty. So, is this considered even? Make it clear. Xiaoziji said, everything is because of you. No matter whether it was right or wrong to break off the engagement, when she was at her most difficult time, she added a stab to it. This was the truth. Because of this, there was the 3-year agreement. Yes. Probably because it was too difficult to suppress her injuries, Morong Xian's voice was very soft. She said, because I was young and ignorant, because I pursued freedom, I made an unforgivable mistake. Even if dozens of years have passed, it still torments my body and mind like a nightmare. You are on your own now. Xiaoziji walked away. He didn't want to have too much to do with this woman. Xiaoziji. Morong Xian was still leaning against the tree. She suppressed her injuries and raised her head, saying, I am sorry. She wanted to say this sentence during the 3-year agreement, but she missed it this time. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. She wouldn't have another chance in the future. The grudge between you and me has been resolved long ago. Xiaoziji said, you didn't do anything wrong to me, and I didn't do anything wrong to you. Looking at the leaving figure, Morong Xian forced a smile and said, has he forgiven me? Junior brother Xiao. On the way back to the sect, Su Xiaoma came over and said with a smile, what did you guys talk about? Nothing much. Xiaoziji was really afraid that this guy would blabber when they returned to the sect, so he hurriedly said, senior brother, what happened when we were out on a mission? Can you just pretend that you didn't see anything? Okay. Su Xiaoma put his hand on his shoulder and said, however, if junior brother has any relationship problems, you can ask me at any time. At night. The 3 of them were resting in the cave. In order to prove that she was Elder Wei's successor, Su Xiaoma repeatedly pestered Xiao Zuiji and shared her understanding of relationships with him. Her words were extravagant. Noisy. Yi Xingchen, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, said with a straight face. Su Xiaoma hurriedly shut his mouth, then stood up and said, I'm going to relieve myself. Without talking, the atmosphere immediately calmed down. Even because of the presence of the proud and aloof Night Emperor, the atmosphere began to solidify. Xiaoziji and Yi Xingchen had been training together for many years, so they were already used to it. So, sitting in front of the fire, their thoughts slowly returned to the past. Night Emperor was resting with his eyes closed, but he was still paying attention to the other. Seeing that he seemed to be deep in thought, he picked up a stone next to him. Dong. It hit the back of Xiaoziji's head, but he didn't react. Yi Xingchen picked up another stone. Pung, hiss. Xiaoziji covered the back of his head, turned around, and said with a grimace, Junior brother Yi, what are you doing? Yi Xingchen said indifferently, remember, relationships are the biggest obstacle on the path of a warrior. If you still have the heart of a warrior, don't waste your energy on useless things. The case was solved. When Xiao Ziji went to save Morong Xian, Night Emperor's face suddenly darkened, not because of some reason, but because he was worried that he would be trapped by love. Some people would say, what does it have to do with him? Don't forget, although Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji were mainly attacking and defending, they were both hurt by women. To be more precise, they were both hurt by their fiancés. Women understood women. Men understood men like men. So, Yi Xingchen gave the suggestion, because that was what he did. He focused on martial arts and didn't care about anything else, even if something indescribable had happened before. Junior brother Yi. At this time, Su Xiaoma walked in from outside and said seriously, I don't agree with your point of view. Yi Xingchen looked over with a long face. Su Xiaoma wasn't afraid. He sat in front of the fire and said, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Why do we have to suppress our emotions? Can we abandon everything for martial arts in this world? Yes. Yi Xingchen said lightly. Junior brother Yi can suppress your emotions, but can you suppress family and friendship? Fine, you can do it, but can you still be considered human? Su Xiaoma said. Take another step back. Su Xiaoma said, if people can even abandon their emotions, won't family and friendship be even cheaper? Or is it that junior brother Yi and his fellow disciples are just putting on a show until now? Third senior brother, don't say any more, no. Su Xiaoma stood up and continued, today, I want to tell him that people are human because of their emotions and 6 desires. If they can abandon everything, they are no different from cold-blooded animals. Xiao Ziji was speechless. Did third senior brother drink too much and get a little carried away? Are you done? Yi Xingchen's voice was cold. Su Xiaoma consciously lay on the ground, crossed his hands, and said, don't hit my face. Boom. Boom. Ah, on the way. Su Xiaoma's face was bruised and swollen, and his eyes narrowed into a line. Sigh. Only 1 chapter had passed, and the injury was serious again. I still insist on my point of view, Su Xiaoma covered his face and said, a man is a man because he has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yi Xingchen, who was walking in front of him, pulled a long face again. However, he didn't make a move. In fact, he beat Su Xiaoma yesterday because he suddenly remembered that when he was forced to enter the sect, this guy seemed to take the lead to beat him. This hatred was at least 30 years old. Don't impose your point of view on me, Yi Xingchen said lightly. Yes. Su Xiaoma said, junior fellow apprentice Yi can't apply your point of view on junior fellow apprentice Xiao. After all, everyone's situation is different. If you are injured and want to be heartless, do you have to make him heartless as well? It's just a suggestion. Yi Xingchen said impatiently, it's his problem whether to accept or not. Xiao Ziji, who was caught in the middle, was in a dilemma and said, senior fellow apprentice, junior fellow apprentice, don't quarrel anymore. I know what to do. I don't mean for you to rekindle your old love with Morong Xian. I just want to tell you that in this world, there are actually many things to cherish in addition to martial arts. As for junior fellow apprentice Yi, Su Xiaoma lowered his voice and said, your body has done something out of line, but you still refuse to admit it. You are as irresponsible as the patriarch. Xiao Ziji's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that third fellow apprentice was not satisfied with being beaten up. It was fine to talk about junior fellow apprentice Yi, but he dared to talk about the patriarch. Wasn't he afraid of replacing Mao Xiaodao to clean the toilet? It was strange. Yi Xingchen clearly heard Su Xiaoma's words, but he didn't lose his temper. He kept his head down and walked forward. He even thought of what had happened in the hall before, but he couldn't remember it. Another word. It was thought-provoking. In order to prevent the readers from forgetting, the woman who did the deed with Yi was called Jia Lingyao. The one who started the trouble should solve it. He's back? In the study, Jun Changxiao was holding a nail clipper and trimming his fingernails slowly. He even had a facial mask on his face. It could be said that he was so exquisite that it was crazy. Back then, when Yubuchuan cultivated the Bixia swordsmanship, he seemed to have slowly changed as well. It seems. The system muttered. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma said, we completed 3 missions. Oh. Jun Changxiao responded and asked, "What happened to your face?" "I was beaten up by junior brother Yi." "Why? Did you offend him?" "Don't mention it." Su Xiaoma sat down on the chair next to him, crossed his legs, and put his hands on it. He began to tell the whole story in detail, completely forgetting that he had promised Xiao Ziji that he would act as if he had not seen what had happened. When Jun Changxiao learned of this, he patted his face gently and said, "It's a bit too much of a coincidence to meet my ex-fiancé in the myriad Demon Valley." Could it be? His eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. On purpose? The murderous aura was very strong, although he looked sloppy. If someone had designs on his disciples, he would definitely change his face. Gods dared to kill gods, and demons dared to kill demons. With one order, 100,000 disciples of the Eternal Era rushed over. "This," Su Xiaoma said, "it shouldn't be, right?" Morong Xian was on the verge of death at that time, and it did not seem like she was acting at all. Moo. Jun Changxiao moisturized the mask and said, "People's hearts are sinister. We have to be on guard." Su Xiaoma couldn't stand it anymore. Because the patriarch had been raising his thumb and middle finger the whole time, which was too annoying. "Where is Zue?" "He went back to his residence." "Ask him to come here. I have something to say." "Okay." Su Xiaoma quickly left the study, but halfway there, he came back to his senses and broke down. "Did I say too much?" "Patriarch." Xiao Ziji walked in. "Sit." Jun Changxiao said. Xiao Ziji sat down, feeling a little nervous. "Zue." Jun Changxiao took off the mask, revealing his delicate face, and said, "I heard that you met Morong Xian in the 10,000 Demon Valley?" Xiao Ziji roared in his heart, "When junior brother Yi beat senior brother Su, why didn't I kick him twice?" "That's right. What are you thinking?" Jun Changxiao looked at him as if he wanted to see through his heart. Xiao Ziji said, "Someone was in danger, and I helped." "That's it?" "That's it." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Although I don't agree with Xingqian's point of view, you still have to be careful in case you fall into a trap." Xiao Ziji understood the patriarch's meaning and immediately said, "Patriarch, I have no grudges with her, and we are destined to live in different worlds in the future. Nothing will happen between us. You can leave." Jun Changxiao waved his hand. "Yes." Xiao Ziji walked out of the study, shook his head, and said, "I shouldn't have saved her." Jun Changxiao sat in the study with his fingers clasped together as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he sent a voice transmission, "Hall Master Li, come here for a moment. It's midnight. Aren't you afraid that Madam will misunderstand?" Jun Changxiao roared, "Let's talk about business." "Misunderstand my ass." The next day, the members of the Drizzle Hall, led by Li Tian, were dispatched. They had received orders early in the morning to secretly investigate Morong Xian, and they must find out everything she had experienced after the 3-year agreement. "My disciples are all my favorite." Jun Changxiao leaned against the railing of the hall and said with a serious expression, "We can't allow people with ulterior motives to set us up. Be careful." The system praised. When Xiao Ziji and Morong Xian met in the 10,000 Demon Valley, Su Xiaoma blindly followed. It never occurred to him that this was too much of a coincidence. Could it have been deliberately set up? Jun Changxiao had to think of things that his disciples couldn't think of, because as a parent of the sect of all times, he had the obligation to protect his children from being deceived. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in his ear. Leaving the Songhai Galaxy. Entering the Songyun Galaxy. Jun Changxiao returned to the cockpit and saw that the void of the starry sky in front of him seemed to be folded together, emitting colorful streamers. This was the universe barrier at the end of the Songhai Galaxy. As long as they passed through, they would enter another universe, the Songyun Galaxy. "It's so beautiful." Rows of flowers walked to the window and looked at the gorgeous universe. "Tisk," Jun Changxiao said, "what's there to see?" Rows of flowers turned around and leaned against the cockpit. She crossed her arms and smiled. "I heard that Zue Ji met his ex-fiancé?" "Who told you that?" Jun Changxiao felt that his question was a bit redundant. There was no need to think at all. It must have been Big Mouth Su who told her. You sent Hall Masterly to investigate because you were worried that the woman was scheming and deliberately got close to Zhu Ji? Rose of Flowers asked. Yes. Jun Changxiao said. What if she wasn't scheming? Rose of Flowers said. This, Jun Changxiao fell into silence. Rose of Flowers said, I'm not young anymore. If I'm like you, I'll definitely be alone for the rest of my life. If you meet the right one, you can try. Don't. Jun Changxiao was very self-aware. He said, I'm not cut out to be a matchmaker. The reader agreed. He hadn't even solved his own relationship problems. What qualifications did he have to play matchmaker with his disciples? He even prayed that being straight was not a disease and that it would not infect all the men in the sect. Boom, suddenly, a violent tremor came from Eternal. This was because it had integrated into the universe barrier between Songhai and Songyun. The internal energy was too violent, causing the whole hull to shake non-stop. The cockpit was a mess. Rose of Flowers, who was sitting in front of the platform, was thrown out due to inertia. Just as she was about to hit the wall, Jun Changxiao grabbed her waist and stopped her. This scene was very difficult to describe. Please imagine all kinds of melodramatic plots of men and women having physical contact under unexpected circumstances. Can't imagine it? It's okay, because Rose of Flowers took the opportunity to put her hands on Jun Changxiao's neck. She closed her bright eyes and leaned over. Her red lips were getting closer and closer. Finally, they closed together. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma appeared out of thin air and said in surprise, What's going on? Rose of Flowers raised her hand. A strong stream of light flew directly from her palm and hit his chest. Boom, Su Xiaoma flew from the cockpit to the aft cabin like a cannonball. Then he gradually tilted his head and foamed at the mouth. I came at the wrong time. Xing Chen and Xian Chen were showing off, while little Mo was getting beaten up. This sentence fully explained Su Xiaoma's life in the past few days. It was understandable that he was beaten up the first 2 times because of his opinions. However, this time, he was beaten up because he came at the wrong time. That was beautiful. Little Mo felt wronged. The fluctuation of the warship affected the eternal world, so she came out to take a look. She did not expect, oh my god, what did I just see? Oh my god, this is definitely earth-shattering. No, apocalyptic news. Calm down, calm down. Su Xiaoma hurriedly pretended to be dead and said in his heart, I didn't see anything. I won't say anything. In the cockpit. Jun Changxiao was supporting her. Rose of Flowers in his arms put her hands on his neck. Their lips were close together, and the air was filled with a romantic and beautiful atmosphere. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Swoosh, after a while, Jun Changxiao, who came back to his senses, pushed Rose of Flowers away and said in a bull-like voice, What are you doing? Rose of Flowers leaned in front of the console and gently flipped her hair. She said, I have some internal affairs to deal with in the sect. I'll go first. Swoosh, she returned to the eternal world as a winner. Sitting in the pavilion, she looked at the blooming roses in the courtyard and thought of Jun Changxiao's blushing face. She could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. My husband is very cute. Jun Changxiao was left alone in the cockpit of the eternal ship. He sat down, covered his head with his hands, and roared, My first kiss is gone. Haha. The system said, with the host strength, didn't you notice? That woman was too sudden. Jun Changxiao said. Okay. Just pretend you didn't notice. But why did you wait for more than 10 seconds before pushing her away? Don't you know that this kind of extremely careless thing is easy to be criticized by the readers? Who will say that a half-step celestial realm like you is so weak? Bullshit. Jun Changxiao roared, they only know how to say that the author is a dog, not me. The system seemed to be speechless and returned to the main topic. Although you want to avoid it, your body is still very honest, so don't find excuses for yourself. Scram. Jun Changxiao cursed and sat on the chair with his head in his hands. His first kiss, which he had guarded for close to 2,000 chapters, was suddenly gone. Anyone would find it hard to accept, let alone him. AI. Jun Changxiao sighed and touched his lips with his finger, as if he was reminiscing. Is it sweet? It's not a question of whether it's sweet or not. It's a very strange, very special feeling. Unfortunately. Jun Changxiao, who was gesturing with his hands and feet, said in exasperation, "Why should I answer your question?" "Wait a minute, did someone just come in?" Jun Changxiao looked in the direction where Su Xiaoma flew out and saw a dent in the wall of the aft cabin, a shoe on the ground, and nothing else. Rose of Flowers' sudden kiss caught him off guard, and he felt like he had been electrocuted, so his mind was in a mess and he was completely unaware of the situation outside. "Who is it?" Jun Changxiao thought and said, "Came to Eternal?" Boom, suddenly, the battleship shook again. Jun Changxiao gathered all his distracting thoughts and looked at the dark area outside, which seemed to be flashing with lightning and thunder, and said, "It should be able to pass through the universe barrier safely, right?" Just as he was concentrating on the spectacle outside, Su Xiaoma stretched out a hand from the corner, picked up the shoe, and quickly merged into the eternal world. Sitting in the courtyard, he raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said, "So close, so close." "Senior brother." Li Fei happened to pass by and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Fly." Su Xiaoma hurriedly waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Come, I'll tell you a secret." "Secret?" The disciples who were busy cultivating in their courtyard seemed to have 1,000-mile hearing, and they instantly carried small stools to the courtyard and lined up in a row to listen attentively to the secret of their third senior brother. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the two universes' universe barrier, and the scene was magnificent. Eternal shuttled through the turbulent environment like a lonely boat drifting in the stormy sea, and it seemed to be in imminent danger. Patriarch Shangguan Xinyao sat in the cockpit and said, "The array system is operating normally, so it shouldn't be affected." At this moment, Eternal had entered manual flight mode, and Tai Xian and Zhen Dijuan were leading the flight team of the array hall to operate it. Passing through the two universes' universe barrier might lead to special circumstances, so they had to be cautious. Jun Changxiao asked, "How long do you think it will take to get out?" Shangguan Xinyao hurriedly pulled out the star map and analyzed the data, saying, "The depth of the universe barrier can't be seen, so it might take a month." "So long?" Jun Changxiao held half of his face with his hands, and his eyes quickly closed. Outside, in the most distorted and violent area, there was a faint light flickering, like a lighthouse guiding the ship in the dark sea. "What's that?" Tai Xian and Zhen Dijuan also noticed it, and they hurriedly looked at the star map with the radar function, but there was no indication of the light spot. It meant that they couldn't see it. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed, and the power was even stronger. Although the lightning formed by the heavenly Tao system covered a wide area, it seemed to be attracted by some force and all blasted toward the flickering area, giving off a feeling that it was forming a lightning pool. "Fly over." Jun Changxiao immediately ordered. Such a strong lightning attribute should be able to charge the lightning rod. Yes. Eternal, which was originally flying in a straight line, immediately changed direction in the turbulent environment and slowly flew toward the lightning area. Boom, boom, boom. Affected by the space and energy fluctuations, the hull shook more violently. No one in the cockpit paid attention to it, because their eyes were fixed on the flickering area. Gradually, the light became stronger. "A human." Jun Changxiao frowned and said, "It's a human." The disciples also saw that in the flickering area, a figure slowly appeared, and all kinds of lightning struck from all directions, seemingly unharmed. To be able to withstand the bombardment of lightning in such an extremely harsh environment, his strength must be extraordinary. The system guessed. Jun Changxiao said, "The sect of all times needs such a talent." Okay. The system said, "Since the eternal world was created, the host has planned to recruit any talent for his own use." No. At this time, Jun Changxiao exclaimed, "It's not a human." Eternal moved a little further, and the figure being bombarded by all kinds of lightning looked illusory and illusory. Could it be? Gu Jiaoshi was still staring at the special thing, and exclaimed, "The spirit of five thunders." After confessing to his parents that he reincarnated, he had asked Gu Tianqing about the spirit of five thunders, and learned that there were 32 kinds of spirit of five thunders in the sea system. These special spirit of 5 thunders were scattered throughout the sea system, some in the upper universe, some in the lower universe, and it was almost impossible to find them, so all the inheritors had great luck. Why don't you list all 32 of them? No. Take the spirit of 5 thunders name, I don't care to do that. Spirit of 5 thunders? Xianxia's eyes lit up. At first, he wanted to charge the lightning rod, then he wanted to recruit an expert, but he unexpectedly encountered a special spirit of 5 thunders. It was really like searching high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. Boom. Boom. In the area where the spirit of 5 thunders were, the former seemed to be bathing in the spring, and suddenly found a warship approaching, and hurriedly fled. Chase after him. Xianxia said, don't let him escape. While speaking, he took out a loudspeaker and shouted, you have been surrounded, immediately give up resistance, surrender is the only way out. The spirit of 5 lightning was quite smart. It immediately ran when it saw a ship approaching. However, how could Xianxia let the spirit seed slip away? He immediately ordered his disciples to speed up. They had to catch this guy in human form. He had the power of the fire soul and the evil spirit. During this period, he had gone through many tempering to enter the youth stage. The spirit of 5 lightning that escaped was obviously bigger. It might have entered the adult stage. If he could fuse with it, his strength would definitely increase. Swish, Eternal's tail wing shot out energy and turned into a stream of light. In order to get this spirit, Xianxia directly used the highest speed. The first-grade flint in the energy tank burned, making one's heart ache. Boom, boom, the thunder and lightning in the universe barrier was even louder. Logically speaking, the probability of a person being struck by lightning in their lifetime was extremely low. However, Eternal was so bright. How come it didn't get hit by lightning? Because they all rushed toward the spirit of 5 lightning that was like a lightning needle. You have been surrounded. Quickly give up resisting. A voice came from the loudspeaker, echoing within the universe barrier. Not only did it make one question, could sound waves be transmitted in the universe? Swish, the spirit of 5 lightning ran even faster. The current situation was that it was running in front with thousands of lightning chasing after it. At the back was Eternal. It looked a little funny. Brother. Gujiaoshi said, my father said that this spirit is the intelligence of the universe. Unless it is fated to inherit it, it is very difficult to fuse with it. He was persuading Xianxia to give up. After all, a forcefully picked melon was not sweet. However, in Goxing's opinion, at least it could quench his thirst. Spirit bodies were ownerless from the moment they were born. Since Xianxia had encountered it, no matter how he chased it, it was not considered stealing. The problem now was whether he could catch up and fuse with it. Currently, it was very difficult. Because this place contained extremely strong lightning attributes, it provided buffs to the spirit of 5 lightning. Hence, it ran faster and faster. Even the lightning behind it could not catch up. Chase. Don't let it escape. Xianxia was determined to get the spirit of 5 lightning. Even if he was not fated to fuse with it, he could at least give it to Li Qingyang. After all, he had the thunder punishment physique and his contracted beast was lightning. A month later. The spirit of 5 lightning rushed out of the blue cloud's universe barrier. Although it was difficult to see its face clearly, it must be sticking out its tongue at the moment. After all, it had been running for dozens of days without any rest. Swish, swish, one lightning chased after it. As they left the stronghold, they quickly weakened and dissipated. Swish, at this time, Eternal also flew out of the distorted space. Sitting in the cockpit, Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot as he said in a hoarse voice, catch it. We must catch it. Over the past month, Eternal had been flying around the stronghold at high speed, consuming countless first-grade firestones. Gradually, the Sect master couldn't take it anymore, which was why he was on the verge of going berserk. It stopped. Gujiaoshi exclaimed, that guy stopped. Outside, the spirit of 5 lightning finally slowed down. Then, it put its hands on its knees and bent over to catch its breath. Chase. Xianxia's voice cracked as he shouted. Eternal continued to burn its firestones and rushed forward. Soon, it stopped near the spirit of 5 lightning. The bottom cabin opened. Jun Changxiao flew out with bloodshot eyes. His majestic true spirit turned into a giant hand and roared, "Do you know how much energy I used to catch you?" His body stiffened. Battleships of extraordinary quality appeared out of thin air and quickly surrounded him and Eternal. There were at least 50 of them. The leading battleship had a flag with a skull engraved on it. Pirate group? Kakik. A sinister laugh came from the main battleship. Do you know how long I waited for you to take the bait? Fish, bait. Jun Changxiao seemed to have realized something. Did you use the spirit of 5 lightning as bait? That's right. The sinister voice sounded. It is bait. Surprise appeared in Jun Changxiao's eyes. This guy can actually hear my thoughts. The base of the main battleship opened. A guy in a mink coat stood there with his back facing the camera. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The lights on the edge of the platform suddenly lit up, making him look dazzling. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Shouldn't such a flashy entrance be reserved for me? It's me. That person shook off his mink coat and slowly turned his head. Half of his handsome face appeared as he proudly said, Blue Cloud's strongest pirate group leader, Duan Muhai. Woo! A sound similar to a horn came from the main battleship, followed by countless voices shouting, Leader Duanmu, strongest in the universe. Leader Duanmu, strongest in the universe. Duan Muhai clapped his hands and turned around. However, Jun Changxiao couldn't help but laugh. That was because half of Duan Muhai's face was male and the other half was female. It was completely out of place. Are you laughing at me? No, I don't mean to laugh at you. You're obviously laughing at me. Duan Muhai roared. Because of the difference in gender, it needed to be described as round tiger eyes and arched eyebrows. Jun Changxiao tried to make his expression serious. Gender and appearance are given by our parents. We can't change it, so. I understand you. Pfft. He covered his mouth with both hands and laughed out loud. Kid. Duan Muhai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Your behavior offended me, so you must use your life to make up for your mistake. It wasn't hard to see that this guy's left hand was rough and his right hand was delicate. It could be seen that his body was also male and female. This was simply a true sense of being neither male nor female. A certain country's was just deliberate. There was a world of difference. But then again, how could Jun Changxiao have the face to laugh at him? After fusing with rows of flowers, his voice was mixed with male and female voices. Didn't he know? Of course. Duan Muhai said coldly, I will let you die slowly. I will let every drop of blood in your body drain. Only then. His expression was calm. Only then will I be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. You're a pervert. Jun Changxiao said. You guessed right. Duan Muhai suddenly leaned his face toward the camera. His eyes were wide open as he said with a ferocious expression, I am a pervert. Whoosh. A strange aura gushed out from his body, making him look extremely frightening. Whoosh, at the same time, the spirit of 5 thunders, who had caught its breath, flew behind Duan Muhai and stood with its head lowered in fear. It looked like an obedient servant. That's not right. Jun Changxiao said to himself, this spirit seed shouldn't have fused with him. Kakik. Duan Muhai laughed strangely. You guessed right again. This C-type trash spirit seed is not qualified to fuse with the wise and powerful me. Jun Changxiao gave him a thumbs up and said, in terms of acting, I'm not as good as you. There were trillions of life forms in the gray ocean system, but there were only 32 spiritual seeds. Thus, anyone who could fuse with it was considered lucky. Now, the pirate captain he met when he first came to the gray cloud system claimed that the spirit of 5 lightning was trash and didn't have the right to fuse with him. This made Jun Changxiao, who was good at pretending, feel ashamed. The Golden River had thousands of paths. If one wanted to reach the horizon, there would be more. The ancients didn't lie to me. That, Jun Changxiao said, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. My life is cheap, so I'm willing to accept any trash spiritual seed. Duan Muhai fell into deep thought. Captain. A subordinate reminded him from the main warship, we are robbing. Duan Muhai suddenly came to a realization and said with a fierce expression, "Kid, you are about to die, and you still have the time to think about this trash spiritual seed." Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart, "This person is quite wise." Wise? Duan Muhai said, "Are you praising me?" "Of course." Jun Changxiao said seriously. "Kikik." Duan Muhai laughed weirdly, "Flattery won't work. Your mocking just now has angered me. Death is the final destination." Not only was he wise, but he was also a little chunibyo. He had to pause for key words. That was especially strong. "I am curious." Jun Chang laughed and said, "How can you hear what I'm thinking?" "Because I have the mind-reading soul." Duan Muhai closed his eyes and said proudly, "I can hear the thoughts of everything in the world." Mind-reading soul? Simply put, it is similar to the gray ocean system's spiritual seed. It is born from the universe, but it is of a higher level. It can be called a noble among nobles. Only the wise and powerful me is worthy of it. Fine. No wonder he was so cooperative. He was waiting to boast. "Kid," Duan Muhai said, "how do you want to die?" Because he had a yin-yang face, his every action and expression was very strange and uncoordinated. Who? Dozens of warships pressed over. Looking at the situation, not only did they have to deal with Jun Changxiao, but they also had to attack Eternal. Of course. They had placed the spirit of 5 lightning in the universe barrier as bait for a few years. Now that they finally caught a fish, how could they let it go? AI. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Is this how the Cangyun department welcomes you?" It was his first time coming to another department, but he ended up encountering bandits. His luck was really bad. What made him even more speechless was that in order to chase after the bait, he had to spend a large amount of first-grade fire stones. "No way, you have to compensate me for the energy I consumed." Swish, right at this moment, Duan Muhai flew over and withdrew a pair of sledgehammers from his spatial ring, and he said coldly, "Kid, die." Boom, the twin hammers slammed into the void, creating a powerful shockwave. Swish, Jun Changxiao dodged with a leap. Thinking that he had been tricked by the other party and had wasted so much energy, he roared, "Come out." Swish, swish, in an instant, under the enhancement of various special effects, the upper echelons of the Sect of all times, led by Ryu Sinan, flew out of the battleship with the bronze mirror. They stood proudly in the void in different postures, and an unyielding aura filled the entire universe. "I'll go." Duan Muhai widened his eyes. These people were not bound by the power of the universe, and their strength should be similar to his, with the bronze mirror obtained from the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinate and the hidden cultivation technique provided by He Wudi. The upper echelons of the Sect of all times were disguised as half-step divination realm experts. "Leader." The subordinate transmitted a message, "Tough one." Duan Muhai's male and female faces turned serious. If it were just a few half-step divination realm experts, he might not be worried. However, with so many of them appearing, it might be a little tricky. After waiting for so many years, he finally caught a fish, but he actually met with an iron plate. Retreat. Duan Muhai was really wise. Once he realized that the problem was a little troublesome, he immediately planned to escape. As a professional robber, the way to survive was to escape when encountering a tough opponent. Otherwise, they would be wiped out sooner or later. Swish, swish, dozens of battleships turned around simultaneously. "Trying to run?" Jun Changxiao said coldly, "Is that possible?" Duan Muhai might have suspected that the other party was bluffing, but when he saw that person easily shaking the space in the universe, he immediately realized that this person was definitely at the half-step celestial realm. "Retreat!" he roared. Boom, boom, dozens of warships crashed into the space barrier that was closing in. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion was heard. A warship was pierced through, and thick smoke billowed out. Duan Muhai wasn't in the mood to feel sorry for his ship. He looked at the naked purple-haired man standing in the air in disbelief. The strongest in the universe? Z turned his head, the corners of his mouth raised in disdain, revealing his sharp teeth. At that moment, with the destroyed battleship and the universe as the background, Hall Master Z's handsomeness reached new heights. He was only at the peak of the truth-seeking state. Although he had the protection of the bronze mirror, how could he kill a warship so easily? This was because Duan Muhai's warship was only slightly stronger than the ancient warship. As for the so-called strongest in the universe, it was just a slogan. For example, Jun Changxiao often asked his disciples to call him Jun Patriarch in the falling star continent. Had he done it? He had really done it. In short, only Duan Muhai and the main battleship were good enough. The other warships were all used to keep up appearances. In front of a true expert, they were no different from paper. The most exaggerated thing was that the warship was pierced and could explode at any time. A pocket-sized backup warship flew out with only one pilot. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Isn't this a bit too much? Cage. Bind. At that moment, Ryu Sinan clasped his hands together, and the space barrier quickly formed a cage, directly trapping dozens of warships in one area. The warships even collided because of the compression. Damn it! Duan Muhai turned around angrily and roared, "Just you wait." The main battleship was still there, and he had successfully escaped. However, when he was about to fly in from the bottom cabin, he saw a person standing on the bow with a huge sword with a green dragon carved on it. Jun Changxiao rolled up his sleeves and held the green dragon crescent blade with both hands as he slashed at the battleship. Duan Muhai sneered. It was undeniable that the bound warships were all trash, but his main battleship was bought at the Polar Dock factory at a high price. It was too naive to think that he could destroy it with just weapons and brute force. Swish! Suddenly, a green stream of light that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth streaked across the void. It was so bright that he almost couldn't open his eyes. Poochie! A ripping sound entered his ears. Duan Muhai gradually opened his mouth, and his eyes were about to pop out. In his vision, the bow of the battleship that he was so proud of had been cut off. Even the scar was smooth without any burrs. This person was definitely a skilled carpenter. No, how could he praise his skills at this time? Duan Muhai came back to his senses and held his head as he held, "My ship." Swish! Swish! Jun Changxiao raised the blade and waved it frequently in the void. He only saw a decent battleship gradually disintegrate during the flight, and finally, only a general frame was left. It had to be said. The modified green dragon crescent blade's power had greatly increased. Jun Changxiao turned his head, and his eyes were like an eagle's. He said what he wanted to say in the past but was afraid of being ridiculed by the readers. Robbery. Wang. The echo reverberated in the universe, faintly shaking the space. The spirit of five thunders that he had chased for a month turned out to be a trap set up by others in advance. This made Jun Changxiao furious. The disciples of the sect were his treasures, and so were the resources that he had worked so hard to earn. So, for those burning first-class flint, Jun Changxiao did not hesitate to transform into a demon, taking out the green dragon crescent blade and slicing the main warship like an apple. Speak frankly. The system complained, the host has dug out the realm, dug out the level. Even if you don't fall into the trap, flying from the sea system to the blue cloud system will consume energy. My warship, looking at the warship that he had spent a lot of money to buy being dissected into a pile of bones, Duan Muhai's yin and yang face twisted, and tears fell down like beads. Those tears contained the memories of the past. Little guy. What is your dream? To be a free pirate, galloping in the vast universe, and let everyone remember my name Duan Muhai. This was what Duan Muhai had said before. For this reason, he worked hard to cultivate, lived frugally, and finally bought the first warship in his life when he became an adult, starting his career as a pirate. Who would have thought? He had just recruited subordinates, just set sail, just done his first robbery business, and he actually met Jun Changxiao. Who was this? A guy who specialized in destroying other people's dreams, who was not a robber and good at robbing. Boom. Boom. In the space cage, the Purple King and the others punched a paper warship, and all kinds of parts were crushed into powder. They were like a group of strong men, tearing apart dreams and destroying souls. Ah, Duan Muhai roared with tears in his eyes, and a powerful force surged into his body. He raised his twin hammers and roared, "Those who destroy my ship, die." Boom. Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him, the end of the green dragon crescent blade's hilt fiercely stabbed into his abdomen, and a powerful energy burst out, causing him to shuttle from the north to the south like a cannonball. So much nonsense. Xiao! Xiao! Light suddenly flashed in the dark environment. Arya, Zhao Daodu, and Dai Lu came over with harmless smiles on their faces. In front of them, Duan Muhai's expression had collapsed and he was unconscious. Due to the fierce impact to his chest, all of his meridians had been destroyed. Are you ready? Ready. Do it. Hua. Hua, Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu busied themselves and quickly hung Duan Muhai up with chains. Judging from his movements, it was obvious that he was a little rusty. It couldn't be helped. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda hadn't sent prisoners for a long time. The three of them had been playing landlord all day and had forgotten many of the routine operations. Wake him up. Hua. Cold water was poured on Duan Muhai's head, causing him to involuntarily shudder, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, 3 grinning faces appeared in his field of vision. He was so scared that his scalp almost split open. Whip me. Arya stretched out her hand. Zhao Daodu hurriedly handed over the requiem whip, disinfecting it with disinfectant on the way, just like a medical staff assisting the chief surgeon in the operating room. Pa. Arya waved the whip in the void. The sound of the whip seemed to be able to penetrate the soul, making people shudder. You, what are you doing? Duan Muhai said weakly, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Master sent you here. Arya walked in front of him and smiled innocently. Of course I have to treat you well. It had to be said. As the spirit of the Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, her appearance hadn't changed because of time. Instead, she had become more and more lovely. Boy. Zhao Daoda said, the patriarch asked me to bring you a message. As long as you can hand over the spirits of 5 thunder, you will be guaranteed a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. The pirates were dealt with, and many of his men were locked up in Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, but the spirits of 5 thunder were missing. Therefore, Jun Changxiao must find them. Otherwise, with his previous anger, he would definitely kill this guy. Humph, Duan Muhai said coldly, in your dreams. He looked quite cowardly just now, but now that he was a prisoner, he became tough. Brother. Dai Lu walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. He said meaningfully, I used to have more backbone than you, but in the end, sigh, the past is unbearable to look back on, so it's better to be honest. Sorry. I grew up scared. Duan Muhai sneered with difficulty. In the end, the soul-subduing whip hit his chest. The intense pain seemed to penetrate into the depths of his soul. He hurriedly howled, I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. Bah. Bah. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lv spat a mouthful of phlegm and said, cowards. Arya only hit him once to test the waters. In the end, Duan Muhai couldn't withstand the erosion of his soul and immediately compromised. It could be said that he was a coward. Soul-subduing pagoda could deal with a half-step divination realm. Was this treasure's level that high? Not really. The main reason was that he was injured by Jun Changxiao. Not to mention Duan Muhai, even an expert at Gu Tianqing's level would be tortured to death by him. On the other hand, if he was in perfect condition, he wouldn't be able to do anything. I'm very curious. In the cell, Jun Changxiao dragged the pocket-sized spirit of 5 thunders in his palm. He said, why would such an ownerless spirit listen to your orders? Duan Muhai wanted to defend his dignity with silence, but when he saw Arya staring at him with her almond-shaped eyes, he hurriedly said, because I can hear its inner voice and know its shortcomings and weaknesses, so it can only obey me. I see. Jun Changxiao asked again, you really don't want to merge with the spirit of 5 thunders? Duan Muhai said with a bitter face, a spirit seed nurtured in the vast universe is a rare opportunity. I naturally want to merge with it, but unfortunately, you didn't succeed? So it's not that it's not qualified to merge with you, but that you're not qualified to merge with it. Jun Changxiao joked. Arya. He stood up and said, take good care of this guy. Don't starve and lose weight. It may come in handy in the future. He didn't intend to kill Duan Muhai, but chose to imprison him. After all, he could listen to the spirit's thoughts. Maybe it could come in handy in the future. Okay. After Jun Changxiao left, Arya, Zhao Daodu, and the other two gathered around with scary smiles on their faces. You. What are you doing? Be good, be obedient. Patriarch. Li Qingyang was called to the study. He said, "Why did you call me?" Jun Changxiao motioned him to sit down, then opened his palm and showed him the spirit of 5 thunders. He said, "This is the spirit of 5 thunders nurtured in the universe. You have the body of thunder punishment and a contract beast of thunder nature. You should be able to merge with it." This, Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. He had known about the spirit of 5 thunders for a long time, but he never thought that the Patriarch would give it to him. After all, there were only 32 in the Tsang Ocean. It was a great opportunity. Patriarch. Disciple is stupid. This kind of spirit should be given to an outstanding fellow disciple. If it was Su Xiaoma, Jun Changxiao would definitely think that he was deliberately pretending to be humble, but he trusted his second disciple very much. Since he accepted him as a disciple, he had always been a person who didn't fight for anything. There will be many more spirit bodies in the future. Jun Changxiao threw the spirit of 5 thunders to him and said, "This is yours." Li Qingyang hurriedly caught it. After a little consideration, he said, "Thank you, Patriarch." Go. Jun Changxiao said, "I will wait for your good news." Yes. Li Qingyang took the spirit of 5 thunders and left. His eyes flashed with a firm luster. "I will not let the Patriarch down." Sigh. Jun Changxiao, who was standing in front of the window, shook his head and said, "I did not succeed in merging with the spirit of 5 thunders. I hope Qingyang has this fate." After Jun Changxiao obtained the spirit of 5 thunders, he tried to fuse with it but failed. To be honest, it was true that he had 2 spirits in his body, but only the spirit of fire soul had truly fused with it. As for the spirit of evil, it was purely a coincidence. Therefore, without the assistance of the system, even though Jun Changxiao's aptitude wasn't bad, he was no different from an ordinary expert. If he wanted to obtain various treasures, it would depend on luck and luck. Of course, Goxing wasn't discouraged. Even if he couldn't fuse with it, there were still disciples and higher-ups. He didn't believe that he couldn't find someone who could fuse with the spirit of 5 thunders. Furthermore, Li Qingyang's physique, exclusive weapon, and life contract beast were all related to thunder and lightning. Perhaps he could fuse with it successfully. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The next day, there was a sudden gust of wind in the sect of all times. This king's school uniform. The Purple King ran out of the Spirit Beast Hall in his underwear and chased after the school uniform that was blown away by the wind. This school uniform had been with him for many years. Although he would take it off first in every fight, it was still inevitably damaged. Therefore, he had to mend it and make do with it for 3 years. He had just washed it this morning and hung it in the courtyard for a short while before it was blown away by the wind. Swish! Z quickly caught up and reached out to grab it. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and accurately hit the school uniform that was fluttering in the wind, turning it into ashes instantly. No, Z's hand grabbed a piece of ash and placed it on his chest. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. My youth is gone. Who is it? The Purple King raised his head and his murderous aura spread for tens of thousands of miles. However, compared to the thunderclouds that were gradually gathering at the top of the sky, it seemed a little insignificant. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning erupted. The scene was spectacular. Damn it, the purple craggy demon monarch's eyes widened as the dense lightning bolts were heading straight for him. What's the situation? Why did the weather change all of a sudden? Su Xiaoma and the rest walked out of the room. When they saw the thunderclouds filling the sky, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Plop! At this moment, something fell on the mountain peak where the disciples lived. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Hall Master Z. His entire body was charred black, and he was foaming at the mouth. Judging from the symptoms, he had obviously been struck by lightning. Swish! Jun Changxiao flew out from the study room and shouted, "Disciples, quickly get away from the thunderstorm." Shwa! In an instant, Lofty Mountain became empty. Boom, boom, dense bolts of lightning shot down from the thunderclouds as usual, each one more powerful than the last. Speaking of which, it was strange. This level of power was enough to completely destroy a mountain, but when it landed on a certain building, it was silently dissolved without causing any ripples. Second senior brother's room. Xianxia exclaimed. That was right. No matter how many lightning bolts fell from the thunderclouds, the target was always Li Qingyang's courtyard. As for Z being hit, it was because he happened to be on the path. It could be said that he used his strength to take the hit. What the hell is going on? The disciples were puzzled. Jun Changxiao, who was standing in front of the main hall with his hands behind his back, smiled. If I'm not wrong, this second disciple of mine is fated with the spirits of 5 thunders, and they are merging now. The lightning bombardment lasted for about 2 hours. The lofty mountain where the core disciples lived was already filled with dense lightning attributes, as if it had turned into a forbidden land of lightning that no one dared to take half a step into. He succeeded? Jun Changxiao muttered to himself. Whoosh! At this moment, a majestic wave of air suddenly surged from Li Qingyang's courtyard, quickly enveloping the entire sect of all times and even spreading to Ironbone City and Qingyang City. Jun Changxiao felt it and said in surprise, he's about to advance. This extremely powerful and profound aura was a characteristic of advancing to a major realm. Li Qingyang was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, which meant that he was about to advance to the half-step divination realm. F***CK. Xianxia jumped and shouted, second senior brother is about to break through. Damn it. Yi Xingchen, who was standing outside the training tower, clenched his fists and said unwillingly, second senior brother beat us to it. He woody thought to himself, there are signs of advancement all of a sudden. Could it be related to the merging of the spirits of 5 thunders? The difference between the truth-seeking realm and the divination realm was not something that could be made up by absorbing the attributes of heaven and earth. It required a great opportunity that some people might not even encounter in their entire lives. Qingyang City. Li family. Sister Qiao'er, who was picking vegetables in the garden, suddenly felt a surge of air. Her body froze slightly, and then she turned to look in the direction of the sect of all times and said in joy, Qingyang. The Li family head also walked out of the main hall. Looking at the thunderclouds in the distance, his turbid eyes were filled with excitement. This aura, it's my son. Old friend. Masato Katana walked out of the cave and said, someone in your disciples' sect is about to advance to the half-step divination realm. Sigh. Jinren Tonggu shook his head and said, we old bones can't compete with the young people after all. Gu Hongjinren and Immortal Qing Wei also walked out of their respective cave residences. They looked at the sect of all times together, their eyes full of envy. They had lived for a long time and had been stuck at the peak for a long time. Although they had entered the eternal world and had a better cultivation environment, it was still like an illusion. The momentum of advancement from the sect of all times swept across the entire eternal world. Every living thing could feel it clearly. It was shocking. It was vast. This magnificent scene lasted for about half a day. Just as everyone was meditating and comprehending, Li Qingyang flew out of the courtyard. Sizzle, a flash of light like thunder and lightning streaked across the sky above the sect of all times, emitting an extremely powerful thunder might, standing proudly in the sky. Gradually, Li Qingyang gradually appeared from the light. His appearance had not changed at all. His eyes flashed with the light of thunder and lightning, but they looked more mature and sharper. Even his fluttering black hair had thunder snakes lingering around it. Li Qingyang was also a handsome guy. There was no doubt about that. Now that he had merged with the 5 thunder spirits and broken through to the half-step divine secret realm, his temperament was naturally better than before. Tell me the truth. Xianxia said, I'm jealous. I'm jealous too. Li Fei said. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao walked over and put his hands on their shoulders, saying, sooner or later, you will stand proudly in the sky like Qingyang and be admired by the world. The system said, the premise is that the spirit seeds obtained later on are not fated to be with the host. Father. In the Li family of Qingyang City, Sister Qiao'er said happily, it's really Qingyang. She was already engaged to Li Qingyang and lived in the Li family, so she changed the way she addressed the Li family head. As for the latter, he had already accepted this ordinary daughter-in-law. Whoosh, at this moment, Li Qingyang, who was standing in the sky, pointed his finger. Like an electric arc, a light flew toward the Li family and surrounded Sister Qiao'er. Then, he pulled her gently and hugged her in his arms. Ignoring the whole world, he turned into a domineering CEO and kissed her without hesitation. Su Xiaoma's eyes widened. After a while, he gave a thumbs up and said, "I'm convinced." He would say sweet nothings to Xia Shuiyun in public, but compared to his second senior brother who had just advanced and kissed his fiancée without any pretense when he was in the limelight, it was simply worlds apart. Not bad, not bad. Elder Wei smiled in satisfaction, then looked at Jun Changshao in front of the main hall and said with relief, "Under the patriarch's lead, the disciples are gradually enlightened." "I'll lead?" Jun Changshao asked. "Elder Wei, what do you mean?" Elder Wei smiled and said, "Patriarch and Madam hugged and kissed in the cockpit. This is not something shameful, Patriarch, you don't have to hide it." Jun Changshao said with a cold face, "Who said that?" Li Qingyang had successfully obtained the opportunity to enter the half-step heavenly legacy stage after merging with the 5 lightning spirits. After breaking through, he pulled his fiancée over to express his excitement and did something that even Su Xiaoma did not dare to do. A man's romance, Su Xiaoma was already very impressive, but Li Qingyang was even more impressive. Indeed, in comparison, Jun Changshao was simply trash. Second senior brother, mighty. Second senior brother, mighty. The cheers of the disciples in the sect of all times could be heard. Not only were they envious of Li Qingyang for breaking through to the half-step heavenly legacy stage, but they were also happy and proud for him. This was the sect of all times. There was no envy, no jealousy, and some were even proud of their fellow disciples' breakthrough. On the contrary, in the complicated environment of a large sect, there were all kinds of schemes, and the most basic trust between people did not exist. Tisk Yi Xingchen snorted and turned to enter the training tower. He was a little unhappy that he was not the first to enter the half-step heavenly legacy stage, so he would work even harder to cultivate. Night Emperor was a strong person, everyone knew. As for Li Qingyang's actions, he despised him from the bottom of his heart, because a true martial artist should focus on martial arts and not be bound by emotions. Yi Xingchen had such an attitude, not because he was plotted against by Empress Lingyao, but because he had been like this since the beginning. Although he was much better now, at least he valued the feelings of the sect, but he was still conflicted about romantic relationships. Boom. Boom. In the training tower, Night Emperor had been torturing himself, undergoing high-intensity training, but his thoughts kept drifting to the past, recalling that face full of grievances and resentment. Damn it. Why can't I forget? Why? In the main hall, Li Qingyang walked over and cupped his fists. I did not disappoint Patriarch and successfully merged with the 5 lightning spirits, breaking through to the half-step heavenly legacy stage. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao smiled. In truth, he had originally only hoped that his disciple would be able to fuse with a thunder soul. He never thought that he would be able to find an opportunity to take half a step into the next realm. This could be considered an unexpected harvest. Qingyang. Jun Changshao walked down, patted him on the shoulder and said, "You are the first disciple after me to step into the half-step divine mystery stage, so you have to take the lead and let your fellow disciples practice martial arts more passionately." Yes. Li Qingyang said seriously. You may leave. Oh, right. Jun Changshao paused for a moment and said, "Ask little Mo to come to the cultivation room. I have something to say to him." Yes. Li Qingyang retreated. On the way, he muttered in his heart, "Why do we have to go to the cultivation room?" Under normal circumstances, if the Patriarch had any instructions, he would either do it in the main hall of the sect or in the study of the Patriarch. He had never been to the cultivation room before. Could it be? Li Qingyang guessed, the Patriarch wants to personally teach junior brother Su martial arts? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. He felt happy for Su Xiaoma. Junior brother. Your opportunity is coming, towering peak. Su Xiaoma sat in the courtyard with a bitter expression. Third senior brother. Li Fei walked over with a happy football and asked in confusion, why have you been so depressed since second senior brother broke through? Sigh. Xianxia said, I feel a little bad. He was also quite happy that Xianxia had broken through to the half-step divine mystery stage. However, this happiness did not last long before it was replaced by an ominous feeling. Junior brother. Xianxia said seriously, my right eyelid has been twitching. Li Fei said, if the left eyelid twitches, the right eyelid twitches for fortune. This is a good thing. I hope so. Xianxia forced himself to be spirited and said, come, let's go, and play football. Just as the two of them walked out of the courtyard, Xianxia walked over and said, Junior brother Su, the patriarch wants you to go to the cultivation room. Cultivation room? Xianxia said in surprise, what's the matter? I'm not too sure. Xianxia said, maybe he wants to impart martial arts to you. Look. Li Fei said, am I right? If the left eyelid twitches, the right eyelid twitches for fortune. Xianxia smiled and said, I'll go first. After that, he skipped to the cultivation room, completely without the worry from before. Looking at the back view that was gradually disappearing, Xianxia and Li Fei could not help but sincerely wish him well in their hearts. They hoped that he would gain something under the patriarch's guidance. Outside the cultivation room, many disciples gathered around and discussed. He was called in by the patriarch alone. Could it be that he wants to guide third senior brother alone? Perhaps, third senior brother might break through to the half-step divine mystery stage. The more they talked, the more envious they became. The disciples of the sect of all times knew that the patriarch was usually very busy. Teaching the disciples was also done by the elders of the various peaks. Now that he personally called third senior brother to the cultivation room, it was definitely a one-on-one online guidance. Let me listen. Li Tian was very bold. He leaned his ear against the door. Although he knew that the soundproofing of the cultivation room was good, he still could not resist his curiosity. Boom, suddenly, a loud explosion came from inside. Li Tian, who had just approached the door, broke out in cold sweat because a palm print suddenly protruded from the outer wall. It was so close to his face that it would have hit him by a hair's breadth. Boom. 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 At this moment, the explosion became even more frequent. Palm prints, fist prints, footprints, and saber prints protruded from the outer wall of the cultivation room. Because the speed was too fast and the rhythm was too fast, the focus of the disciples standing outside shifted left and right, up and down. I understand. Li Tian said, the patriarch is teaching third senior brother martial arts. The cultivation room has been stabilized by the array hall many times, but he can still be beaten so badly. The moves that the patriarch is teaching third senior brother must be very powerful. Will we have a chance to cultivate? It's hard to say. This might be an exclusive martial art. Otherwise, why would third senior brother be called in alone? Sigh. Everyone expressed their helplessness. Boom. 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 The cultivation room was filled with continuous movements. The protruding palm prints and fist prints gradually turned into human forms and assumed different postures. What's the meaning of this? Why does it look like third senior brother? I know. Li Tian slapped his head and said, third senior brother must be using himself to test the martial arts. Creak. Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, the door to the cultivation room suddenly opened, and Xianxia walked out in a carefree manner. At the same time, he was tidying up his cuffs. Patriarch. The disciples straightened their backs. Yes. Xianxia nodded, and a signature smile appeared on his face. Then, he waved his sleeves and left with the demeanor of a master. The teaching is over? It's a bit fast. What do you know? The more profound the martial arts, the less complicated the moves are. Everyone hurried to the door of the cultivation room and poked their heads in. They immediately felt the powerful true spirit force that had not completely dissipated. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. The patriarch's one-on-one online guidance is indeed terrifying. Excuse me. Suddenly, a pig's face appeared in their field of vision. Oh my God. Everyone was scared and retreated. Some even crossed their hands and assumed a battle stance. After all, the face that suddenly appeared in the Cultivation room was too scary. Something's not right. Li Tian was the first to calm down. He squinted his eyes and looked over, and exclaimed, "Third senior brother." Ah? Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Xiaoma, whose face was so miserable that it could only be pixelated, strode over. He stopped in front of the stairs, waved his hand, and took out a cigar. He lowered his head and lit it. Then, his fingers trembled violently, and his body collapsed on the stairs like mud. A large amount of white foam flowed out and gathered into a river. "Third senior brother. Quick, inform the medical hall." Everyone was showing off. Only bubbly foam was getting beaten up. As long as it was seen by Big Mouth Su, it meant that the entire sect knew about it. Therefore, he deserved to be taught a lesson by Xianxia today. Sigh. In the ward, Xia Shuiyun used a towel to wipe the foam from his mouth and said, "When can you change this habit of yours?" Su Xiaoma said bitterly, "I want to change, but I can't control it." He didn't purposely blabber, but he always blurted it out in the middle of a conversation. "In my opinion." Xia Shuiyun brought a spoonful of porridge to his mouth and said, "This is a kind of illness that needs to be treated by Senior Marshal Brother Sunday, that's right." Su Xiaoma held her hand and said affectionately, "I have an illness. It's a kind of illness where if I don't see you every day, I'd rather die." Glib tongue. Xia Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him. Obviously, she was already used to Su Xiaoma's vulgar words of love. She didn't blush at all. If it was in the past, she might have lowered her head and said shyly, "Annoying." Ah. Gosheng opened his mouth and ate a mouthful of porridge. He praised, "Shuiyun, your cooking is getting better and better. You can even replace Junior Marshal Sister Lu in managing the dining hall." "If Hall Master Lu heard this, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter the dining hall," Xia Shuiyun said unhappily. "She dares." Su Xiaoma said, "I'm still the third senior marshal brother." Ah. At this time, Lu Wancher walked into the ward with a basket of eggs and said, "Senior Marshal brother, you look good. You're speaking so loudly." Su Xiaoma, who had a proud look on his face just now, immediately smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Sister Lu, why are you here?" Xia Shuiyun was speechless. That arrogant look from before was gone. There was an unwritten rule in the sect of all times that elders and protectors could be offended, but Hall Master Lu couldn't be offended because she was in charge of the dining hall. If they offended her, they would be eating salted rice in the future. "Of course I'm here to visit senior brother." Lu Wancher put the egg on the table. Seeing that his whole body was wrapped in bandages, she said, "The patriarch is also too much, he hit so hard." "Ai." Su Xiaoma sighed. After Lu Wancher left, the other disciples came to visit. They sympathized with third senior brother, but there were also some who were secretly happy. "Hu, Yi Xingchen, Xiao Ziji. You should be more careful in the future." Xia Shuiyun tidied up the lunchbox and stood up. "I'll go back first." "Wait a minute." Su Xiaoma grabbed her hand and said, "I'm already so badly injured." "Aren't you going to do something?" "I woke up early in the morning to cook porridge for you." "Isn't that a gesture?" Xia Shuiyun said. "That's not what I meant." "What do you mean?" It's the way the madam and the patriarch act in the cockpit." "In your dreams." Xia Shuiyun glared at him and hurriedly left. Because she knew that the patriarch and the madam had hugged and kissed in the cockpit, after leaving the ward, her little face finally turned red. As the first couple to get engaged in the sect of all times, they loved each other deeply. But because they were not married, they always maintained a pure love relationship, even limited to holding hands and whispering sweet nothings. Did they kiss? They definitely did. But it was only little Mo who took the initiative. They lacked the initiative. A couple in love hugging and kissing under the setting sun was a very normal way to express their feelings, so they did not drive. Ai. Su Xiaoma lay on the bed and looked at the scenery outside the window. Sometimes he thought about the patriarch and Li Qingyang's actions and could not help but feel ashamed. "I'm such a failure." Li Qingyang's performance was really beyond imagination, but please do not include Gosheng. Because he was not worthy. In the next few days, Xia Shuiyun came to deliver food every morning, noon and night, and accompanied Su Xiaoma, which really showed what love was. According to the relevant department's investigation, 99% of the book's readers were single, so in order to avoid showing off their love, they did not deliberately write the scenes of love. Shui Yun. On this day, Su Xiaoma said, I've thought a lot during these days of recuperation. I plan to accompany you to travel the mountains and rivers after I recover and leave our footprints in every corner of the eternal world. In fact, he had recovered from his injury long ago, but he had been lying on the bed all the time to escape from Yuan Gongzi and spend more time with his fiancée. Every day, the person he loved deeply cared for him, and every day, the person he loved deeply cooked porridge for him. Su Xiaoma's mentality gradually changed, and even, he felt more and more ashamed. He was ashamed that after being engaged for so long, he did not have much time to accompany her except for whispering sweet nothings to her. From his point of view conflict with Xianxia, it could be seen that he was a person who valued relationships very much. Patriarch, do you agree? Xiao Shuiyun asked. Yes. At this time, Jun Changxiao appeared in front of the door of the ward, and said, the world is so big, you should walk around more often instead of being bound to the sect. Patriarch, Su Xiaoma was moved. Jun Changxiao said, you don't need to lie on the bed, do you? Swish. Su Xiaoma immediately jumped up from the bed, and quickly performed a set of landslide and earth-shattering fist, and said, recover as before. Boom. He did not control his strength well, and directly smashed a wall. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changxiao looked at Yuan Feng, who was accompanying him, and said expressionlessly, remember, Su Xiaoma's monthly salary as a core disciple for this year will be deducted. Yes. Yuan Gongzi took out the small notebook that he always kept in his arms, and quickly wrote it down. His hand speed was very fast, and it could be seen that he usually wrote a lot. Through the camera lens, one could see that on the page, there was also the words the Purple King school uniform was struck by lightning, which is an extremely serious dereliction of duty. He will be punished with 10,000 beast pills as a warning to others. The next day, Su Xiaoma changed into ordinary clothes, and left the sect of all times with Xia Shuiyun, who was also wearing plain clothes but could not hide her appearance. When they walked to the gate, they did not forget to wave goodbye to their fellow disciples. Why did you agree to let the two of them go sightseeing? In front of the main hall, Rose of Flowers joked. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Wei said that although little Mo has his style in the past, she is very loyal when it comes to relationships. So. Rose of Flowers leaned against the fence, and said with her hands clasped together, you're letting them go sightseeing to cultivate their relationship? Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded. Rose of Flowers said, I didn't know that you were so considerate of your disciples' relationship. Of course. Jun Changxiao held his head high and said, who asked me to be the patriarch? When will you have time to take me sightseeing? Rose of Flowers looked into his eyes, to see what kind of expression would appear on his face. I'm not free. Jun Changxiao turned and entered the main hall. Rose of Flowers shook her head. This answer was within her expectations. However, when Jun Changxiao stepped into the main hall, he said without looking back, another day. Rose of Flowers was stunned. If it was a simple answer that he was not free, it could be understood as a refusal, but he added another day. Did it mean that he agreed, on this day? Su Xiaoma left the sect of all times with Xia Shuiyun. It was unknown when the two of them would return, but because they were approved by the patriarch, they would not be forcibly erased even if they started a family outside. As the successor of Elder Wei, he valued relationships very much. Su Xiaoma traveled the world with his fiancée. Would he be able to find an opportunity to break through the half-step Tianji realm? Little Mo, standing at the top of the mountain, Jun Changxiao said to himself, give me a surprise when you return. P.S. Recently, a reader asked when the manga will be published. Here, the copyright of the manga has been settled. As for when it will be published, it is still unknown. It seemed that his wish was about to come true. Su Xiaoma left with Xia Shuiyun. The disciples of the sect of all times continued to cultivate, complete missions, and explore various secret realms. Their days were simple and boring. Jun Changxiao wasn't idle either. He drove the eternal ship around the blue cloud system. Whenever he passed by a plane, he would go in and take a look. It wasn't to store anything, but to buy herbs. The greening of the eternal world was still ongoing. A large number of herbs were needed. At the same time, the herbs needed to refine the 6-flavor earth pill also needed to be purchased. The herbs needed for the pill recipe were too high level. It was naturally difficult to buy them in an ordinary plane. This made Xianxia very annoyed. In the meantime, he had also visited the store. However, his luck was too bad. He had used up all his uses. If this goes on, how can I trust you again? Xianxia complained. The system said, as the saying goes, sincerity is the key to success. The host lacks sincerity. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Today is the Sky Cloud Realm's 10,000 Flowers Festival. Do you want to go and take a look? Rows of Flowers said. The plane they were in was called the Sky Cloud Realm. It was an ordinary plane. However, there was a large-scale flower festival every year. The two of them came here just in time. Okay. Xianxia said, we have nothing to do anyway. The two of them walked out of the room and left the inn. They went straight to the area where the flower festival was held. The streets were decorated with lanterns and banners. It was very lively. Men and women, old and young, were all wearing bright clothes and garlands. Their faces were full of happiness. Beautiful sister. A girl selling garlands ran over. She looked up and smiled. Do you want a garland? After inheriting the colorful soul created by Hua Qianxing, Rose of Flowers had the beauty of the Soul clan. However, she didn't lose her elegance. It was easy for children to think that she was a fairy. Yes. Xianxia said. Handsome brother, do you want one too? The girl said. This handsome brother made Goxing very satisfied. He patted her head and smiled. Give me two. Both men and women participating in the flower festival were required to wear garlands, which symbolized happiness and good health. Since the two of them were going sightseeing, they naturally followed the customs. May fairy sister and immortal brother grow old together and never leave each other. The little girl said sweetly. Wait a minute. At this time, a young man called out to her. He bought 2 garlands and said, Xiao Rou, let me help you put them on. Yes. The accompanying girl lowered her head shyly. This scene was seen by Rose of Flowers. She turned around and said, will you help me wear it? Forget it, I'll just fulfill her request. Lower your head. Pa. Xianxia put the garland on Rose of Flowers' head. Fortunately, the other party's strength was not bad. If it was a girl without cultivation, her neck would have been broken on the spot. The 10,000 Flowers feast was naturally about flowers. In the central area of the city, all kinds of potted plants and flowers were gathered together, competing with each other in beauty. However, when Xianxia came with Rose of Flowers, when the peerless beauty walked among them, even if she wore the simplest clothes, the flowers still lowered their heads in shame. Fairy sister. The passers-by were all amazed, and the literati frowned. They were thinking about what poem to use to describe this beauty, and finally came to the conclusion that no beautiful words could describe her. Sure enough. Xianxia shook his head and said, a beautiful woman is a beautiful scenery no matter where she goes. Are you praising me? The two of them played in the 10,000 Flowers feast for 2 hours, and then went to the nearby Snack Street and Commercial Street, like a couple going out to play. As for what they ate, what they bought, what they played, and what romantic scenes they had, they did not describe, so as not to hurt the single readers. Back in the eternal world, Xianxia said, this is a sightseeing. Just once. How many more times do you want to go? At least. Travel outside for a few months like little Mo, come on. I am the patriarch of a sect. Yuan Gongzi happened to be in the grand hall, and he took the opportunity to say, you can leave the matters of the sect to me. Bang, on the spirit beast peak, Z, who had just put on his brand new school uniform, swaggered out of his room. Suddenly, he heard a rumbling sound, and he quickly turned to look. He saw a person's head caved in on the wall, and his body was falling naturally. It's Yuan Gongzi. Elder Niao said. Z could tell from the clothes. Especially when he recalled that he was fined 10,000 beast cores because of Li Qingyang's breakthrough, he couldn't control his emotions and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Sizzle. Because he laughed too heartily, and because he laughed too freely, the brand new school uniform that he just wore was instantly torn. This caused Z's smile to freeze, and his expression gradually collapsed. The Eternal Ship continued to travel in the gray cloud system. As it was not in a hurry to head to the Star Spirit domain, it had no destination and no destination. Hard work paid off. When Jun Changxiao passed by a larger plane, he obtained information about herbs from the passers-by. Sacred Medicine Domain. There were herb fields everywhere. There were rare and precious natural treasures everywhere. Very good. Jun Changxiao's eyes were burning with passion. He ordered Shangguan Xinyao and the others to find the Sacred Medicine Domain in the Gray Cloud system as soon as possible. Of course, whenever they passed by a plane, they would enter to inquire. Young friend, are you going to the Sacred Medicine Domain? One day, when Jiang Yi was inquiring in a certain main city, an old man walked over. Yes. The old man's eyes had a trace of excitement, but he controlled it very well. He suppressed his voice and said, "This old man knows the way, but what? I don't have a flying tool to leave the plane." I do. Jun Changxiao said, "You just need to lead the way." Finishing his statement, Jiang Yi placed a hand on the old man's shoulder and brought him to the sky. They flew out of the plane and fused into the Eternal Ship. The entire process was like riding a roller coaster. When the old man stood in the cockpit, his originally sparse white hair was already standing up. Young friend. The old man hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Extraordinary. This person must be very powerful to be able to bring him through the plane barrier so easily. Lead the way." Jun Changxiao did not want to waste time. The old man looked at the starry universe outside and tried hard to recall his youth. He pointed to the east and said, "Follow this direction." The gray cloud system was much bigger than the blue ocean system. Almost 90% of the regions had not been explored. If he had to rely on himself to find it, who knew how long it would take? Thus, Jun Changxiao could only rely on him to try his luck. Whoosh, the Eternal Ship turned around and flew into the dark region. Young friend. Along the way, the old man was shocked by the speed of the battleship. He said solemnly, "Although there are countless natural treasures in the Sacred Medicine Domain, it is also very dangerous. You have to go through all kinds of tribulations just to get close." What kind of tribulations? Patriarch. At this time, Shangguan Xinyao said joyfully, "We found a plane. From the information we received, it is full of vitality. Perhaps it is the Sacred Medicine Domain." At this point, she silently pressed the deceleration button, and the Eternal Ship slowly came to a stop. This was because in their field of vision, a light spot surrounded by green light appeared. It was like a cloud gathering on the path. It looked a little eerie just by looking at it with the naked eye. That's right. The old man said solemnly, "That is the Sacred Medicine Domain." But. He paused, and pain appeared in his eyes. If you want to get close, you have to pass through the 9 layers of thunderclouds surrounding the domain. Boom, boom, at this time, dozens of thick lightning bolts shot out from the rolling clouds in front of them. Not only did they disperse the darkness, but they also left extremely obvious scorch marks in the void. The old man took 2 steps back in shock. From the undisguised fear in his eyes, it could be guessed that he had experienced it before, and it had formed a psychological shadow. That's it? Jun Changxiao showed disdain on his face. Reader, that's it? If it was any other danger, Jun Changxiao might have paid attention to it. However, the thunderclouds were the only thing blocking the way, so he didn't care about it at all. Not to mention that he had a lightning rod. Li Qingyang, who had fused with the 5 lightning body, could easily deal with it. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head. It's not challenging at all. The old man's expression was interesting. Young friend, the 9 thunderclouds are nurtured by the universe. The lightning power brewing in it will be stronger when it's stronger. We fly over. Jun Changxiao interrupted the old man. Whoosh, Eternal restarted, but it wasn't too fast. Young friend. The old man's eyes were even more frightened than before. It could be seen that the 9 thunderclouds brought him an indelible memory of pleasure. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed in the clouds as if they had a premonition that something was approaching. The power was getting stronger each time. "Young friend, don't be rash," the old man advised, but soon his eyes widened. This was because a man with a sword on his back appeared out of thin air at the bow of the ship outside the cockpit. Someone actually dared to pose in such a harsh environment. Wasn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? Boom! Boom! Suddenly, dozens of lightning bolts flew out from the clouds. Their target was very clear. They were heading straight for the man with dashing eyebrows and starry eyes. "It's over, it's over," the old man held in his heart. If they just flew over with the warship, there might be a possibility of getting through. But now, they were completely locked on. Clang! At this moment, the valiant man standing at the bow of the ship drew his sword and pointed it at the lightning bolts. The old man no longer cared about his demeanor or anything else. His expression collapsed as he roared, using the sword to attract lightning, "You'll die faster." Boom! Boom! In an instant, lightning flashed in his vision. It was dazzling. The old man's scalp exploded. He held in his heart, "I shouldn't have followed them." However, the radiance dispersed and everything returned to normal. However, he discovered that he was safe and sound. The entire warship didn't even shake. It was so calm that it made his hair stand on end. The old man hurriedly looked outside and saw that the valiant man still had his back to him and was still holding his sword. Other than the dazzling light around his body, he was completely unharmed. Boom, boom, at this moment, countless bolts of lightning struck down. Even though the old man's heart was trembling, he still managed to stabilize his body. Widening his eyes, he gradually saw the lightning coming into contact with the tip of the sword, disappearing. Monster, this was a monster. As expected. Xianxia sat on the captain's seat and hooked 2 fingers around the goblet. He said, "This kind of thunder element can hardly hurt Qingyang. Patriarch, the tea is here. I want to drink water." "All right." Boom, boom, in the outside world, lightning crazily spat out. Eternal continued to move forward. Li Qingyang, who was standing on the bow, turned into a human lightning rod. He attracted and absorbed the lightning. His entire body became brighter and brighter, more and more like a light bulb. These bolts of lightning wouldn't harm him. Instead, they would turn into energy, making him feel better and better. It was so comfortable that he even wanted to stretch his back. The 9-layered thundercloud layer was nurtured by the universe. The 5 lightning spirits were also nurtured by the universe. In terms of level, the former could barely hold a candle to the latter. Ding! Side mission activated. A mission came? Xianxia opened the mission panel. It wrote, "Subdue the 9-horned thundercloud dragon in the thundercloud layer 0/1, incomplete." 9-horned thundercloud dragon? Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the depths of the thundercloud. Could this be? The old man was shocked. The 9-horned thundercloud dragon in the 9-layered thundercloud layer? Roar! Another roar came, shaking the thundercloud and the universe. Whoosh whoosh! Gradually, a dragon beast with 9 horns and lightning coiled around it appeared in the clouds. When its entire body was revealed, it was like a towering mountain that was blocking the road. Li Qingyang was as small as a fingernail compared to it. "Green sun," Xianxia said, "take down this worm." "Worm?" The old man's mouth twitched. Whoosh! In the outside world, Li Qingyang received the order and rushed over with his blood boiling. Resisting the lightning was boring. Now that a powerful giant dragon had appeared, it was a good chance to test his strength. Buzz! The heavenly slaughter lightning rune seemed to have sensed its master's excitement. The blade shone brighter than the lightning. Roar! Seeing the reckless human rushing over, the 9-horned thundercloud dragon roared at him, and violent lightning energy surged. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz, the electric arcs were vibrating crazily, and even space was distorted. It wasn't that this kind of special effect had never happened before, but it mostly happened when Xianxia was fighting against a strong enemy. Now that it had appeared out of nowhere, it was definitely because the manga had been changed so quickly that the scene had been forcefully upgraded. Whoosh, Li Qingyang turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped out of the distorted space. The exclusive divine weapon in his hand emitted a dazzling light. I am the second disciple of the Sect of all times, Li Qingyang. Please enlighten me. In the cockpit, the old man's eyes were still wide open because he was watching the disciple who called himself Li Qingyang fight with the nine-horned thundercloud dragon. No, he was bullying it and ravaging it, boom, boom. Ayo, the nine-horned thundercloud dragon fled frantically with its tail between its legs. Its voice had lost all of its dignity. As the accompanying dragon beast of the nine-layered thundercloud layer, its battle prowess was extremely strong. Ordinary half-step Heavenly Secrets realm experts were nothing in front of it. And now, the situation was different now. It was of the lightning type, and Li Qingyang was also of the lightning type. It was the accompanying beast of the nine-layered thundercloud layer, and Li Qingyang had inherited the 5 lightning spirits of the universe. I hack, I hack, I hack, I hack, I hack, I hack. I suck, I suck, I suck, I suck. That was the battle process. Although it was huge, it was truly boring. Especially because of the huge gap in their levels, the nine-horned thundercloud dragon couldn't beat Li Qingyang at all. In fact, the lightning it shot out was absorbed by the other party, and it consumed a lot of energy. It wasn't a big problem. If it couldn't win, it could escape. Whoosh, the nine-horned thundercloud dragon ran quickly, but Li Qingyang was even faster. He rushed over and landed on the dragon's head. He grabbed the thickest dragon horn with both hands and threw it to the side. One could only see the huge dragon spinning in the air. Oh my god! The old man's eyeballs were about to pop out, boom, boom. Li Qingyang seemed to have turned into a Hercules with unparalleled strength. He held the dragon horn and threw it in the air, making the nine-horned thundercloud dragon dizzy. It fell and fell, and fell into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Ka ka ka. Thick chains wrapped around the dragon's body. The poor nine-horned thundercloud dragon's body was not only compressed, but it was also completely tied to the hard and cold stone pillar. Damn human! It roared, let go of me. Boom, boom, lightning erupted from its body and bombarded the space barrier, causing the Tianyuan prison pagoda to be on the verge of collapse. Master! Arya was shocked, this guy is too violent. Don't worry, don't worry. Xianxia walked over calmly and inserted the lightning rod into the ground. This is a ready-made power bank. Whoosh, whoosh, the lightning that burst out from the nine-horned thundercloud dragon's body was instantly attracted and rushed into the lightning rod. It was then converted into energy, and the LED screen showed that it was charging. Arya. Before leaving, Xianxia reminded her, think of a way to keep it spewing lightning. When Li Qingyang beat up the nine-horned thundercloud dragon, Xianxia kept it in the Tianyuan prison pagoda. The side mission was completed. He didn't get any special items as a reward, only 1,000 reputation points. Not much. But Xianxia was very satisfied. After all, it was a freebie. As for the nine-horned thundercloud dragon, which could be charged for 5 minutes, its value was even higher. At present, not only could it be used to charge the lightning rod, but he could also leave it at the foot of the Sect of all times as a guardian beast. Perhaps because he was too handsome, Xianxia cared a lot about the appearance of demonic beasts. If they were ugly, he could throw them into the myriad demon valley. If they looked mighty, even if they were useless, they could be placed in the Sect. Besides, the nine-horned thundercloud dragon wasn't weak, and it was an extremely precious lightning-type dragon beast. Wonderful. Sitting in the cockpit, Xianxia swirled the water in his goblet, fully proving that he was simple and unadorned. The old man was silent. To be precise, he was still in shock. The nine-horned thundercloud dragon was an extremely rare lightning-type dragon, but it was easily defeated by this guy's disciple. What a ruthless person. What other dangers are there? Xianxia asked. There are extremely powerful medicinal beasts in the sacred medicine realm. The danger level is not lower than the 9-layered thundercloud layer. Medicinal beasts? Xianxia was puzzled. The sacred medicine realm is filled with precious treasures. They release medicinal auras all year round. Some of them gather to form various miasma, while some gather to form medicinal beasts. The old man said solemnly. I see. Demonic beasts were very common, but this was the first time he heard of medicinal beasts. Hence, Jin Changxiao couldn't help but sigh. The world is so big, nothing is too strange. Swish, Eternal flew through the thunderclouds. With Li Qingyang as the lightning rod, it traveled smoothly to the vicinity of the sacred medicine realm. The initial light spot had already turned into a huge sphere. Although they hadn't entered, they could already smell the rich medicinal fragrance. There was even a green light that represented vitality lingering on the surface. Go in. Swish, Eternal tore through the space barrier and descended upon the sacred medicine realm like a king. I'll go. The disciples stood in front of the window and looked at the colorful world outside. Their mouths gradually fell open. The sacred medicine realm. This was a plain filled with medicinal herbs and natural treasures. Even the air had a green aura visible to the naked eye. That was not an attribute, but the medicinal aura that the old man had mentioned. Boom, Eternal gently landed on a flat ground. After the cabin door opened, Jin Changxiao walked out. Smelling the refreshing medicinal fragrance, he immediately felt refreshed. The system said, this kind of medicinal fragrance is not harmful to the host, but because it is too strong, normal martial artists would not be able to withstand it. So, Jin Changxiao released his spiritual senses and covered half of the sacred medicine realm. He said, there are no living creatures living here. It wasn't that there weren't any living beings living there, but that it wasn't suitable for living there. The more powerful a plane was, the stricter the requirements for living beings. If they couldn't adapt, they would only be destroyed. The sacred medicine realm was not a high-level plane, but because of its special environment and all kinds of high-level natural treasures, it could only be used as a treasure trove and not as a home. In addition, there were thunderclouds that had existed outside for a long time. It was difficult for stronger martial artists to barge in, so it was more like a primitive plane that had not been explored. Cough cough. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others also walked out of the battleship. The fragrance in the air was too pungent. It even had the possibility of seeping into their bodies and damaging their meridians. Fortunately, they had already entered the peak of the truth-seeking realm. They could easily expel it by circulating their mental cultivation method. It would not cause any harm to their bodies for a short period of time. Patriarch. He Wudi said solemnly, we can't stay here for long. This kind of environment mixed with countless medicinal auras was very unfriendly to truth-seeking realm martial artists. Collect the herbs you need and leave this place. Jin Changxiao gave each of them a pictorial handbook and said, search according to the herbs on it. Dig them all out. Whether they are seedlings or adults. In an uninhabited plane, the natural treasures were ownerless. Since he had barged in with his strength, of course, he would take as much as he could. He didn't have to worry about being criticized by little Dodo. To put it bluntly, I came in with my own strength. I can take whatever I want. Are you envious? You can come too. Let's go. Swish swish swish, under Sun Wukong's lead, the members of the medicine hall flew in all directions. Not only did they have to collect the herbs for refining the 6-flavor earth essence pill, but they also had to collect other things. Firstly, they had to refine medicine, and secondly, they had to plant trees. The 8 hall masters of the medicine hall were not idle either. Since they had come to a world where medicinal herbs were the most important, they had to collect more precious herbs for refining pills. It could be said that the sacred medicine realm was an open-air treasure trove. Whether or not they could find what each hall needed depended on themselves. Roar, however, not long after everyone started moving, an angry roar came from the dense forest in the distance. A huge butterfly flew out. There were all kinds of herbs growing on its wings, and its body was filled with gorgeous light. Is this a medicinal beast? Jin Changxiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the wings. After confirming one thing, he said happily, rippling water flower blooming. There were many herbs on the huge butterfly's wings. Among them, there were 2 herbs needed to refine the 6-flavor earth essence pill. This was not a beast. This was a medicinal herb warehouse that could fly. Take it down. Swish, swish, Li Qingyang and the others flew over. Patriarch Jin Changxiao returned and found that his daughter was actually living in a doghouse. With an order, 100,000 retired disciples rushed over and built another doghouse for him. Poochie, Poochie, the huge butterfly realized that something was wrong and flapped its wings with all its might. The wind was accompanied by pollen that could be seen with the naked eye. It's poisonous. Take the antidote and wear the gas mask. The disciples calmly took out the antidote refined by Miao Sifeng, put on the gas mask, and continued to rush forward. Don't ask where the gas mask came from. If you ask, it's from the dog. The huge butterfly was the same as the nine-horned thundercloud dragon. It relied on its special ability to survive. However, once it couldn't deal any damage to the target, the final result would be, boom, boom. Xianxia rode on the red hare and spun the heavenly halberd 360 degrees. After a round of sweeping, all sorts of herbs were scattered on the ground. Unfortunately, Uncle Da only collected the equipment and not the herbs. Otherwise, he would have received the ingot immediately. Oh, the huge butterfly crouched on the ground and showed a human-like pain in its eyes. Boom, at this moment, the pagoda of purgatory descended from the sky and hit it first. It was quickly absorbed into the pagoda and then turned into a mini form and landed in Xianxia's palm. Go Leftover smiled and said, I hope your wings can always nurture heavenly treasures. Roar, roar. At the same time, the medicinal beasts in the various regions of the sacred medicine world were alarmed by the Sect of All Time's disciples' search for herbs. There were tree beasts, flower beasts, and insect beasts. Although they had all kinds of strange forms, they had one thing in common. They lived in places with medicinal aura all year round and had many precious herbs on them. Disciples, listen up. Xianxia stood on the mountain peak and said, take them all down. Yes. The disciples shouted in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth, even overshadowing the roars of the medicinal beasts. Even the space was shaken to the point of trembling. As the only spectator, the old guide stood in front of Eternal and watched as the medicinal beasts that were so powerful that they made his heart tremble were captured. His expression became more and more interesting. Finally, he broke down and said, what kind of people have I brought? End of chapter 1783. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.